Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's PreMarket Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick, Mitch Hodge with you this morning. Got a lot to discuss today. Today is actually the 1 year anniversary of Pump and Powell, of the Fed coming in with two hands, with their printers go burr. Market bottomed 1 year ago today. The day the Fed announced they were going to throw as much money at this thing as is possible. And so maybe we can reflect on that for a minute, because that could be fun. The very first edition of Pump and Powell.
It's Pump and Powell.
We have Dennis wants to explain what a weird thing that happened last night in GameStop. There was call it a fat finger. A few people reached out to him about an odd tick. We'll get to that and why that happened and what that means. Got a lot of news this morning, though. AstraZeneca has some news. Microsoft has some news. Viacom has some news. FREQ is your disaster stock of the day. There's a bidding war for Coherent, COHR. So a lot to get to on today's show. Our guests, we have two guests, one at 8:35, one at 9. Nick Shaheen will be on at 8:35. He is the author of Create Income with Option Spreads. And David Trainer will be on at 9. He is the founder and CEO of New Constructs, and he'll break down the market and some earnings reports for us at that time. Don't forget, everyone, smash that like button. Let's go. It's Tuesday morning. We got a full day ahead. We're excited. Not that. Smash the like button, and I will throw it to Joel, and Joel will tell us what's doing here in the overnight session. Good morning, Joel.
And you didn't mention the most important news.
And congratulations to Joel.
We're dancing, baby. Sweet 16.
Survive in advance is the name of the game. Michigan did it. Maryland did not.
Oh, man. Hard to concentrate all day yesterday, that game. I do not like these the format. I know it's COVID and everything, but man, I like everything over by the weekend except for the final game. But that's not why you guys are here and gals. S&P's down 15 handles at 39.15. Little weak on the close, kind of follow through. Pre-market high 39.38.75. That looks safe for now. Pre-market low, 39.08 and a quarter. Have nothing there. Our intraday low, our 9:30 to 4:15 low, was 03 and a half. And I know that because I got stopped out there on a long. Crude, that's down 268. Crude getting lit up at 56.98 or 89, that is. Gold trying to get over 17.50, only up $1 at 17.39.10. Silver going the opposite way. We have silver down 12.4 cents at 25.65. In Bitcoin, some cautious words by Pump and Powell on it. It's down $1,065 at 54,540. And I talked to a long-term bull yesterday, and he is flat Bitcoin. And it was out without me talking about the 55,000 level. But Bitcoin, let's see. Down $1,000. Triple D. Did you sell GameStop at 374 last night?
I wish I did. I'd love to, but no, nobody. And the truth is, show the print that we're talking about.
Let me see if we got it. Yeah.
Multiple people reaching out to me. Did GameStop trade to 372 last night? It absolutely did not. You will see it on the tape. We'll show you the tape right now. What this is called is a bad tick. And we this is one argument they've been even talking about in GameStop in the congressional hearings, not talking about bad ticks, but talking about FINRA. People talk about off exchange trading. There's not enough transparency there. What we need is more transparency, because about almost half your trades occur off exchange. They're not occurring on the exchange. So all those trades just get reported as FINRA trade reporting facility, just blanket them all. So that can include off-exchange market makers, like where retail orders are being executed. That can include institutional crosses. It includes any type of, and talk. We know people are putting trades together. It can include anything, that's off-exchange, and they just blanket it all there. A lot of that stuff is reported to the tape. There are internalizers like Citadel, UBS, and all reported automatically. It goes automatically to the tape, so you're not going to see a lot of mistakes there. But there is sometimes some off-exchange trading that's still manually reported to the tape. What I suspect, and because we don't have transparency, we can only suspect. We don't really know why the 372 is there. What I suspect is that somebody was reporting that manually to the FINRA tape and keystroked it wrong. They typed in the wrong number. So when the trade occurred, off-exchange got to be reported to the FINRA tape. They've literally typed in the wrong number, sent it in, it gets printed to the tape, and obviously didn't trade there. I mean, GameStop, if you look at the chart, hasn't traded 372 in, back since January. So a lot of times you'll see trades that occur outside the market because they're getting reported late to the tape, where that trade occurred earlier during the day. But, there's been no trade happening in GameStop like there for months. So there's no way for you to sell it up there. There's no way for you to buy it up there. When it's FINRA, it's stuff that's happening off exchange. It's not, some of your trades occur. If you're a retail trader, some of your trades will hit the FINRA tape because that's the off exchange market maker that's executing your order and then reporting it to the FINRA tape. But that 372, if you think you can get that price, you cannot. It really didn't trade there. It was probably keystroked in wrong. The trade probably didn't occur at that price. So that's your quick explanation. So if you're after hours churn GME looks funky, it's just because 100 shares was misreported at 6:03 on GME.
And isn't there a time in the morning when they throw up a bunch of late prints?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, yeah.
In the morning, you'll see where your charts do a lot of funky stuff. A lot of the FINRA reports come in at 8 a.m. as well. So, I mean, stuff's getting reported to FINRA all the time. This trade's always occurring. But then there's, like a bunch that hit the tape at 8 a.m., which throws out your charts there too. Usually, you're not seeing something 200 points outside the market. That's why I suspect it was, a human error in, typing this, out. And I would imagine there may even be a correction in the tape later on today if they catch it. But I mean, it's just been reported wrong. It's highly unlikely that the trade actually occurred at that price. In any regard, there's nobody buying or selling. You cannot buy or sell it at 372. Be nice. I'd love to sell at GameStop at 372 and rebuy it at 195, or buy it at 195 and sell at 372. But no such luck. There's no free lunch.
My chart, TradeStation didn't even pick that up, or it's not on there. But
maybe they already wiped it out.
Same with me, Joel. I didn't even see it.
They could have wiped it out. I mean, maybe it's already been corrected. Mine is showing it still. So somebody asked me, so I just went and downloaded the tape, and I was like, okay, yeah, there it is. So I just circled it and sent it out there, and I thought, that's a good educational point too, because you do see these trades sometimes occur outside the market. So that's your quick explanation.
Yeah. All right, education.
GME is supposed to report earnings here, though.
Are you ready?
So we might as well talk GameStop because there's going to be fireworks on this. What is first? I didn't go look at the expected move. Did anybody do that?
I can do that in a second. What I was going to say is that as far as timing, GameStop is you almost always out at like 4:15 Eastern. Like I went back and looked at the last 2 years, last 8 quarters, and they're almost always out at 4:15. The call is, I think, really what people want to see or hear, and that'll be at 5 Eastern.
Going out to March 26th, right? Yeah, March 26th. I'm just pricing it for you right now. 190.
Let me guess.
Yes.
100.
No, lower. It's not $100.
80.
$100. I'll rate it for $100.
$100. The stock itself.
It's a $195 stock.
The straddle, though? You said the straddle, right?
Yeah, I'll rate the straddle for $100 and I'll hedge myself out.
That's 50 up, 50 down.
No way. No, because it's 100 is way too much on a $194 stock. So you're way high there. Spencer, your guess.
Well, I kind of cheated, but is it 60?
Yeah, it's $58.
I cheated.
Again, we're looking at the closing prices. Options aren't open in the morning, so we're just taking the close. I just went and grabbed the 195s. You want to quick calculate that? Easy. Go to the most current option expiration, which is March 26th I've got, and go to the closest strike. 195, closest strike, and take the out of the puts and out of the calls at that strike. So the last on the calls were 28.90. The last on the puts were $30. So and then there's the spread involved there. So you can just ballpark at $58 to $59. It's a lot of money to pay for straddle on an earnings. So they're expecting a $58 move is what they're expecting. I'm going to say it's going to go less than that. So I don't have the guts, but I'd like to be a straddle raider on this. But I don't have the guts.
There. That's a hot take.
Yeah, I don't have the guts though for it. Wouldn't sleep well at night imagining, they come out with some news on NFT or something. GameStop's going to get in the NFT market, and the thing's like $500.
Really, it really wouldn't go to the moon at that.
That's just a joke. No, not suspecting. I'm just like,
be careful
be careful with what you say. Yeah, people say, Dennis Dick said that GameStop's going to get into NFTs. It was a joke. So just clarifying.
Jack Dorsey sold his tweet for $2.9 million.
It's just so crazy, man.
Wow.
So somebody officially owns the first tweet. I guess that's kind of cool. They can print it out, put it on the wall, and say, "I own the first tweet." It cost me $2.9 million. I could print it out for free and say, "Hey, there's the first tweet." So, but I guess it's the I own it. I kind of, you keep reading about this, and maybe you get it. I mean, you could just print out the Mona Lisa and throw it on your wall and say, here, there's the Mona Lisa, but you don't own the official Mona Lisa. So I kind of get the scarcity of it in that regard. Is a tweet worth $2.9 million? Is a series of farts worth $75 or whatever from
85.
some random guy? How much was it worth?
I thought you said 85. I thought I read 85.
$85.
What's the difference?
And then is the Beeple thing worth $60 million or whatever they paid? I don't know, man. I mean, we're just in an environment where there's money all over the place. There's a lot of rich people. The rich got richer, the poor got poorer, the gap got wider, and the rich are looking to do stuff with their money, and this is the new cool thing. Let's go and get right in these NFTs. They're going to get big, and I'm going to own the first tweet, and it's going to be worth more because somebody else is going to pay more for it. So, I mean, if somebody's willing to pay more afterwards and you make money on it, I guess it was a good investment. But I'm still, and the stocks, give your list again here, Spencer, because the list you gave us 3-4 days ago on this show has definitely exploded. TKAT at the top of that list. It's now $57. We were talking about this about 20 and something. I'm saying I don't know anything about this stuff. This is highly speculative, but man, that list has continued to explode. TKAT being right at the top.
Yeah, you've got like WKEY, you got HOFV. These are from yesterday, guys. Last night
I'm writing them down again.
Last night, Playboy, PLBY.
What do you mean Playboy?
Yeah, remember they're public again. They SPAC'd it out.
Are they an NFT play all of a sudden?
They said, what did they say? The CEO said at a Roth conference that they're attracted to the NFT space. So yeah, basically that's what that means.
They're going to sell naked pictures of girls. You're going to have the official naked picture of this girl. I guess I can see a fit there.
The whole point is it's good for art and photography. So why theoretically, right? In theory, it should work.
I still think Kodak, man. I know, like, it doesn't get any love. But
there was a thing last night. On Kodak.
Yeah, there was a press release or something, but then it went back down too. It popped and then dropped.
A company blog post. Yeah, that I don't really even know the point. I didn't quite put two and two together there, but
yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the code. I don't have it. I had it, and then I got, obviously I was playing it, and I thought it might get an NFT pop on. Then I had the crappy earnings, and I was able to sneak out of it on the earnings pop off the crappy earnings. I'm not in it right now. I kind of want to be. I don't know, but maybe this is just every time it pops, it just seems to drop. So hasn't got any NFT love as of up to this point. So maybe it's not gonna.
Finding support here, $8. There's decent support if you traded it.
Yeah, I don't know.
5 lows in a row.
I didn't like that. It had some headline last night though, and then popped and then dropped on anyways. So I don't know. I've also got others on this list here. I don't have any of these things. I'm just looking, off Twitter and stuff. So I'm looking at I'm basically looking off my scanner. I'm seeing these ridiculous pops. I'm like, well, what is that? And then you look and you can look on Twitter. It's like, oh, they're talking about it as an NFT.
So like something I would recommend if you've got Benzinga Pro, the easiest thing to do is just do a keyword search for the word token. So like if I
always pop in there.
Here, let me
These are highly speculative. And some of these companies are going to be linked to NFT, and some of them are just being discussed on social media as possible NFT plays and popping because of that. And there's been nothing from the companies on them. So, I mean, you got to be very careful with all this stuff. Some of these stocks have exploded.
For sure. But like, you can just search the word token and then see the ticker. So CLPS, okay? I don't know. Right? LIVX. You got to just kind
catchy,
yeah. Right. You got to just, but like, this is a good first source though. If you want like to get your list and see, okay, what am I missing? Like you could try searching on Twitter, but this is a much more refined search, right? Just the word token. So you see like TKAT and you just go back for a few days and grab as many tickers as you can and start from there and then whittle it down or not, you know, or just go to the chart and play the chart. But
I mean, it's WKEY. There's IMTE. They were talking about Zebra KIN. I think you might have just said that one. OCG.
You also get a headline like this: like Pizza Hut is offering the first NFT pizza. You know what I mean? So like,
what does that taste like?
I don't know. Don't ask questions.
What does this taste like? That's funny.
I'm not a big fan of Pizza Hut.
No, I don't think anybody.
I like Pizza Hut. You don't like Pizza Hut?
Stand corrected.
Right. Who doesn't like Pizza Hut?
I don't.
Why don't you like Pizza Hut?
Is this spilling over into like baseball cards and coins and stuff, or just stuff that you just digital?
I'm not sure I get.
I think the collectible markets has already been hot though.
Okay.
Like, you know, so yeah, but it is. I mean, they're talking about digital sports cards and stuff. Like, you know, like I'm sure it's gonna go into everything. Like, you got to think, if this is all run on the Ethereum platform, does that make you want to own Ethereum more than Bitcoin? Because now Bitcoin doesn't seem to have like a real use. I mean, all of a sudden Ethereum has a use. I mean, Bitcoin is a store of value, but what are you really using Bitcoin for besides criminal activities? I mean, nobody's transacting with this. But if this Ethereum is running this whole NFT, and you think these NFTs are going to continue to be hot, and I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I think it's stupid, but I don't think it's going away anytime soon. Maybe you want to be long Ethereum. What's the Ethereum chart look like? It's already exploded, eh?
Yeah, here. We'll bring it up.
Bring it up. Maybe I should trade my Bitcoin in for Ethereum. Should I do that, folks? I don't know any of those.
You should probably. I mean, I've got some Bitcoin. It's probably a good idea to diversify. I
have two. Yeah, I have two different Bitcoin. I have a Bitcoin ETF, and I have that QBTC one still.
This is Ethereum. This is Ethereum going back to the beginning of last year.
I should have been buying this thing last year on this NFT stuff.
So
we only knew.
Yeah, that's Ethereum. All right, let's go back to the stocks though.
Yeah, I never saw it. Did you put it up there?
They say diversify it. I should sell half my Bitcoin and buy Ethereum with it. I think so too. If this is NFT is going to be all running on Ethereum, maybe I should buy half Ethereum.
Yeah, this is Ethereum. This is the chart of Ethereum. So it's up a lot. What about stock news? Let's talk Microsoft here. Microsoft is reportedly, according to Bloomberg, in talks to potentially acquire Discord, which we know or has been previously reported that it is in play in some way, shape, or form, either to go public via SPAC or otherwise. Discord is, if you don't know, a huge platform for gamers and for traders as well, especially during the pandemic. I think that here their downloads grew to about 800,000 a day during the peak of the pandemic. Their user base is over 140 million monthly active users, and that's doubled from where it was 2 years ago.
How is Discord different than any other chat room? Is it just the new sexy chat room? Like, well, how is it? I don't have a Discord account, but maybe I should get one.
So it's not so much how it's different. It's that it's like who is there, right? It's used. It's like a lot of gamers use it, right? Because it allows you to chat via video and text. It's basically it's like the de facto. I mean, you've got Twitch out there as well. Twitch is like a streaming platform.
Yeah.
But Discord is, in theory, right? It's not that different than any chat room that came before it. It's the same idea, but it's just a question of who hangs out there. And a lot of gamers and now a lot of traders hang out there. That's the difference. And this is a great time. I mentioned the fact that who else hangs out on Discord? Benzinga.
You on Discord?
We got a Discord.
Look at Dribble. He's like, we're on Discord?
We're
How
on
did you know that?
Discord.
Are we on like PreMarket Prep's on Discord right now?
No.
Oh, well, why isn't
I don't think
PreMarket
you
Prep
can
on
do-
there?
Well, PreMarket Prep is no, we're not. No, but Benzinga has a Discord where we post PreMarket Prep, but it's not. We're not live on Discord, at least to my knowledge. I don't think.
I have a question for the chat. Who actually has Discord and actually pays for Discord?
No,
There's
that's
a difference.
That's the question. That's
Yeah,
what-
how's Discord make money?
that. I know.
Dennis, why are you asking?
I guess it's
something
advertising, but-
yeah.
This advertising? I
Well, they
sound like a
also have
dinosaur. I do. I
services.
definitely sound like a dinosaur. Oh, there's a bunch of people that pay.
And here,
Discord.
Tech Girl says they use schools in France. Use
How much
Discord.
is it? Sorry, I talked over you. How much is the Discord? Like, what do you pay?
Sky Daniels does 22 a month for holy crap, chat's moving fast. 22 a month for a chat on Discord is what Sky Daniels plays.
That's
pays.
pretty good money they got coming in. Man,
Yeah.
I gotta go buy. I gotta go on Discord. 200. Somebody just paying $10, $5. Why do they all pay? There's 3 different tiers apparently. Holy.
No, 200. They
Oh
said
yeah, he just said it was
25.
You know what,
25.
Microsoft? I don't know. Is this a big deal? I mean, a 10 billion is a big deal. Microsoft is just it's been in a trading range here. 225 hasn't been much at 225 to 240. You haven't seen that 240 yet. You haven't even taken out yesterday's high yet. So that's your first number you got to deal with is 3690, and then this 240 high. But let it shake out here between 225 and 240, get near the top of the trading range.
I just posted the link to the Benzinga Discord
I'm going to check it out right now.
in all the chats.
I can't hit it because it keeps moving on me. There it is.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to. The chat keeps moving.
Yep.
What should everyone call you? Triple D.
All right, don't set this up now.
Go sign up now.
Don't set this up now.
I just did.
All right. Oh, he's that easy. He's done. He was so
I'm in.
All right.
Maybe you
On
can get a
Discord.
bunch of fans on there like you have on Wall Street.
You
Bets.
can temporarily
Reddit.
mute. Enter your birthday. Oh, it's too much. I mean, I can't.
Out.
Too much. I'm out.
They want
They
they
ask
want
for
the
more
birthday.
information. Nah, no private information. I'm out of here.
For that reason, I'm not. All right, let's talk AstraZeneca here. This is the first bit of news I saw when I woke up this morning. And it was a release, I guess, from the National Institute of Health. It was the NIAID, which is what Fauci oversees.
Mhm.
And they're concerned that AstraZeneca may have used outdated data
Oh, that's not-
in their U.S. trial for their vaccine, for their COVID
Doesn't
vaccine.
sound that great. The AstraZeneca shot is in Ontario. Actually, my parents are scheduled to get it tomorrow. So I'm like, I have a personal interest in this story a little bit here as well. I mean, it sounds like the numbers, if there's only 29 people that had blood clot issues and millions of people have been vaccinated, it sounds like the risk is fairly low. But I'd rather have the vaccine that had no blood clot issues. So, I don't know what to say about it. But, there's been a couple companies that banned. Lots of companies or lots of countries are still giving it out. Ontario is still giving it out, probably for lack of having any other vaccines in Ontario. I don't know. I'm torn on AstraZeneca. The stock itself's already got, been priced in a lot of this stuff. I mean, is it going to have a huge pop if they get past this? It's dropping a little bit. I mean, if some people, there's more downside than upside with the stock, really. I mean, if some more people start getting sick, you have potential lawsuits here. So, I don't know. I don't think I'd want to own the stock right now.
Trading range kind of got up near the top of the trading range yesterday. 51.21 was the high, giving it back yesterday. I mean, this is already traded over in Europe. So under 50, though, looks pretty open between 49 and 50. But I mean, these vaccines haven't done a lot for it. Like you could see, like I said, it popped to the all-time high on that. I don't know. We got a little bit of this. At least a pick. I'm not thrilled about it. I don't think it's going anywhere. So,
yeah.
We go to our disaster stock of the day, which is
sure.
FREQ. All right. This is Frequency Therapeutics. They're working on a shot to treat sensory neural hearing loss. And their the phase 2A results, interim phase 2A results, basically did not show any improvements in hearing versus the placebo. So FREQ, which was $58 a month 2 months ago, is down to 10 this morning.
So they're working on a hearing drug they call themselves Frequency Therapeutics, and their hearing drug doesn't work. Not a good recipe for obviously this is making new all-time lows here now. Everybody always wants to come in these things, and I've been burned this way too. You come in the big day after and you're like, oh, it'll bounce back, they'll figure this stuff out. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I mean, we're still waiting on Sarepta Therapeutics. I bought that one on the big dip. It's gone nowhere for basically the last 3 months. So I like, with these one-trick ponies, they're tough because, and when their trick doesn't work out, they're burning cash because they're in trials, and eventually some of these stocks actually don't make it. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Maybe they will figure it out. Maybe the next trial will do better. Maybe they can do some adjusting. But remember, all these startup, biotech companies are burning cash continuously. So when these trials don't work, it's like, okay, well, now we need another round of funding to try again. If you can't get that next round of funding, or, if your next trial doesn't work as well either, you're continuing to burn cash and the stocks continue to leak. So highly speculative, just come in, buy a stock at $9, even though it was 36 yesterday.
This is an interesting chart because they slammed it down to 875 and they bounced a little bit. But it's not going very far. Like there's no bounce in here yet. I mean, you got a bounce of $1, so protecting that low, but no one is racing out. I keep eyeing that pre-market low 875. That's a new all-time low. But it must be so thick right there, Dennis. What is there? Is there a tight market in here? Like 990 at $10 or something? This thing is not moving at all after such a big fall. It's no bounce yet. See what happens on the open.
Next.
Let's go to, we haven't talked Coherent for a while on our show, but we should. COHR, because we got ourselves a real bidding war here for COHR. So you got to go back to January to see the first offer. Lumentum came out January 19th, said we're going to buy Coherent for $5.7 billion in cash and stock. So that was on the 19th of January. Fast forward.
What price did that come out to?
So it came out to $100 a share plus one. There's a ratio. So
okay,
I'm not going to get into that. So that was January 19th. Fast forward 3 weeks, we get another unsolicited offer from MKS Instruments, ticker is MKSI there. And Coherent said that would be in exchange for $115 a share in cash plus another ratio. So again, not going to do that math for you. Let's fast forward again so that was on February 8th. Fast forward 4 days to February 12th. IIVI came in with an offer for $260 a share in cash for Coherent. Again, that's February 12th. So now we've got 3 offers on the table as of February 12th. Lumentum came in with a revised offer that values the company at $275 a share in cash. That was on March 17th. And now this morning we have another revised offer from Lumentum that values the company at $230 a share in cash plus a higher ratio. So $230 a share plus a ratio of 0.6724 shares of Lumentum. Is the latest. So that's now the 5th offer we've gotten for this stock between 3 companies.
It looks like eventually somebody's going to buy it. I mean, who's winning is the shareholders because it keeps getting bid up a little bit more every single time. So I don't know.
Did you say 275?
Yeah, it was 275. That was the offer from Lumentum on March 17th.
Huh. Because it hasn't traded anywhere near there. So
you could have this situation where it keeps going bidding. What if everybody says we're all out? There's always a risk that everybody says they're all out, and then the stock tanks. So I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm telling you why it's not at 275. So even though there's a bidding war going on,
yeah, it's off at all-time high. Man, the momentum that they definitely tried to get it on the cheap there, right? It went 145 to 200, hung out there. Don't know anything about the company, but they keep jumping the bids like this. I mean, you may eventually want to ring the register. I don't know if I'd want to own the company that picks them up, but hasn't traded in the pre-market. Someone trying to sell 262 here, so quite a bit below that offering price.
All right, it's 8:31. We will definitely get to ticker time. I promise. There's a bunch of tickers that we have here to get to from chat. Let's do a couple more though on our list. Let's start with Viacom.
Offering.
This thing,
Smart.
stock pissed me
very
off
smart.
and come out last night. Hey, we're doing an offering. We're gonna raise $2 billion of Class B shares and $1 billion of Class A convertible preferred shares. And that was out at like 4 o'clock last night.
People want to pay ridiculous prices for their stock. Why not sell, and make some money off of it? So very smart by the company to raise cash when the stock's trading. Is that an all-time high for Viacom?
Oh,
$100?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't understand, I guess it's just
why
a value trade. This is your poster child for the value trade. A year ago, stock was $13. We were worried about whether, it was going to even be in business. And now it's the best thing since sliced bread. And it's over $100. I mean, it's went from so cheap on a P multiple to expensive in basically 3 months, because we went from 30 to 100 in the last 3 months. 3 months basically. Unbelievable move. I would have never thought this was possible with Viacom, but the value trade, this is your poster child for how hot the value trade has been.
Sometimes these offerings can really knock stocks off their keister. I don't know if this is going to happen. Hit the $100 tight range yesterday, but obviously we don't have the pricing on it yet. I don't know. Sometimes these are turns. I remember that happened with DraftKings. So I don't know if you're still sitting on profits on this one when the company thinks it's a good idea to do an offering. Maybe it's a good idea for you too.
I'd ring the register if
I would have rung it at like 70, 80, 90.
This value trade, people who are jumping in this value trade now on certain stocks, there's still certain stocks that haven't participated at all. But, people who are jumping in now on this value trade, chasing stocks that went up from 30 to 100 in 3 months. I mean, I guess momentum traders, if you're momentum, these are the kind of stocks you want to be in. But if you're long-term investors, like, I just don't buy stocks up to they went up 200% in 3 months. And it's a company that's, obviously business has not been great. So I don't know. I wouldn't short it. I don't short stocks making new all-time highs.
The question, so Joel was asking, or Joel said that sometimes these things can really turn a stock. Can it turn a whole peer group? Because it's not just Viacom. It's also Fox. It's also Discovery. They've all moved together.
Oh, the whole group went. Yeah.
Right.
AMCX, which I talked about as a value trade for a long time. It got hammered, like I was in that thing a couple of years ago thinking, that the stock was cheap, and it was, and it got a hell of a lot cheaper, and it's come too. So, I mean, all of Discovery's been unbelievable. Discovery, 71, it's down here this morning. It might have had something going on, but 30 to 75, unbelievable moves. DISCA we're talking about.
Yep, I got it up there. That's
crazy
down
moves.
65. Maybe I'm thinking like, they're doing an offer. Maybe Viacom's doing an offer, and maybe they're going to do an offering too. Just get some cash way up here. DISCA. That's another value stock, value move. I don't know when to register on these, but good. It's taken out to 75. They had a couple lows in that area the last 2 sessions, so. If you're looking for old support to be new resistance, 2 pair of lows, 74.20, 74.51. On the downside here, we do have a pair of lows to contend with at let's call it 70.75. That splits some lows between the 15th and the 17th, and then you drop off to a weird number, 66.66. That was your March 12th low.
All right, we will have Nick Shaheen from Create Income with Option Spreads on in just a moment.
Sure.
Before that, let's get a head start on ticker time. Let's just do one from the Benzinga Pro chat. They were asking about ticker CAN, which is a high flyer crypto play. They're asking about if Joel can maybe identify for them like a medium term level, like not a short term level, like a
easy.
Well, like a level going out like a few weeks, like a month or two.
Oh yeah, this is an easy one.
It's an easy one. Okay.
All right, and the reason I say it's easy is because you had a big old run emanated from the $5 area. It's under 23, under 23 here. 32.07 is the 50% retracement. This low right here, yeah. I'd say this 20 to 22 area, you better find support here
Yeah.
over the next couple days, or else I think you get more. Also, you got to keep an eye on Bitcoin too. But 2022 must hold area. I just don't like the landscape between 15 and 20, but we'll see. A little bit of a haircut there after the rally from, it was $5 at the beginning of February. Let's see what happens here. See if we can hold this 2022 area, call it 21.
All right, so it must hold that area is what you're saying, and if it doesn't, look out. That's basically
Look out, 15.
You want to hold those 50% retracement levels. They're big.
Yep.
Yeah, they're important.
Sure.
Stocks and the whole thought process. Stock has a big run. It corrects itself and gives back usually half the move, stabilize, and then start to go higher again. So you want to see some stabilization. Maybe it's not just to buy the 50% on day one. Try to see if it's going to stabilize there. Like yesterday, it's down another $1 here. So let's see. Let's get some stabilization. Let's get a green candle in there. Let's get show me some support there. Where it should get support.
Yep.
But show it to me. Show me the money.
And also, when you think about this, people are like, oh.
We're
I gotta buy it here. I gotta buy it here. There's people still long at 5, 10, 15. They're like, okay, oh well, I didn't sell it at 40, but I'll sell it at 20. Big volume yesterday on that down day too. So maybe wait along with a couple lows in the same area. Maybe the sellers lighten up a little bit, but that's maybe when you get a little bit of a pop. But that's it. Also, keep an eye on Bitcoin.
All right,
Jemiah, somebody just said. I wanted to grab it because I sold this right around this level, and then I had the run to 65. I could actually rebuy the shares that I sold. I originally was in this at 13. Okay. And I got to like 30, 35, and then I think I sold right around there, 35. I can't remember for sure, but it was a great, big winner for me. But then it went to 60. I was like, why did I sell it? It's come all the way back down. I mean, if you think that there's 100 charts that look like this, these high flyers from 2020 that have come off so significantly, like Stitch Fix. Look at Stitch Fix, another one, SFIX. I mean, this thing has just been hammered, but it's starting to stabilize. I mean, if you think that tech is going to turn around, the Qs are going to make new all-time highs, and the Cathy stock's going to get hot again. If you think that, the time to strike on some of these things is now. I don't know if I think that, and that's why I haven't really been loading tech. I don't know what I think. I'd say I'm still guilty until proven innocent. I'm still sitting with a lot of cash in my longer-term account because I'm still nervous a little bit right now. I don't know what's happening with yields. There's a lot of reasons to be nervous, but you know what? Maybe it's time to nibble on some of these that are really beat up. Like the Jemiah valuation still doesn't make any sense at all. But could it turn back into a Momo trade just for a swing trade? You could look at this and say, okay, well, I'm going to lean on the $40 level. And you're risking 60, 70 cents. And if it turns around on a dime today, you're good. It starts taking it out. I guess you get stopped out. Maybe I'm too tight with that stop, but I don't know. What are your thoughts here on all these stuff?
It's just a different story going on this time, right? It's just like there was no pain here. We're going up. We had a big up day. All right, we go all the way to 70, and now you got people scratching their head. You got a double top, just at 52. If you want to do it, if you're looking at this, you had a low of 31. Let's call it 31. That was about a 20-point move. So if it can hold in here, this 40-41 area, the only thing is that you're getting into this candle right here, right? Where you had the big up move. So there's not a lot of support, but it's trying to stabilize. Maybe we'll ask. Gene was the one that originally gave me this thing at like $5. We'll see what he thinks after this pullback. But right, it's a couple lows in the same area. I just don't think if you're expecting this kind of move up to 70, it's going to take a while.
All these charts look the same.
I know.
Same thing. Lithium, LTHM. I'm still long lithium. Same thing. I sold part of the lithium though. Palantir, they're all just not really getting off the mat here. Which is a little concerning because we had that's the one thing concerning. We had a significant bounce in QQQ yesterday, and a lot of these didn't bounce. So what does that mean? You have the big market move like Stitch Fix.
Yeah, but go up I mean, really, what did bounce? There's just a couple. It was just big tech in the semis, right?
Tesla. Tesla, but then Tesla sold off towards the end of the
It was
day.
big tech in the semis. Is pretty much it.
Value trade. That's a value trade still. So even in the QQQ itself, it found the value trade because you're right. Mega cap, Facebook, ripping higher yesterday, gave back a little bit towards the end of the day. But I mean, that's a value stock. It is. P forward is 19. These aren't like these high flying paying 75 times earnings, or 75 times sales. I mean, so it's a good point, that what was bouncing yesterday was the value tech trade. And that carried the QQQ, but Amazon had a good day, Apple had a good day, the big mega caps. You're right. So, do these stocks eventually start to get some love or not? I don't know. I don't know if we know the answer.
It's just hanging out, though. I mean,
they've been hit hard.
I mean, Apple's just. Whew. I mean, usually you get a little bit more of a bounce on this thing. This thing hasn't even sniffed 131 yet. You think it'd be half of the move. I don't know. These are just up, down, up, down, up,
But we're
down.
talking two different stocks, too, here, like two different types of stocks. Like we started talking about the growth tech, and then Spencer was saying, about the mega caps.
Right.
Mega caps, I put in a whole Apple, Amazon, Bang. It's a different group. It's not Jemiah. It's not going to move. They're not moving together. It's not growth tech. That's value tech. So if we're looking at growth tech, like I was looking, the Stitch Fix, the U, all the symbols that are popping out of the chat, Palantir, SKL Zebra, you can see how many people are really heavily into growth tech. Growth tech is completely out of favor and not bouncing.
Yeah.
Does it turn around eventually, or is the trade just too bloody crowded? I mean, I would say people reaching out, to us in the chat and all these other vehicles, we got hundreds of tickers thrown at us, maybe even thousands if we conclude the chat in different ways. I would say 80% of them are growth tech. So does that mean that the growth tech trade is just simply too crowded and has more to come off? I don't know if I know the answer, but I think it could.
Let's ask Nick Shaheen from
Yeah, bring him on.
Yeah. Nick, have you noticed or observed the same trend with regards to growth tech is just sort of not running with the rest of the rest?
Right. So sorry on the delay. I had technical gremlins. I upgraded my internet, of course, the first day I really need it. It bit me. So sorry about being late. And as far as tech is concerned, every week I do a video recap, and I usually have like a theme. And this week it's taking my cues from the Qs. And I was focusing on the QQQ. This morning, it looks like the stronger between it and the ES. For example, I have slightly red on the ES and looks like the NQ, the futures on the so-called tech are green, flattish green. So we might see some leadership there. And as far as it being I think the mentality has changed. I've said it before. That they used to say, okay, growth, rolling out of growth into value, they used to mean that dump the Qs and go to something like the small caps, but that's now flipped upside down. The growth tech has become the value because the small caps is full of froth. So I think it's their turn to step up to the plates and to carry this bull forward. People are not selling. They're just selling one thing to buy something else. That's why the markets keep making new highs. We made new highs last week, except for the NASDAQ. So this week, my focus is on tech.
The rotation definitely keeps us going higher. We started, and you probably couldn't hear the conversation because of your internet, but we started this conversation with stocks like Jemiah, a lot of these stocks that have, higher multiple tech, growth tech is what you could call it, looking at, stocks trading 50, 60 times earnings or, 50, 60 times sales in some cases. These stocks have not bounced. I was looking at JMIA. It hasn't bounced much.
Well, that's part of my conversation. So you say 50, 60 times sales, but that's what's going on in the small caps. If you look at things like, I don't know the time sales on Plug and GME, they
don't make money. Well, GME is different, but yeah.
Right. So the hopium lives there now versus a 12 times sales in a Facebook or 11 or 9. Yeah. So I will take those sales multiples over what's in the value play. So that's the conversation. So I haven't given up on big tech. They will have their day. Like I know that there are values in my head for Apple. I know at 118 it has buyers, 112 it has buyers, 108 it has buyers, 103 and 96. So I know where to buy it. Yeah. So I know. So it's they used to call that stuff growth tech, and the mentality is still there. But I think once they hit levels, like at what level would you buy Tesla, right? So everybody has a level, and so they have a better floor than all the rest of the stuff right now. So that's why I'm looking at how they behave this week, because they have value below them. Are the buyers going to step up to start building some positions in those?
When I'm just observing a stock like Apple and some of these other things, when they get to an area like they did, I mean, it's just not bouncing. And I think the longer you hang out down here, the longer you don't go back to 130, you just get heavier and heavier. So the fact that, I mean, that was a big sell-off. It came off earnings. So yeah, 120 looks like a good level. It's holding, but man, earnings aren't going to be for a while. I think the longer it stays down here, the more chance, you take it out that low. In the Qs, I like this chart a lot. I mean, you got major resistance just under 325. You took back half of the move. You got major support at 310. So which way is going to go from there? That's what I keep an eye on.
So that's what I'm saying. The easiest trades, there's no easy trades, but the easier wins that I've had are selling credit put spreads, so bull put spreads, selling risk into fear. So on a day when the Qs fell on March 5th and March 8th, those were easy buys for me, because if you look left on the chart, there is a funky candle from September 2nd.
You love those funky candles.
Well, yeah, they speak volumes. That day, the Qs popped out of nowhere and immediately crashed. So, and look, right from that, there were a couple of attempts into November 9th to get out from there. And then finally, by November 27th, they got out. And then they tested it for a footing on December 9th. And then March 5th was the third test with 3 big heavy candles that were immediately rejected. So that places the bet right there. Any dip into that is a buying opportunity with a stop, because if you lose it, you're going to probably fall into the 280 clutches on the QQQ, but that's not my scenario. I will keep buying the dip into that until it fails. So I would get long when it falls into the 300 level, plus or minus a buck, and then stop out as soon as they lose the March 5th low, because they might go to 280, which would be another buying point. So in a biased market like this, where you have the Fed has your back through 2023, they say, and by the way, what the heck kind of schedule? Look at the schedule today. Nothing but Fed. Yeah, my God. And he's going to speak again tomorrow.
It is active, to say the least.
Right. So the Fed has your back. $2 trillion. I'll tell you a little story from this weekend. $2 trillion hitting the market. So my son is 19. He builds trucks for a living, and he just flipped a truck. I kid you not, an 05 Silverado with 340,000 miles, $8,500. So some kid comes over here. Yes, he's counting out cash on my bar, and I'm signing the title off. This kid says, I couldn't get hundreds. The bank ran out because of the stimulus. So this just happened.
Wow.
So I'm just telling you, how can you short stocks? There's literally money awash. Who's going to pay for all of this? It's a debacle down the line. But for now, this is the most bizarre situation I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but that's like tomorrow Nick's problems. Today Nick is having a party.
That's what it is. We're just keeping the party going. The hangover is going to be horrendous.
The hangover is going to suck, but hey, that's tomorrow's problem.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. Those are grandkids' problems.
Yeah,
we just keep printing money.
The cops will show up at the door of this party eventually, right? Somebody will call the cops.
I suppose.
Yeah, but for now, you can't fight. So dips are buying opportunities, is what I'm trying to say. So if you short, this is what I call downticks mode. Don't fall for the downticks. They're trading opportunities, but it's not the big one, Elizabeth. So
Nick Shaheen is the author of Create Income with Option Spreads, joins us every other Tuesday. You can learn more by going to sellspreads.com or just checking out his other platform, Create Income with Option Spreads. Nick, any final thoughts for us today?
No, just don't be too opinionated. I've let go of my preconceived notions and just trade the action the way it's happening. So don't jump on the bandwagon and ignore the news. Seriously, I keep reading more garbage. It's unbelievable.
Ignore the news. Ignore
Too
the
much
garbage.
news.
Not-
There's
not
just so
to the-
much
I-
information coming from us from every different angle. I mean, that's the one thing, social media and everything. Like, it's just like information overload from
Right, but
everywhere.
double check it is what I'm saying,
Yeah,
because I've been reading. I get these emails from Seeking Alpha every morning. I don't know who writes this garbage, because some of the headlines are actually false. So it's like there's nobody checking the actual headlines that are coming out. So make sure to read it and dig into it if it's actionable. So don't just act on it because somebody said it's what it is.
That's always great advice for any kind of market. Thanks a lot, Nick.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
Nick.
Sorry about that.
Let's do some ticker time here, and let's start with the question. I think it was from who was in the chat? I think it was from Joel Hatt in the chat. He asked about Assembly Biosciences. They caught a downgrade this morning. This is ASMB is your ticker. Sorry, ASMB. And they caught a downgrade this morning from SVB Leerink to neutral. Lower their price target to $8 from $9. Well, no.
I mean,
It's a small company. Like,
yeah. I mean, it just sticks out like a sore thumb here is 431. You had a low 431, 443. You're right there right now. So there's your support. That's the all-time low. Stock was nearly $70 in 2018. So that's all I can give you on that one is the all-time low.
Thoughts on 10-cent music from Robert Kendall? They had earnings last night. I didn't even really look too closely at the numbers. I did for a hot second, but their earnings per share, I guess they were in line, and their sales was missed by the thinnest of margins, basically in line. Everything was in line for TME.
it's just been running and running. I don't know. Like, I'm scared of growth tech, and I guess this would be a growth tech story, but this stock is making new highs. So
I don't know. I guess.
I don't know. Is it? Is it not? It's newer company. I thought it was a growth tech story. Maybe it's got value there too. I'm not sure. I mean, what's in favor is very clearly, just going back to the macro talks when what Nick was talking about. Value tech is in favor. Growth tech completely remains out of favor. Despite the huge run up in the Qs yesterday, you can clearly see it in all the little growth names. And, everybody wants to talk about like DocuSign. Really didn't do that much yesterday. Yeah, Peloton's bounced a little bit. Yeah, Zoom's bounced a little bit, but I mean, look at where these stocks are. They've really not bounced that much.
No.
So
these charts
overall,
all look alike.
They all look alike. Yeah. All the growth tech, it's like such an algorithmic driven market where it's got growth value, this growth value trade is all algorithmically driven. And now it's separating within tech itself as well between what's a growth tech stock and what's a value tech stock. Intel making new highs. Classic. The valuation's been cheap on Intel forever.
I love Intel.
AMD, has been in the gutter. And Nvidia, Nvidia bounced a little bit yesterday, but it's off significantly from the highs. The reason for that is you're seeing separation within the semis, where Intel's trading with a reasonable valuation, and AMD and Nvidia are trading on these, growth valuations, which are very high. So you've completely seen that trade happen within tech itself as well. So I don't know when that trade reverses again, and that's the question. Like, if you want to reallocate, and if you've been value, and I have, to a certain extent, my portfolio is probably doing fairly well because I'm in a lot of value stocks. It's probably the time to maybe start thinking about selling some value stocks and buying some growth names. Not Zoom, but picking. There's 100 companies, a couple hundred that are significantly off the highs now. And, that could stabilize and could start to, the money might start rotating back into growth again. So if you're too heavy on one side, it's time to reallocate. But if you're coming in and like buying value stocks now and selling your growth stocks now, you're doing it backwards.
Kind of late.
I mean, 3 months ago was a time to do that, even 2 months ago, even a month ago. But they've run so far. I mean, do I want to go and sell, some of these growth names for Viacom? I mean, do I want to go sell some of these growth names for whatever, even the retail value trade, it started to come off in some of these the last couple of days, like Kohl's, and Macy's. You've seen some of the retailers come off. Chevron has had a bad few days. Oil's had a bad couple of, weeks, a week here. So you're starting to see some of the rotation come off again, but you got to be aware of it. You've got to be aware of what the rotation is. And right now they're rotating actually out of some of these other value names. They're rotating into value tech. So the value trade rotated over, and growth is still getting forgotten. Does it start getting hot again? I think it does eventually. So, like I said, if you want to start looking at some of these names that have really been beat up, maybe you start nibbling at some of the growth stocks again.
JT is asking about MWK. You always got to be careful with these two because there's two Mohawks, right? There's MWK. Yeah, MWK is Mohawk Group, and MHK is Mohawk Industries. That's the flooring company.
Yeah, the carpet.
But MWK, the one JT talked about, that's like the technology company. It's like a SaaS platform, I guess, for consumer goods. I'm not totally clear. JT's asking about MWK. That's the technology company, not the flooring one.
The 40 is the 50% retracement, so you're probably going to struggle there. So it's hard coming in and buying it now. I mean, if you're looking at that growth trade, there's other names that haven't really even got off the mat that maybe, you want to play a laggard trade on it. But, like I've said on the show yesterday, a stock like Roblox, which Kramer featured last night, and he said he would buy it right now. I mean, it's crazy, he's jumping in, and that's what he said last night. He's like, I would buy it right now, RBLX. I kind of agree with Kramer on just the fact that this is a company that's, a newer, sexier name. And if we do switch back to growth, this is a company that could go. I said on the show a few days ago that I think if growth starts to get hot again, this is going to be one that leads the way. So could Mohawk, I went the segue because MWK is a newer one too. Could MWK be one that leads the way as well? If we potentially, come back, it could. So I think you look at, maybe you're starting to look at what the new leaders could be if we start to move back into a growth and favor market. Because I don't think growth's going to stay out of favor for as long as everybody thinks it is. Everybody, analyst gets on CNBC and says, this is values time. And growth, we're going to go into a 7-year growth bear market. I don't know if that's the case. I don't like paying 70 times sales for stuff, but as trades, you got to just be, always flipping around, going back and forth. So if I'm going to start getting back into growth, I want to be in names like this Roblox and maybe even this MWK, which I don't know much about.
Boy, it had a really good day on Friday, 32.85 to 35.45, and you moved up again yesterday. I just don't like that it sold $1.80 off that high for the day. 37.01 was the close. So I guess you could sit tight and say, hey, this holds 36. It's still looking pretty good. That's the uptrend. The only thing is that you got that one close at 5.45, but your next daily lows are down at 31.02, 31.50. So better hold this 36, and let's see if the 38.80 comes into play today. Sold off $1.80 from that level, so might have some people. I think you make a lower high today. I don't know about a lower low, but that's what I'm looking at. 38.80. Boy, this thing moves around for a $30 stock. Yeah. S&P's on the comeback trail here. 39.20.75 had that little dip overnight. Let's keep an eye on upside if you're looking for a short-term target. The close was 39.30. On the downside, we're off that pre-market low by quite a bit. You got a lot of Fed speak going on, so I think you can see a lot of head fakes today.
Guys, smash that like button. Spinner in the Benzinga.com chat noting a headline that I had actually missed this morning. That was out during our show that HIG, the Hartford board, has rejected a takeover offer from Chubb. So if you look at HIG, you'll see that run up a couple days ago. That was when Chubb came out with the takeover offer. HIG is rejecting the offer. It was at 60. What was the damn offering price there? Well, I don't know if there was a price on it. It was $21 billion takeover. Anyway, they've rejected it, so that's the reason for the red candle this morning. We'll see if Chubb
not too red though. Not too red. Maybe someone's kicking around, or maybe someone's going to
come back with a better bid.
Exactly.
I mean, Chubb's not rallying either on this, so at least not yet. I mean, if Chubb's out, you'll see Chubb rally. So just be careful short Chubb here now. If Chubb says, okay, we're out, you can see Chubb because it sold off like $20 here.
A lot.
Yeah, significantly. I mean, some of that, is the insurance financial trade has come off a little bit, but that's all pretty much HIG. So, I mean, I actually don't mind Chubb down here. Pretty good company. decent valuation, maybe you start thinking about nibbling on a stock like Chubb, because if they turn around and say they're out, that could pop $5-6 just on the headline. If they have to raise their price, then and they're still going at it, then it's going to continue to fall. So it all a little bit obviously.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously didn't like them paying what they were paying. So now if they pay more,
yeah, they're going to hit it farther. But maybe they're just going to say, okay, you want more, we're out.
yeah.
And so I mean, the trade would be to short HIG then too, if that's the case. But Chubb, I don't mind it down here.
All right, everyone, guys, smash that like button, please, in YouTube. And also be more like Kelly. Kelly Barrett says she tells everyone she knows about this show. Be like Kelly. Tell everyone you know about this show. I don't care if you only know your cat and your dog. Tell them, okay? Tell your pet.
What's this? I'm sorry.
No. What you're going to say. You can't.
Everybody's talking about this RLX. What is this? I've never even seen the stock. It just came out like 10 days ago. It's like, this got to be this. Was this a spinoff? Was this a new IPO? What's the deal with this?
So this was the Chinese e-cig thing, right? That's what that was.
Okay.
So I wanted to bring this up the other day. We kind of ran out of time to bring it up, but yeah, there was a report, I think from Reuters, I want to say, that China is basically, they don't really have any vaping or e-cig regulations, and their report was they're going to move to be more in line with what the U.S. has. And this is similar to the vaping thing that we dealt with from a couple years ago. So, that's what our
direct hit.
Yeah, direct hit. I mean, they're a vaping business. That's what RLX does. So,
yeah. That doesn't sound great.
It doesn't
sound not great, Bob. Not great, Bob. All right, it is 9:03. Let me bring on our next guest, guys. We're a year from the bottom of this crisis, and what that means is there's going to be a lot of companies that made a lot of adjustments to their earnings in the last year. And our next guest actually spends his time going through the details of these earnings reports and seeing, that looks weird. That's a weird adjustment. Oh, they buried that detail. That seems notable. David Traynor is the founder and CEO of New Construct, joining us now on PreMarket Prep. David, good morning.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you as well. So we are basically through the end of the I guess Q4 earnings season, you'd call it. And what, at a high level, what did you see? Did you see a lot of adjustments, a lot of companies, since they're reporting for not just the quarter, but for the whole year, right? Did you see a lot of like weird stuff in this earnings season?
We did. Even in I think the fourth quarter last year, so just through 3 quarters, actually, I take that back, through 2 quarters of 2020, we did an analysis, and the Wall Street Journal picked this up actually, that showed that there were more write-downs reported in the first half of 2020 than in any prior full year for like the last, I think since the financial crisis. So it's the big time kitchen sink effect is what we've been seeing, where companies are purposely taking all the charges they can take to clean their books, to look as good as they can look, so that when things turn around, earnings can be as good as possible and stock prices can go up as much as possible. And I think we've already been seeing some of that over the last few months.
Do you think some of that was like genuine, like genuine write-downs, or people or companies also just being like, all right, this is our chance, let's just throw all the crap out while we can?
That's the funny thing about all this stuff, Spencer. There's always a little bit of genuinity in there, but a lot of it isn't. A lot of it's overstatement, and it's always sort of dividing between those two things that's most important.
Interesting. So, like, when you say you saw a lot of examples, can you give a couple of names and what you saw?
Well, I can. In terms of companies that had the biggest write-downs, like overstatements, a great example just came out the other day. Ingersoll Rand had a bunch of unusual charges. Most of these were hidden, right? So they were in other operating expenses, net. So they were reported as operating, even though they were non-recurring. 146 million of these in total. The distortions we found distorted by almost 500%. But for example, there was inside this other operating expense, I'm reading from our report, there was 93 million in restructuring charges that you found on page 108, a 44 million acquisition related expense on page 36.
That was a write down. is what you're
Yes.
saying. Okay.
An $8 million reimbursement of previously expensed legal defense costs, page 105. $3 million severance, sign-on, relocation, and education search costs on page 108.
So the point of all this isn't necessarily to say, hey, this company is a short because they have a lot of adjustments, or they're long because it looks clean as a whistle. It's to say, hey, maybe the numbers aren't necessarily all that they seem. Is that how you use this? How you interpret this?
Yeah, Spencer, look, I think especially for self-directed investors and more investors these days, they've become so reliant on traditional research resources and news and all that. And really what's been discovered in the last few months or published really is that earnings and research is not as reliable as people think. The numbers just aren't as reliable as people think. And I think in order to be successful, especially in this meme stock frenzy world, you need to have some reliable fundamental dashboard, right? Just understand, hey, is GameStop still a good deal at $50 or at $400, right? Somewhere in there, it goes off the rails.
I don't know.
And what we're here to do is provide people something that's reliable, and we've got a unique technology to do that. Think of us as like blockchain for investing research. We can go through a 500-page document, pull out all these details and footnotes, and give people something that's unconflicted and reliable to understand profits.
So you mentioned it. Are you going to be going through the report tonight with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find some whatever kind of weird stuff may or may not be there in GameStop?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we've been doing. And funny thing is, we actually were early on GameStop. When we were talking this time last year, Spencer, it was on our focus list, and we liked that stock for a while. We came around this year and we said, wow, this thing's it's coming around pretty well. It started getting to $30, and we said, okay, well, it's time for us to close. And by the time we went through our processes, the stock was at 300.
So are there specific things, specific red flags, specific terminologies that you're going to be scraping for, looking for tonight that other people can also look for?
Yeah, there are a ton of keywords, things like unusual, things like non-recurring, things like acquisition related. If you go to our Ingersoll Rand report, there's a nice list of them: foreign currency transaction losses, severance, acquisition related expenses, restructuring. Our database and our technology, has probably, I don't know, 1 million of these things that we've been collecting over the years. And that's how we taught it. We had humans go through and say, hey, this is wrong and it belongs not in this category, but this category.
Right.
We've done that millions and millions of times with the aid of technology, so that now the machine can go through that, sweep through that filing in a matter of seconds or a couple of minutes. A human can go through and say, okay, this all looks right. We've got a bunch of algorithms that check for all these kind of differences. And we can distill a couple 100 pages, 500-page complex annual or quarterly report, very quickly in order to give people, that unconflicted, unbiased measure of profits.
Yep. Ron with David Trainer is the founder and CEO of New Constructs. Newconstructs.com is his website. So overall, David, we're through the end of this earnings season, and you mentioned the Ingersoll Rand report from a couple of days ago. That was pretty recent, but by and large, at least as it pertains to the most recent reports, more or less than expected. And do you expect going forward, now that we've kind of been at this thing for a year, or a year into this crisis, do you expect the number of write downs or adjustments or things to revert back to the mean pre-COVID?
Yeah, so I think that's right. What we've seen when companies have written down so much, right, an extraordinary amount in a short amount of time.
Yeah,
it's like everything's exaggerated, Spencer. I mean,
right.
I think the tech bubble, and we've seen kitchen sink earnings before, but nothing like what we've seen recently, and nothing like what we've seen in terms of sort of ridiculous expectations baked into stock prices. And so what we'll probably switch from is companies that are understating their earnings by bearing so many unusual losses in there, to companies that are going to start juicing the earnings by sneaking unusual gains into their numbers and overstating profits so as to take advantage of the euphoric investment environment.
So, like, what terms could we look for if I was going through an earnings, like a earnings report or a quarterly filing?
The word gain is a big one.
Gain, okay.
Yeah, gain, unusual income, reversal, charges to other accounts. These are all that's a financial one.
Yeah,
these are all things that you do a control F on a Q or a K or a press release. Press releases oftentimes aren't going to have those kinds of details. But yeah, those are some keywords to look for in terms of unusual gains, unusual income.
Interesting. Okay. Question from the chat here. Let me find it. Crazy Clan is asking, David, have you done this sort of research on any EV companies, Tesla, Neo, etc., or any battery plays? We know there's a lot of divisiveness around Tesla and their stock versus their balance sheet. And really, Tesla is just the poster child for the entire space. Have you done this sort of research on this in the EV space?
We have actually. We did some. It was actually an article covered in Bloomberg where we looked at write-downs across sort of the EV companies versus the traditional. The thesis being that the traditional companies, traditional internal combustible engine companies, had to experience more write-downs because maybe their technology was bad, and it didn't turn out that way at all. And they were sort of on a per asset basis, write-downs were equal for the EVs versus the incumbents. But I think with respect to Tesla, they have an unusual income item that is critical to their ability to be profitable, and those are the sale of regulatory credits that we deem as non-recurring and quickly diminishing as we've seen now the incumbents quickly decide to bring a lot of EV production online or to switch their factories over. So Tesla's going to have to find a way to make real profits, which we expect to be considerably challenging with all the with all the competition that's coming in. So
are there other companies maybe like Tesla that are on your high alert list that you, whenever every quarter the report comes around, you're like, okay, we need to look at this? Maybe like GameStop for right now, maybe Tesla. Are there other ones that are super okay, we're super focused on this one? This one is of high interest to us.
Yeah, a couple on the short side, right, that we're just waiting to blow up. DoorDash and Carvana.
Interesting.
Right. DoorDash is really still not making any money. In what is a best ever environment. It's a zero margin business, right? I mean, how many $1 million pizza delivery drivers have you ever known in your life, right?
Not many. Not many.
Risky business doesn't count, right? And so, that's a business that's just there's a lot of competition. It's a zero margin business, and the valuation there is pretty ridiculous. Another one is Carvana.
This is interesting because I've never understood this business model. Has always escaped me. As I understand it, they just you buy a car and then they deliver it to you, right? Isn't that how it works? And the model, it's also like used cars, right? I don't know. The model has never quite made sense to me. I don't know.
Yeah, no. When you dig deeper, basically the value proposition is that they're you can buy a car with a more online experience. Well, guess what? Everyone does that now, right? It's not that hard. Being able to do things online is not a significant competitive advantage. The real issue with Carvana is that they've got lower profits and margins because they have a whole lot less scale, but they're priced as if they're going to sell 4 times as many cars as the industry leader or CarMax. And CarMax benefits from having both the online and bricks and mortar approach. And guess what? People like to test drive cars before they buy them.
Yeah,
right? That's a big purchase. I'm not just going to look at it online and do that. And so, Carvana has got an interesting switch they're trying to undertake in their business model, where they're trying to buy more cars too, because one of the problems in trying to sell as many cars as they wanted to sell is that they lack the benefit of a brick and mortar dealership because they didn't get all these trade-ins, right? They didn't take trade-ins. You can only buy. But the trade-ins are critical to selling and having inventory for used cars, because that's where actually the dealers make most of their money, is on the trade-ins as opposed to the auction.
Right.
And so, you're looking at a stock that missed expectations in the last quarter, and is it's still trading sky high. It's, I think, part of this, I don't know, techie happy investing bubble that we're in some cases.
Hey, give them credit. They've got cool towers. There's one near me. And on that note about the online thing, I mean, I don't know if you've ever tried to buy a Tesla, but it takes like 2 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like the easiest thing in the world. You go to the website, you click, I want that color, I want that model, I want this extension. Boom, you're done. 5 minutes, you're done. Just bought a Tesla, right? It's like the easiest thing to do in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it should be, right? And so,
right.
And I bought a car on Carvana, and been happy with one, not so much on the other. Just trying to check it out, and it wasn't that seamless, and yet when I went to get it, I still had to do a lot of paperwork.
Oh, I can't. Maybe they haven't been able to hack that away yet. David Trainer is the founder and CEO of New Constructs. Does some very good, deep research on earnings reports, 10Ks, 10Qs, and like the accounting behind that stuff. So highly recommend that. David, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. We'll have you on again later in the year.
Great. Thank you, Spencer.
Right.
Good to be with you.
All righty. It is 9:17. That's going to be a wrap for pre-market prep today. If you're listening to this show via podcast, please remember that all the information from our show is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading advice. Thanks to our guests, both Nick Shaheen and David Trainer. I know we did some ticker time today. I've been trying to get to more of that. I'm really trying hard to cover as many tickers as we can. But if for whatever reason you asked a question, you dropped a ticker in chat and we didn't get to it, that's okay, because the chat runs our next show, Get Technical with Neil Hamilton, which is about to start. His show is basically like 20% things that Neil cares about, 80% things that chat cares about. So if you have a question, stick around. There is almost assuredly, basically Neil will get to your question if you stick around. It's basically what the point of Get Technical is a show for you and your questions and your charts. And Neil will look at anything and everything as long as it has price action and price history. Neil will look at it. All right, smash that like button, please, guys, for the show. Seriously, it sounds like stupid. I feel dumb saying it all the time, but it does help. It really does help on YouTube. So hit that like button, not just on YouTube, wherever you're watching this. If you're watching this on Facebook, we're on Twitch, we're on Twitter or Periscope. Smash the like button, please, please, please. And thank you for that. You can always email us as well. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, feedback, good or bad, you love us, you hate us, email us, premarket@benzinga.com. All right. It's 9:20, just about 9:20, 9:19. Let's bring on Neil Hamilton for the Get Technical pregame show. How's that sound, Neil? If that's what this is.
I think that sounds all right. Good morning.
Sounds all right. All right. Let's switch our branding here. Get Technical. How are we doing today?
Doing great, man. How are you?
Doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good, all things considered. I'm doing pretty good.
Good to hear. If you need to talk later, we can do that.
I had a rough night for sports, but it's okay. Okay. There's always next year, just like there's always tomorrow in the markets, or in the case of Fridays, there's always Monday next week.
Very true.
Yep. So that's the best thing about the markets. There's always tomorrow. There's always next week, right?
True.
So don't have to wait a whole year. So how you doing today?
A little bit tired. I stayed up late with my younger brother playing this game called GeoGuessr, which I really wish it was super fun, but I wish I hadn't done it because now I'm tired.
Hey, maybe you're a good person to ask this question we had earlier on pre-market prep. Are you on Discord?
I use Discord, yeah.
You use it? Yeah, okay. So you're interested in Microsoft maybe buying Discord?
No.
No?
I like Discord the way it is.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Microsoft is reportedly in talks to spend $10 billion to buy Discord.
No huge surprise there. That makes total sense.
Well,
I'm sure it'll happen.
Yeah, they bought LinkedIn for a huge premium. They're buying Discord. What does it mean? I don't know. But
Discord, I mean, zero surprise. I mean, that's just going to go into their Xbox world. Probably connect their communication between PC and Xbox.
But you're a big Discord fan, right?
Well, I mean, that's the only way to communicate with people is as a PC gamer, and then it also has become a community for a bunch of other things from that. So
Wait, you can't use Twitch
to communicate with people.
No,
that's not what it's for. Discord is like Slack for gaming.
Yeah, Twitch is more streaming, right?
Twitch is just like what we're doing right now.
Okay. Hey, man, you're the
You are
gamer.
like, dude,
You're the gamer.
you need to hang out with younger people. All right, roll that intro.
Oh man, producer AB, roll the intro. Get me out of here. Producer AB. All right, fine. I'll do it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's do it live.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome into the open where we get technical. You should have investments in long-term growth. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever the heck you are, whatever time you're watching this. Welcome to Get Technical. My name is Neil Hamilton. And this is the show where we talk about stocks, their price action, their patterns, when to enter, when to exit, so we can make money. So today for the show, what I gotta tell you is I am not seeing anything super interesting, super get ahead of the trend. I do have a couple. This is happening right now. Let's go. All right. So that first, let's go. Is going to be Orgo. ORGO. Yeah, I am being feisty. Thank you, Vianoob. Yeah, I'm a little feisty this morning. I'm not going to put up with anything. I didn't get enough sleep. All right. I'm pounding the coffee. Got my meditative music, trying to even myself out. But hey, listen. At least I got some trade ideas for you. ORGO was a high type flag that we pointed out 2 weeks ago. Not actually sure. At any rate, it has the hallmarks of the high type flag, which I have right here for you. We've got a pole that has moved up greater or equal to 100%. That move took less than or equal to 8 weeks. Right now I'm on the day chart, but I'll switch to the week chart so we can see those nice chunky week candles. My tooltips are getting a little bit messed up here, but we moved up 100% or more within an 8-week period. Grand. And then we didn't sell off. In fact, we formed a flag here, switching back to the daily, that did not go down any more than 25%. This one's 21%. That means that people want this stock to keep going up, or they know something, which is probably the case. That's what the smart money be doing. I think that was definitely the case with NMM. There was some recent news with them. NMM, I believe that the smart money knew that something was coming up, and so they held the stock where it was, which we will get over to that in just a minute. You guys all know I love that one. But this is Orgo. This one has broken out. It's in breakout world. Here, my move is I'm okay with a late entry on a high type flag. I'm okay. We're not super. If I pull my RSI up here on the daily, we're not super overbought. All right, we just kind of spiked up here yesterday. I'm okay with an entry. I do want to see what it will do after the open to see if it has a more attractive entry price. But right now we're holding at the high of the body. So looking good. Target price here is $30.84. That is derived from adding the height of your pole to the breakout on your flag. All right. And I know that this is this height does not look the same as this height, but that's because I'm on a logarithmic chart. So these prices, actually, hold on, let's do this. We'll switch to regular. Yeah, see how now they actually look like they're the same size? I take this pole, I add this pole to my line, and it brings me to my price target. That does not mean that the stock stops there. That just means that resolves the pattern. And then we start looking for the next pattern. Decide what to do next. All righty. So checking back in on our other high type flag. This one this one, guys. Give me a 1 in chat if you're in NMM. I think no one y'all didn't believe me on this one, did you? I don't think you were ready for this one. So this was NMM. Everyone knows I loved this one. Broke out like a beautiful phoenix rising from the ashes. Achieved our Fibonacci extension based price target. And I'll slow down here in a second. I just want to cover these really quick. NMM is up right now almost 8% of the day. So I think I'll re-enter. Because it sold off intraday yesterday. That's why I got out. I got out toward the 52-week high, and then it came back. But I didn't re-enter because I was too busy. And sometimes that happens, and that's okay. All right, so Fibonacci extension. Here we go. So what I'm going to do is draw a line from the bottom of our trend up to the top of our flag, down to the swing low on the flag. And what that has done, and hopefully you can see this here. Let me let's go full and full. Yeah, now you can see it. You see this 100% line. We hit the price target based on our Fibonacci extension tool. That's the low point to the high to the swing low, the first swing low, which is usually on a flag pattern or a pennant. That's your lower resistance, or I'm sorry, your lower support. And you can see that we hit that perfectly. So Fibonacci is cool. And that our body of the candle is holding just about under that. So what I'm looking for is a breakthrough or a breakout above this 100% level to hit my pattern-based, pure pattern-based price target of 32.32, which actually, let's see if it's even worth it. So if I get in today and I use my handy-dandy ruler tool, that's a gain of about another 11%. Not sure how long it'll take to resolve, but this thing is cooking. Cooking. Neil, stop playing games all night. Next time you won't feel so tired. Jason, rich coming from a guy who spends 17 screen time iPhone. Thanks for the $5 dono, by the way. 17 hours. The man's Jason Raznick, Chief Zinger at Benzinga. Screen time on his iPhone. 17 hours on his phone. Tell me, who knows what he's doing. All right, so let's keep going. So I think Orgo, I think you still enter. Orgo, let's look at what we can still gain here. I already measured it out for you with this yellow line. An entry today, if we maintain this sort of price level, is about 46% with speed. So we like this one a lot. Okay, so guys, I've got a couple more, but I'm ready to take some tickers from chat. Actually, hold on. I got to do a thing.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Boom. That should hit right about on time for you. The screen delay makes it kind of hard for us to hit the opening bell. But for me, it's 9:29. It should be about 9:30 as soon as you get to the end of that video. The market is open. I want to see the action on NMM, but then I want to take some picks from chat. I want to see what is going on with this thing. I'm going to get my brokerage open here. And again, with NMM, I just like it. I got out because it was so overbought. We see overboughtness. I'm gonna get real aggressive with this paintbrush tool. Whatever. I'm not going to. Overboughtness. Kelly, don't cry. I missed it by 15 seconds. Well, whatever. My target on Orgo. Okay, let's go back to Orgo. I think this, like with these little tooltips, is a really good thing to screen cap and watch for. By the way, Orgo super overbought now, but holding strong. So I've got my price target from where this trend started to form our pull. And I'm on the weekly, so let me switch to the daily so you can see the actual action in here. All right, but when you're looking for high tight flags, you want to start with the weekly because you want this movement to be within an 8-week period. So we hit this high with this red candle here. Let me zoom in even more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which honestly, I think it's this pole that I was using. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Oops. So there you go. Price target of 26 and a half. But look at how we're selling off right now. I bet you, I have a feeling this will do the same thing NMM did, which I'm going to look at now, which is a little sell off intraday and then a recovery around like lunchtime. Morning, Pam. Okay. All right, so let's look at NMM again. Yeah, it's doing exactly the same thing. In fairness, let's see. Orgo, what kind of company is this? Oh, finance. All right, so that's financials. Let's look at some of our sector ETFs really quick to see where the strength is. We had a little reversal of expectations actually with our value stocks. So all of them kind of did the same thing. So when I'm talking about the value stocks, I'm talking about our banks, I'm talking about our metals, and our energy. And they all did the same thing where they came down, COVID crisis, and they were starting to show strength against tech and then breakouts. And then just the past couple days and the end of last week, they all did this. They all dipped back down to this like sort of resistance level that they had before that they had just broken out of. So you can see that with some of the names that we really like. Like one of them that we've been talking about on the show is Steel, X, United States Steel Corp. Actually, no, that's not the one. So wait, XOM? No. What is the XME? That's the one I'm thinking about. The metals. Okay, so I was thinking of the mining, metals and mining ETF. So we broke out, and then we had this little curl down. And then let's look at XOM, which is ExxonMobil. Broke out, little curl down. Let's look at it's another one. VET. Breakout, little curl down. So what we're looking for is sort of a second rally for these stocks to break through these levels, because I don't know where the money is otherwise. I think it's still in these sectors, but we're just in a period of consolidation. How is so Pam? I got VET right here. VET is doing this thing that most of our value stocks and ETFs have been doing, which is we had our reversal, and then we broke out of our key level, and then we hit a resistance level, and then came back down. And we're actually right now trading below that breakout level. So still looking for some sideways consolidation and for this gap to close. I thought it was going to happen sooner, but it did not. Voodoo wants to look at X again. Yep. So this is I got my like John Madden stuff here. Let me get this out of the way. You know it's a cup and handle because there's this cup here. So this is X. This is United States Steel Corp. This is, I don't know how heavily weighted the metal ETF is toward it, but I would imagine quite a bit. Let's really look back in time here. So okay, so the person, I remember the person that first pointed this out got into it because they were noticing the cyclical behavior of the stock, and I thought that was so smart. They just saw the stock and they said, oh, look, it dips down. It's got a little rounding bottom that comes up. It has this resistance, comes back down, a little rounding bottom comes up, does it again. And they just played it like a fiddle. Brilliant. I'm going to get rid of the stupid cup. So what we're looking for now is a breakout from another one of these rounded bottoms. And then what happened, so not now, but previously we had this rounding bottom. And what happened was we hit our resolution or our resistance level here. We got dipped back down. We shook out some of the weaker hands. And then we came back up, but then we had a little downward channel here. A little downward price action, forming our cup with handle on the daily. So what we want to see soon is a break above our sloping resistance line on the cup with handle. All right. And you could treat this like a flag. I'll be honest. So like I was looking at some other I forgot what it was, but it was earlier this morning. For all intents and purposes, this is just the descending triangle. Because your measurements are going to be almost exactly the same. So here for a cup and handle, we go to the low point of the cup up to the right pivot point on the cup. Then we'd add that to our breakout point to set a price target. You can be more aggressive, and instead of setting it to the breakout point, which is hopefully the price action moves a candle up above the sloping resistance, and then we would start our pull there, and then we would say, if this were to happen, it would be about $32 as our price target. You could also be more aggressive and set it to the higher resistance line on your left and right pivot points of the cup and handle. You can also forget the cup thing. Let's just move that away for a second and just treat this. You can even be just very basic and just say, hey, I see a flag here. Easy peasy. And then to be conservative with that, you would measure your swing high of your flag down to your swing low. These are just patterns within patterns. I'm not trying to overcomplicate. I'm just saying there's a bunch of ways you can look at these. And then you would add the swing high to your swing, the measurement of your swing high and your swing low to your breakout point, and you just have a more conservative price target. For a more aggressive price target on the descending triangle pattern, you go down to the bottom where that trend starts, and then you would add that to the apex of your triangle, which is where the two lines meet, and then you would have another price target. And the crazy thing, guys, is that all of those patterns will resolve, and that you will probably hit periods of consolidation at these intermediate resolutions from this pennant. So like this little swing high guy that we say we add to the breakout pattern, if it happened here, dollars to donuts, the stock would break out and then it would consolidate here before continuing the resolution of the greater pattern. And so it's just up to you how long you want to be in. So yes, definite cup and handle on X. The thing is, we're looking at the daily, and I'm not seeing a lot of strength behind it right now. And the MACD looks like it's just about to cross the way I don't want it to cross, which is our fast line, the blue line crossing below the slow line, the orange line. So I'm not seeing any immediate momentum. So far, I got to be honest, this morning is not very interesting based on the stuff I'm looking at. Yeah, thanks, Biden. Let me know. Oh, you're looking at X on 21 and 2. So Voodoo, what does that mean? Hold on, I'm going to put that on screen so everyone knows what you're talking about. So Voo, curly bracket, do. Looking at X on 21. You're looking at it at those price levels. Snowflake. Yeah, guys, smash that record viewership. Not really. I don't know what our record viewership is. Yeah, Eric says market's red, VIX jumping up. Let's take a little. Let's while you're getting back to me, Voodoo, with what exactly you mean on X. Do you mean that's like your support levels, perhaps? I'll take a look at that. But let's take a look at our big index ETFs, not QQ. Q. Yep, here we go, guys. This is what I was saying. We're not getting those higher highs. This rally did not get higher than where we were on March 2nd, March 1st, and now we're in lower low territory. We're in downward trend. We are still in a downward trend with NASDAQ. That's the reality that we're in. SPY is in an upward trend, yes. Not a super strong day. It's not red. But it looks like it very well could bounce between red and green for sure. So this is the daily. Let's take it down to hourly to look at SPY. So we're looking at SPY on the hourly chart. In fact, let's take it down even more since it's so early in the day. Let's take it down to 10-minute. We are trending upward. We're trending upward. Things are actually looking decent right now at the open for SPY, but they could go either way really quickly. So I'm actually going to draw this under support. So we got some nice sloping support under SPY on the 10-minute. And then I have the 8 and 21 increment exponential moving averages, just the 8 and 21 EMA. With the 8, the faster line being red, looking like it really wants to cross the slower line, which is a bullish indicator here. And we got a nice hammer forming here, which is a good indication that the following candle, we got 7 minutes until this candle resolves, might be up. We also have convergence or agreement at the very least with our RSI also sloping up. And then we also have our MACD. Our fast line is crossed above our slow line, and they're both trending back up into bullish territory. So this is 10 min. Support levels, Voodoo. Okay, so what was that? What stock was that? That was X. Okay, so we're going back to X because Voodoo, curly bracket do. Is seeing support around, I think it was the 21 handle. Gonna turn on my 50-day moving average. We're above our 50-day, so we are in healthy territory. 28, 21. I see what you're doing. So you're using the body of the candle and the wick of the candle to define that range. So Voodoo, I'm gonna get rid of my stupid drawings. And then Voodoo, tell me if this is how you're looking at it. So we've got the body of these candles right here showing support. They line up really nice. And then the wick sort of extend that range. And because markets are organic, they don't always line up perfectly. So sometimes instead of a line, I like to use my handy dandy rectangle tool to draw something like this and say this is support. And we can see that this wick from January 8th came right down to this level of support right here. And then we can also see that the body of the March 9th and March 10th candles pretty much agree because this was a point of resistance previously. So I think curly bracket do is looking for the bounce to continue, if I'm not mistaken. And then what I would like to do, I wish there was a way to like double click this and just auto extend it, but this isn't Photoshop. Anyone here that has experience with Photoshop and has sort of that has the muscle memory built in? Give me an amen in chat if you've ever tried to apply the Photoshop shortcuts to your charting tool. I do it constantly. This level is relevant back in 14. I'm seeing multiple points where this level was relevant for steel. So let's go ahead and just get a bigger picture here. I'm going to use the weekly. Yeah, this has been a point of contention for a very long time with steel. Actually, if we can go back even further, you can see this level being resistance here before it went through this rounding bottom phase. And what happened here is shot up through that. But Here we are coming out of a rounding bottom. Paintbrush tool. This is X, United States Steel Corp. Handy dandy paintbrush. Like strictly, you could say that these are the two pivots of the rounding bottom. But just basing this on this resistance, we hit it. We didn't quite come out. Then now we're coming out, and now we're bouncing. So I think that's very reasonable. Vu curly bracket do that you're looking for a bounce here to resolve this rounding bottom. And if that's the way you're looking at it, you might see something like this as a price target around 37. Let me know if I'm going too fast, but that gets you right about to this resistance. Beautiful. Beautiful. That would make total sense. So if we do get some real momentum behind X for it to hit the depth of this rounded bottom up to this support line that you've defined, Voodoo, and then for it to start consolidating or for the impulse to sort of peter out right about where we hit this resistance in the past. Beautiful. Okay, cool. Voodoo says on the bounce he's going to go long. He or she. Them. Very mysterious name. Looks like you've got that Renaissance painting of the person who's, I don't know, skull and book. We have a person of culture in chat. A person of culture and finance. Okay, what do we want to look at, ladies and gentlemen? GPRE high type flag. I didn't cover this one. Green Plains. Don't forget it. Green Plains, keep your eyeballs on it. Take your screen and put it right up against your face. GPRE. Looking for a break above 28.8. All right. Fubo. You got it, because I think I was looking at that earlier. God, who is this talented artist that left this here for me? Bearish signs today. I can zoom in here real good because we're on weekly. All right, what am I looking for on Fubo? The thing with Fubo is that this rounded bottom is not little by any means. It's a pretty long period of time. This thing, I believe, is resolved. So we go from the low of our rounding bottom to the neckline and then add it. You can see that it pretty much got there and then came back down. Do I have a handle where I can share charts? Maybe. I prefer just to do it on Twitter. Okay, guys, if you got a stock, give me the time frame and what type of trade or investment you want to make with it. Time periods are very important here. Man, looking red. Let me go to my sector ETS and just see what the day looks like. This is not a sector ETF, but USAT, a pick from chat. I like it. I'm in it. Let me why do I not have my brokerage open right now? I sacrifice all my opportunities for you guys. Yep, I'm red today. I'm down 0.7%. Yeah, I'm down on some of my trades. USAT is red for the day. That's a big part of why. So I set my stop for USAT at 11.26. All right. I was checking on that for myself. Ride on the daily chart. Yeah, what a ride. mean, this is largely sideways trading. So really quick there, I just used my volume profile tool to find where most of the buying and selling volume was. That's right here. You can see that this point has been important. So I think you're always, I mean, the volume profile is basically telling us that every time you're hitting this point, you're going to hit congestion and it's going to slow down whatever price movement you have. So you're probably looking for the bounce, right? Looking for the bounce on RIDE Ride, Lordstown Motors Corp. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it's hardly holding support. Let's see if there are any other indicators in agreement. It is not oversold, but the RSI is in agreement there. Everything's in an agreement in terms of our other indicators. So let's look at it on a shorter time frame. Oh, one thing I wanted to check. Let's go back to our... Nah, it's not worth it. I was going to do the 200-day moving average, but that thing, I think it was too young. Let's turn this off. So for the day... Ride is looking like it's a short. If you're trading Ride today, it looks like the first half of the day is a short. We could go short on Ride. And then if you want to use this technique, which I found this technique is cracked. When I have time to do this using the 8 and 21 EMA and just confirming that I don't have anything funky going on by using my RSI and my MACD, the 8 and 21 EMA crossing is a cracked options trading technique for the day. So if you wanted to go short on Ride, I mean, you're damn close to the support level. So, I mean, you got to be mindful of the context that you're living in. So it's probably not going to go much lower than it is right now. In fact, I mean, we're already pushing it. So if you're playing the bounce, what I would do is look for confirmation of that bounce on the 10-minute. This is what I would do. I'm not saying like this is what I would do as in I'm telling you what you should do. I'm saying literally this is all I know to do. And it has worked for me, is to look at the 10-minute chart and look for the 8 exponential moving average across above the 21 exponential moving average before I go long. That's where I would look for a bounce, and then I would just ride that bounce, ride it until the two lines cross down as a sell signal. The way I've been doing that is I've been getting the so wait for 8 EMA to cross above 21 EMA. Yeah, we'll say buy. And then sell signal is and then how to trade it. So in the money call with expiration this Friday. Buy and sell to close within the trading day. That's it for the bullish play. So like if I were gonna day trade this, I would want to see. So now that it's already 9:55, so trading's gonna slow down after like 10:30. Just volume's just gonna disappear. But you want to check these. I've found the best time to check for these again is around 1 or 1:30 for the crosses, to get you set up for the lunch rush into power hour at the end of the day. And you got to remember that even if you have extended hours trading, your options, you're only going to be able to trade during normal trading hours. But at any rate, in the money call, expiration this Friday, in and out same day. That's it. So Voodoo has a really great point, which is to be more conservative. Totally. So Voodoo is saying with this technique, you'll see a cross with the blue and red line. So it might look something like this. Let's get our handy dandy paintbrush tool out. So let's say this is our red. And then what would that look like? Yeah, it would be something like this. And the cross occurred here, right? But you have to remember that moving averages are lagging indicators. They are a smoothing out of what the candles did over the past 8 and 21 increments. So they can change. Like the next candle can happen, and then they'll shift slightly. You know, and then you might get something that doesn't totally cross. Or you'll just get less strength. So what Voodoo is saying, which I think is fantastic advice, is to just confirm with the next candle to make sure that you've got solid strength, going in the direction that you're sort of predicting and hoping for based on your setup. Very good advice. And then also with options, depending on the stock, sometimes you just might not get filled if you're just doing like a general market order. And with a market order, you're buying in between the bid and the ask on whatever brokerage you might be using. In general, I think it's going to try to find the mark, which is like a happy medium. Sometimes it's best if you're really into this to just buy at the ask, if you just want the damn thing to get filled, because sometimes it won't get filled. I've had this happen where it won't get filled, and then the stock is going like this, and then it comes all the way back down, and then I get filled at my price, and then I'm holding the bag like an idiot. At any rate, this is the basic technique. Shout out to Brad from TradingGrounds.live. This is 100% him. Yeah, Souza says, I agree with Voodoo. Wait for confirmation. Yep. Okay. I don't even know. Hey, producer AB, can you come on for a sec? Okay. Producer AB is he's tied up. We have a right now. I think we just hit 1 million viewers today, which is the second time we've done this for the show. So he's pretty busy making sure the servers don't crash. Okay, so we're looking at IMTE on the daily. And what were we saying? Good grief, get out of here. High tight flag on the daily chart. Let's see. So since this is daily, we got ooh. Nice stock, my friend. Nice stock. Okay, so insane movement here. Yep. So definitely 100% or more movement. We're on the daily. So did it droop down? It only drooped down 21%. That's today. So, I mean, something crazy could certainly happen. Let me get rid of these moving averages. So we're just looking at price. Yeah, this is a high tide flag. Yep, 1 million viewers in the arena right now. This is a lovely high tide flag. So I guess we just want to hold the breadth of this candle. A little rectangular action here. Let's add this so we can check in on it tomorrow. Week 6. IMTE, Integrated Media Technology Limited. rectangle coming into play. High tight flags following rounding bottoms. Always look for them. This is like going like truffling or like looking for mushrooms after the rain. You know, after you got like a little rainy period with this beautiful double bottom, or I mean, I don't know. I would rather just say this is a rounding bottom because this is madness. You gotta get your truffling pig out and go out looking for mushrooms. At any rate, yeah, I don't know. I think a million people watching. I don't think I get nervous until like 5 million. 5 million. Then I'm seriously considering like showering before doing the show. Then I might like, I don't know, dress better. All right. I'm looking for my rectangle. Boom, boom. I'm using just this candle. This thing is a beast. Look at this momentum. This is madness. So very simple, dude. What's going on with this stock? So we've got resistance here. Let's do this thing. Let's really I gotta roll up my sleeves here. Quick answer is yes, it is a high tight flag. So we just want to see where we're going to get stuck on this one. Good find. Tony Tsunami. All right, so this is really the neckline of a rounding bottom, which we're still looking to totally resolve. So we're just broken out of that. So let's do the whole rounding bottom thing. To our low point, rounding bottom, following a downward trend, which you can see very, very nicely. Following downward trend. All right, let's get that out of here. I just did that to demonstrate. Let's look for our resolution. Depth, which is the low point to the neckline, which is our upper resistance level. Setting a price target just for the rounded bottom, which is probably, it looks like it's a little bit more. Actually, it should be equivalent because this high tight flag happens so quickly. It's going to be the same price target. Again, patterns within patterns. The resolution of this high tight flag is going to be the resolution of this rounding bottom, which is about $17, which from this breakout point is a gain of 62%. Wow. Oh, is it an NFT? Damn it. Okay. So let's keep everything within the realm of reason. We shall see, because it happens so quickly. I want to see if the smart money maintains this. It was an NFT bump. Electronic technology, electronic production equipment. Okie dokie smoky. We'll watch it. But remember, it's not a pattern. It's not truly a pattern until it's confirmed with a breakout in the direction that the pattern indicates. I'm frozen again. Damn, I look good. And then the pattern dissolves if it breaks down past the support level. All right. Should I just stay like that? Should I just keep my camera like that? I think that's pretty good, right, guys? All right. Producer AB, don't shut down the show. I'm going to be right back.
Uh-oh, guys. Looks like, I don't know what happened to Neil. It's producer AB here. Oh, there we go. There's Neil. Get him back on the screen. Neil?
Yeah, my camera froze again.
Some more camera issues?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Thank you, Happy. Yeah, let's get to 600 likes. Come on, guys.
Stocks are you watching, producer AB?
I have some open Facebook calls right now that I might get out of today. You know, the thesis was on it. I like how I read a report a couple weeks ago about how much or how many employees are essentially shifting to the Oculus, like AR and VR department. Basically, if you look at what's going on the why'd that ride pop up on the VR AR side of Facebook, they're being like that part of it's being undervalued because people are still looking at it as just like a social media company or whatever. But I read this one guy that did a bunch of DD that basically said if Oculus was its own company right now, like completely separate from Facebook, it'd be valued at like $350 a share. I don't know if it's true or not, but I like the thesis. And so I bought these calls like before this little run up. So that's why I might get out of them today because I've already had some good percent return on them.
I mean, all of that sounds smart. All of that, I mean, take profit. That's what it's all about. We're also at a resistance. So
yeah. I will say though, the other day when I forget, maybe it was last Thursday or something, when a lot of tech was down, Facebook was holding a lot of relative strength. Like I know Apple like stayed down 1.5%, and then Facebook kind of, if you put it up against QQQ. And I like that. I like the fact that it's holding relative strength against other competitors in its sector.
Yeah, is that based on the Oculus thing?
I assume so because I don't think there's really any other catalysts, recently. But I always thought, it was going to be either Microsoft or Sony that would put out the first VR. And the real question is who does it to the point where it's easy for someone to just go out and buy it and put it in their home and start using it. And it seems like the Oculus right now is the leader in that.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is very true. I think another catalyst might be reopening because that's going to be a bunch of small and medium-sized businesses that are using Facebook for advertising that had to stop.
What is this we're looking at? IWM?
Yeah, so this is the small cap ETF, Russell 2000. So I just kind of wanted to see how this was doing and see if that was congruent with what's happening with Facebook, but it's not totally. All right, guys. Producer AB, do we have any guests coming up? Clearly not today, but I'm wondering if we have anytime soon.
Oh yeah, we'll have some guests coming up. I'm just kidding. I think by the end of this week we might get Julia Cordova back on. We might get I want to get
Got it. If you get Julia on again, I'll wear a rat suit.
No, then she won't want to come on again.
Well, you don't tell her I'm going to wear it.
I'm saying subsequently you wear it, she sees it, and she's like, all right, that's my last time going on the show.
True. Yeah, that's a risk I don't want to run.
I like having Anka Metcalf on. She knows what she's talking about. I would love to get her back on. What about do any viewers have any suggestions for guests that they'd like to see on? Maybe someone else you watch that has some good technical analysis that you'd like to see us.
Yeah, let us know who you want to see. Apple. So someone previously asked me about Apple. Well, no, they didn't ask me about Apple. They're like, "What was the worst trade that you ever made? What's the most you ever lost on a trade?" I was like, "Oh, $1,000." I actually lost like $2,000, and it was just on two trades that were just both me going long on Apple at the same time. And I just got freaking whipsawed. When was it? Was it no? It wouldn't have been September. It would have been the beginning of this year. Yeah, it was just right before everything went kaput. I think I was looking at this like a flag. I was ready to go. The the suggestions are great. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, Warren Buffett's kind of an easy one. That's why we don't do that. It's like anyone can get worry about
Yeah,
that.
and I've already booked Mia Khalifa as a guest, so I'm in contact. That's no problem.
Mia Khalifa and Mossy Trades versus Neil and producer. I don't even know what that means. You want us to fight? Apple calls today. All right, let's take a look at Apple. What's going on? I wouldn't buy any like swing trade calls on Apple right now because I think it's in a downtrend. Nothing going on with, well, actually, hold on. You got a higher low, but it's a lower high so far. Overall, Apple is not appealing to me over the short to intermediate time frame. But if you go super short time frame, I might be able to see what you're talking about. Hey, maybe some Apple calls. I'll play ball. Let's see if we've got agreement. So the MACD is curling up really nicely. RSI is curling up. Yeah, why not? Getting in the money Apple call. Expiring Friday. In the money Apple call is about $173 right now. I'm just gonna get one. Should be able to get that filled pretty easily. It's Apple after all. Got it right away. Yep, and then the play here is just like I had before. So what do I have that on? Orgo, Arlo, IMTE. At any rate. Just looking for the 8 and 21 to cross. And then sell that call that I just bought. I got it for $174, so down a little bit right now, like $4. Pam likes it. I know when Pam likes stuff that it really adds a lot of confidence to what I've just done. So right now we're long Apple with an in the money call expiring Friday. So the strike price on that call I hate my brokerage. It was about 123 call.
Yes.
Muting producer AB. All right, so looking for that bounce at 123. BFI looking like a nice setup here. Let's split the charts here. BFI looking nice on daily. Hey, we're gonna break out. That's just a really loose resistance line. Genius is going too. So BFI, let's look at a shorter time frame. What? Oh. Yeah, I mean, for the day, I think it's reasonable to be long. Although, what time was this? 9:40, 9:50. Wait, what time is it now? 10:15. Usually after the 10 o'clock candle, we learned this from I think it was Anka Metcalf from Trade Out Loud. She likes to see a candle after the 10 a.m. candle. She likes to see the next one be an increase in price in order to maintain a long position. If not, she's not trading it, and she's getting out during what she calls the doldrum hours, or the hours where there's like no activity in the markets after 10:30 up until about 2. FNKO. So I'm keeping Apple open. just because I'm in a trade right now. So I'm going to do this on the right, FNKO. KO, nice gap. So what about the flag? Is that a daily, I'm assuming? Ah. And it is in a trend. Let me get rid of these moving averages. Nice. Nice. Very good. Let's measure this really quick. 41%. All right, so we're going to treat this like what it is, which is a descending triangle. Continuation pattern. Not very volatile swings, I will say. A lot of inside days. Is this how you're looking at it for FNKO? Yeah, FNKO, I would do something like, well, actually, this is a dumb way to do it. You could say a descending bull flag. You're going to get the same result, really, either way, to be completely honest. There's no need to split hairs over like the title of the pattern and exactly how to draw it. So you've got with this, you would look at the pole, so the beginning of the trend up to the swing high, which is right about here. And you could say from a breakout point, you can set a pretty high price target actually of 24. Or if you want to look at this like a descending triangle, that's not going to change much except for you're going to get an intermediate price target of the swing high to the swing low and add that to your breakout point. And the breakout points are hypothetical breakout points because the pattern is not confirmed until we get a candle that closes above the sloping line of resistance. And when that happens, you get a lower price target of about 21, 23. So would not be terribly surprised if the price action was something like this. Not straight up, obviously. That would be really cool. Maybe more like this. Like that. Was that your Cameron? Did that answer your question? Looking at Apple's looking okay. Apple's looking a-okay. We're still curling up pretty nicely on the MACD. About a minute left before this candle resolves. Hopefully this could very well just be a reversal here. A hanging man reversal. Hanging man reversal is just a candle. Let's get my paintbrush out. Paintbrush. So you get a candle up, and then you get a candle that's got like an upside down hammer, which is really what we got here. Usually followed by a downward movement. So if that's the case, I'm out. And if that's the case, I'm out of the Apple trade, protecting my capital. Nine seconds to resolve the 10-minute candle. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. NMM, or was it dropping on me? Good thing I'm out. Yep. We are still split apart here on that. The MACD is getting stronger above 0. Fast line's above the slow line. We're still looking pretty good with separation between our fast line and our slow line on the EMAs. But this red candle's not great. Not great. NMM is our high type flag. Holding support though. The previous close is violated by the wick, but not the body. Boom. I mean, it could be entry. Diamond hands. Mitch, nice. I don't know if this is a big drop for NMM. Like in the context of the stock of this price action. I mean, look what it took to get here. We had days like this. AEPL, not looking good. Is spinning top. Could go either way, Voodoo says. So spinning top is a completely neutral candle. You don't really know. Although I don't like this. I don't like that at all. DraftKings. Let's look at it as a day trade. It's down on the day. That's okay. Day trader is pretty good for options. What am I on right now? Let's go 10. All right, looking at it as a day trade. Yeah, I think puts on DraftKings is not a bad idea. IMHO, everything's in agreement here. And we don't have, well, okay, so we'll see if it holds this, if it breaks through this support level. But I would be targeting this line. So we do have the cross. We have the cross of our two EMAs going the way that we want it to go short on DraftKings, DKNG. But it looks like it might hold this support level. So I want to see it break down through that little confirmation. DLP. Okay, so Louis or Louis, when you do can we get the Cameron Dole comment off? Let's get that. I got you, Cameron. With DLPN, you got to let me know what time frame you want to look at. Tim Bowen, yeah, he would be a good guest. I have Apple on the left here. Or, whoa, it changed on me. No, I do. I have Apple on the left. This is Apple or on 10-minute increments. And it's not doing what I want. We're down $20. I don't like that. But I'm willing to hold it until I get more confirmation. However, the trend... See if the trend is my friend. No, the trend is not my friend today. The trend is not my friend with Apple. I don't think today's the day that Apple breaks out. Selling to close, Apple. And that's okay. Losing $18 on a little experiment. What do you want to give me the time frame you want to look at for Apple, Jonas? Because I have Apple on 10 minutes. AIKI daily, you got it. Doesn't look like DraftKings is going to go down past support, so I'm not going to go short on it. AIKI. Nice. On the 10-minute, let's go look at daily. Get rid of these moving averages. And put the spotlight on price action. Hey. Nice base. Which is right where we're at. We're holding the neckline. Yep, so you're looking for a bounce, which looks like the body is holding. So let's get a little more exact here. I was looking at the relevant sort of median on this stock. And of course, most of the price action happened on a rounding bottom. So let's get rid of that. Let's get a rectangle tool. This is how I would keep this stock in perspective. Whoa. Rectangle tool at this median price level. We'll go ahead and grab this wick. Might even want to just go a little bit higher. This is a meaningful level. It looks like we are holding support here. If you're looking for a bounce, I don't see any indicators of momentum. The volume, meh. You'd want to see a continuation of volume. I mean, it's definitely higher than it was for like most of 2020. What's the idea on this one? Oh, you want to see Apple over the last 3 months? Sure. I mean, it's kind of a sad story. It's kind of floundering. You've got an Apple at 120. My humble opinion on Apple is that it's, you know, is just like QQQ. We got 3 minutes left of the show, folks. Is that it's in a downward trend. Let me just get rid of everything. We peaked out. We're setting the neckline for this right about here. I think that Apple could still go down a bit more. And the trend is still down. So let's so we're just not getting higher highs and higher lows yet. And then also, like for Apple, you should definitely have your 50 and 200-day moving averages. I should have just started with that. You don't want to, like, if you're in between, you want to be above the 50-day for like bullish, put your chips on the table. And that's this greenish line right here. This is your 50-day moving average. And you really want to stay above 200-day moving average with a blue chip stock. I'm not getting blue chip stocks that are below the 200-day moving average. That's a wounded animal. When you're mid-range between the two, you want to see indication of a comeback. So let me get rid of these things, these two, and just show you that the trend is down. We're in a downward trend. If you really wanted to segment the markets, you could say that Apple and a lot of like the basically FANG stocks are still in correction. So I wouldn't be long stocks that are in a correction. If you're long, like as in time, like over a year, sure. I think you could find a better entry though. I think it still has some room to go down. I think if it crosses down the 200, yikes. And if it crosses above the 50, then it's looking like it might be getting out of where we are. But we've had some external stimulating factors that haven't really turned it around. All right. That is it for the show, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all for joining me. This is a more laid back day. I think let's bring some excitement tomorrow. I wasn't prepared. I honestly thought we were going to have a guest. But it was good spending time with you guys. As always, lots of great picks from chat. Be careful out there. I'm not getting any real clear indications of what's going on with the market other than we're trading a bit sideways. Whoa, look, I get the branding for the next show. I'm a lucky guy. So all right, so I guess I'm out. Let's go ahead and roll the next show. Thanks everyone for joining me. This has been Get Tactical. I'm Neil Hamilton.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for episode 4 of Women in Fintech. As you probably have heard, March is Women's History Month, so we're bringing on women in various industries in finance and technology to amplify their voices and learn from their experiences. Over the past 2 decades, the number of women entrepreneurs has increased by 114%. In addition to that, women-owned businesses employ 9.4 million people as of 2019. And despite contributing enormously to the economy, women-owned firms received only 4.75% of federal contracts in 2018. We are closing that gender gap, but equality is still to come and progress to be made. Today, you'll hear from Catherine St. John at Trading Central, Barbara Provo from Purse Strings, and Catherine Van Nuys, head of fintech at AWS. I'm your host, Jordan Robertson, and we're going to jump right in with Catherine St. John. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, of course. So I really just wondering if you can introduce yourself and tell us what you do at Trading Central.
Yeah, sure. I head up user experience over at Trading Central. We're a global fintech. So we analyze all sorts of data to help people make decisions about their investments. And it's loaded up through, I would say, the world's most admired investing brands. I started there just after finishing my computer science degree. We were a little startup operating out of a little townhouse, if you will, building chart pattern recognition from scratch. And were acquired in 2016 by a Paris-based company called Trading Central. So that's been really exciting with, working with their European and Asian clients. So that's me. Hi.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, Barb. Welcome.
Hi.
So can you tell us about yourself and Purse Strings and why you founded it?
Sure. I'm Dr. Barb Provo, founder of Purse Strings. I founded Purse Strings because what I've learned over the years working as a consultant in the financial industry is that women were really an overlooked market. I did a lot of data, focus groups, and found that women are a very powerful market to the tune of $23 trillion, yet they're very overlooked by the financial industry. And women are not prepared for their own financial future. So I've created a model where we provide free online tools and resources for women to help them learn how to make smart financial decisions for themselves and their family. Moreover, we pair them with top financial professionals who know how to serve a female market, who listen to women and put the needs of women front and center. And those are called our Purse Strings approved professionals. All things money, so realtors, lenders, investors, financial planners, PNC agents, we prepare and present them to our community of women.
Okay, thank you, Barb. I love your platform. Hi, Catherine Van Nuys. Can you introduce yourself and tell us how you got started at Amazon? And I'm also just curious, like what you do as head of fintech.
Sure. So thanks so much for having me. Just to set the stage, I'm actually part of a startup organization at AWS, and our role is just to support startups from the very early stages all the way through the different phases of their growth. And so it's a team of former founders or investors and just startup operators who partner with startups around the world to help them build, launch, grow, scale their businesses. And so in my role, I focus exclusively on how are we supporting fintech startups, what are the unique needs that they might have or challenges, and how do we create the right programs, resources, products, services, you name it, that can support them as they are building. And so I love it because I get to work with a lot of really innovative and interesting companies, around the world. And I have a team that's based from in Latin America and India, Asia, and Europe as well.
Wow. Awesome. So even though you guys all work in different industries, they're traditionally very male dominated. So actually, Catherine Van Nuys, I was wondering if you faced any challenges specifically as a woman that gave you unique skills to excel in your field.
I think, when I first joined and when I was at Lehman, I was on a trading desk and, one of the very few females there. And I think what I've always just done is really been myself. And I remember, I think there was some pressures or needs to act in a certain way or act more masculine or less female. And I've always just sort of embraced my skill set, which may or may not be unique to sort of being a woman, but just really, listening, being a good communicator, being very responsive, being able to manage a lot of different stakeholders. And that's really helped me to earn trust with different, my managers and different people internally. So using sort of my, people skills has really helped me along my career. So I really just have always tried to be myself and embrace the pieces of me that are unique, because it's very obvious and very transparent when you're trying to be something you're not, or you're acting really outside of your comfort zone. So I think that was, what I've always really taken to heart in a variety of my roles.
Okay, yeah, thank you for sharing. Catherine St. John, so do you ever feel intimidated by working in your industry in trading and investing? And if so, how do you deal with those feelings?
I think people encounter all sorts of moments where you feel a bit intimidated, maybe not so much by this specific industry. I don't know, I think my personality is a bit that I get energized sometimes by things that seem like a bit of a challenge. But I just lean back to, honing your skill set and focusing on what you know. I think that working with founders has really shaped that sort of attitude to say that, your contributions and your skill set matters, and we're really counting on you to make a difference and to apply those skills to the problems of the business. And, so it just kind of shifts your orientation to focus on being productive. And I think that's one of the great things about working with founders, is that what really matters is the success of their business. Perhaps it would be different at a different kind of company where there's many layers and personal interests involved. So, I tend not to see the same kind of like barriers or lines that a lot of other people see. And I think that's a good way to just keep moving forward and learning new skills to solve problems and make a difference. So that's what seems to work for me.
Yeah, one of our core values at Benzinga is actually it's the what, not the who, and that's really what it reminded me of when you were talking about that. So, I actually want to go back to Barb. I know you were saying that your goal with Purse Strings is to empower women financially. So, is there something that inspired you to create the platform at first?
Yes, absolutely. When I was working in the financial industry, I could see by the processes they use, the one sale process, the marketing materials they used, a lot of the processes and procedures were not ones that really adhered or served women. And I brought that up consistently, but to no avail. And at the same time, I could see women who were, bagging my groceries or at Costco handing out little treats, and they were of retirement age. And so I really stepped back. I'm an adult educator, and did the deep research and thought, why is the industry, how are they serving women, which turned out to be that they're the least sympathetic to women, and women are not prepared for their financial future. So I saw a huge gap, and women would tell me when I talk to a financial professional, they don't even look at me. That's the first thing women tell me, and I was just dumbfounded by that. And why would you, work with any customer in any service area and not even look at them or engage in them? So I knew there was a huge void here, and yet women are such a powerful market. So I deal with this male-female issue all the time in my industry, because sometimes the industry just doesn't see it. And a great example of that, just an analogy, is in the NCAA this weekend, where the women showed you their workout room and then the men's workout room, and there was a vast difference. And so if you compare that to the financial industry, you could overlay that experience in the very same way. So there's a huge divide between the way that they're not serving the female market and what women need. And they're leaving a lot of money on the table because they're not really serving a female market.
Wow. So do you think that there has been, we've made some progression since founding Purse Strings, or do you still find that that gap is still very vast?
Oh, that gap is still there. It's really, really hard work to do this kind of work in a male-dominated industry. And as you said at the beginning of your show, I fully bootstrapped Purse Strings while I was running my consultation firm and raising children. So it's, one day after the other is trying to, earn from Peter to pay Paul, because I believe so much in this mission. And women are just not funded in their businesses, even though we pitch a lot to different industries. We really need money to help support these very important issues that will help bring up women, especially during this time of COVID, when women are really the safety net for everything and feeling it financially. So women need a lot of help in terms of counseling, coaching, understanding their financials, learning how to work in this new world where they might have to leave the workforce. How are they going to prepare for their financial future, especially in a time when, most women will age alone, solo, as they typically will outlive their male spouse.
Wow, totally agree with you, which is why your platform is just, it's so important for women. Catherine Van Nuys, so is there something that attracted you to fintech specifically, or was it more of like a happenstance, or?
Mute.
Catherine, can you check your microphone? I think you might be on mute.
My headset might be giving me trouble. Can you hear me better now? Okay, sorry about that. So I was saying, I think what happened was what initially got into startups, coming from the financial services space. I had been at Lehman Brothers in 2008, when everything kind of went a little sideways. And so ended up finding myself looking for something a little new and joined a startup called Rabini Global Economics, and ended up moving out to London and building out. I had an opportunity, I think, another lesson I always learned was to really seize opportunities and step up and take on ownership. And so I saw there was an opportunity with the void in leadership in the European office. And by building relationships and earning the trust of the senior leaders, ended up building out and owning a team for that business in Europe. And so it was quite a challenge, but I think what I loved about it was that startup element, that I was able to come in, work hard, see an opportunity, and get to wear a lot of different hats and manage a team and learn a ton. And so that really just made me want to stay with startups. And so when I moved back to the US, I saw that fintech was, so it had, for me, that nice combination of startup. So a lot of autonomy, a lot of opportunity, but also kind of, brought my experience of financial services in. So I was able to really leverage my past experiences to come into fintech. And I started looking at the space, I think it was 2012, right when I think it was at the time kind of peer-to-peer lending and Prosper and Lending Club and all these new companies were just getting, they had been around, but were really heating up, and a lot of new companies were getting started. And so found an opportunity and ended up kind of going for it and have never looked back.
I love what you said about startups and learning, because I definitely think that's the space where you learn a huge amount in. So that's awesome. So Barb, I want to swing it back to you. So Purse Strings is a platform that bridges the gap between, the unique needs of women in the financial industry. What advice do you have for businesses or platforms that are trying to attract more women to their product or service?
Mm-hmm. Women really love value. So a lot of times people will focus on price, but one gentleman said to me, do women not buy long-term care because it's too expensive? And I said, have you looked at what someone pay for their purses and their face creams and their shoes? Women will spend money on what they feel is of value to them and will help them in their busy life and their busy schedule, and provide a value to their life. So price is not always the first consideration when women are making purchasing decisions. They really want to know, is this a good decision? I don't want to have to make this decision twice. Is this a value to me? Will this help me in my daily life or whatever I'm purchasing this for? How will it help me? And what is the service that will be provided? Because women really value service as well.
Yes, totally agree. Thank you for sharing that as well. So Catherine St. John, you have a background in computer science. How did your expertise in this area lead you to product design in particular, and in particular to the retail investing space?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, I started out actually building our first user interface. We were originally working on providing our content as data, and didn't really want to build a user interface. And so it was really interesting to just jump in and say yes to the opportunity to help out by by taking that step and contributing in that way. So we were really small. So naturally, the person building the user interface is doing a lot of thinking about how people are going to use the content and helping evolve that over time. And so I ended up moving into product management ultimately, and kind of interesting over the years to see more and more of your code being deleted and replaced, which is good. and I really realized that we needed a strong focus on user experience, on paying attention specifically to how people are able to get the most value out of our content, helping them to make decisions, and kind of looking at the broader ecosystem of partners like Benzinga, for example, and the clients that we work with to evolve kind of the broader investing experience and not sort of only like a specific app or data point that we're working on. So that was kind of the natural evolution from coding as user interface and being responsible for a lot as a startup, and then having the opportunity to really bring some focus and specialization in the area of user experience over the years.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. So kind of pivoting into advice for your users, what are some first steps for someone who is interested in retail investing or trading? Like, what should they take?
Oh, yeah, interesting. I think you learn a lot. I think it was Tom Sosnoff that said it once at one of our events, the importance of just jumping in and taking a risk. So you learn a lot by just getting some exposure and getting started. And there's ways for people to get started with very limited risk, to take a position. My daughter, who's, when she was 11, she bought her first stock in Hershey's, and so, she put $100 down or whatever it was at the time. And, so you can get involved. And when you get involved, you start to learn. Like, you almost can't help but learn because your curiosity is sparked and your interest is sparked. So I think that is the really very first and most important lesson in a lot of things. I mean, I even just think about how I started my career in computer science. I started in business, took a course in programming. There's a whole space I didn't even know about, but just by getting exposure and taking a step. So, you've got, as you said, if you're going to spend a few $100s on a purse, you spend $100 on a stock and just get started with the learning. What's exciting now, though, is that, it used to be that, it was a very, rich, deep, niche environment to really process all the data involved in investing. And we've come a long way, partially driven by Trading Central, but in being able to surface and provide insights on top of all this data to help people, get involved more easily and kind of learn as they go and develop some insights more quickly. So I think it's actually a better time than ever to take that first step.
Yeah, that's something that's like been a reoccurring theme throughout, like hearing the guests, is just experience or exposure, really, and education. So I think that's just something that we should definitely iterate on. So Barb, what is the first step that someone can take if they want to become more financially literate?
Well, it all comes with really understanding your own finances. So at pursestrings.co, we have courses for women on how to get your financial foundations in order. It's really understanding the money that's coming into your household and your expenses going out. And just start with the basics. Reach out to Purse Strings. We have all things financial on there. So we have Ask an Expert. We have resources on buying a house, buying auto insurance, life insurance. It's about educating yourself in small steps and not being afraid. We have a very warm community. So many women fear the conversation of money. We weren't taught to talk about money. Sometimes it's very cultural. Sometimes when money was addressed in the household, it led to fighting. So sometimes people just don't even want to go down that path. But it's really important to have, money's just a tool to use. So if you're in partnership with someone or you have your own money, it's really important to really learn how to use that tool for today and for your future, so that your financial future self will really thank you for the decisions that you made today.
Right. I love that. Always have your own back, you know?
Mhm.
So Catherine Van Nuys, what steps should someone take who is interested in a career in fintech? Like say someone's watching right now and they're like, I really want to do what she does. What would you say is the first step?
Yeah, so I think first learning as much as you can about the space, because fintech is pretty broad. It encompasses a lot from banking or personal finance to payments to digital assets or cryptocurrency. And so I think just educating yourself a little bit about the space and kind of figuring out what's most interesting to you. And so normally and kind of pre-COVID times, I've always been more social by nature, and so learn a lot from meeting people or asking questions and hearing about the business, attending meetups or conferences. And so that's obviously not, that's quite challenging right now. And so I think to the extent that you can learn, follow different people on Twitter. There's a bunch of different podcasts. The Wharton FinTech podcast is great, and a number of others. So sort of, I think just educating yourself first about kind of where you want to focus, because I do have a lot of people that have come to me lately that are leaving more traditional financial services and very interested in fintech and moving into the space, but are overwhelmed by like where to start and kind of what to look at. And so I think getting a sense of kind of the stage of company you're looking at based on perhaps your risk tolerance. Do you want to be a really early employee at a seed stage company and not make as much money but have more equity, or do you want kind of a sure bet and kind of target a later stage company? So I think kind of understanding what your risk profile is to kind of understand the types of companies you'd be interested in, and then starting to learn about them and learning about the space is really important. I think there's a lot of different courses even that you can take to learn more about fintech. There's so many webinars and other kind of content now to follow. So I think obviously educating yourself. And then as you think about moving in, into startups, working at AWS and on the technology side, I think to the extent that you can learn or interested in understanding, cloud technology or different services, there's all different courses you can take to kind of upskill yourself. And I think show a willingness to learn new skills and ability to pick up new things that will help you in your career. So there's a company called A Cloud Guru that has great courses for learning cloud technology. All those types of things I think will help as you sort of gear up to potentially, if you're switching careers or depending on your previous experience.
Yeah, I agree. And I love that the thing you said about influencers. I think that's something that you can do, right now as a quick, easy step, find those people who you can learn from and follow and go from there. So before we start get into trivia, I wanted to take a little break to talk about Benzinga Pro. For those of you who don't know, it's our very own stock research platform equipped with real-time alerts, audio squawk, and the fastest newsfeed in the game. And if you're watching, we have a promo code YouTube47 for 40% off of your monthly Benzinga Pro subscription. And I want to show you a little bit about it. All right, so I'm going to get to trivia. So if you haven't played along before, you can play along in the chat. Just enter 1, 2, 3, or 4 when the question pops up. The winner in the chat is going to earn some Benzinga swag, and then if you guess the winner on Twitter, you're going to win a free month of Benzinga Pro. So we'll get started in a minute. Catherine and Barb, just hold up. Yep, you got your piece of paper or your whiteboard. I'll read the question. It'll be multiple choice, and I'll keep track here. So again, if you haven't played before, please play along in the comments. You get to win some Benzinga swag, like we've got t-shirt or a bunch of stuff from our swag store that you can pick from. Any questions? Are you guys trivia newbies or seasoned?
I think my average score on remote trivia games is like 4 out of 20. So this could be easy for everybody else.
Higher than mine.
Well, there's only 8 questions, so
there we go.
4 out of 8 could be, a great score.
Yeah.
All right. jumping into the very first question. Which women launched the world's first designer fragrance in 1921? Was it 1, Estee Lauder Youth Dew, 2, Jean Pateau Joy, 3, Coco Chanel, Chanel No. 5, or 4, Francois Marie Guillaume Chalmar? I wish I had a French background right now. I have a hint for you guys too. So this designer was actually a cabaret singer at first, and later in life she lived in a hotel in Paris. Every day after she left the hotel, the porter would call an employee who would spray the staircase of her perfume before her arrival. I feel like that's very fancy. Okay, so Catherine Van Nuys, you got 3. What do you have, Barb? 4. And Catherine St. John, you're number 4. All right.
Françoise.
Francois. Is that how you say it, Francois?
Françoise.
Okay, what do you guys think in the comments? I see a lot of 4s and a lot of 3s, and it is 3, Coco Chanel. So Catherine Van Nuys, one for one so far. All right, next question coming up. I see you guys got it in the comments too, so hats off. Okay, number 2, a former publisher of the Washington Post and Newsdesk magazine. She is one of the most prominent women in American business. Is it 1, Katharine Graham, 2, Barbara Walters, 3, Patty Hearst, or 4, Katie Couric? Do you guys know this one, or is it a shot in the dark? All right, Van Nuys, 1.
Well, now I'm biased because I've seen their answers, so it's like cheating.
No. 1. Okay, you guys all
I think it's Barbara Walters.
You guys all think it's Katharine Graham. Do you guys look up to anybody in American business? Do you have like a favorite person? No one comes to mind. Is it Katharine Graham maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what do you guys think in the chat? I see mostly 1s, 2s. So it's between Catherine and Barbara, and it is Catherine. So you guys all got that one.
There's a woman running the ARC Fund. I can't remember her name. I think that you guys had interviewed her.
Yeah, Kathy Woods. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was like a really amazing story. So.
Oh yeah, I know.
Is she American or?
Kathy Woods?
Yeah.
I think so.
I think so. Yeah.
Feel free to chime in if you know otherwise. Okay, number 3. Which of these companies was created by a woman to help alleviate the burden of household chores? Was it 1, Craigslist, 2, TaskRabbit, 3, Honey Don't, or 4, List Regulator? The hint for this one: this company was designed by Leah Busk, to help connect tasks that needed doing with people who are willing to do them. Today, you can log onto the website and describe the job you have or register to become a chore helper. Okay, you guys think it's 2.
I've used TaskRabbit. I just don't know who stands.
And you think it's Honey Don't. Okay, so Catherine St. John says 3, and then you guys say, did you say 2, TaskRabbit?
Yeah.
Okay. 2.
I've never heard of Honey Don't or List Regulator. I have to look them up.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I love the name Honey Don't. Okay, TaskRabbit it was. So we got 1 point for Barb and 1 point for
I did not know that was created by a woman. I love that.
Yeah, me too.
I know. Really using technology.
Well, it makes sense though, doesn't it?
Yep. Totally
Motivation.
undertake it. Yes. Okay, number 4. Anita Roderick founded Blank in 1976 with a single shop in England that eventually grew to more than 2,000 stores. She used her fame to end animal testing and was a pioneer of ethical consumerism. Was it 1, MAC Cosmetics, 2, The Body Shop, 3, Victoria's Secret, or 4, Sephora?
Oh, could have been.
What do you guys
Okay, I
think?
already wrote this, but I think it's the other one.
All right. Catherine St. John,
Yeah.
you think MAC. Barb, you think The Body Shop. And
Probably The
Catherine
Body
Van Nuys, you think The Body Shop. Okay. I have a hint for those who haven't answered in the comments. So this company in the past, they've actually run a challenge campaign that anyone can enter, and it's based around the idea of setting a goal around being positive for 21 days until it becomes second nature. So if you've ever heard of this company, and it's The Body Shop. So that's a point for Barb and a point for Catherine Van Nuys. Score update: Barb 3, Catherine St. John 1, Catherine Van Nuys 3. So we are we're in a tie. And coming up on number 4 or 5. Okay, so Tamara Mellon co-founded one of the most famous designer shoe companies in the world. What is the name of her company? Is it 1, Christian Louboutin, 2, Emmy Parsons, 3, Jimmy Choo, or 4, Fluvog? And I have a hint for you guys if you want to wait. These shoes are mentioned by Adriana in The Sopranos and Anne Hathaway in The Devil Wears Prada. If that helps.
I don't know.
All right, Catherine Van Nuys thinks 3, Barb thinks 3, and Catherine St. John, you think 3 as well. All right. What do you guys think in the comments? Does everyone agree that it is Jimmy Choo? I see some 2, Emmy Parsons.
I don't know Emmy Parsons either.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely Christian Louboutin and Jimmy Choo's are the most popular, and it is number 3, Jimmy Choo. So you guys all got that point.
Oh.
All right.
Pure luck.
Yeah. Moving on to number 6. Okay, what was Martha Stewart's first job out of college? Was it 1, a stewardess, 2, an accountant, 3, a stockbroker, or 4, a teacher? So hint for this one, when it came to the crime that landed her in prison, she should have known better. Okay, Barb.
Based on that.
3. Okay, you guys all say stockbroker.
I was just helpful.
What was your guys' first job out of high school or college, rather?
I was a cashier or a teller.
A bank teller?
Yeah, bank teller.
Nice.
Yeah, out of college, I was in Citigroup. I was in capital markets and mortgage securitization, pre-crisis.
Yeah.
I was a waitress and then worked at Nortel Networks before its downfall. The downfall.
I feel like
of the
everyone
90s.
should have to be a waitress at one point in their life. It's
Absolutely. Yes.
underrated. Yeah.
Agreed.
Very tough. Okay,
Yeah.
so jumping into number 7, the first woman to purchase a seat on the New York Stock Exchange was 1, Muriel Seibert, 2, Lauren Simons, 3, Eleanor Roosevelt, or 4, Stacy Cunningham. So hint on this one, she was born in 1928, and the stock exchange had told her that she would have to pay $445,000, and $300,000 of the price had to come from a bank. After 2 years, Chase Manhattan Bank loaned her the money. So she still had to come up with $145,000. That's crazy. Okay, you guys think Seibert, and Seibert. Okay. Yeah, that's seriously the craziest story to me. First of all, I didn't even know you had to purchase a seat on the New York Stock Exchange. So, and $445,000 in the 40s.
Yeah, a lot of money.
Okay, it's Muriel Seibert. You guys are right. So score update: Barb 6, Catherine St. John 4, Catherine Van Nuys 7. I think I miscounted earlier. And we're going into the last question. So could be a tie. Let's see. Maybe it was love. Maybe it was tech. Which of these Fortune 500 companies was started by a woman who wanted to email her husband? We get a collective aw. Was it 1, Yahoo, 2, IBM, 3, AOL, or 4, Cisco? And your hint, this company surged to nearly $80 at the apex of the dot-com bubble in March 2000, making it the most valuable company in the world with a market cap of $500 billion. All right, Catherine St. John, AOL.
Oh, no.
AOL.
This is a guess.
3, AOL. Okay, you guys all think AOL.
I remember being in high school and like coming home and going online to email people and
The friends you just left 5 minutes ago are now online, and it was great. All right, what do you guys think in the comments? I see a mix. Oh, it was actually Cisco.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I know.
Learn something new every day.
Fooled us all.
Yeah.
I don't know if Cisco was like started as an email
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. I didn't know that either. So congratulations to AJ in the comments for winning. Please email us and we'll get you some swag. And Catherine Van Nuys, you won. So you just earned one Twitter follower, a free month of Benzinga Pro. So thank you guys so much for playing. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something.
Yeah, that's fun.
I did. Yeah, I guessed a lot.
Anyway, it worked out for you.
Very
right?
comfortable not being good at something I'm not aspiring to be good at.
There you go.
Well, thank you guys again so much. So while we're playing along in the comments, I actually want to give the users some chance to ask you guys some questions. One thing that we got asked on Twitter, if we could ask you, is Catherine St. John, what was your first trade and was it successful or no?
Oh, interesting. Actually, it took me a long time to trade stocks, which was very surprising. And I really had to think about the reasons behind that because I had spent over a decade building tools and writing educational material. And so I had to kind of wonder, what had held me back. And in part, it was kind of feeling like a sense of ownership over making those sorts of risky decisions when there's safer things that you can do with your money. So anyway, one of the first trades I can remember was actually Thor. It was an RV company, and it was actually out of some user testing that we were doing. And some guy that we were testing with had chosen Thor off of the page. And I thought it was because it had, incredible rate of return estimates and some other information. And turns out it was because his wife liked Thor. And we looked at it. It was an amazing stock. So I decided to buy it.
That is too funny. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Mhm.
So Catherine Van Nuys, people are wondering, what is something that you're researching the most right now, if anything?
Oh, interesting. Researching the most. Well, two things. One was, so as a new managing our global team, I've been doing a lot on, it's not fintech related, but just around kind of goal setting and OKRs and kind of setting kind of team goals and looking across the region. So that's been sort of an interesting learning for me as a manager. I think as far as fintech goes, I've been spending a lot of time looking into Latin America and different opportunities there because we're expanding our team. And so spending time on mostly on payments, kind of the move to real-time payments has been sort of a trend happening kind of all across the various geos. And so that's been an area I've been a little more interested in. And then I think just kind of personally looking at kind of digital assets and what's happening in crypto. I actually watched your episode with Flory from BlockFi. Her co-founder had gotten me sort of interested in the first place a number of years ago in the space. That's something I'm also following.
Yeah, their platform is so cool. Speaking of crypto, so can you guys take crypto payments at AWS?
At AWS, good question. I don't think so, but I'm not. I doubt it. I don't know about Amazon.com. I'm also not sure about that.
I was just curious because some of the affiliates we work with are like, can we pay you in Bitcoin or our currency? And I'm just like, that is very fascinating, and I wonder how it will kind of evolve. But thank you for what you're researching. And question for Barb: how do you continue to learn in order to stay on top of things in your role on personal finance? I mean, things are changing all the time.
Yeah. So I work with a lot of financial professionals. So they're top of their game, and I learn a lot from them. So I'm the educator. I'm the one who can really take some complicated information, financial information, and make it very easy for our users or for our community to use. So I'm always every day in dialogue with them. Plus, just always on top of everything in social media. Read a lot of different magazines online and newspapers online. And I talk to a lot of people in the industry. So it's just about always kind of being revolving in that world and asking questions, which I do all the time, and then just consistently taking it in. There's a lot out there. There's a lot to wade through. But if you find it interesting and kind of your mission, it's what you love to be immersed in every day.
Yeah, I agree. And asking questions is huge. You
Mhm.
feel you guys should be always asking questions. So I don't see any other questions in the comments. So I mean, last but not least, where can people follow you? And is there anything you want to add? How about you, Catherine St. John?
Yeah, sure. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. It entertains me through the day, but also helps me to stay connected to people within this great community of online brokers and investing apps that we serve. So I speak a little bit about some of the things that I'm learning and some of the things the team is working on, and try to bring it back, of course, to how we can help our clients. So there's a little bit of exposure there mostly on LinkedIn for me.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And how about you, Catherine Van Nuys?
Sure. So similarly, I use LinkedIn probably the most for posting. I'm trying to be a more active contributor to Twitter versus just reading other people's content. We do have, for the AWS side, AWS Startups has a great Twitter where we're always putting out content about interesting companies, many that are fintech, but many that are also not and in other areas. So that's kind of a good way to sort of stay up to date, but certainly on LinkedIn.
Okay, great. And Barb, how about you? Anything you want to add, and where can people follow you?
Sure. Well, I'm on LinkedIn, of course, but you can follow Purse Strings. It's Purse Strings CO, and we're on Pinterest, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. We have a Facebook page and group, and we do a little bit on Twitter, but we're really looking to find women to join Purse Strings for free. All the resources are free on all the social media sites. And then, of course, we're always looking for financial professionals who want to be Purse Strings approved. And they can just reach out to me at barb@pursestrings.co.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and I hope you guys, people watching, that you guys learned a lot, and follow these amazing women. I mean, they're doing really incredible things, and so if you've been with me this whole time, I appreciate you. Thank you, Catherine, and Barb. It was seriously a pleasure having you. This episode actually rounds out Women in Fintech special, so I won't see you again next Tuesday. But if you'd like to hear from more women in finance industries, write in. Tell us what you want to see and what you think would be fun. Don't forget to like, comment, and share this video if you like it. And Spax Attack is up next with Chris and Mitch. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for bringing us together.
What's up, my zingers? How we doing out there? Definitely smash the like button if you enjoyed that women history show. I mean, I've been enjoying it all week, and it's always great to hear how people got started in the industry. That question I definitely always enjoy to hear, because at the end of the day, there's definitely someone out there that's looking to get in the industry. So one of the best ways to learn is from someone that's already done it. So definitely a shout out to Jordan on there. And let's bring in my man, Chris Ketchy. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, Mitch? How are we doing today?
Another day, another dollar, things moving up and down, and that's how it goes in the world. But one of the things that we always do, guys, is get to our information. So we're going to go ahead and definitely get into our headlines. But hit the like button if you're here for the March SPACness. So we're excited to keep going and rolling through here. We're going to be moving through our Sweet 16 into the Elite 8 today. So it's going to be really fun. Definitely smash the like button. Hit the subscribe down below. If you're not a member, I mean, come on, man. Why not be subscribed? We do this every single day. Do it for free. So hit that like button. And Chris, what is moving out there? What do you see in the market, baby?
All right, we ready for headlines?
Always ready for the headlines, man.
All right.
Let's go ahead and take us back.
All right, guys. Yeah, so we'll get through headlines, and then we do have 2 deal announcements to get to as well today. Before we get into our March SPACness tournament that I know everyone here is excited to move on to the Elite 8. So up first, we have View, that's ticker VIEW, a smart window company. Cantor Fitzgerald initiating coverage with an overweight rating and a price target of $16. We also had DraftKings. So Goldman Sachs out today, maintaining that buy rating, but raising the price target from $79 to $87. So keep an eye out on DraftKings. Of course, it is one that we have been talking about all week leading into March Madness, with sports betting being a key focus going forward. We have CCIV, which I do own shares in. They announced that the Lucid Air Dream Edition is fully reserved. So seeing strong reservation numbers. We don't know how many were offered, but that is a good sign as they look to lead into production later this year on that first model. We have MP, so MP Materials. Shares fell after hours last night on the announcement of a secondary offering. Shares are down double digits today as well. Keep an eye out on this one on the dip. This is rare earth mining. I still think the long-term potential looks great with the new administration looking to, kind of break away from relying on China for all those rare earth minerals. So keep an eye out. MP Materials, ticker MP. We have QuantumScape, that's ticker QS. Shares down on an offering. So they announced a 13 million share common stock offering this morning, also falling on that news. So keep an eye out on that one. We have HZON. So HZON rumored with Sport Radar. It was announced yesterday that the NFL is in talks with Sport Radar over those rights renewal, which expired this year. Remember, I said that was one of the key points for me to see the valuation and get this deal done, as right now the NFL exclusive deal is with Sport Radar, and as it looks to, in that duopoly with Genius Sports, that is a key for me to get this deal done. So look forward to hearing more on that renewal. And as I said on the show yesterday, we had VACQ, that's Rocket Lab. They announced that their flight was successful last night. So they took satellites into space for several customers, including Black Sky going public, SFTW. And then they also worked on, that early mission that they will be completing later this year to the moon. So looking at some of the items for that while they were up there in space. So keep an eye out on VACQ. And then we're also on Space Watch as we look forward to that launch of the new space ETF from ARK Funds. So ones that we highlighted yesterday, of course, VACQ, HOL, SPCE, SRAC, NPA, SPFR, and SFTW. So we'll hopefully get more color on which space stocks are in that ETF, very soon. So keep an eye out on those. Then I want to highlight APPH, that's App Harvest. We, of course, had the president on our show not too long ago, David Lee, talking about sustainability in farming, indoor farming with tomatoes. The company was actually profiled this morning on CBS This Morning, talking about the future of farming and highlighting that first greenhouse, which is the size of 58 football fields, one of the largest greenhouses in the world. So App Harvest getting some major network attention this morning. So keep an eye out on that one. Yesterday's deals, we had MLAC, the Netflix of Indonesia, up only 0.2%. And TBA, that deal with Iron Source, down 1% on the day. Our top mover yesterday, TDAC, up 14% on that new investor presentation, merging with lottery.com. We did talk about that on the show yesterday, that was a SPAC to watch with that investor presentation out. And then turning to our deals, we have ticker CHAQ. They announced a deal with Renovacor, an early stage biotech company developing gene therapies for cardiovascular and central nervous system diseases. They are pre-revenue. This was a small deal, $85 million valuation. Don't know a lot about this company or the SPAC out there. And then our other big deal, this one's been rumored for a while. SPFR announced a deal with Velo 3D Metal that is in the 3D printing and additive manufacturing market, done at a $1.6 billion valuation. Highlighted this one before on the rumor, talking about how they count SpaceX as one of their largest customers that use it to print engines and other components for its rockets. They also, announced some other deals last year, including Boom Supersonic. So that investor presentation digs in for the first time. SpaceX, not only a customer, they are also an investor in the company. So that's an exciting thing to watch with SPFR. Other customers along with SpaceX include Honeywell, Raytheon, Aerojet Rocketdyne, and Boom Supersonic. Shareholders of SPFR are going to own 16.5% of this company. That's a decent size compared to what we've been getting. There you see the investors and those customers. To me, that really stands out, those blue chip customers. And then the revenue projections. So in 2020, revenue of 19 million. 2021 estimate 26 million, and then we build all the way out to 2026 937 million. So revenue on the light side right now, but looking like it's going to grow along with the space industry. So as we talk space ETF, 3D printing, this is the company that could get both of those things done. So keep an eye out. SPFR. I do own shares of this SPAC. And this is one to watch with ARK Funds and that new space ETF. And then turning to our calendar, we have a couple votes this week, of course, RPLA and BFT. And then earnings next week out of Butterfly Network and Romeo Power. That's what I've got today, Mitch.
All right, guys. All right. So first, I want to apologize for not getting up to tickers today. Just was a little late on my description. So I get an unlike button for myself, but hey, that's how it goes, guys. Sometimes you slip up, but it's there. It's there for you guys, so you guys should be able to find the show. I know someone mentioned that it was a little bit harder to find today. We're trying to work on it with the all-day stream, and that's just how it goes. But let's get into some SPACs. Let's get into some movement and see what we got out there. One thing I definitely want to do is get into our watch list. Kind of check out what we see moving. But of course, we're going to get into our SPACness and start talking about kind of the SPACs that we have moving forward on the Sweet 16. But before we do that, let's take a look to see what we got down and what opportunities are out there right now. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the watch list. All right, guys. So it looks like we're seeing a nice dip in SRAC. That was one that I was watching, and that's why you see it up on the left-hand side. But let's talk about MP. MP really taking a hit with that offering that was given out yesterday. I got to check on the pricing, but I know it was 8 million shares. It's saying right here. Maybe, Chris, you can check on that pricing for me. But I'm interested to see where this one's going to pull back to, because I think we might be able to get back towards 30. And if we get back towards 30, I'm going to be definitely interested near that support. But I like this company long term. It's just taking a pullback as they do that offering.
Yeah, and Mitch, I heard you and Spencer talking about this one at the close, right? So once this was announced around 4:00, if I remember, so and guys, one of the great things, Benzinga Pro, we saw that in real time come across, right? In BZ Pro, ticker MP, you could see the details right there about that offering. So if you look at that chart now, this is the lowest that this stock has been, in a little while now. So to me, it's a buying opportunity if you believe in the long-term story. This was an offering from existing shareholders, I believe, right, Mitch?
Mm-hmm.
So, I did see some speculation out there on Twitter, and again, it's just a rumor, but one of the investors in this pipe has also been selling his stakes in some other companies, including, let's just say, Virgin Galactic. So the question is, who is selling the shares from the company? Is it one of those big investors, pre-merger? Was it someone that was involved on the pipe? So I think that's a key detail. And when that comes out, it could push shares down even further, depending on who it was. So that would be my caution there, would be to see, was this someone from the pipe? Is this an executive? Or is this, an investment group that bought in, early and they're just looking to get out and take their profit? I mean, at the end of the day, that's what everyone's trying to do, right? Is you invest in a company, you make your money, and then you exit. So to me, it's not a huge negative, but I am a little worried to hear, who is selling the shares. And like Mitch said, to see what that price is. But keep an eye on this one. We've talked about this for a while. I'm still kicking myself for not getting in the $13, $14 range when we had the CEO on the show. But long term, this one still looks great to me. What do you think, Mitch?
Long term, I am a buyer, man, but I'm going to wait for it to come back closer towards 30. I do like how you brought up that mentality on the investors. So what I would do is I'd pay attention the next couple of days to see if you see kind of maybe a 4K goes through or something like that. You look at the filings, look for it, look to see if there's anybody that's taking a big sell. Maybe could be on the board. So anything over that will show up for us. For right now, I just think it's just pulling back towards support. If you look at the weekly, I mean, you got the highs, the lows right here. It's kind of simple, just going sideways. So as long as it can hold kind of this resistance right here, it could continue just trending on its way up the way it's been doing. And for that, you would draw a line kind of right here, guys, and then you can just draw it accordingly like this. And as long as it holds that trend, it's essentially in an uptrend, right? And so as long as it can kind of hold that trend, it should continue testing the new highs. But I'll follow that bottom trend line on this one and see if it cracks down, maybe gives me a little dip down, a wick on the weekly, like kind of you see right here, this kind of big wick. I would look for a big wick to get through here. And then as the week ends, so you're looking towards Thursdays and Fridays, you'll see it recover that line and get back above. So to me, that would make my kind of bullish sense go off. And that's what I look for all the time, guys. A lot of times we get these kind of wick throughs, but then the close is actually above the trend line. That actually is a bullish sign, as what shows is when you got a huge wick on the bottom side, usually that means there is buying pressure there. When you got a huge wick on the upside, usually that means there's selling pressure there. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and let's keep going. Just wanted to at least give some education today. Hey, smash the like if you guys enjoy me talking about some technicals. So let's go ahead and let's get into our fun time now. I could talk QS a little bit before we get a little bit further, but this one had an offering too, right?
Yeah, so QS announced, I think, was it 8 million? I don't remember the amount now. 13 million.
13 million shares.
Yep. So, and again, this one, look at that chart. I mean, this one was over $100 last year, one of the top performers. It has come down. Remember, this company is a couple years away from revenue. So you're buying into the long-term story here. To see them do an offering right here, I'm a little surprised because they weren't doing as much of the offerings when the shares were up higher. So keep an eye out on this one. Good battery technology, but again, we are a couple years away, and it is a very competitive market in batteries. So keep an eye on that. What do you think of that chart, Mitch, with this pullback here in QS?
Well, if I look at the chart, one of the things I do see is two bottoms on the weekly. Look for a third bottom near that 40. I say if it can hold 42, I'd still be interested, just because you kind of had that bottoming action multiple times in the 42s and 43s. Let it pull back there. Let it settle out. It'll be what I like to look for, guys, is called the 3-month kind of rest period. And then you see the stock spike up through that trend. And so right now you've gotten about January, February, March, let March finish, let it get into April, let it settle out near that 50, and then we should see the volume spike come back in. So one of the things that I'd keep an eye out also, and I state this all the time, guys, is watch the volume, because volume is so important to a lot of stocks, especially when they're getting sleepy and consolidated like you see here. And so if you see these volume bars down here, we could draw down, and one thing we want to see is a volume spike come out. Something like this showing up with that trend. So like if we got this kind of down move, up, down move, up, let's look for a down move, kind of settle out near these 50s, and then get that strong candle with that move back to resistance.
Loving the artwork here, Mitch. Guys, smash the like for Mitch's
no
drawing.
NFTs off of my drawings.
Mitch's drawing. Oh, we should NFT that. Mitch's drawings, NFTs coming soon, guys. Smash the like.
The stick figures.
Hit a 1 if you want Mitch to NFT those charts. I like them. I would be a buyer of those NFTs.
Definitely, guys. So yeah, who's that guy? That Chris Ketchy in the chat. Smash the like for that guy. I don't know who that is.
Who's that?
Look at that tie with the little blue tie. Looking young and pretty.
Yeah, that was young.
I see. All right, guys, let's get to some fun. Let's go ahead and let's have some fun. Let's get into our March SPACness. So definitely, let's start it off with a little rocket. My little video wants to get stuck there, but I'll take it off. Not to worry about that. Let's get into our SPAC presentation today. Let me pull up my calendar here. We need our SPAC national championship. Here it is, guys. Here it is. Who's gonna win today? Who's gonna take it? We had a close battle yesterday, so definitely, guys, let's get started. If you're watching, guys, this is when we're going to go ahead and we're going to have some fun, guys. We're going to press 1 or 2, depending on the stock that you like. And like always, guys, this is just kind of some fun. Really, what it's about is kind of an overlook to like 2021. What do you think the stock's going to do? Do you think at the end of the year it's going to be higher than the other stock? That's what we're really voting on, guys. And like always, the seeding doesn't really matter here, guys. It's just about fun. So if you could do me a favor, smash the like button. Let me know you guys are ready in the chat, and let's get this party started, All right, so let's go ahead and let's get this started. First battle up. Let's stick to the left, the west, the way we did it last time. Let's roll in here. Last time we had a close battle here between Romeo and RVP8. Now we got an even closer battle here, guys. Who's going to take this one? We are talking Romeo Power versus Clever Leaves here.
Yeah, interesting matchup. We got batteries against cannabis. Kind of two different areas there. So Romeo Power, this was a $40 company heading into that merger. It has fallen. So I do like the upside going forward. Guys, press 1 for Romeo, 2 for Clever Leaves. I do still own shares of Romeo. Clever Leaves, we've actually had both CEOs on this show in this matchup. That's exciting, Mitch. So Clever Leaves, cannabis, they're looking to expand, in the U.S. once we get federal legalization. Right now, they have CBD presence here in the U.S., but they're a major player in Europe and Latin America. And, when the CEO was on, he couldn't, tell us more, or couldn't emphasize how big the European market is to investors, because they have higher prices and higher margins there than you do in the U.S. So that's a huge thing for me. We talk cannabis stocks all the time in the U.S. and Canada, but Europe, they're all about paying that money for their cannabis. So I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? 1 for Romeo, 2 for Clever. I do own shares of Romeo, but man, I would almost have to lean 2 here.
All right, guys. Well, I'll take a look here. At the end of the day, there's a lot of battery plays out there. So that's one thing I definitely mentioned. And then the question is really when the government support's really going to step in here. And I think one government support actually might outdo the other guys. I think legalization outdoes the infrastructure bill. I don't know why, but I just feel like they're leaning towards it, and we might get a surprise legalization that surprises everybody. And this is all I got to say, guys. Where is the weed? Where is it? Where is it? All right, guys. I'm seeing some ones and rolling through there, some twos rolling through here.
I'm seeing lots of twos here, lots of twos.
Let's see what happens. Who takes this win? What's going to happen here? Looks like there's some ones, some twos. What's going on? Can we get the last final vote in? Up. Looks like I see more ones, man.
Yeah, I think the ones have it.
One until weed is legal. Buy trader for life kind of knows the deal here. All right, guys, let's keep moving on here. It looks like Romeo wins the day, and hey, Gonzaga's moving on here. All right, so let's go ahead and get to the next battle here. This is going to be fun, guys.
Look at this matchup. This is exciting.
Golden Nugget versus RSI, Rush Street Interactive.
Man, this matchup couldn't have been timed better with March Madness going on. And these two actually compete in real life against each other. And here they are on the bracket competing. So, guys, press 1 for GNOG, 2 for RSI. We talked yesterday about both these companies. Golden Nugget Online, strong presence in New Jersey. They're all about the iGaming. Their sports betting has not been as strong as I would have liked to see, especially here in my home state of Michigan. RSI has a 15% market share nationally for iGaming. They also have a decent share of sports betting in Illinois. I think they're third place there. And then, Mitch, when we had Niccolo on, I think RSI, they talked about that technology stack that they had too, right? So RSI has a little bit better control over their own operations. To me, that's a plus. So press 1 for GNOG, 2 for RSI. I think you guys know by now that RSI would be my vote. What do you think, Mitch?
Well. First things first is when we get into gambling, this is usually what happens, guys. I've lost $300 in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's the story of the life when you go out gambling. But at the end of the day, both of these having their foot in the game here. One thing I'd definitely mention is that I think GNOG is just going to take longer to get off the ground running. Why? I think RSI has a competitive advantage in their platform, in their data. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with RSI here for the advantage inside the product, competitive advantage, matching up to another. But GNOG, I think in the long run also is going to get a lift with the reopening. And so that's one thing you got to keep your eyes on in the long term. How's that going to react? Will their kind of casinos come back also? And how is gaming going to compare to sports betting at the end of the year? With a lot of money going more into sports betting, I'm interested. Is gaming getting the same kind of subscriptions, kind of that boost? I'm wondering. So let's go ahead and see from the chat here. What do we got?
I saw a lot of twos out there, Mitch. A lot of twos.
I see nothing but laughs out there. What are you guys laughing at? What's so funny? Hey, well, we got to have some fun here. I see some twos. Looks like 2 takes the win here. 2 bull, 2 bear. Knows it. We're giving it a 2. Let's move on here. RSI takes the win. All right, guys. Moving on here to the east. Now we're getting into a kind of closer battle here. I like this battle here. This is going to be DM versus LAZR here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. We have desktop metal, 3D printing, additive manufacturing. It is in the 3D printing ETF from ARC Funds. And then we have LAZR Luminar, a LiDAR company. So guys, press 1 for DM, 2 for LAZR. This is an exciting matchup. This to me is a toss-up. I'd be surprised if this one, the chat had a heavy favorite, but I could be wrong. So this one we might have to tally up those votes. To me, I don't know. This one's tough. I would almost lean towards Desktop Metal, but I could see LAZR outperforming it as well. What do you think, Mitch?
Well. It'll be interesting. Well, one thing I gotta say is that haters gonna hate, baby. Autopilot. Putting it on. I'm driving just like she is.
Is that your new ride, Mitch?
That's my ride. You don't see her burning out?
I mean, she's using some LiDAR there, right? So
hey, swag.
I mean,
haters gonna hate, man.
That vehicle might have been 3D printed, in all honesty. So
oh man, just having some fun here, guys. All right, so definitely seeing the ones rolling through there.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be closer, but I'm seeing so many ones. I only saw a couple twos, so it's surprising to me. But Desktop Metal wins it heavily.
Having some fun, plenty of competition in 3D. I like that added by SPAC Broker. Also, we've seen Logan talking about competition in LiDAR.
Both of these have a lot of competition, even within the SPAC space, right? So Desktop Metal against AONE, and now SPFR going public today. LAZR, one of 6 companies in the LiDAR space that have gone public via SPAC. So yeah, both of you, great comments out there from our chat. The heavy competition right now. So again, we look to see who are the winners going to be, but looks like the chat thinks Desktop Metal is the winner, at least in this matchup.
All right. Well, the chat has spoken and we're moving on. Desktop Metal takes the win here. All right, guys, moving on to the NFT King right now. HOFV with Open. Who's going to win it? I don't know. Maybe HOFV is selling NFTs of the houses in Open, so you never know what's going on here. Chat, let me know what's going on here.
Yeah, guys, press 1 for Open, 2 for HOFV. A week ago, I wouldn't have even thought that this made it this far on our bracket. Here we have HOFV, though, the Cinderella story. Again, remember, Benzinga reached out to them for comment. They have not made any NFTs. They have not been involved in that space. They just said that they are exploring all options to create revenue. So this one has ran up, and I kind of think, I would be cautious with HOFV here. Open Door, on the other hand, a top performing SPAC out there, really competing with Zillow. And now OfferPad going public. That is the one thing that I'm a little hesitant on. Open Door is now the valuation compared to OfferPad. But to me, I would still be in Open here. So I'm a 1. But guys, press 1 for Open, 2 for HOFV. Will we see another huge upset here or not? Oh, you got the mute on, Mitch.
Walking the red carpet, baby. Well. I can say, hey, look at me, baby. Hall of Fame. Walking in there. All right, guys. All right, I'm going to be going with Open here. I'll go with Open just because at the end of the day, I think, we have that housing boom. I won't be too crazy. Someone's going to say I'm on some clever leaves today. So I'm going to stick with Open here. I'll stick with Open. Let's see what's going on here. Mitch is muted. Yeah, he needs to wake up. All right, guys. It looking like we're seeing the ones going through.
Lots of ones,
baby. Boom,
Lots
baby.
of ones. I did see a couple twos. Hey, Ruel, thanks for joining. Big fan of yours as well with that Monday night show, and I know you've been hitting those NFT stocks hard. HOFV, though, to me, again, guys, be cautious. They don't have NFTs yet, so stay aware of what you're invested in out there.
SPAC Broker saying it good. Open takes the close game there. Close game, guys. We had an overtimer there. But guess what? HOV misses the free throw. And at the last second, buzzer beater by Open, baby. Buzzer beater there, guys. That's why you got to make your free throws. They don't call them free for no reason, right? All right, let's keep moving on here, guys. Let's keep moving on. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get to the South, the dirty South. What's going on, guys?
All right, moving on over. Oh man, there are some great matchups over here. When I looked at this bracket this morning, Mitch,
let's just say I wouldn't want to be on the right side of the bracket.
Yeah, GNOG versus RSI on the left side was an exciting matchup just because they compete against each other. But you look at this right side, we have some heavyweights. So up first, we have DKNG, that's DraftKings versus ChargePoint, CHPT. Press 1 for DraftKings, 2 for ChargePoint. This one's going to be very, very tough for me. I do own shares of CHPT, formerly SBE. That is a charging infrastructure play, but DraftKings, a proven leader in the online sports betting and iGaming space. This is March SPACness after all. DraftKings getting that price target upgrade from Goldman Sachs today. I agree. I think DraftKings goes to 90. That's my pick here with the 1. What do you guys think? What do you think, Mitch? What do we got? DraftKings, ChargePoint.
Well. I'm spending that money, baby. DraftKings. That's where I'm at. You already know, guys. Spending that money, throwing it up in the air. I got my bets on. You already know, guys, how I like a little sports gambling. So I'm going to go here with DKNG. What's going on, team? What's the vote out there? Let's see what happens out there. It looks like someone, Drew said this is an easy call. ChargePoint, get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know about easy call, but I definitely see a lot of 1s out there.
Dollar bills.
I thought it was a tougher matchup, me personally. But yeah, the 1s have it. Someone said DKNG, the Gonzaga of the tournament. You're probably right. They should be the favorite of this whole thing. I'd be surprised if they lose before the Final Four. But again, it's up to you guys in the chat to vote. It's not me and Mitch. It's you guys. So DraftKings gets the 1s, gets to move on in that exciting matchup.
Yeah. You already know the DKNG. There you go, Logan. We see you out there making it rain, Chris. You know it the way we like. Making the SPACs rain, baby. All right, let's keep rolling through here as we go ahead and highlight DKNG. Moving on. Now, here's a nice battle here, guys. We're going to get into Fisker versus MP Material here. What's going on, Chris? Who's going to take this one?
Oh, man, this is a tough matchup too, right? We've got Fisker. I do own shares of Fisker still. This one's had a good run in 2021. It was one of my top SPACs for 2021, but you know what else was one of my top SPACs for 2021? MP Materials. So press 1 for Fisker, 2 for MP. I love both of these long-term. I'm hesitant to call a winner here. I want to see what you guys think in the chat, and I also want to see what exciting picture Mitch has in store for this matchup. So what do we got from the meme king out there? Mitch himself. Guys, press 1 for Fisker, 2 for MP. Let's go. Oh man, this looks split, Mitch. I don't know.
I'm waiting a second because I just want to see the votes roll through before I go ahead and give you guys what I'd pick here.
I think the 2s are rolling now.
Who's gonna win? The question is, what's the reason? The reason why I'm here, baby.
Oh, you're Russian,
baby. I'm a miner, baby. I'm a miner. You can send me to the rush, guys. You can send me over. I'll go get your lithium out. I'm going MP, baby. Number two for me.
Looks like the 2s have it. So
yep, the 2s have it. 2s win here. MP moving on, guys. All right, guys, and we are getting towards the Midwest here as we got 12 minutes left here. Let's keep rolling through here. QS versus B-Fly, baby. B-Fly. Who's going to take this one?
Another exciting matchup. We have QuantumScape. I mean, this thing, as I said earlier today, this thing touched over 100 last year. Top performing SPAC at the time. Battery technology versus Butterfly. Butterfly technology, portable ultrasounds with investors including Bill Gates, Bailey Gifford, and ARK Funds, Kathy Wood. Press 1 for QS, 2 for BFLY. I gotta say, oh man, I'm curious to see what meme you have for this one because I'm going Butterfly, BFLY. What do you guys think in the chat?
Let's go ahead and see what you guys think in the chat. Give us some information. Let us know why.
Chris out there, B fly gonna fly.
B fly gonna fly. All right. It looks like someone's saying B fly out there, but SPAC broker is saying QS is still unproven, guys. It looks like B fly technology proven. What I say here is, I want my money. Give me my money with B-Fly, baby. B-Fly. Give me my money, guys.
I really thought we were going to see a butterfly meme, so I was curious to see because I couldn't think of a butterfly meme off the top of my head. So maybe I'll have to look for some of those later today. But yeah, I think butterfly flies on.
Butterfly flying on, guys. Flying on. A surprise winner here, guys. Really, if we look back, this was a 5 seed, making it through, knocking out that 1 seed, and moving on, guys. So B-Fly, moving on, guys. This is going to be an interesting battle here, guys. VVNT versus Skills here. What's going on, Chris?
Yeah, this one's exciting. Vivint Smart Home, VVNT, wasn't one that I was as familiar with before this tournament. I'm liking this one more and more as we move from round to round. Smart homes, huge growth area. VVNT, suppress 1 for VVNT, but then we've got Skills, SKLZ2, mobile gaming, wagering against each other. So kind of bridging that gap between gaming and sports betting. I do like the opportunity in Skills, but I don't know. I almost have to go VVNT here, because I'm liking it more and more.
Well, this one's going to be a fun one. I definitely got to see who's voting for what here. But like I've been doing, I got to keep it going, guys. This one's a throwback for you guys. If you like this one, let me know in the chat. My man, Tim Allen, home improvement. We're improving that home. We're going for them smart windows. Let's get them. Let's get them in, guys. Who's going to take this one? I'm going 1, even though I'm seeing all the 2s.
Yeah, I'm seeing lots of 2s, but I do see some 1s out there. And as I said, this one I would have been a 2 for a couple weeks, but I really like VVNT. The more we go on, it's one I'm going to be looking at, putting on the watch list. Smart homes.
Yep, definitely a great throwback. I think they actually came out with another show, but that's something off topic there. But yeah, look like he's saying he actually uses it.
Oh.
We have to check that out. You gotta let us know, man. All right, so that's gonna do it for us, guys. It looks to me like 2 takes the win, but it was close. It was a close battle here, guys. Looks like Skills going to be moving on, guys. Looks like we have gotten to our Elite
We have
8.
our Elite 8. So, guys, no voting right now. Don't vote. But we can show you the matchups we have going forward. So, we've got RMO versus RSI. That's exciting. So, we got battery against sports betting. And then down below, we have desktop metal, 3D printing, and then we got open online home buying and selling. Exciting matchup there. What do we got on that right side, Mitch?
So right side in the South, we got DraftKings, the 1 seed, moving on. Gonna face the unexpected. What? No, not unexpected. Number 2 seed, MP. We're going to have a 1 versus a 2 here. That's going to be fun. Really close battle there. And then moving into the Midwest, we're going to be on that B-Fly versus the Skills. You're talking technology there. That's going to be an interesting battle as 1 is really kind of, like we said, proven technology there. And then another one, really great potential. So it's going to be interesting to go ahead and see that battle. But we'll be moving on in the March SPACness. Guys, just to let you know, tomorrow we'll be having the Biotech Small Cap Conference. If you haven't seen it, definitely, guys, stick tuned because it's going to be a great one. There's going to be a lot of these companies that you normally don't get coverage on. This is the time to go get that coverage. So definitely stick with that, guys. We're going to be moving on with our March SPACness and our Elite 8. And then we're going to be moving on towards Monday. Monday will go through into the Final Four as we move closer towards the National SPAC Championship on April 5th. And this should be fun, guys, as we continue moving on. So definitely, hey, if you guys could do me a favor, smash the like button, hit the subscribe bell. You guys know what time it is. It's time for the Power Hour in a little bit. But before we get there, guys, I wanted to take a second. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that have been kind of worried about the game right now, seeing where their SPACs are. And it's like we see constantly, guys. There are opportunities out there. And so one of the things you got to start doing, I think, is that we're getting towards that point. Chris has mentioned it before. There's too many SPACs, right? And so when there's too many SPACs, guys, now it's not a game of like, let me just diversify with all of them. Because I think now is going to be the game of looking for the winners, right? And so the winners, I think, are actually going to be the SPACs that you've seen already de-SPAC. Actually go to that next level, go through the evaluation phase, and then people say, hey, this company has the fundamentals, the technicals look good, and the story starts getting hot again. So those are the ones that I'm looking at, guys. We can talk about tickers like, DMS, Clove. We could look at a bunch of different ones, but that's what's on my radar, guys. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm not really looking to get into a before rumor one now. Now I already got the ones that I have in my portfolio. They're just going to sit there, and I'll just let them, when they come, and let it be patient. But really, those are the ones I'm looking at more now, is how can I get the ones that I feel are through that evaluation phase and people are seeing that evaluation meet where the price is right now, which is very important. It's not about the evaluation and where the price is, and it's like $30 away from what you think the price is. It's about, does the evaluation meet where the price is right now? And that's what I'm looking at, guys.
All right, guys. First off, I dropped that link in the chat. Biotech conference that Mitch was talking about tomorrow and Thursday, 2 days. So we will be off air both days, but sign up for that event. Great content. If you were a part of any of our small cap conferences, you got those exclusive interviews from a lot of companies that have outperformed, going forward. So keep an eye out on that. Someone asked, will that be at the same time like Biotech Buzz? No, they're all-day events. So after pre-market prep is over tomorrow, 9 a.m., the Biotech conference starts. 2-day event. There's another link there. Register. Guys, I got to follow up, what Mitch said. Yeah, SPAC market, it's rough out there, and you just need to change, how you look at it. And, there's still opportunities, right? And as I said yesterday, I hate all these SPACs being clumped together, right? So you got Jim Cramer out there saying, that SPACs are horrible, right? And the thing is, it's no different. There's too many SPACs out there, but it's the same as stocks. There's so many stocks out there. You just have to find the winners and the ones that are going to perform well, over time. Same with IPOs. How many companies go public every week? IPO. How many of them outperform? Not all of them. Some pull back right away, and some never really take off. It's same with SPACs, guys. You just got to look at it. You got to make your own plan. So I like Mitch's thought, with looking at the ones that de-SPAC here. Look at our March SPACness tournament. Look at all those great names in there. Those are former SPACs that are publicly traded companies that have strong growth ahead, a lot of those cases. So you got some opportunities to maybe, instead of playing the SPACs pre-merger announcement, you can get in some of these SPACs that have already completed the deal, and you don't have to worry about that, $10 price level anymore. Will it go under? Will it go above? You can just look at, the long-term performance. So that's what I've got to say there. I would like to see the volume come down with these SPACs. And then I'd also like to get some big announcements, maybe from Chamath with IPOD or IPOF, or Bill Ackman with Pershing Square. I think if we could get, a big deal announcement or a couple big deals, maybe we could see, some interest pop up into some of these pre-merger deals. Otherwise, stay close to that $10 net asset value floor, guys. Maintain, your risk reward here.
All right, guys. Trying to pay attention, but I got a stock that's over 75% in the green, so it's kind of hard. Eyes over here. All right, guys. So looking at this, I want to show you guys something before we move on and get out of here, guys. So right quick, small cap conference. What do you see there that stands out to you, Chris?
Which one is this? Small cap?
Yep. These are people that are going to be at the small cap. There's two companies that stand out really quickly for me.
I see Clever Leaves on there.
There you go. And then Rivia Pharmaceuticals.
Oh, yeah. So we got two former SPACs right there on that list.
Right there, guys. So definitely stay tuned. Guys, if you guys are SPACs fans, you're going to have some two great companies there to kind of get some more information there. Clever Leaves, I mean, we had them on, and I think they spiked like massively right after our show. So definitely, guys, stick with them. It's going to be fun. A bunch of different shows. You guys can go into the link. I put it in the chat for you guys. Sign up, guys, before it's too late. Sign up for your free access. All right, Chris. So before we move on to the Power Hour, I think they're getting ready. They're probably running late. Luke went to go get his double fisting monsters on. So you know how it is. The 2 for 3 deal is Luke's favorite deal. You guys already know. So
when Bang Energy goes public, we need to have a watch party for that IPO with Luke, because he should be buying shares in Bang Energy.
Let's just say caffeine is not light in Luke. And let's take a look here. You guys got a SPAC you guys want us to take a look at before we get on out of here? Definitely let us know. Let us know, guys. Looks like the best deal in the world. The 2 for 3. I know,
the 2
man.
for 3.
The 2 for 3, dude.
You got it, guys. Smash the like. We're almost at 700. Before we get out of here, let's get to 700. Let's give Power Hour a good start to get going. I know they've got some exciting guests coming up today on the show. We've got content going all day long. I know you guys are excited. We got some of you may be excited. We got GameStop earnings coming later. That's going to get hit, on some of these shows later. Content all day. Anyone got any ticker time out there real quick before we go? As Mitch said, they're running late out there. I'm seeing a couple flow in now. Mitch, what do we got?
All right, so we got, of course, they want to talk about a little bit about eToro, but we've talked about that one plenty of times. NSTB, guys, let's look at the interview. If you guys missed that interview, check it out, guys. Check it out. Power Hour interview. It really wasn't a bad one, guys. I had to give Jason some props. He asked some great questions, and definitely check it out, guys, if you want to know a little bit more about that one. Let's keep moving through here. What other ones do we see? Of course, APEX. Let's take a look at that. Just based off of also the fact that, hey, this one's been kind of just not talked about for a little bit. It looks like, did I see something that mentioned that there was a interview on CNBC?
For which ticker are we on?
Apex.
Apex is with NSTB, right? The one that from Power Hour, Apex Clearing? Yeah. No.
They're talking about APEX.
Oh, we're talking like AvePoint, right?
Yeah, I think that's what they're talking about.
APXT. So AvePoint. Yeah, the thing I saw was shout out to TJ, who was on our show, Kramer, bashing SPACs out there, right? And he said he wanted to learn more. So what did TJ do? TJ replied to him on Twitter, and he sent his investor presentation. He sent revenue projections. He said, hey, I'd be more than happy to come on your show and teach you about AvePoint. So shout out to TJ. We, of course, had him on SPACs Attack. We, of course, heard him talk about their growth. Huge partner with Microsoft. This one has gotten beaten down. I think this is a long-term outperformer in that software space, connecting small businesses to Microsoft with the cloud. I mean, what's not to love about that?
All right, guys. I mean, the chart's looking interesting down there towards those $12. Also, I'm seeing mentioned here, Sue talking about which SPAC is getting with eToro. We know, we at least we know which ones is actually, I mean, it's not merged over, but right here, guys.
So FTCV, one of the fintech, right, from Daniel Cohen, we had him on the show last week. This one shot way up on that deal announcement. eToro, of course, huge, well-known brand. Look at that chart. Now starting to pull back. This was one of the, the movers over the last couple weeks we hadn't seen in a long time, right? Shooting up on that deal announcement. So not surprised to see it come back down. But again, keep an eye out on this one. You heard Daniel Cohen talk about their growth. It's not just moving into the US. They're going to be a strong player in Europe for a long, long time.
So one thing that I see mentioned in the chat is that certain battery plays have been getting hit hard. And I do agree with this. I think what this has to do with more along is the fact that they haven't gotten any government support, guys. I keep saying this, guys. Wait till you see that. I think that's what takes these off. They need some kind of tax credit, something that's helping them get their foot over the line and really get those products out there. I think you'll see this happen near kind of that fall time in this year. So that's what I'm looking for, guys. So we're talking Q3 is what I'd be looking for to see when you see that kind of that bill being mentioned, some talk, some EV talk. And that's what I think we really need to get this moving. Until then, honestly, I got burned in Romeo Power, then saw it go up. So I'm staying out. I'm staying out of the battery game just because I think, either you're trying to pick the bottom so the bill can come in and spike it back up, or you think that they're just going to kill it right now. And I think personally killing it right now, that's not what I think. So I think it has to be something that has some longer term revenue support.
Yeah, and Mitch, great points on batteries. I saw someone mention THCB Microvast. I'd be concerned about that one because I think it moved up a little bit on that Oshkosh USPS deal.
Yep.
So it has fallen, and I think if we see Oshkosh lose that deal, I think it could fall further. Again, not based on valuation, just based on the story, because people are going to see that headline. And they're probably going to sell the news. So I would be cautious with that one. I would be cautious. Yeah. Overall batteries, it's highly competitive right now. And a lot of them, they need these deal announcements, and their partnerships. So, keep an eye out, in this space.
Yeah, guys, we'll keep an eye out. One thing that I will note here, guys, is you see RPLA take the dive, guys. Take the dive. I got out of this one. Full disclosure, guys. I got in, out. And that just shows you guys that you can get in and out with kind of that risk mentality. Keep it tight. And that's what I did here with Replay. At first, I sold it early on in kind of like 2 weeks ago because it was just hanging out for me. And I wanted to rotate that capital to give my other SPAC that I had a worse average price, a better average price. So I rotated that capital, got it into a different SPAC. Then I saw that SPAC spike up. I was able to get that share in that capital into the green. So I took the capital back, replaced it back in here after the Kramer interview that I thought might get the spike started. And I thought that we're going to get it going. But really, guys, it just turned back around, and it's a sad story now. I'd have to say it's a sad story because it's looking like it's heading down just like UWMC did, and I don't want to be anything a part of that. So
yeah, and
I'm definitely stepping out of that.
The thing with RPLA is if it continues to trade below 10 going into that vote, you're going to see heavy redemption. You're going to see a lot of people, right, trade their shares in, collect that net asset value. So that means, of course, if you buy it, you can make a small profit, but that also means that the company could end up with less capital, less proceeds going forward. So obviously their investor presentation and their future plans is based on getting that, money. So how will that impact their growth going forward? I like the story, but the mortgage industry for SPACs and stocks, has been hit hard. So very cautious, as Mitch said.
All right. So it's looking like the power hour is sleeping. So you guys let in the chat know, Luke, wake up. Your alarm is ringing. Wake up, guys. The snooze button went too long. But let's take a look at maybe some stocks that are moving out there. I'm going to transition here, guys, and get a little bit out of SPACs here and talk about maybe some stocks that are moving on the day. Let's take a look. You know, Chris and I don't only know SPACs. We know some other stocks. So let's take a look here at what's moving, see if anything stands out to me. All right, so on the session, so putting the movers tool here, guys, to work. Looking like the Federal Reserve Chairman has started. I'm hoping that my man Spencer got that started in the back. We'll see what happens. I'm stuck here, so it looks like Spencer said he got it. So if you guys want to see the Pal talk, he's probably on our other stream right now, guys. Looking at the SPY, let's take a quick look to see if it's bouncing or moving up here. 15-minute chart or 1-minute chart to see how we got started here. Quick dip. There was a really big dip here at 10, but let's see if we can actually hold kind of this kind of dip value here at this 392.20 through the speech here and get back up there. But it's going to be interesting. Now, what's moving on the day? On the day, you guys are seeing a couple stocks here that they're sticking out. Of course, this one's sticking out here, guys. Just NFT play up there to 1468, up about 169%. This is DLPN. And then we're going to keep moving down here, see what other stock we see. And then comes my genius that I'm still in, guys. I'm still in this one. I have the diamond hands on, but the paper hands are getting thin. And I'm trying to hold on to this one, but we'll see what happens. What other stock do I see here moving up on the day that stands out to me? Funko, baby. Funko. That boy Chris is call here.
So, guys, yeah, I'm also long GNUS along with Mitch, but I am long Funko here, FNKO, and I was long last year. From about $6 is when I mentioned this one on Power Hour. So if any of you guys saw that interview with Luke and Jason, I called this one at $6. I did get out last year, but I bought in recently after their earnings report. This is a company that's had strong earnings through the holiday. The pandemic may have helped them because they were able to push their direct to consumer business more. So instead of people buying Funkos from stores where they make less money, they were able to transition traffic to their website, higher margins. And then, of course, Funko CEO was out with an interview on Yahoo Finance saying that they are working on NFTs. Again, I've talked NFTs. If you follow me on Twitter, this is one of my plays there because this is a company with real revenue, real potential in the NFT space with that built-in fan base and the collectability of Funko Pops. So I'm a big fan of Funko. I own shares. My kids love Funko Pops. Let's go.
Looks like Luke finally woke up. He got up from his slumber and he's ready for his show here.
Pull him in. Where's Luke? Pull him in. We ready?
Let's pull him in. What's up? What's up?
Are we ready?
We're ready to roll. Hey,
right.
Spencer said 12:10. Okay.
Did you buy the Casper mattress or something?
I mean, I would like to. I don't have it yet. We're working on it. All right. History lesson. Benzinga history lesson. You guys might not even know this. In our old office, I actually had a bedroom. Did you know that?
I did not.
In our Southfield office, because we had sort of this weird office that we had no construction on, and there was like this weird little side room, and so we wrote an article. I don't know if I can find it, but it was basically it was like a best bed article, and one of the mattress companies featured in the article sent us a mattress.
Yes.
We pulled it into a room, and over the period of time, we acquired a dresser, a little nightstand, a lamp. We had blankets, pillows, 2 sets. I mean, it was awesome.
I think you sound like my college career.
You need a bedroom there again, Luke. Guys, if you're watching, this is the hardest working man at Benzinga. This guy never sleeps. He's always at the headquarters, killing it for you guys, the raving fans out there. So let's go. Stay tuned. What do we got coming up on Power Hour, Luke?
All right. So did you guys do NFTs? I heard the Funko piece. Did you do more NFT stuff?
We talked Funko. We talked HOFV. And
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna crowdsource NFTs. All right. I've got a Google Doc. We're gonna crowdsource what are some of these other stocks that could be NFT plays. Like you, Chris, you were already thinking about Funko. I want to throw this one out to Zingernation and let's crowdsource NFTs. Picking up from Ruel where he left off last night. Or did you guys do GameStop?
We just touched GameStop briefly. What did Ruel, I know, has been talking Atari, PONGF. I actually own shares of that one. I had a tweet out yesterday. NFT play there as well.
You missed the play, Lukey. The genius, bro. The genius. I told you, my friend.
Wait. Did Genius pop today?
It did.
Hey, you know it, bro. You
on
know
what?
it.
On okay.
It is the second, I think now the second trending stock on WSB. So just throwing that out there.
All right, so we'll talk about that. Got to give a shout out to my boy Hugh Henney. Hugh Henney, he couldn't join the show last week, but he texted in and said, "Tell the audience that like GNUS could be an NFT play."
Oh baby,
that was last week. That was on Thursday.
Oh baby,
we brought it up. We made a point. Anybody who was on the Power Hour heard that. So there you go.
Hey, well, the paper hand's getting turned into diamond for the first time ever. I'm holding on. I'm not selling. I'm just sitting on my hands. Literally, I got to sit on them sometimes because I'm not used to being up 70% and just let it go. Let it go.
All right, guys.
I'll see you later, guys.
Bye, Luke.
Enjoy.
Have a good one.
Power.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Zingernation jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna. The best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what's up, everybody? Power Hour time. Happy Tuesday. We are back at it again. Ready to rumble, ready to roll. I'm going to make the first ask of the day. Sorry, guys. I always ask things of you, but I mean, we do all this free content, so I think I get to make a couple asks. The first ask of the day, guys, smash that like button, and then in the comment section, drop into me the tickers that you guys are looking at. I'm going to start today off the way that I start every single day, which is reminding you of the point of this show and then running us down the agenda. So, guys, we do the Power Hour because we want this to be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for. So if we're not delivering, we're not bringing ideas, you're not finding stocks to trade from this show, call us out, right? It's powerhour@benzinga.com. That's the email address. You have the comment section. The comment are your friend. Call us out. Say, guys, we need to get some more ideas rolling. I mean, we always bring them. I mean, yesterday, I read a lot of notes. I mean, yesterday we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stocks that we talked about yesterday. Potential plays there. We actually got 3 stocks from Zingernation. So we threw the phone number up. Are we set up for calls today? Producer AT? All right, we're not doing calls today. No user calls. So if you have an idea, hold it till tomorrow. But we had Zingernation call in yesterday and drop us some tickers. They were TELL. It was a nat gas play. Ticker TAPM and ticker FCAC. So there it is. But all right. Agenda for today. We've got a lot of stocks to talk about on my radar. So I'm actually getting hammered today. Let me go ahead. I'll preview this. Let's pull up the live portfolio. All right, let's get a nice little screen share going on here. Like I always say, this is the most transparent stock market show you will ever find. I show my live account, win or loss, every single day, right? This is not a paper trade account. This is my live, actual interactive brokers account. Check this out. Day where SPY is up. So we look at SPY. SPY's flat, basically, right? SPY's more or less unchanged. I'm getting chopped up down $4,500 today. Obviously a bad day. So I'm going to talk about why that is, and how I react, how I treat, how I think about days like today. We've got 2 options trades to check in on. So we're going to go ahead and do those. We are, of course, going to talk about GameStop. And then I want to get some crowdsourced NFT knowledge going, right? We've seen so many of these NFT stocks pop, and not even because the companies are NFT plays, or even really they're not even getting into NFTs, but it's sort of like, yeah, it would make sense that they could have NFTs, and that's how it goes. So I've got a Google Doc created. We're going to all hop in there. We're going to drop in some of these names. We're going to talk through them, see if we can't get a nice little NFT watch list going. If there's ones that make sense, I'll buy them live on that live account. And then, of course, we're going to have some very special guests joining us today. So at 1:00 Eastern, the CEO of Liquid Media, ticker YVR, that's been a hot name, is going to be joining us. Rob Roy is going to be coming on as well. So YVR, guys, live on this show. Liquid Media. Let's do this too. I'm going to create a doc. I don't know. This is about Zingernation. This is about all of us out there, right? I'm going to create a doc right now. I'm going to drop it in the chat. If you guys have questions for YVR, I see this ticker dropped in the chat every single day. Put them in there. All right. I obviously have my question set, the things that I want to ask. But let's throw it out there. You guys know this stock better than I do. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to spam it in the chat here. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. There you have it. Let's bring this nice little screen share back up here. All right, check it out. YVR, that's the name of the document, right? Drop in your question. Feel free to drop in your name if you want a nice little shout out and say, hey, this question's coming to you from Johnny T in the chat. Whatever you want your nickname to be, as long as it's appropriate. So there's the deal, guys. If you have questions, again, CEO YVR coming on 1:00 Eastern. And so we'll get that thing going. So, all right. First thing to do, I'm going to order the day a little bit. So first thing to do is we'll talk about GameStop first. Then we're going to get into NFT trades. Then we're going to get into options trades. And of course, we have time today. So if you have stocks you're trading, you have stocks you care about, put them in the chat. I'll be jotting them down. I want to see what these tickers are. Mr. Raznick, what's up?
Can you hear me?
You're here. Yep, I hear you.
I can't believe it.
What's up? What's up?
You have a YVR CEO coming on?
Yes, sir.
That's amazing. Like I just
guys, this doc is not the NFT sharing doc. We'll get to the NFT sharing doc here. It's this one.
Holy
I haven't
cow!
shared you guys yet. Put in questions here for YVR if you have them.
I mean, what better show is there? I mean, seriously, like, fantastic, Luke. Fantastic. How did Aaron do that? Did you do it?
It was not me.
Okay,
it was either Aaron or it was Zoltan. I don't know.
All I know is YVR. I don't know if you recall, Luke. Remember when I challenged whatever they recommended I would buy, whatever? I bought YVR at $3.50. We are up 82% because of this show. STKS, Luke. I've been telling everyone in the show, what are you doing? Buy STKS. We're up another 15% today. Another 15% at $9, Luke. And I said, like, I make a lot of trades, but I have certain ones that are high conviction, Luke. And I said STKS was one of them. And YVR was another one. Leslie is another one. And then what was the one yesterday, Luke, that we talked about on the show that was up 90% since we
HOFE, Hall of Fame Resorts.
On
this show last week, we just pinged them. I reached out this morning to see if the CEO could join us today or tomorrow. But yeah, check here's a 5-day chart, and it was 5 days ago that he was on the show.
Yeah, it's taken a little price thing. I sold a little bit yesterday and do it, but I mean, guys, I
got to roll up my sleeves for this one, Jason.
I mean, yeah, seriously. I mean, how I don't get it. I mean, how aren't there thousands of people in here with knowing the amount of money that's being made here? There should be Reddit memes going for if you just listen to the Benzinga Power Hour. I mean, YVR. I was on a Clubhouse. I was going to tell. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy, Luke. I mean, I haven't like my account because I own a lot of Tesla. So when it's down, my account always goes a little bit down. But with my YVRs and some of these other ones like STKS,
The YVR, another 50% move today. Let's go. Do you hear that air horn, by the way, or no?
I sold like 500 shares today. Luke, I sold 500 shares today, but I had what I buy live on the show. I think I bought like 10,000 shares. Is that what I did? Or 8,000 shares? I forget. So, but you guys saw it. I had the trading screen open. All I would like you guys to do is go share this. Put this on Facebook. It's on YouTube. Like us, share it. Get us to see how we show up in the YouTube algorithm first. That's all. That's all I'd like you guys to do. Help us.
All right, and I see somebody in the chat. They're asking, where is the NFT sheet? Jason, here's a cool thing that we're going to do today. So we have all these stocks that are going crazy, like 50% moves because they are potential NFT plays. So let's crowdsource this thing. Like today, we saw another one pop up. You probably heard me mention it last week. Genius Brands.
Yeah,
that was a Hugh Henney pick. I shouted that one out on Thursday. Spiked today as a potential NFT play. So guys, drop your potential NFT tickers into this sheet here. Let's crowdsource it. Let's figure out what these are. And if they make sense, I'm going to buy a basket of them on the show, and we'll have this nice little NFT portfolio.
And Luke, someone's telling me to like talk about FLNT. I don't own FLNT.
That's a Nick Bull Trade Finder stock. He talked about that one yesterday when he was on. And then basically he said, yes, the stock's getting hammered. I haven't been right on it. I still like the stock. So there's this deal.
It's also a ripster play. That's how I originally got into it, Luke.
Okay.
And I got out of it because I just didn't feel it anymore. So I'm not in it. So yeah.
And then are you excited for tonight?
Tonight? Oh, GameStop.
The biggest event of the year, better ratings than the Grammys. That's my call right now. The GameStop conference call, 5 o'clock Eastern, will have better ratings than the Grammys did.
Are we live broadcasting it?
Yes, sir. Of course. We could not miss this one.
What other stock could I sell today? Maybe should I get out of IHG? No, I don't want to. AONE, like I need to get out of something else, Luke. I sold a little Upwork today, Luke, just a little.
Okay.
I just wanted to get the margin down a little bit. It was up a lot today. At one point, CRTD was up a decent amount.
See, that's another one. It's another potential, like rumored NFT play. Right? Here's a 5-day chart on this one. Another CEO we had on the show. That's why, guys, if you have ideas for these NFT stocks, drop them in there. Let's go look at these. I'm gonna start hammering through the list. Glory Star. So this one's moved a little bit.
By the way, Luke, you lost the Peloton thing so far. Someone just said.
Let me see. Peloton. 5 days. All right.
You guys in the chat said that. Hey, guys, go leave this room. Go share on YouTube. Get this video trending. Let's go. Let's get some subscribers here, guys. Subscribe to our channel. Let's get to 85,000 subscribers.
All right. So this GMSG. Let's hammer through these potential NFT plays.
Luke, why haven't I? Luke, I'm sorry. I'll stop. But why haven't I used? Why haven't I got? I'm gonna do something. Luke, I'm not gonna even talk about it now.
Okay. All right. GSMG, my quick look, it seems like it's like an e-commerce play in China. Potential NFC stock. The story doesn't jump out at me right away. Like some of them, like Ruel gave me one yesterday that they're partnered with Tops. That's an obvious NFT potential play. This one, I don't get it. So if you know it, drop it in the chat. This next one on the list, PNGF. That's Atari. That one, I think, absolutely a potential NFT play. Right, they have the whole gaming catalog. Right, check this out. All right, mobile gaming: Goon Squad, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Haunted House, Pong World, Centipede, Breakout. Definitely have assets that I think they could turn into NFTs. So I'm green. I'm putting a little green light on this one as a potential comeback. Oh God, that's the wrong color. All right, I'm throwing a green background on this one as a potential comeback too. YVR, we already talked about that. We'll have the CEO on today. CJR. Let's look at this one. CJR. Okay, not a ticker. Keep going. ETHE. Let's look at this. And guys, if you know the stories behind these stocks, somebody saying when is the YVR CEO? 1 o'clock Eastern, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you know the stories behind these potential NFT plays, drop them in there. This one, somebody put in ETHE. That's the ETF for Ethereum. Maybe. Okay. I can sort of see it, but I want to find like these 100%, 50% stock gappers. Let's look at this one. Vinco Ventures. I don't get this one either. Like the Atari one was obvious. If somebody knows the story behind this one, drop it in there too. Ticker BBIG. Let's keep going. Tap them. Publishing leading apps, games, Solitaire Derby, Crypto, Thrillionaire, Castle Builder. This one I think is a maybe too, because again, I think the thing that's important for these NFT stocks, it seems to be that they own the IP, right? This one clearly owns IP. So I'm gonna throw this one on the list as a come back to. Here, I'm just gonna bold the ones that I come back to, so that'll make it faster for us. So bold. All right, let's keep rolling. DLPN. The Dolphin Entertainment. All right. So check this out. Already up 160%. These are the kinds of names that we're looking for. We're late to this one. Obviously, this one's an NFT play. Stock already up 160%. How much is left in it? I have no idea. I'm not going to risk it by hitting it. HOFV absolutely won with some of their NFL type assets. TKAT already moved. Let's see. OCG. Oriental Culture Holdings. Let's see what they have. Online provider of collectibles and artwork e-commerce services. Absolutely potential NFT play. Wow, there's a lot of tickers here. Funko is one. Let's put Funko on the list. I don't know if anybody got that one yet. FNKO. There we have it. Wimmy down 20% on an offering. Don't love it. All right, let's look at two more. I'm gonna do DSS. Document Security Systems. Okay, so this is potentially a thing behind the thing. I'm guessing is a play here for NFTs. And then let's pick another random one. Let's try CLPS. It sounds like Clips. Maybe they own some video assets. Clips. All right, delivery services. All right, I don't see that one super obviously. All right, we got a damn good community turnout on this one, on this activity. So give yourselves a round of applause. Somebody saying that YVR CEO is joining the stream today. Yes, he's coming on today. That's the move. I still don't have air horns. Do you guys hear the air horns? I've hit it like 8 times today. It still doesn't work. You know, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But if you are hearing it when I've been pressing this, let me know. But all right, guys, I'm going to leave this sheet open as a resource. This is something that we built together. Check this out as we go down this list. Right? We have 50 stocks. Right? Again, the ask was, what are some potential NFT plays? Right? Here's the model TKAT. There we go. Here's ticker TKAT. Right? Here's the 5-day move on the stock. Went from $5 to $66 on speculation that they've been getting into the NFT space. So the move is, let's find more of these stocks. It seems like every single day there's been 1 or 2 more stocks that have been rumored as NFT plays. There's always some hottest thing in the market, right? My favorite, this goes back maybe 4 or 5 years ago, was when 3D printers were the hottest stocks around, right? It was like every 3D printer stock was up 300% and just ripping. Right now it's NFTs. That's the move. So again, guys, the ask was, drop in some of these NFT plays that haven't moved yet. We've got a handful here of the ones that we looked at. I think Atari is probably my favorite. It seems pretty obvious. They own IP assets. It has some nostalgia angle. Here's another one. I see somebody in the chat is putting in ticker. I'm going to add this one. PLBY, Playboy, is rumored to be getting into NFTs as well. That's a potentially interesting one. So here's the list. We've got about 50 stocks put together by Zingernation, all you out there. I'm going to leave this sheet open so you guys can continue to collaborate onto it. share it, tell the internet about it. We are building this NFT stock resource. This is the Trade Idea Show. That's the only reason we do it. And I'm going to do some research tonight. Producer AB and myself are going to go through every single ticker on this list. And tomorrow we'll be back with here are our 5 favorite potential NFT plays. And I'm going to buy them live on the show. So hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. We're going to research literally every stock on this list, all 50 of them tonight. I'm going to come up with 5 that I'm going to put into my live portfolio, the live account, and we'll be buying some stocks. All right. All right. Jason, I don't know if you want to come back and hang out. If you do, you're welcome to. But I'm going to keep us. There you are. What's up? What's up? You're muted.
Like to have at least one question.
I don't know if you think that I just like hijacked the show or something.
No, I'm here.
I didn't mean to. I was just excited about our NFT
I'm
game.
just doing something that I should have done a while ago in terms of getting us YouTube traffic.
Okay.
And I don't know why I didn't reach
What is
out
it?
to some
Can you
people.
tease it to us or no?
Well, why haven't we reached out to some people in the know, like at YouTube, to say, hey, why don't you watch our thing and see, maybe they have some advice. And
See, that's what I'm talking about. I talked to a guy this morning. He gets 4,000 on his thing, and he gave me like he basically looked at some of our videos and said, "Here's 5 things that you're not doing that it took me about a year to figure out." So we'll have to go through those.
what was like one simple thing?
He said the item which he sees have a bigger impact than anything else is the number of people you have waiting for the stream to start. He's like, on days where I can only get 20 people to be waiting, the stream is dead the whole time. He's like, if I can get 100 people to be waiting, we start strong, and then it just goes crazy with the recommendations. So that was one of the tips that he had. He had a handful of those like that. He said more than the social share buttons, more than the likes, it seems to be those people waiting. He had some tips for our description. So yeah, he's a hacker on this stuff. All right.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to GameStop. All right. Let's do GameStop support.com. Then let's take some tickers out of the chat. And then we're going to go back to some options trades. All right. And somebody in the chat is saying you should be saying this offline, guys, with a lot of question marks. Sorry that, like I said at the top of the show, this is the most transparent stock market show out there. A lot of people say to me, you shouldn't be sharing your live brokerage account. You know, they say, oh, you've got your account number. You're putting your financial info up there. There it is, right? We do it every single day. We know that we're not going to be able to build this in a vacuum. And we need people who are smarter than ourselves and specialize in things to help us. We actually did a company-wide talk about that this morning. And so that's why we throw it all out there, all right?
I mean, it's Zingernation. This is not just our show. That's the thing. How can we say that in a vacuum? If that's not fair, how do we treat people like that? Like, how do we treat internet enforcers like that, or Jim Stocks? I mean, that's what we're here to do. We're all in this together. Isaac Money, Brian Hearn, we're all in this together. So how could we go behind his back and not talk about it, or her back? Like, that would be crazy to do. This is a different thing. This is not a one-to-many show. This is a many-to-many.
Like if we talked about this just between us, it would be like buying a house and not telling your partner about it.
Right.
You know,
like, it's so like, I mean, that is.
Spencer Israel might not agree.
Yeah, but this is Zingernation. You guys tell us what you want, and then we bring them on. I mean, if you're not happy and don't like the transparency, then obviously we're not the right channel. But we love for you to be happy. We love to learn from you because we know we can get better. We're trying, and we want to be so transparent with you guys.
Don't work.
So
that's what we're gonna say. Aaron Thomas, the air horns still don't work.
Yeah,
We've been smashing it all day.
You guys have been there at hello. You guys have been there. I mean, do you know how this show happened? The show happened because we were the room where it happened. GameStop was at $41. The stock was just sitting there, and literally, we bring on Citron. Andrew left. The stock wasn't moving, and so wasn't moving. And Andrew left comes on. All of a sudden, within like 20 minutes, Wall Street bettors show up. The stock goes to like 60, and it's a huge fight. The next day, it's at 80. We were the room where it happened. Our show was the room where it happened. So since that time, Luke has his own segment, 12 to 1. Luke wants me on right now. You want me to go off Mash? I'll go off.
Wait, what? You're leaving? Now I got to come up with stuff on my own?
Well, this Mash can Luke get his own segment. So you guys choose. If you want me to leave, press 1. If you want me to stay, press 2. I don't know. I don't know what they want me to do.
Right. I put my 1 in there.
Luke, why can't I find some University of Michigan grads at the Tube of You?
Tube of You? Maybe you need to put Google Alphabet as the company?
No, it's
know.
YouTube.
You already tried that?
No, it's YouTube. They want me to stay, they say now.
All right. That's what they say.
Yeah. That's what they say, but behind my back, they probably say 1. Oh, no. Ellen K. Studios wants me to leave.
All right. Let's talk about GameStop a little bit. So GameStop, guys, I'm going to pull the chart up here. 5 o'clock Eastern. And I want to look at GameStop options too. I'm going to get that ready in the other tab. But all right, GameStop, 5 o'clock Eastern, conference call. Okay. They are going to report their earnings numbers before that, right? That's not going to be super interesting. You know, the way that it goes for pretty much every public company is they're going to put out a press release. It's going to say, here's how much money we made. Here's how much profit we had. Here's a couple, generic quotes. Not going to get a ton out of it. What's going to be interesting is the conference call, right? Keep in mind, as I think this is important to point out, we really haven't heard from GameStop since all this happened. The last conference call, look at it. Here's a 3-month chart of the stock. It was before the stock went crazy, right? We got one press release that said that Ryan Cohen is leading a board committee to appoint a new CTO and head of their e-commerce strategy, but we really haven't heard from the company yet. All eyes are going to be on this conference call. Last week, we had Rod Ellsman, GMEDD.com. I mean, he's the guy who was doing in the face of all the research that came out of the Reddit community on GameStop. He laid out for us last week what we need to hear from the company for the stock to go up. It was amazing. He just put it all out there, so there's no surprises. He said, this is what you need for the stock to continue to move higher. All right, and in short, I'm going to recap what he said. But basically, he said, we need to have a very clear and defined plan for the company's turnaround. It can't be like hey, we're going to do more e-commerce. Yay. We're going to transform the company. It needs to be a very clear, we are going to transform in this way with these milestones in these dates. He said, if we get that, it's a good thing for the stock. If they just do some generic talk and don't get into the details with us, it could run into problems. And tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, Rod Ellsman, again, he knows the stock arguably better than anybody else, maybe not better than Roaring Kitty, but again, he's the face of GMEDD.com. That's GMEDelta.com. He's going to be joining us to take us through, here's what they said, here's what it means, here's how I'm taking action on the stock after that. And Jason, check this out. Do you want to laugh?
Yeah.
All right. So check this out. Okay. We're going to look at the GameStop options chain. So yesterday I was thinking I wanted to buy some 300 strike calls on the stock. Look at the stock's trading at $185 right now. I wanted to buy some $300 strike calls. Just like, let's go. Let's rally the troops. Let's run this thing up. Let's wow, that was loud. How much do you think the 300 strike calls cost? We ran in the chat. If you weren't here yesterday, guess how much you think those cost too. All right, as I want to see where everybody's at. But Jason, stock's at 185. 1 month from now, 300 strike calls. My initial thought was they're going to be $3, $3 to $5.
I was going to say 5.
All right, check this out. You're gonna. I hope you're sitting. I hope you're sitting.
I can't see you. Hold on.
That's all right. I'll tell you.
I can see you now.
$25.
Wow.
So you need to put down $2,500, and your break even is $325. Stock's at 185. Holy shit!
That's
there are
crazy.
some people buying calls in the stock.
That's so crazy. That's insane.
Yes. So stock's at 185. Your break even is 325, and you got to put $3,000 down on
All
it.
right, can we get 20 people to hit the like button right now? First,
Let's go.
Like button. Get
All right.
some Benzinga swag. Let's
Where
go.
are we at? Are we at 1,000 yet, Jason?
Nope. I need 20 people to hit the like button.
I mean, I'm like not at my sweating stage yet. It takes me some time to warm up. Oh God, we're only at 781. But I'm starting to get some dampness in here. We're gonna have some ideas flying in a second, but I definitely thought that we would have been at 1,000 by now.
Yep, I got it. 20 people we need. 20
All
likes,
right.
100 likes. Go right now.
All right, so
hit it. Go.
Boom. Come on,
Do it?
baby.
Do we do it?
Boom, we got it. 8:34. Let's go. Keep the ideas going. All right, so I'm going to drop
get to 1,000 right now, Luke.
Let's get it to 1,000, baby. We get it to 1,000. I'm going to go through every single loser that I have today and decide whether I'm keeping the position or selling it. How's that?
Or should I buy?
That's 1,000. I got 10 stocks, 10 rapid fire ideas. Then
or should I put 100,000 on one stock? What do you think?
I think you should put 100,000 on one stock.
They would get to vote for the stock. We could put a survey thing in.
Yes, and somebody's saying by like button you mean the buy button on a YVR.
I love that. If they get to 1,000, maybe I put 50,000 on one stock. They vote for it.
Yep. And again, guys, if you're just joining us, I'm going to talk a little bit more about GME, and then I'm gonna give you then I've got another idea. I'm gonna pitch a short idea. Actually, I know it's sometimes shorts are bad, but don't worry, it's not on one of our favorite stocks. So don't worry, it's on a boring one. But all right, we're gonna talk about GameStop in a minute here, but YVR CEO joining live in about 15 minutes here. All right.
So, Luke, I made some progress on my work.
Okay. How did it go?
I'm making some progress. Okay. On the reach outs.
All right. Did you get some responses or what?
No, I found some University of Michigan's alumni that work there.
All right. I like that. That's important.
Seeking help. I'm seeking help. Me and Internet Enforcers are seeking help right now.
Good.
Internet
Enforcers is a good partner in crime for you.
I know. If we offered Internet Enforcers like 300,000 a year to work here, you still would it. Like, he loves just being the commentator in the channel to say you're doing this wrong, doing that wrong. I love it though. I love it. I love that we get in little fights. It's great. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because he just wants to make us better, and we want to make people money. And so whatever makes us better to make people money is what it's about to me. I mean, the amount of money that I've made in the last 2 weeks on this show, it's almost unfair. It's almost unfair, to be honest. Like I said, I told people, high conviction trade, STKS at $5, high conviction. I gave them, BTN, Tony FKA, go on LinkedIn and message people that worked at YouTube and say that Benzinga should show up higher in the algorithm. I mean, let's start a campaign for that, just like we do with the brokerages. Go to E-Trade and tell them they need to add our news. Send us an image of you guys doing this. We'll send you swag. We'll send you a T-shirt. We'll send you a track jacket. Send the email to powerhour@benzinga.com. powerhour@benzinga.com. Send an email to someone on LinkedIn that works at YouTube, and then send an email to E-Trade or Schwab and E-Trade that you want Benzinga news. You want your Benzinga news just like you want in your MTV. All right, Luke, let's go.
All right, let's go.
I own YVR. Luke, do you own YVR?
I don't own YVR.
So maybe you should do more of the interview because I'm a little biased, maybe.
If you want. I've got good questions.
Okay.
I wasn't really going to talk about the stock. I was just going to dig into the CEO, personally, get to know him, that sort of thing. I think that's important.
People do have stock questions.
Just kidding. We're going to hit the stock hard. But all right, let's round out this GME, guys, again. 5 o'clock Eastern. Join us on this stream. We're going to be spazzing out during this conference call, deciding whether the stock's going to go higher or lower. If you want to hit GME long, I've got a badass way for you to do it, all right? Sell the 120 strike puts a month out from now, okay? You can sell them for $19 a contract. The stock's at 185 right now. You don't start losing money until the stock gets down to 100. If the stock goes up, you keep your $2,000 per contract that you sold. If the stock goes down, it has to go all the way to 100 before you start feeling any losses. So if you want a more conservative way to hit GME long into earnings, into the conference call tonight, that's the trade for it. Boom. All right, next idea. Let's hit this next idea. Rapid firing ideas. Ticker SPRT. We called this one down to the front of the classroom yesterday, calling them out for some bullshit, okay? Support.com. Let's go to their website. Okay, Jason, what do you think support.com would sell? We're going to go to their site. But just based on the name, what do you think it is?
Like customer support stuff.
There we go. They've got a nice customer support business. There's the cash register for you getting that one right. It's a good business and it's an interesting space, right? Customer support. All right. All of a sudden, they are no longer a customer support play. They are now a Bitcoin miner. Check this out. Here's a 3-month chart. I'll zoom it in. Here's a 2-day chart of 5 days. There we go. Boom. 5-day chart of the stock. Goes from $2 to $9 when the company announced they're acquiring a Bitcoin miner, and support.com is no longer a support company. It's not going to help you, run your support team, etc. It's going to help you mine Bitcoin. It's a new crypto play. I personally hate these stocks who do this, right? Every time something gets hot, we get all of these things going crazy where all of a sudden there's a cryptocurrency stock. All of a sudden it's an NFT stock. Yes, we did just do a big crowdsourced project where we said everybody give us NFT plays. We'll be going those through tomorrow. But support.com out of nowhere, it's a cryptocurrency stock.
You cannot hit that horn anymore.
What'd you say?
You cannot hit that horn anymore.
It's so loud today.
People are
I don't
complaining.
know why.
You woke up someone's kid.
Okay.
They're not happy.
All right. So here's my example. Here's a 5-year chart of Kodak. All right. Kodak is in the stock that's an example that's notorious for doing this, right? Look back here, 2017, Kodak, they came out, they said, we are no longer a camera company. We are now a cryptocurrency play. Stock popped, went from $3 all the way up to what is this? $13, slow trickle of death back down. Just this past year, Kodak came out again. They said, hey, we're not a crypto play. We're not a camera play. We're neither of those. We are now a COVID play. We're going to be helping to solve the world's COVID problem. Stock goes from $3 to $60, slow trickle of death back down, settled out at $8. Okay. There are stocks who are notorious for doing this. Whenever I see a company who comes out of the blue and says, hey, we're this thing and we're not, I love to hit those names. I mean, if we look back at this 2-day chart, we called it out yesterday. That would have been the 22nd on the show right around 12:30. So the stock, let's say it was 750. Now it's back down to about 550. I wanted to see the momentum pop, the bubble burst before we hit this thing on the short side. But I now think support.com, if you want to take a crack at it and ride this thing down to the slow trickle of death, I think it's okay to do. I will not short this stock. I'll never short any stock that doubles. I've blown up accounts doing that. I do want to see if they have options for it. Look at that. There might be. Option chain. Let's see how much they cost. 24 days out. Oh my God. All right, I'm hitting this one, Jason. The 24-day out, $5 puts on the stock are only 60 cents. Costing me $60 to get into this thing. So I'm hitting this thing. I'm gonna buy the puts. My limit order is 65. Let's get a few of them here. Hitting the buy order. Boom. There it is. It's out there. So basically what I need the stock to do, if this stock is $4.35 or below, I am making money on this thing. If the stock stays up, whatever, I just bought, basically 500 shares at 65 cents. So I just spent $325. I'm down on it. If we look at where the stock was trading, right, it was down at $2. If the stock gets back down to $2, so I'm making $3 times 500. That's $1,500. So basically I'm risking 300 to make what I think can be 1,500. So there's my trade. Hitting the puts 1 month out, support.com. Thoughts on that one? All right. No thoughts. Then I'm throwing it out to the chat. I'm throwing this one out to Zingernation, guys. If you are with me and you think support.com, you've got an opportunity to take a shot at it, to bet against it, hit the one in the chat. If you like the stock, you would ride it long. You would keep this thing going. Hit the 2. I'm curious where everyone is at. Jason.
Yeah.
What's up? What's up?
You want me to wake up?
Wake up, baby. Did you hear my support pitch?
Yes, I did.
You like it? You like the stock or no? I just hit puts on the fly.
But hasn't it risen a decent amount?
Yes. Here's a 5-day chart. The stock went from 2 to 9 to now it's at 6. I bought the $5 puts for 65 cents. I want to see the thing go back down to 2, and I've basically got 3 weeks for it to happen.
Oh, so you're
saying squeeze me out.
You're playing a short.
I'm betting against this one.
But my question is, you don't like to short high flyers.
I didn't short it. I bought puts. I will never short any stock that doubles.
Same shit though.
No way.
But I mean, not same shit, but high flyers tend to continue to move. No.
Maybe but that's why I'd buy puts on them, right? Is my risk is defined. I spent $325. The stock stays up, whatever. But I hate these stocks that are like trying to manipulate the people. Right, they're coming out. It's a support. They do customer support. That's a great business. But now they're trying to come out in I think about them as like trying to manipulate the people and saying, hey, we're a crypto play. Everybody buy our stock. We're going to dump an offering on you. Insiders might dump shares on you. Institutions might dump shares on you. So that's why I love to hit these ones. I feel like it's such a for the people play.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right, guys. 5 minutes. Again, CEO is joining us. YVR Yankee Victor Romeo. We got a question dot going earlier. There weren't as many people here, so I'm going to spam this one in the chat a little bit. Here it is. If you guys have questions, drop them in this document. Please be polite, right? It's open for public editing. I don't think you'll find another media company who does this, right? Where we're making it available. You can write whatever you want on here.
You know what I'm excited about, Luke?
You're excited about
Benzinga Pro working on mobile.
Oh, okay.
In 3 days.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I am too. So check this out, guys. Pro.benzinga.com. The most powerful news platform out there for stocks, guys, right? This is what I use on this show every single day. Jason uses every day, right? We both we show if you're new, we show our live portfolios every day. We've made some damn good money this year. All right. And so this our Benzinga pro.benzinga.com is now coming to mobile devices later this week. Cash register, since I can't use my air horn. So if you want to check it out, 2-week free trial, literally no reason not to start it. Somebody saying, will Benzinga ever be on the NYSE?
Yes.
Maybe we have a surprise announcement coming. Got to subscribe to figure out.
I have a call at 3:30. I actually have to get back to these guys. I forgot about that. Shoot, thank you.
Yes, sir.
This lady is University of Michigan. Head of Spaces Operations. What is that?
Yep. I do not know. All right. And so going back to my support.com trade, again, we just hit this one live on the show. We got more love than hate on it. Again, I feel like this is such a for the people trade. They're trying to dump their shitty fake story on us. We're going to try to make some money off of it. Let's see this thing reverse and let's see what happens. And then tomorrow, I'll just give you a little bit of a preview. So tomorrow, we just crowdsourced not this one. We just crowdsourced NFT plays. What are stocks that are potential future NFT plays? So we crowdsourced that. We're going to be getting back to that tomorrow. We've got 2 live options trades to check in on. So we will be doing those today. And of course, we're going to talk about a couple new option setups. So if you're just joining us, that's what we have coming up. Anything else that you want to preview, Mr. Raznick?
I don't know. What other earnings plays? I look at Catalyst.
There is another stock reporting earnings. I said GME earlier, and somebody's like, Ruel said there's a stock he's more excited about than GME tonight.
What?
I don't remember which one it was. Like Mogo, or it was a stock that I didn't know.
I own Mogo.
Let's put it that way. All right. Well, your stock is reporting earnings. Okay.
Why do I own Mogo though?
I don't know. Accident. Just kidding.
Someone wants to study here.
Yeah, it could have been Ruel. I mean, he's in it, or he got into it from the same person who asked you. All right. I think it's time, Jason, to bring our special guest on. What do you think? It's a very special guest.
Hold on.
We always could tell our guests that they're special.
Yeah.
Sometimes we lie. We're not this time.
I know. I hate my background. It's so wimpy today, but wait, we got
it's a nice off-white.
All right. So 2 things.
I own what do I own? I own off-white. No, I don't own offwhite.com. I own like offwhitewall.com or I don't know. I have some useless domain.
Okay. And I'll go to mute on part of this because I think Ari is in the background maybe. But two things. If you're new to this channel, we go live every day from 8 a.m. to around 6 p.m., 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It all happened when the GameStop thing happened, and we were the room where it happened. So That all happened since then, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And if you're new, please like and subscribe. So hit the subscribe button on YouTube. It's just a little button there, and you can hit the little bell to turn on notifications. I think you can get a max of 2 a day, and subscribe to the channel. Okay. All right. I'm going to hand it over, and Luke, I will do the special intro stuff, and then I will hand the stuff over in a second. 1 second. Again, like and subscribe if you haven't yet. Subscribe. Thank you.
Going all day. All right, guys. Very special guest. I said we're being serious about this one because we are. Ron Thompson. I see the tickers flying in the chat. Thank you so much for joining the Power Hour, Ron, CEO, Liquid Media Group. We are very excited to have you here on a day like today.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Nice to meet you guys, and get a great show. So I've been watching it with interest, and looking forward to participating and adding my 2 cents.
Awesome. Yeah, we promise our listeners of the show 3 things. It's trade ideas, it's jokes and gimmicks. So I hope we've been delivering on that for you. And hopefully in this next segment, we'll be able to dig into the company and hopefully get some ideas going. But I guess first things first, right? On a day like today or a week like this week, where the stock is, I mean, just going crazy. What is that like for you? Like put us in your shoes. I mean, is it? Are there special things that you have to do? Or are you just obsessed with staring at it all day? What exactly is that like?
Big shoes to fill. It's pretty exciting. It is a meteoric rise this week, and just watching all the volumes, and it's been trying to understand that perhaps people are getting wind of this little company, and we have a lot of exciting stuff to talk about. So I'm just pleased to see we're generating an audience for the business.
Awesome. So let's dig straight into that. And for getting us started, for folks who aren't familiar with the business or don't know, could you just give us a little bit of background and talk about how the company works?
Certainly. Liquid Media Group is a publicly traded company on NASDAQ. It's YVR is the symbol, and the company's been around for several years. And I joined the business in January to basically help us chart a course for growth and for significant growth through all kinds of different things that we have in our program. The business was previously in the media and entertainment space. We are recalibrating the business now to become a business solutions company for the entertainment industry, for the filmed entertainment, professional filmed entertainment, meaning film and television and cinematic video for video games. And we have a end-to-end solution approach that we have put together for providing a kind of a Shopify-like experience for IP creators around the world to take their content IP from end to end, from concept through to final monetization. And we've got a real head of steam on in terms of how we're doing that. And so we've just started this process. We've raised a little bit of money, and we're going to continue to grow the business with some accretive acquisitions in the next several months and rolling out our business plan.
Okay, so I guess I've got two follow-ups coming off of that. The first one, you just mentioned the money raised. So you guys just did an offering, raised about $6 million. Can you talk a little bit about where that capital, where you're expecting it to be deployed, what kind of a runway it gives you, et cetera?
That capital provides us a great deal of runway for the short term as we roll out some of the acquisitions we have on our roster. Also, for our general growth of the business, we have things have been very tight for the last little while, especially since I joined, and so now we'll be able to execute on our plan. So that's really the two key things. One is general corporate working capital, and the other is to be able to support the acquisitions that we're making in our industry.
Okay. And of course, especially in a week like this week, we have to talk about NFTs. I'm curious where you're at, both with the company, what you think on the market on general, et cetera. It's,
we're
been the hottest market around.
Yeah, it's a hot topic. I mean, certainly it's something that we've been aware of for a while as they've evolved. And the whole blockchain phenomenon is an interesting one. We're exploring it in depth. It certainly is becoming a something in our industry, and we're seeing some of the companies in our business embrace them. And so we're very much looking forward to learning more about NFTs and finding a way that we can incorporate those into our business model going forward. So we're exploring and looking forward to finding new ways to utilize this very exciting NFT opportunity.
Okay, and like when you say exploring, any sort of idea or timeline as to when we can expect to learn more, or is it like a stay tuned type item, or any thoughts you get? I've gotten slammed with questions about the NFT angle.
I'll bet you have. I mean, we're being very cautious, as is our industry, in terms of how we embrace NFTs. But I think there's no doubt that these are going to be something that we need to seriously consider going forward. And we, like everyone, will have an NFT strategy going forward. So we're feeling pretty excited about the opportunity. We're not able to make any announcements at this time on the NFT front, but we're looking forward to announcing some things in the near future as we figure out our strategy.
Okay, excellent. And I'll leapfrog off of there. A question that I like to ask everybody. You're talking about future strategy. If you had to name one or two things that you're most excited about into the future, what would those be?
We have the entertainment finance market is going through change globally, and we've identified a way to take advantage of that. I mean, the streaming platforms are rocketing because everybody's is either experimented with them or is now hooked. And so we believe that we can play an important role in helping to safely package content on behalf of our customers and to finance that and deliver it and monetize it in conjunction with our customers to give them higher returns and ROI. So that's, I think, the big idea for us is really providing this sort of end-to-end solutions approach where we can really provide a significant business ally to our customers.
Okay. And in terms of the things that are not necessarily headwinds, but the challenges for getting there, is it on the tech side? Is it getting content creators to come on? Like what I'm curious as to here are some of the hurdles that we have to get through, and we're really looking like we're in a good position to execute on those goals.
I mean, we have to get our word out. That's for sure. Honestly, it's when I don't see it as much a challenge, frankly, because I think we have an integrated solution, and we're relying on best-in-class, whether it's technologies, whether it's big data analytics. That's an area that we're very interested in. Whether it's in distribution and monetization, whether it's in production services, and assuring that a product, whether it's a TV program, a film, or a piece of cinematic video for a game, is professionally, cost-effectively delivered on budget, on time, as discussed. And so, I think when someone's searching for capital, in many cases, you don't have to advertise. People will find the capital. And I think we provide more than just the capital. We provide a safe, de-risked approach to funding production. And I think that's something that is in short supply. It is not reliable, is not robust today. And that's what our big idea is.
Okay. Excellent. And are there any specific titles or projects that you guys are working on right now that you think are especially exciting, or the investing community should know about and be thinking about?
Not particular titles. I mean, there are. It's more of a body of work, and so we're holding ourselves out there going forward as being able to provide guidance and leadership, and as importantly to really be a sort of a steward for our customers to help them properly monetize and maximize their, what they can get when they go to distribute, when they go to gamify their content, when they go to activate it with audiences. It's all about audience engagement and basically completing the loop so that you come full circle to the next piece of content, to the de-risking of that, to the funding of that, always with a safety blanket in a a button-down business-like methodology that we've been working on for some time now.
Yeah, and for the audience out there, I want to reiterate that what Ron's talking about is like a problem that we deal with every day here at Benzinga, right? We produce this video content that goes all day, right? Our business is content, right? We publish 900 pieces of content a day, and the question always is how do we distribute this content? How do we monetize this content? How do we get it in front of more people, etc.? Right? That's the name of the game for our business. The better that we can do those things, the better we execute on those fronts, the better the business does. And it's not easy. And so I definitely appreciate and understand the space where that you're in, Ron, of, hey, we've got a team of 150 people here at Benzinga to help us do this. For content creators that don't necessarily have all those people who are thinking about that every day. It's interesting.
Well, it is, especially considering how much video is produced today, for whether it's network, whether it's online, or whether it's over the top or for the streamers. And I think the big issue is that there are large investments made in content. That's whether it's a TV series that you watch, or whether it's on Netflix or Prime or what have you, or a theatrical film, or a film that goes direct to video. And I think that the issue is, at scale, the amount of capital and the risk and the methodology under which the funding happens, it's really hit and miss. And it's amazing, we look at, major content producers, studios and mini majors and independents who are constantly struggling to find a reliable sort of helping hand, someone to assure them that they're able to finalize or close their financing plans. And sometimes these are massive numbers. When you think about the cost of a series of television that you watch today, some of the numbers are outrageous. So having a reliable solution is an important one, so that you can do it again and again and again and create scale. And that's really, at the end of the day, as an industry, we're trying as an industry to define the entertainment asset class for professional filmed entertainment as being legitimate, as being highly lucrative and exciting for investors, if it's properly de-risked, packaged, and monetized. And that's the trick. And that's what I've spent a good part of my career trying to help our clients. And now, as CEO of Liquid Media, that is my number one quest in this business. And we've got a fantastic group of people, an incredible structure of our company, and we have access to capital through capital markets. So I'm feeling very, very confident we're going to get there, and we're already making some great headway as we start this business.
Awesome. And Ron, one more question I want to ask about on March 3rd. You guys announced a deal with Atari. Obviously a very recognizable brand. Could you dig in a little bit as to, what that deal means, how you guys are working together, et cetera?
I sure can. First of all, Atari is an amazing company. They have this fantastic platform, the console games, and we own the Slipstream SVOD, the subscription video on demand platform for action adventure sports. And it's a phenomenal platform. And basically we have 400 and growing roster of films, which are high octane, very entertaining, but absolutely on mark in terms of responding to the target audience, which are millennials, skews a bit heavier male than female, with this kind of really expressive programming. And through Atari, we're now going to be able to stream our channel through Slipstream of the 400 plus films and it's growing every week. Every week we're growing in high definition. So that's something that Atari will now be able to, through its consoles and through the PC console deployment that they're embarked on right now, that is going to be a possibility. So for us, we're right at the forefront of working with one of the hottest companies in the business and in Atari, and we're really excited about it. It's a big deal. We're really excited about it, and we're quite confident this is going to be a very successful result.
Awesome. Yeah, and Ron, I think it's worth pointing out too that you joined the team in January, I believe. So you've definitely had a heck of a run, in the quick tenure. So some exciting deals that you guys have announced. You've raised money. And so it's been awesome to watch from the sidelines, and now finally get to chat and ask some of these questions that we've been thinking about. Any final words of wisdom, thoughts, things that investors should be looking out for?
Look, I'm at 10 weeks in, and I haven't even started. So I got big plans, and I've got a team which I'm assembling. I've already got a few of them in place. We've got a wonderful group in the company, great board, great business. So keep a watch on us. We got lots of stuff coming down the pipe. We've got lots of news, and we're growing. And so you're going to hear about it because we're going to make a lot of noise.
There we go.
But I'll tell you, the industry needs this, and there's a massively underserved demand for what we've got. So I'm really pleased finally to be able to provide something to my industry that's in such dire demand for this type of an opportunity.
Awesome. And Ron, you said you're going to make a lot of noise, so I'll hit it. Here's our air horns that we have on this show. All right, as you have more news, as things develop, let us know. We've got about 3,000 people or so between Facebook and YouTube and Twitter watching this stream. We're going to have a summary article out shortly. So Ron, let us know when you have news. Would love to chat again. Thank you so much for joining the Power Hour. Again, this idea is about fun and gimmicks and ideas, and we appreciate you for telling us about the company and bringing it out there. And now, guys, if you stay tuned, because I'll bring some gimmicks later in the show. Anytime.
Nice to see you, and thanks again for today. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Ron.
Thanks, bye-bye.
All right, guys. How about that? Hanging out in the chat there. If you're just joining us, we're about to get to 2 live options trades that I have to put on. Of course, we're going to break down the interview and discuss there. And I'm going to go through my live portfolio. I am getting hammered in the live account right now. Let me pull it up.
Yeah,
right,
Luke, and just a quick thing on Ron. He's telling the story. He came in the company in January, and people want instant gratification, stocks to move this second, to bounce up, to do that. You don't want to do that and sell the NFT and say, oh, we have an NFT launching tomorrow. You don't want to do that. You want to release that stuff without, saying that exact thing. So you're not looking for that kind of thing. You're looking to buy companies that slowly but surely grow. I mean, look at Salesforce. Mark Benioff is the perfect epitome of, not spilling the beans before he actually makes the deal. I mean, when he bought, his last 3 companies, including Slack, no one had any clue that he was going to do that. No one had any clue. So why would Ron go out there and say, this is our playbook, this is exactly what we're doing? He's not. I mean, as much as he would want to say like 3 things they're doing, he's not. Like, it's like, yes, could he have said on the show right now, this is what we're doing? And could the stock have gone up 40, 50, 100%? Absolutely. But if Mark Benioff did that, if Ron did that, then you don't grow a company. So everyone in the chat can say what they want to say. Look at Mark Benioff. Look at Mark Zuckerberg. We'll just keep it with Marks. Look at Mark Cuban. Look at Mark, I don't know who else.
Mark
there you
Waters. Barcher. Okay. I don't know.
What'd you say?
I said Mark Waters. It's an old sales rep of ours.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. All right. But let's throw this one out to Zingernation, guys. If you like it, hit us the 1. If you're concerned, hit us the 2. I'm curious where the community is at, guys. Hit the like on that, or hit the subscribe button on this stream. If you're new to Benzinga, you're new to the Power Hour, this is the trade idea resource. Every day, we promise we're bringing you guys a few things, ideas, jokes, and gimmicks. So we'll be making some trades here. But Jason, I agree with what you're saying, right? I mean, I feel like we had a lot of community members, and in my messaging, anything that I can receive a message on was going crazy for that past 30 minutes. Yep. And it's like everybody wants, the big news break, right? I don't think it's going to get announced on a whim, right? Let's face it. I don't know what the expectations were, but I mean, we got the NFT comments, right? That's what everybody wanted to hear about. It's something that they are absolutely aware of. It's something that they're doing research into. They see it being a part of the future. Right? We had that comment in there too. So I think we got some awesome clarity out to Zingernation here.
I mean, he couldn't say, hey, yeah, we have an NFT launching tomorrow. But it's you just can't do that. So investors, speculators on the outside have to make their decisions, what they want to do. And by the way, Luke, they want you to make the symbol bigger. The chart itself doesn't show what the stock is. I'm watching from my phone. I can't read what the stock is. Okay. So the symbol bigger somewhere on the orange, I guess, in the bottom.
That's it. Producer Rohan, can you throw us up some tickers as we hammer through them?
And guys,
yeah, we'll get it on there.
We'll bring on more CEOs. You can make your own picks, speculation on whatever you want. And we have the ticker bigger for you right down there. So that's what we have. And you, Starlink is, Starlink, Tesla, exactly. And bro, who the fuck goes this shit? Allows us loop goof to, dude. I love it. There's so many haters that can just comment.
I don't know. We got a lot of lovers. I would say we got more lovers than haters.
Yeah, I know.
We got a lot of like.
I know.
This guy's sweating bullets but holding up. which I was.
This one guy likes fake news, Yeah, so
exactly.
That's why he's.
Wait, Jason, I got something for you.
Bring it.
Fake news.
Yeah,
there you go. That's that guy's show. He loves the fake news.
Boom! Look at all these subscribes. There we go.
What? You got some subscribes?
We got people in the chat saying that they subscribe.
All right,
They're
let's go.
Some fun with us.
Let's kick some butt. What other trades do I got today? I got to look at that. I mean, I don't know what other trades I got.
I've got a couple I can talk about. You want to hit your list or do you want me to hit mine?
You go first, my man.
All right, support.com, guys. We just talked about it right before we came on this show. I bought the $5 strike puts on this stock, 35 cents. Again, basically the thesis is, that this is a company that they put out some BS news and they're just dumping it on the people. They're saying we're not support anymore. We're now a cryptocurrency company. It runs the stock up. They dump an offering on people. We don't like it. We hate it. We're calling them out for it. So there's one that we made happen today. The other one that I want to talk about. Let's dig into PLTR. Palantir. Everybody's favorite stock. So I made a trade on Palantir. Wait, stay logged in. Don't kick me out.
No,
Go ahead.
I don't own Palantir, and I think I need to subscribe. I mean, to buy.
I think so too. Palantir is maybe the most popular stock around. Let me throw this one in here before I get into my Palantir trade.
Why isn't it up more?
We'll get into that. But guys, if you guys are long Palantir, you're in the stock, you like it, hit 1 in the chat. If not, hit 2. I'm curious where everyone is at here. But all right, so let's talk about Palantir for a second here. So I got long Palantir last week by selling puts. So I'm going to say that again. I went synthetically long Palantir by selling puts against the stock. The puts that I sold were the 22 strike April 16th puts, and I sold them for 92 cents a piece. So here's why I did that. If the price of Palantir is above $22 by April 16th, I just keep my $92. I take it to the bank. I'm happy. Great. We'll just keep doing that every single month. We create nice, consistent income. If the price of Palantir drops to $20 or below, right, my average price in the stock, because I sold the puts for 92 cents, is basically $21. We did this when the stock was 24. So the risk that we're taking on is we're agreeing to buy the stock for some lower price in the future. So that's why I went ahead and sold the puts against the stock. I'm basically break even in the trade. We sold them for 92. We're holding it for 28. I also do own some of the stock outright. So there's my move on Palantir. The reason why I like this one, Jason, I feel like this is the company. I didn't say this. Somebody else said this. And this is like one of the truest things I think I heard. But Palantir is the company that's going to run the world, but before the world knows that it's running the world. And it actually might already be. Right. This is the one that's helping our defense, right? The biggest organization in the world right now, U.S. military, make critical decisions, right? It's helping to detect weather patterns. It's helping, massive organizations make decisions. The revenue is so sticky, and that's why I love this one. I feel like it doesn't get the love it deserves because there's a lot of people who don't understand the stock, and there does have to be a lot of vagueness in front of it, sort of like a veil in front of the stock. Just because, they can't disclose everything. They do so much defense work. So this is a stock that I'm okay owning for the long run. That's why I sell puts against it. That's why I like it. Where are you at with this one, Jason?
I like their Apollo network. I really do. I like that other companies are moving to Palantir for data analysis and data synthesis. And I didn't realize that. I thought Palantir was more consultative approach and not just a software tool, kind of like an Oracle. So what I am confused by with Palantir is there's so many people that talk about it. So many people that want to move up. It reminds me of some of these other stocks that people sent me that I got out of, like Fluent and a few other ones that they just kept talking. Oh yeah, the other one, Clover Health. Everyone was going crazy to me. I got many messages about Clover Health being sent to me, and I just never really got into it. And Palantir, it's like there's some people talk about. My buddy, there's a guy on YouTube, Tom Nash. He's been talking Palantir for a while.
Yep.
And it's sort of stuck. And so what I'm planning on doing with Palantir is buying before earnings. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm buying before earnings because
All right, let me get a date for you.
Yeah, please go into
I'm going to my trusty Benzinga Pro.
And I'm buying it before earnings because, I'm up like 420% over 3 years, 86% win rate. Right now, I don't have conviction that Palantir doesn't drop, a few points before it goes on a run. That is my issue.
Okay. All right. I like that. So basically,
and for the hedge fund that we have to keep the track record good. So I can't lose on this one.
Okay. All right. So you like the stock and
Yes.
your trade idea is you buy this one into earnings. We might have volatility before then. That'll be the next big catalyst. So you want to get into it, but before the move. Is that right?
Yeah. And I'm hoping there's not a catalyst prior. So I'm taking, my medicine and, that's exactly. So I'm just like holding off a little bit.
Okay. All right. I like it. And per Benzinga Pro data, the company has not announced exactly when they're going to be putting earnings out yet, but our team has estimated that the earnings date will be on April 30th. We'll probably get a confirmation from the company before then. But again, the estimate is April 30th.
I'll probably.
Somebody in the chat is saying too that for like your thing about the volatility, that's why selling the puts is a good idea, and I agree with that. Right, because you can just collect this income. You're either accumulating the stock for a 25% discount, or you collect income while you're waiting for it.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. So I could buy leaps. I could sell puts. There's a lot of things that I could do in that regard. Good points. Thank you, chat. I may do that. I may my call option value may go down, but I may do that. Hey, can you guys hit the like? We're at 974 likes. Can we get to 1,000?
Let's get it to 1,000, baby. Let's run it up. That's what the power hour is about.
Just an update on here. It's not
all right, and I've got to hop off in a minute here, Jason.
It's not extreme. It's not extreme update, but so we had the Liquid Metals, Liquid Media Group CEO YVR. It was recently at 525, traded up to about 553, 560 range. Heavy volume. Volumes at actually 142 million shares today. Average volume 21 million. This is a market cap of under 100 million, so it has risk involved. But we want to give you an update. The CEO appeared on Power Hour, Benzinga's Power Hour show with Luke Jacoby, answered questions. It talked about the NFT. And
if you missed it, go back like 20 minutes.
If you missed it, rewind and you can get an update on it. The stock is trading at 555 and 556 now, and it is interesting chart today. So it's up 29%. We talked about this one last week or 2 weeks ago. I bought some live on the show at 350 or 320, I think, somewhere around there. And so I stayed out of the interview because I own some of the shares. I may have sold some, but that is what's going on here. And we have a few other CEO interviews coming on. We had Apex, it's a SPAC. We had a couple other last week. We bring a lot of CEO interviews on. If you're new to Benzinga, we are the only financial news network basically going 9 hours a day on YouTube. 9 hours a day on YouTube. So that is our story.
And I'll say this one too. If you're new to the community, we I don't know how we could be more of the people, by the people, for the people. That's what we're going here, guys. We're trying. When we think about building Benzinga, we think about building a company together. Check this out, Jason. This is one of the most amazing things that I've seen in my now 8 years here at Benzinga. So I put an ask out at the beginning of the show. We made an open Google Doc, right? All I did was I made an open Google Doc and put it in the chat and said, guys, list some potential NFT plays. What are some stock ideas that could potentially see this NFT pop? And when I closed it 20 minutes ago, it was just a listing of stocks. Over those past 20 minutes, somebody in the community filled out the company name, the reason as to why this is an NFT play, the market cap, the current price, the percent change to build this database for everybody. I'm going to take this off of edit because I don't want somebody to go screw it up. That's happened before. I'm going to put this in the chat. But guys, I mean, this is something that we build together, right? When we talk about building and coming up with ideas and trying to help each other make money, that's why we show our live accounts every day. I'm putting this in the chat so everybody has access to it, and let's find some of these next NFT stocks together. If you're the person who put this together, email us, and we will hook you up in a serious way.
And at powerhour@benzinga.com. And I got another announcement. STKS is over $9 now. I told you guys at $570 I was buying. I told you at $640 I was buying. Made it a big position. Put in like $15,000, $20,000 into it. It's up 56%. I don't know what else. Anyway, that's amazing. We should write an article about that thing right there.
Yep, let's hit it. And Jason, I've got to run.
All right.
I've got to go work on a project with a brokerage, a top brokerage. You guys know what it is. I'm going to go work on that.
That Andrew Eckhart should really write a story about this. We need some writers, guys. We need a writer to we need some writers to write stories of what's going on in the show. So if you're a writer and you think you can write quick stories, please come on the show or email us at powerhour.com. We are definitely hiring writers right now. But you got to know the stock market a little bit so you know what to write, okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Luke, I'll see you. Good luck in your meeting with the brokerage, okay?
Cool. All right. Peace out, guys. Happy trading.
Okay.
Hey,
Will.
See you at 5 o'clock for GME, actually.
Will, you're saying put ticker, watermark, and background of chart, just in change color, red pops. Okay, I will tell the team about that. Well, thank you. We'll figure out the watermark. Will, thanks for copying and pasting so we didn't miss it. It was awesome. Thank you for the feedback, Alessandro. Thank you for the feedback. That was you, Neil Griffith. You're the man. Maybe you could do a part-time job here. Neil Griffith, email powerhour@benzinga.com and we'll hook you up. But if you can do more of that stuff, we can show it on benzinga.com. That gets 15 million users a month. That would be awesome. Remember, we're for the people, by the people. It's not one way. You guys are part of us. So we appreciate that. Blake, you're hilarious. So that is that. Aaron, are you around? Do you want to step in for Dante? No? Okay. All right. Aaron's not. He fell asleep. All right. I don't know who's gonna co-host with me, but I guess I will just go. I will go and show my account what I'm trading. Here we go. You guys don't get too guys, diversify. I mean, I have some big positions here. We'll go do my thing. Here we go. Times. Thank you. I didn't buy it yet, guys. I didn't thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. I see all that love. Okay. Thank you. All right. Now let's go show my account, show me where I'm at today, what's moving, what's not moving. All righty. Here we go. Remember, I sold off a lot of stuff. I didn't want to be at margin anymore. Okay. Yeah. What's your email? They want to know, Scott. Scott wants to know. Scott misses you. He likes you, which is good. It's good to like someone, right? Why not? All right. We can go like this. This account I have set up is for my live trading for the show. So you guys can see what I own and don't own. I'm going to share it in 1 second. Okay. I'm going to share in 1 second. Neil Griffith, if you're real, come on. Will you follow me on Twitter at Jason Raznick? Please. This guy made that thing. I just sent you an email to Luke. I'm Jason Raznick on Twitter. That's that. All right, I'll show my account. Hold on.
Hey, Jason.
Yes, sir.
We do actually have our next guest waiting for 1:30.
For real?
Yes, we have Robert Roy from Wealth Builders.
No one tells me anything. I just sit here and mind my own business, and no one tells me anything. All right, you're not going to see my account right now because we got someone better, Robert Roy from Wealth Builders, who is smart and knows his stuff, and we will do that in 1 second. So give me a minute. I wish my boy Tiny Media had some new little intro things for me, but he doesn't. And so that's it. I'll have to do this now. All right, before I bring him on, I got to shave. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Okay, before I bring him on, guys, please subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed yet, because we don't want you to miss any important content that's market moving where you can make money. And now we're going to bring on Robert Roy. Hey, Robert, how are you?
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Good, good. How's your day going?
It was going good, or it is going good. Fed's a little bit concerning, but just not sure what they're going to decide to do this crazy time, right? So we're getting a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a pullback. But I was sitting here watching you and Luke talk about the option stuff, and Luke's talking his naked puts, and I'm just drooling wait, this is my wheelhouse. Talk to me. What are you doing?
Oh, we should have put you on then, because it's not my wheelhouse. I'm definitely not an options expert. You know, that's not my cup of tea. I do what you guys tell me to do.
I remember you were talking about wanting to do a covered call on here one day, that you've done it, but you want to be able to.
Yeah, no, I wanted you to show me how to do some of these things, because that's not my wheelhouse. I know what I know, and I know I could learn it, but I just rather someone. I mean, I guess I should learn it, but yeah, I wanted to do a cover call, and I want to buy Palantir. I want to buy it long term because I think it's going to have a little bit of down selling, a little bit selling before it pops. I'm mad. I get high conviction. I extreme high conviction. STKS. It's a whatever I said, and I was right. I bought it at 557, right? And I bought a medium-sized position, but I'm just mad because I should have bought. I didn't buy options. I thought I bought options and I didn't. And I look and I never bought options on it. So yeah, I'm up $10,000 on it, but I could have been up $30,000 if I would have used options, right?
Yeah, you can. I use a strategy that I call Wheel of Fortune, Jason. So right back to where Luke was talking about with selling a naked put first. If the stock gets put to you, that's fine. What do I do next? I write a covered call. They take the stock away from me. I go find another candidate and do it all over again. I'm a big fan of the strategy. Selling strategies to me will always produce.
So wait. I didn't get that. So I want STKS. What should I have done?
So is it optionable?
Yes.
All right. So I've got my screen shared in your platform there if you want to share it.
Hold on.
It doesn't have options. It says STKS.
Oh, then I lied. I didn't check it.
Okay.
I assumed it did. So
okay. So let's look at Ford.
Okay.
All right. Another one I know Jason talked about. I own some Ford as well.
I own Ford.
Okay. So I've got covered calls written on my.
And I think Ford will pop. What month are we in right now? We're in March. I think Ford, and I'm not can't always get an exact month. I think Ford will pop in May or June in a big way. I think it'll be at $16 in May or June.
Okay. So if I were looking right now keep in mind, we're already midweek, but I do sell weekly options. I don't normally sell monthlies. I sell weeklies. So if we're looking at an option, I'm always looking for around that 20 delta. We don't have one for the front week. It's 25, but we're also, again, a couple of days in. So if I go out and look at next week, I've got a 17 delta, 11 and a half. So someone will pay me, Jason, 10 cents. I'll get paid for someone to have the right to make me buy the stock at $11.50. And that's for the week.
Wait, hold on. Are you selling a call or a put here?
I'm selling the put. I own nothing, let's say. Right now I have pretend I have no Ford. My Wheel of Fortune strategy starts off with selling a naked put, which means I take on an obligation to allow somebody to put the stock to me at my strike price, which is $11.50 by April 1st.
Got it.
9 days away.
So why would you do that? You just earn a little bit of money for it, right?
Well, keep in mind a little bit of money. I only need about 25% of the stock price. So I need about call it $3 to make it easy numbers.
Okay.
Right? If I do this and I can generate an income stream on this, and this is, remember, very low price stock, right? I chose Ford because of Luke. Very low price company. But if I can earn an income on this with 10 cents, what does that come out to over, was that about 3%, 2.5% a week? Is that about right?
Probably. Okay.
Maybe it's 2, right? And then you do that every single week. So let's say it's 2%. That's 8% for the month. And I don't do anything. The worst thing that happens to me is the stock goes up and it expires worthless. Then I write another one next week. If they make me buy it, then I'm going to rent it out. And I'm going to rent it out at a higher strike price. We'll be looking at about a 40 delta. So we'd be running out the 13s and we would get 17 cents for that. So someone would give us someone can take the stock away at $13. They'll pay us 17 cents. Remember, this is per week. If you are a little bit lazier and don't want to spend the time doing it every week, you can go out and do it for a full month.
Okay.
And for 30 days.
He's on, guys, the stock he's on is Ford. I know it's hard to see he's on Ford, and he's going to give other examples. But Robert, one of the questions I want to ask before you go to the next example is the Andre Vijario asked a good question earlier. He said, "Can you ask Robert where he looks for stocks to trade options? What do you look for to decide if you're going to trade options on it?" So that's what he is kind of asking.
For me, primarily, unless they're covered calls, but my primary trades every day, Jason, are these 20 stocks right here. I know maybe a little bit small. I don't know how to blow it up. Apple, Adobe, Amgen, Amazon, Baba, Booking, Chipotle, Facebook, Google, Home Depot, MasterCard, Netflix, NVIDIA, PANW, PayPal, Roku, the Spiders, Tesla, United Healthcare, and WDay. Those are the 20 stocks that I trade day in and day out, Jason. When it comes to covered calls, I scour the market on the weekends, and I come up with a list from a master watch list that I have by going through and looking at the candidates. So as an example, if I was looking at, GameStop, GME, would this make for a good covered call candidate? And I'll zoom in on it once we get that shift over. So it's way too high of a stock. I really don't want to buy it at this price. It's too expensive. And all of the problems with the ups and downs, this would not be one that makes it to my covered call list. But if I'm looking more at a stock like American Airlines, I'm a huge fan of the airline stocks right now as a recovery company, right? They had a nice pullback today. We had some nice highs that we had hit. We had this pullback today, right? We pull back to this moving average here before, and we get our bounce. If I can get the bounce and get back up, there's a place to potentially add. But again, today is a bearish day. So whereas everything is headed down for the most part, not all. Right. With the Fed speaking, nothing is working right today.
Now, do you have anything where you selling calls versus selling puts? And why do you sell calls versus sell puts? I know this is a very basic question, but can you address that?
So if you're selling a naked put, meaning you don't own the position, you own nothing, you are uncovered or naked in that position. If you're selling a naked put, your expectation is the stock is either going sideways or going up. Down a little bit is okay. That's the expectation. If I am selling a call, I don't want to sell one naked. Actually, for most people, you'll never be allowed to sell a naked call. The risk is too high. With a naked put, the worst thing that can happen is the stock goes down. Well, how far down can Ford go? 0, right? So you've got $10 of risk in there for whatever you're potentially making. But if you're selling a naked call, that means you think the stock is going to stay where it is or go down. Well, the risk is the stock can go up. So Jason, how high can it go? It's unlimited. So your risk is unlimited in a naked call.
Got it. Okay.
Right now, that's where we go to covered calls. A covered call means I own a stock. The worst thing that can happen is they take the stock away from me.
Got it.
For me, covered calls are stocks under 40, Jason. That's my rule. 8 to 40 is my covered call range.
Got it. Okay.
But as an options trader, directional trader, I would never trade an option on an $8 stock as just, I think the stock is going up or down today. It's just not enough movement for me.
So you need a more expensive stock.
Right. I like this. I mean, I'm an Amazon, Booking, Google, Chipotle. Those are my 4, that I love, all 4 of them. But they're expensive. You could easily drop 10 grand on one contract on Amazon.
So you do that?
I do.
Okay. Another question the chat is asking, can you ask Rob, again, guys, this is Robert Roy with Wealth Builders. You guys can Google it, see it, Wealth Builders headquarters. Can you ask Rob if there's a best time of the day or week to purchase options?
If we're talking about a directional option, I really want, for the average person, you want to get past the first couple of minutes. The whips on that first 5 to 15 minutes, if you're unfamiliar with it, can really get you your head handed to you. So waiting for that to happen and then for the market to settle a little bit will be huge, right? We get a little bit of a pullback, 10 minutes to or so, 10 to 10 Eastern time. You get our first retracement back in the market. And if you can catch a bounce, it's a perfect opportunity then to look at a trade.
Got it. Okay. All right. Now, you probably had some things you wanted to talk about, but I asked the chat questions first. So,
no, you're good. You're good. I mean, listen, today's a Fed day, right? So what are we doing, right? Today is setting up for tomorrow. I'm not looking at a whole lot of what do I want to do today. I didn't trust that the Fed, are they still going? Yeah, they're still going. I didn't trust that the Fed meeting was going to go in a smooth fashion. We're going to get a direction up or down, right? If we look at the S&P right now, what are we down? About 6 points? Yeah. So great move, right? If you can guess which way it's going, and that's what it is. It's been a guess all day long. We're all over our moving averages. And then ever since, what did we come out with the Fed at 10 o'clock? But about 11 o'clock, we've gone sideways for the most part. So nothing really to stick our hat on and say, hey, I like this. We've got some directional setting up. So based on that, I'm looking at what am I doing for tomorrow? And I've got a couple of candidates I'm looking at for tomorrow that I'll share with you guys. So depending on market condition, right? If we look at S&P again, we've got the pullback today, but there are some great opportunities on bearish trades depending on what the market does tomorrow. So this is Booking as an example, right? Booking has failed, broke its lowest moving average, broke this fib level of 22.25. Jason, if we can just come back and kiss that tomorrow, where we've got the confluence of that 55 moving average at that 22.25 level, we're looking at 21.55. Tremendous drop potential on Booking, right? Now, Booking, not for the faint of heart, larger spreads, smaller open interest, right? So keep that in mind, right? Here's one that many people are hyped up about, Tesla. Right, so Tesla has been in this sideways pattern. We call this a pressure cooker, right? And we're looking for the explosions, and we get them every once in a while. You can see the one that happened right here where we burst up 5 days ago, and then the next day we gapped down and took off. We gapped the next day, so we get some nice movement out of Tesla. But if I can get a smooth roll off of the moving average, just a continuation down tomorrow from this 671 level, you're looking at 619 as the next stopping point on Tesla. And we're going to do it with options, right? So I'm not going to buy Tesla as a stock. Those of you that are sitting there saying, I can't afford Tesla, let's look at an option on it. If I'm looking to day trade Tesla tomorrow, the option I'm going to trade or look to trade would be right here. The $650 calls. If we think it's going up, sorry, I'm thinking bullish, not bearish. And thinking it's going down, we're looking at that 65 delta. So we're looking at 685 puts. It's going to cost us about 27 bucks. And look how tight that bid-ask spread is on Tesla, 27.25, 27.55. Very nice for a high-price stock like this. And for every dollar the stock moves, my option is going to move about 65 cents a share. So if I can get a $10 move on my option, on my stock rather, I'm going to get about a $6, $6.50 move on the option. So smoking opportunities, if we get the reversals on them, Jason, come tomorrow.
Yeah. And so that's the question. What will happen come tomorrow? I mean,
exactly. You look at Chipotle and Google. They're both potential bullish trades as well. But I'm not trying to guess the market here. I'm not trying to jump out and say, all right, let me just get ahead of it and guess where it goes tomorrow. Those of you that trade the market should understand this. And if you don't, hopefully this helps. The market makers are out there right now. And when you see the S&P is just kind of doing this sideways move, or your stock is in a little bit of a sideways move, and you get a big directional candle, and you break down or break out to the upside. That's the market maker, the floor traders testing, right? You're in a pressure cooker, you're in a sideways move. All right, we think it's going to go down. Let's see. And they hit enter, and then they step back and they watch and see if the market reacts to it. If they do, they've started the move, and then that's where they're jumping on, right? So we're looking for the explosion out of here. Look how many times the market maker has tried to shoot Google to the upside. If you could take this bounce off of that 2063 level and only get it up to 2083, that's a $20 move in one day on Google. Tremendous opportunities. And remember, the closer you get to Friday, the less expensive these options will be. So tomorrow they'll be even cheaper than they are today. So on Google right now, I can get in the trade for about $32, $32.50. Tomorrow it'll be about $28, $30 would be the cost about tomorrow to enter into this trade. So plenty of opportunities out there, Jason. Just a matter of identifying the market and taking the trade when it presents itself.
How often do you make trades?
Every day.
Every day, okay.
I trade every day. Yep. We've got multiple services that we use. One of them this morning, we told everybody, be cautious on what's going on today with the Fed in our text alerts. Be cautious of what's going on with the Fed today. The meeting starts at 10 o'clock. No idea where it's going to go today. All right. Yeah. But I directional trade those 20 stocks that I shared with you, Jason. I trade primarily 6 or 7 of them all the time. The other ones are more one-offs.
And is it you know how they move basically?
Exactly. I've built a relationship with them, right? I know how they eat, how they drink, how they sleep, how they react to situations.
All right. I think this question's a good question. This question here, we're with Rob Roy from Wealth Builders. When is the best time to sell your options? What to do if you're down over 30%, but it doesn't expire for a few months? What do you do?
So very easy question to ask. Or to answer rather, sorry, not ask. If you take, let's see, if you took Apple, right? And if we back Apple's chart up and go back to before we had this big drop. And let's say you bought Apple somewhere back in here, whatever it was, you bought it at $1.25, 125, and you had this nice run up. Right. And now the stock starts to go against you. And the question is, what should I do with my option? Should I keep it? I've got a lot of time left. Maybe I was up a little bit. Now I'm down a little. The question should not be based on the option. It should only be based on the chart, Jason. So in other words, forget the option. Look at the stock and say, if I own the stock, would I still want to be in it today? And if the answer is no, then you shouldn't be in the option any longer. If you're buying a very long-term option as an investor, what are called leaps, different trade, but be careful because remember, as the closer you get to expiration, you're going to have what's called a theta burn. Your time value will deteriorate. And the closer you get, the quicker it deteriorates. You may see a very small deterioration 90 days away, but you get 60 days away and it could be 2 or 3 times that. You get 30 days away and it's this big. Your time value deteriorates very quickly the closer you get to expiration. So I would base it, Jason, only on the stock price, not on the options price.
Got it. Okay. I think that is, I think that answers most of these questions. So guys, check out Robert Roy at Wealth Builders. Look it up. I know you guys asked about indicators he uses. Can be, actually, let's say you saw one, you can exercise stuff early, but there's more questions they have. So guys, go to Wealth Builders, ask these questions to him. I mean, you're talking about create a spread position on a naked position. There's a lot of things that Robert can educate you guys on. We have our, show with Catherine Ross coming up, but go to his site. What the wealthbuilders.com?
Wealthbuildershq.com.
Wealthbuildershq.com. Wealth Builders, Aaron Bree, put that in the chat. Wealthbuildershq.com. Ask Robert the questions I didn't get to. I tried to get to as many, but there was just too many to get to. And they're talking about the trader tax, if that's passed, but they'll get there. We'll have Rob on again for sure. They want you back on. So,
Jason, I'm doing a show with you guys every Friday at 2:00 for an option show.
Okay, every Friday at 2:00 there's a show. So, they want
Options Explained.
Options Explained. They want to know your favorite stock to sell for under $40 to sell puts on. We'll tell them on Friday. His favorite stock to under 40 to sell puts on. How about we tell you on Friday?
Perfect.
So all right, man. Thank you for coming on.
You got it. Thanks. Take care, guys.
You too. Bye. All right, guys. That was Robert Roy. Now, I know I had some chats in the YVR. Guys, these stocks move fast. You're talking about a company that's under $100 million market cap, like I said. And so people speculate when they're coming on. There's speculation. The next person will post on Twitter that, YVR's NFT, and then it goes to 7. I mean, these are high, volatile stocks that you can either invest in and then not look at, which I often do because I'm, building Benzinga and I can't trade all the time. But these stocks aren't for the faint of heart. I can't give you some solution. Like I bought HOG, HOG, because I believe come summer, people are going to buy a lot of Harley Davidsons. I bought Leafs on it. So this is something, and I'm down on my Leafs by 31%, but I have high conviction. If it goes down 50%, I'll buy more because I think if I can buy options out October, November, it's going to be a winner. So those are positions where I'm building up a stake in them. But there's other positions like these are trading stocks. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you that YVR will be at 6 or 7, 4, 3. I can't tell you that. I can tell you what my fundamentals have. Now, you guys are people that are chart people may be able to tell you something different. So I'm not a chartist. I'm a fundamentalist. And I also look at insider buying. I like that, and I look at short squeezes as well. But yeah, you have this NFT catalyst, and I promise you, when companies announce an NFT, their stock's going to move up. It just goes without saying. So, do you want to hold it, or do you want to buy? You want to sell? It's anyone's game in the short term. So just be careful on how you approach that. All right. So that's what did someone say short squeeze? Yeah. And risk versus reward. All right, guys, we had a busy day today. If you can, smash the like button. We have Catherine Ross coming up. I guess I'm going to transfer it over. We thank you for being here today. You guys, in our Zingernation, you're part of us. You tell us what shows you want. We create them, and we'll be taking you to the next show in just a second. Don't leave. Smash a like. Stay here for Catherine. Why did someone just do that?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
We are here.
Hi.
We are back.
Hi, Aaron. Hello.
Hey, Catherine. How's it going? Welcome all to the Benzinga
Pretty well.
Crypto Show.
Welcome,
Yeah.
everybody. So unexpected a little bit earlier today, but we have a lot of things to talk about today. And we also have a guest. So that will be pretty awesome. And I think we can just, start with what's up with the markets because it's pretty interesting what's going on right now. So can you put up the coin 360?
Yeah.
Let's look at them. So, the markets, green, red, green. What are you guys betting on? Is it green? Is it red?
Oh.
Boom.
Not looking good.
We have seen better days for sure. Absolutely. We did. But it's okay. It's just the market is correcting itself. It's good. It's healthy, as everybody says. And I actually want to just dive right into several headlines connected to what you guys are seeing at your screens. So I'd love to talk about one prediction that struck me most. The BTCC Exchange founder and former CEO, Bobby Lee, he's a very prominent guy in the crypto space. He went on CNBC yesterday and said Aaron, just in case you're wondering, I'm looking at the second headline. So he went on. Yeah, so he went on CNBC and said that he believes that we will see Bitcoin price going as high as $300,000 this year, but after that, we might enter what we call in the crypto space crypto winter for a couple of years. How about that? Aaron, I loved your face there. What was that? Are you trying to what? Yes. Yes, I'm gonna address that tweet a little bit later. But how do we feel about that? I just want to know what the chat thinks. Are you guys afraid of the fact that we might enter what is called crypto winter? Let me explain a little bit. So we saw 2017 as the craziest year. Well, not anymore. I think we might be in the biggest bubble right now. A lot of people call NFTs a bubble, and the current prices in the market, they consider them to be a bubble. But in 2017, we saw an ICO frenzy, craze, whatever you guys call it, bubble, right? Initial coin offerings. And at the time, the prices were going up for the first time so high in, I think in maybe 3-4 years. So the major alternative coins appeared in 2013 and 2014. And since then they started growing. But in 2017, we saw the prices going crazy, right? And this is the time in 2017, Bitcoin, in December 2017, Bitcoin almost touched $20,000 for the first time in history. But since then, we in the crypto space entered what we in the crypto space called crypto winter. It is unpleasant, it is painful, it is hurtful, but we did not see prices going as high as they were in December 2017. So I think what Bobby Lee is referring to is actually to this particular phenomenon, right? So let me just quote him. Bitcoin bull market cycles come every 4 years, and this is a big one. So he was referring to where we are today. And so he's seeing the price reaching $100,000 this summer, and may even reach, as I've mentioned, $300,000 this year, if this cycles were to be repeated. But over a longer time period, he sees that we might enter what we call a crypto space. I know that we mentioned March before, and March is considered to be a correction market for the crypto space. But yeah, can we just do a little bit of a poll in the chat? How are you guys feeling? Is this? Yeah. Do you guys do you believe that we're gonna enter a crypto winter? The crypto winter is coming, or is this something that we're not gonna get back to ever? Aaron, how do we do that? Do we
if you believe the crypto winter is coming, throw a 1 in the chat. If you don't believe it is, throw a 2 in the chat. Let's see what you guys say. Let's see what you think.
That was beautiful. No, that was very beautiful. I loved it.
Appreciate it. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. So, okay. I thought you were just to support us, but I'm kidding. So, let's go to the tweet that you showed us earlier.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of views in the chat. Nobody believes.
Oh, wow, you're so optimistic. Okay, so let's go to that tweet that we saw earlier. So the CEO of blockchain investment fund On-Chain Capital noticed that the crash usually comes when we least expect it. And honestly, he's right. Trust me, I feel old when I refer myself to 2017, but because it's been such a long time, especially in the crypto space. But in December 2017, everybody believed that this is the time to enter the crypto space, and it's never going to go back. But you have to be very cautious with that. You have to be, again, like, very optimistic but cautious at the same time. Keep in mind that it's a very fragile thing. The markets, they are not, it's not a sure thing. I'm sure guys. So there are a lot of people who believe that what you guys believe. Like Dan Helt, he is the chief of growth at one of the biggest exchanges in the world, Kraken, and so he actually much more optimistic, and he said that people aren't just in it for a speculative run anymore. That we're here in the long term, in the long run. We believe in the crypto space, and people are buying it because they see Bitcoin's value, right? And he also suggested that Bitcoin could reach $1 million by the end of this cycle. I'm not sure what he means by this cycle. Maybe this year, maybe this 4 year cycle, the one that we mentioned before. But so people are mostly optimistic, right? We're not gonna go down. We're gonna go up. We're going higher from here, right? Is that how we feel? Okay, this is good. And then to a little bit of a self-burn, I would say, or I'm not entirely sure how to react to that, but MicroStrategy CEO gave an interview to Time Magazine it was published on Sunday, and he said that he believes he was the one behind Elon Musk's and Tesla's decision to invest in $1.5 billion worth of crypto for Tesla in Bitcoin. So let me just send something to Aaron, because I haven't sent it earlier. So I'm just gonna send something to Aaron.
I'm ready.
So he could put it for you guys to see. So I'm sure you guys follow Elon Musk, and you have seen this very questionable meme about Bitcoin. It's not about Dogecoin, it's about Bitcoin. So I sent it to the chat, Aaron.
Okay.
So at the time it was December 20th. So Musk tweeted yet another crypto meme, and Michael yeah, there you go. So, and Michael replied saying that it's just a little bit lower. Let me just also send it to you guys. So he replied saying that if you want your shareholders, if you want to do your shareholders, sorry guys, I lost it for a second. If you want to do your shareholders and 100 billion favor, convert the Tesla balance sheet from USD to BTC. Other firms on the S&P 500 would follow your lead. In time, it will grow to become a 1 trillion favor. So it's a little bit lower. You guys can see that. And to that tweet, Elon actually replied, "Is that even possible to do transactions that high? Is that like physically possible?" And Michael said, "I just did a $1.3 billion transaction in crypto, and we put it in our balance sheet. And I can help you, and I can show you, and I can explain it to you if you're willing to see me, face to face, and we can have an offline meeting." So that was it. That is the entire Twitter exchange that we can see on on Twitter. It's I'm going to share it with you guys just to to show that we are not kidding you. This is the entire exchange. And then again, December, the end of December, we're in March. Yeah, it's March, almost the end of March. So 3 months later, he comes to Time Magazine and says that this is the exchange that influenced the entire investment, Tesla's investment in Bitcoin. Again, you never know, and I'd love actually to read this out loud, because I was curious about that. So, reporter from Time Magazine asks, do you think that Twitter exchange had an impact on Tesla's decision? The answer, yes. And are you in ongoing contact with said CEO, aka Elon Musk? I said I can't really comment on the conversation I would have with a public company officer. Why not? The SEC does not prohibit such disclosures. It's not appropriate business. etiquette. So there you have it. He said, like, as a public company CEO, I cannot comment on any conversation I would have with another public company officer. Well, that looks shady, actually. But on and on, if that helped that investment, then that's okay. But in the end, Tesla did invest that huge amount of money, and Michael said again in that same time interview, he said that investment decision by Tesla was an inflection point, and all of a sudden, the narrative goes from those crazy people. What are they thinking? Bitcoin to maybe this is a real thing. This is probably not going away. Let's try to figure out what to do about that. And we actually saw a lot of company after that talking about investing, and a lot of different publicly traded company did invest in Bitcoin. So we never know what actually happened, or maybe we will. But at this point, Michael Saylor believes that he was behind this decision. It's just like it's pretty okay. Aaron, do you believe that they actually? Yeah.
Could you imagine influencing the influencer? That's pretty. It's pretty big accomplishment there.
Influencing the influencer of I think Elon Musk is the. So
exactly.
That's big. I think that's why he said it. If we're actually talking about business reputation and stuff like that, this might not be the stuff you brag about online. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or you do.
You know it inside.
Mm-hmm.
But I would never said that on the record if I was worried about my reputation and what about Elon Musk would think of me. I would never say that. Just saying. Okay, we have 5 more minutes before our guest will join us, and I'd love to talk about Jordan Belfort. Yeah, the Wolf of Wall Street, the one and only, not the Wolf of All Streets, the Scott, our previous guest, which is a very nice guy and an amazing trader, but the one and only, the Wolf of Wall Street, former head of the now defunct Stratton Oakmont. So this is what I love about this, about this headline and about this news. He went on air and said he was wrong about Bitcoin in 2017. And I remember that. And again, it makes me feel old, but we did cover that. So he was talking to a reporter from the Fortune magazine, and he admitted he was wrong about that. In 2017, he said that Bitcoin would crash, and that all the regulators all around the world would prohibit trading, prohibit having it, and this is doomed. That was his sentiment at the time. But now he just he actually admitted that he was wrong. This is what I love about this. I don't get me wrong, I love Mark Cuban and everything he does. I think he's just a great marketer and amazing investor. I actually I love Mark Cuban, but he did not ever admitted that he was wrong. This is just you compared it to bananas back then. Said you were wrong, said you didn't understand that. We had this, like, I was talking to a friend and he was like, why are you so angry about this? Like, you have to admit your mistakes. It makes you look good. So Jordan Belfort, you're the man. Love what you did. You were wrong. You admitted that. So he said, I was right then, but I also thought Bitcoin would go away forever. It was hard to sell and easy to buy. All the things that make for manipulation, said Belfort, explaining that he would actually, he thought that the regulators would ban it. It was 2017 and we have not seen it yet. Well, obviously India is considering banning cryptocurrencies, and they have their reasons, for that. As we've briefly touched last time, they might be willing to control the population, and cryptocurrency gives people a lot of freedom in terms of payment options and trading and additional income, and for someone like full-time income, and they're considered to be a very dangerous tool. But but Belfort is the man. He admitted he was wrong, and it takes a lot, and I really appreciate it. He also said that at the time Bitcoin looked like the perfect storm for money laundering. Again, this is such a old-fashioned way to look at cryptocurrency. I get that, you know, you might launder money with Bitcoin, and I cannot believe that I'm saying this on air, but it is possible. But we've actually seen a report from. We actually saw a report from ARK Invest, our beloved Kathy Woods ARK Invest, saying that still in 2020, money laundering operations, including cash, outnumbered money laundering operations, including cryptocurrencies, by a very high percentage. So there you have it, folks.
Wow.
Cash is ahead in this particular direction.
Cash is still king.
Okay. For money laundering, is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, that's it. Be careful about that. So I think we have JP with us.
We do have JP.
So we can
Let me bring him on.
Okay. Let bring him on.
Absolutely. So you want to give us an introduction? Who are we bringing on?
Oh, for sure. We have JP Richardson, the CEO and co-founder of Exodus, a cryptocurrency wallet and exchange, and he's going to talk actually about everything. So bring him on.
Oh.
I can't wait.
What an introduction.
Boom.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on the show today.
Hey JP, how's it going? Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Super excited to have you. How are you? How are you doing? How's your day?
I'm doing really well. I have a whole long list of podcasts today, so I'm excited to be on the shows today. So it's going to be great.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is awesome. Actually, could you tell us a little bit about Exodus? And, you know, I know that you love the name and you have the entire history behind it, because I saw the Pump interview that you gave. So can you tell us a little bit about your company and what it does and why our readers and viewers might be interested in that?
Yeah, Exodus is the most beautiful, easy to use cryptocurrency platform where you can send, receive, and exchange cryptocurrency. 1.2 million customers trust Exodus to keep their cryptocurrency safe and secure. And we're on a really exciting path with our public offering coming up soon. And so it's been a fun ride.
Oh, do we have Kathy?
Okay, I have a question. Am I breaking up again?
No,
Am I breaking up? Am I here?
You're here.
Something actually happens when we add third guest. I do have sometimes problems with my connection, so I apologize in advance. I have a question. How many times did you have to say that this is the most beautiful company in the space? How many times have you said that before?
Probably millions of times. But see, the thing is it's true, and that's why so many customers love the product, because it's so easy to use. You can download Exodus for the iPhone, and if you have Apple Pay set up, you can buy Bitcoin and have it in your wallet in less than 2 minutes. And so, yeah, a lot of customers love what we're doing, and it's a great and wonderful platform to make it easy, make cryptocurrency easy. That's one of our biggest causes, to make cryptocurrency easy.
So, is it only available to the U.S. Customers or elsewhere in the world?
Yeah, Exodus, you can download Exodus anywhere in the world, and for the desktop or for the mobile, whether it's for the iPhone or Android. And so, yeah, it's available for everybody to download.
Nice. You really are making it easy.
Okay, nice. I'm sorry. Am I breaking up, or yeah, it's a little bit blurry from my end. So you've mentioned during that Palm interview, you've mentioned that you are looking at $100 million in revenue this year. Is that correct?
We are on. So we're this month things have slowed down a little bit. Retail, I suspect retail has just slowed their interest a bit. But last year we did $21.3 million in revenue, and this quarter we will cross that for sure. So we're definitely on track. Will it be 100? Maybe not quite 100, but we're going to get close.
Okay, so but fair, I think it's pretty difficult to forecast what kind of revenue you might have, right? Right before you joined, we were discussing Bobby Lee's comments on the future price movements and the entire like crypto market movement, but particularly Bitcoin. And he said that we might be entering what we call a crypto winter. Do you see that coming? Do you see that happening this year?
No. There's no. Look, I'm a Bitcoin perma bull here. Michael Saylor started this party. Elon Musk is continuing this party, and I suspect a lot of other public companies are going to be buying Bitcoin, and institutions are buying Bitcoin. And see, when the price falls, institutions don't have paper hands, right? Institutions have diamond hands, and they are not going to sell when the price drops. So no, I don't think anytime soon is the price going to drop. I suspect this thing is going to keep going, especially with the Federal Reserve policy of continuing to print money and every central bank printing money. I think this is going to continue.
So I brought on
to everybody
John
in the chat,
G. Hold on. One second before.
Yeah.
Yep, just bringing on John
G.
G, our local in-house crypto expert. Figure we can carry along this conversation more and ask a few more in-depth questions.
You guys can hear me okay, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool.
But to your, can I just continue?
Go for
I'll
it.
let John
Sorry,
speak.
sorry
To your point, that's okay. So to your point, this demand and supply issue is now taken care of because we have institutional investors coming in and buying. So we're not going to see prices going lower than we have right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, look, I mean, no one can predict the future, right? If you had asked somebody back in the middle of March of 2020, is Bitcoin going to be over $50,000 at this moment in time? Nobody would have been able to tell you yes or no. And that applies here. Nobody can really predict the future. But I think the trend is clear that public companies are going to continue to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet because they're thinking about the long term and protecting their wealth for the long term. And so I don't see that trend changing.
Okay, and then you've mentioned that you're very bullish on Bitcoin. I want to bring your attention to your tweet about Ethereum maximalists who remind you of the people who thought MySpace won social networking. Can we talk a little bit about that? We're going to put it on display. So, okay, first of all, why? Why did you say that? Why do you why do you feel that way? Do you not see Ethereum as, overtaking Bitcoin, or, we're in an NFT craze, by any means. So it looks like Ethereum does actually prove that it has, huge value to the ecosystem. So.
Yes, absolutely. And look, I'm an ETH holder myself, but it's what I'm talking about is the future here. And if you go on OpenSea, I was just on OpenSea on Saturday, and I was approaching OpenSea as if I was a new person for approaching NFTs for the very first time. And what I discovered is that to transfer NFTs, the gas price is anywhere from $50 to $75, and that's just crazy. Now, look, I know and understand that Ethereum has the developer mindshare today, but things are going to have to go faster. And I know that the new EIP, I think 1559 is coming this summer. I may have got the number wrong, but it's coming this summer. And that's going to have some improvements, but we've got to scale faster. This ecosystem moves very fast, and we've got to move quick. And so that's why that Ethereum has got to watch out. That's what that tweet was referencing.
I
imagine John has something to say about that.
Yeah, no, it definitely
go
happens.
on.
I mean, it's very interesting. I've been talking to different people trying to figure out. I'm fairly knowledgeable in the space, at least conceptually, of different things that are happening. I'm not keeping up with all the different news, and I obviously Ada was coming in as we can scale because we don't have all this network congestion. The thing is, for me, it's there's all this ecosystem already built out on Ethereum that is the reason why. It's interesting to me. I mean, there's different platforms that are already built on top of it, and different technologies that are building under it. So see how quickly the other ones come up. But I mean, yeah, I 100% agree. It's got to scale. No one's gonna people are going to stop doing NFTs if they're not making money on it. If it costs $80 to make an NFT and they can't sell for $80, they're going to stop. So we definitely need to see it scale. I'm of the opinion there's only two use cases for Ethereum right now. It's staking it to earn value from staking it, and for super rich people who want to make NFTs and sell them or buy them, really. So I don't know. We'll see. I wholly agree with you. It's got to scale though. I do have a question on Exodus. So you want to chime in, Catherine?
Okay.
On Exodus. So
I'm gonna jump in later. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So on Exodus, so you're registered, you filed with the SEC. Are you listing like stock on an exchange, or is there a different way that you're actually listing that's not traditional? I'm a little bit curious on how you're doing that.
Great question. So what is happening here is we are the first company to issue, and get pending SEC approval, but issue common stock, have it publicly represented on a blockchain, and have it all inside of Exodus wallet, where a person can buy this stock with Bitcoin, Ethereum, or USDC. And so that's the key, is that this is all on the blockchain. And this is not a traditional offering where it's listed on the NASDAQ or anything of that nature, but it's all on the blockchain. And again, this is all pending SEC approval, but we are planning for this to go live within the next 2 to 3 weeks, maybe end of March, early April is when we're planning. But again, it is pending SEC approval.
Do you have a specific blockchain that you'll be using?
I'll tell you what, we wanted to, and this goes back to my tweet, we wanted to use Ethereum, but we found out if we issue our stock on Ethereum, it was going to cost up to $9 million. And that's crazy. We can't do that. That's for gas fees, right? That's crazy. So we are blockchain shopping right now. And that's what we're trying to find the right blockchain for us, and to make this really work for our customers and make it easy and cheap for our customers.
I would love to follow you on that journey. I'd be very curious. This is very cool.
Do you have recommendations? What's your take? Do you have recommendations on blockchains we should be talking to?
I mean, I'm honestly I've been working so hard trying to build different things at Benzinga. I've been diving into the details of all this tech. Personally, like Nomadic and rebranded to Polygon really caught my interest. I have to dive deep into there because I know there's a number of projects that are working on that blockchain to build different like layer 2 scaling solutions, or not solutions, but applications that they're building. And they have ways of doing delegated stake. I'm not sure how that would apply for you guys, or if there's issues that the SEC would have with that. I have no idea. Obviously, that would be a lot of work on your side to do that. But I mean, that's one project that I'm very interested in diving deeper into and understanding exactly the technical aspects of how it's feasible to do the various applications that they're building on that platform. I know there's probably similar type platforms that I'm not even sure what exactly their competitors are. That's just one of the projects that kind of came on my radar most recently, because they rebranded, I think 2 weeks ago now, from Nomadic to Polygon, and then just, I don't know, caught my attention. And then I looked at their site, and there's a number of projects that I knew about tangentially that I didn't realize that were using that blockchain. So I'm definitely going to look into that. But that's one thing I guess I would look into if you haven't looked into Polygon.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Layer 2 is something that we're interested in. We're keeping an eye on for sure. So that's a good suggestion.
Can't do Uniswap. They're super expensive.
Yeah, I have a couple reporters question. So first of all, why would you? I mean, you could just do by a SPAC company. You could just do direct listing, but you decided to go that way. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but why? Why did you decide to? Let's call it complicate things.
So Exodus doesn't have any venture capitalists, so we didn't have to go the traditional route. And so we thought there was an opportunity for us to build a future where it empowers people to actually control their assets, make stock as simple as sending Bitcoin or Ethereum. You know what happened with Robinhood and the GameStop situation. That's a bad thing. And we want to create a future where if you're not happy with the platform, you can take all of your assets, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Exodus stock or anybody else's stock, and go to another platform. So it's all about control. And the blockchain is is the ethos of control. And so that's the most important part of why we decided to do it this way.
I love it.
And you've mentioned that you're going to hear from the SEC in 2-3 weeks. How are you feeling about that? Is that going to be a positive decision? Because I imagine it presents a bit of a pickle. Let me call it that way. For the SEC, it's not something, ordinary. Yeah.
Well, I feel good about it. We have great legal counsel working on this, and I feel really good about it. But yeah, this is very new, and the SEC, of course, they want to make sure that it's done right and that investors are protected. And so this is something that we're working with them on, and but I feel really, really good about it.
So you're going to be the first company in the crypto space to actually do that, right? If in case you get an approval, do you see other companies coming in and doing the same thing, or you're going to be just
absolutely.
the only one?
I think we will create a new market by doing this. We will show the world that it's possible to issue your stock and have it represented on the blockchain and have people buy it with cryptocurrency. You can't buy Exodus stock with a wire transfer or ACH or a credit card or anything like that. This is 100% with cryptocurrency. So we believe that we will show the world that this is possible and that other companies are going to want to come in and do the same thing and offer their stock to Exodus customers as well. And then we've created essentially a new market.
Great stuff.
Wow, can you just guys imagine if the SEC actually approves this, it's gonna be just wow, it's gonna be an entire different direction of the market. Aaron, do we have at least some time to go through the
we
questions
have
from the
another
chat?
we have another 30-45 seconds, so let's rapid fire a couple questions.
Wow. Oh, okay.
All right. Clock's ticking, so let's get to it.
You caught me off guard. You got something, Catherine?
No, I'm saying we have questions from the chat. I'm sorry.
Right.
If I got disconnected, I'm sorry about that. Do we have questions
CR,
from the
what
chat?
platform is best for buying, not limited to main coins? Well, how about Exodus? Exodus is a fantastic platform.
I'm interested.
Exodus.
I'm interested in what this. Yeah.
I was going to say that today, Exodus, you can buy, if you want to buy other cryptocurrency with cryptocurrency, Exodus is great for that. We still have to make it better for actually using fiat currency or dollars. Yeah.
So what is a top currency, cryptocurrency that your customers start with? Is it Bitcoin or is it?
Yeah, it's as you'd expect, Bitcoin for sure.
And then one last question. Go for it, Catherine.
Go on, Aaron. No, I was actually going to say, how many coins do you have available in the platform? Do you have all of them the same that are listed on CoinMarketCap?
Last count, I think it was 113. It was, I think, the last count on that one.
Oh, pretty interesting. Aaron, do we have the last question, or we should wrap it up?
No, let's wrap it up. That was great.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us and talking about your views. And honestly, just a heads up, whenever you get an approval from the SEC, give me a heads up. We're gonna write about that. Okay, I want to break the news.
We will definitely let you know.
The first one to break news.
Yeah, thank you, JP, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
It was a fantastic interview. Plenty of information. Thank you for that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day.
Have a great day. All right. And everybody, thank you for tuning in to the Benzinga Crypto Show. That is all we have for today. Up next, we have the Biotech Buzz with the queen of biotech, Vivi, and the main man behind the scenes, producer Rohan. So I'm going to hand it over to them and get into it.
What's up? What's up?
Hello.
Hey, Vivi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How
Missed
was your?
you guys.
Yeah, we missed you. You had your trip to Rio. How was that?
It was awesome. I just got very lucky. I guess they're back on a lockdown. You know, with they closed everything this week because the situation is really bad there. But I got lucky. I was able to, to see family, enjoy the sun and the weather.
Okay.
But it's definitely, I left there on the right time because now nobody can do anything. They shut down everything again. It's too bad, the situation there. It's kind of, out of control.
Yeah.
So what can we do?
Hey, well, you got to enjoy it, so that's good. And
yes,
glad we got you back.
Actually, I'm going back. I'm leaving again for spring break, but I'll probably be able to host because I'm just staying in Mexico in a house. So I'll be able to host from there. So maybe I'll show you guys the background, the beach.
Awesome.
But so I'm leaving again. So next week I'll be hosting this in Mexico. So crazy market day today, right? I think there's has opened a lot of opportunities for a lot of people to get into a lot of the stocks that fundamentally have not changed at all. So looking at BCRX, people are asking me like, what is going on? Do you want to pull the chart from you, Rohan, for
Absolutely.
BCRX?
Yep. Let me get that up. BCRX. All right. And wow, I didn't even notice. I wasn't paying attention. I have a position in this. I didn't notice.
Oh, you do? Yeah. So, I mean, fundamentally, I said if that went below $10, I swear I would have like doubled my position. So literally with the BCRX right now, nothing has changed. I think it's moving with the market. There's a lot of sell-off going on, a lot of uncertainty. Powell is speaking too many times this week. But fundamentally, nothing has changed with the BCRX. So we just got news on the 22nd. I think that was a huge news. I was talking to you guys about the Factor D pipeline and for the indication for PNH and also the potential have another rare diseases associated with that Factor D pipeline. And remember when I was telling you guys, the reason I was feeling very strong about BCRX is because not only they have the only oral drug for HAE, but having the Factor D pipeline and competing with the Alexion. Alexion 4 months ago or 5 got bought out for $36 billion. So I feel BCRX is Alexion 2.0 in the making. So Rohan, you have that position. I wouldn't sell. It's stock that I'm going to hold for a couple of years for sure. And they just were able to have a proof of a concept that the Factor D pipeline is actually works. So that's going to expand to open up a lot of phase 1 trials for various rare diseases. And with the biotech, I think rare diseases is the future, is where a lot of the companies are profiting and going towards rare diseases. So I'm definitely think that BCRX is going to be a gold mine. We're sitting on a gold mine. So they have a plenty of cash. They should be getting the European approval, I think, the first half of 2021. And they also are going to be able to tell what the sales, with the launch, because they're launching this month. They're launching this quarter. So we should be able to see some sales. So fundamentally, you guys, nothing has changed with the BCRX. It's definitely a long hold for me. I don't usually, if I believe in a company and they have already an approved product, I don't sell if we are going through the market waves. I just hold on to it. Now, if you have, biotechs that you're holding and there's not really anything further down the pipe, I might consider doing that, but not the case of BCRX. So just wanted to, again, I'll go to the Q&A. Somebody asked in the chat, I am from Brazil. I'm from Rio. So I'll go through the positions that I'm still holding. AUPH, also launching for lupus nephritis. So we should be able to start seeing some sales forecasts and seeing what the results are going to be. And I feel like not only Arena or BCRX or which is BioCrest, I feel like there are huge potentials for buyout. Holding them long as can be on my 401k. Nothing has changed fundamentally to Sorrento. I'm still, I think Sorrento has a really good pipeline. A lot of things are exciting for Sorrento, SRNE. And then also for KMPH, we had this. Did you buy, Rohan, KMPH at all or no?
I did not know.
You did. Yeah, I know Jason bought. So KMPH, it's heavily shorted because right now they don't have. I mean, it's almost like a textbook. They get FDA approval and it tanks until they can show sales results. So with the KMPH, I feel like also Travis Mickle, the president of the company that sold Vyvanse to Shire, is the president of Acorium Health, and I think he has the same intentions to end up selling the company or the drug. So KMPH is another company that I will not sell during the turmoil of the market, for sure. And still holding PPBT, even though it's still in the early stages, but I think there's a couple catalysts coming up this year. And I'm looking at here on my portfolio just to show you guys what I still have in here. I still own NSPR. There's a lot of uncertainty with NSPR because of the reverse split that's coming up. The plus side I see on that is they're gonna uplist to NASDAQ, and the float is gonna, if they do a 110 split, the float's gonna go down to 10 million, and 10 million float. That with any kind of a catalyst, we can move up the stock. So some will argue like, okay, they've been through 4 reverse splits. What is the difference now, right? I believe the difference is now is that we are closer to have a product in the United States. We have agreements with China, with Brazil. So I feel like more and more we are closer to the price. So if they did it 2 years ago, the reverse split, there was still not a lot of products. There was no sales. And the insiders, somebody was arguing on Twitter like, oh, they probably sold. No, guys, insiders, they have to report every time they buy or sell. So I haven't seen on the SEC files anything that the insiders sold. So they're in the same predicament as us, in the same boat, and they want to do the RS. So I'm a little bit conflicted. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Maybe if we get a run up before April 14th, I might sell half just to see how the RS is going to play and then buy it back. But long term, I think this company is going to be phenomenal. The C-Guard for their keratoid stent, I think is going to be amazing. So I'm still very bullish on that company. And so I probably can take some questions. Do you are you reading the questions for me, or should I go over them?
However you want to do it. I know.
Okay,
so
I'll check here.
There's a couple of comments. Someone really wants you to talk about Poodle.
I never heard of that, you guys. Let me write it down so on Thursday I can get over. Somebody's saying here, let me see. We'll be going to Rio, but then lockdown. Yeah, it's a complete lockdown in Rio right now. So NSPR, I already addressed that. POODL sounds like an OTC, guys. I still own CBBT. OTCs are being crushed. I think they're the first ones to get burned with the market turned sour. Yeah, I'm still holding CBBT. Fundamentally, nothing has changed, but it is ridiculous. The value that has 70% down. I should have just added because it's 6 cents. This is ridiculous. But I'll check the POODL. That sounds like OTC, and I'm trying to stay away in this market from OTC. Rohan, are you in the same predicament with the OTC? I think they're the ones that get hit the biggest, and so is the small cap. I feel like when especially if there's no product, there's no revenue. I feel like the blue chip stocks are the ones that kind of take less of a hit than the small cap and the OTC. So definitely not a good time to be playing the OTC market for now.
For sure. Yeah. I haven't even been able to, honestly. I'm on Webull, so I can't trade that right now, but working on getting something set up so I can eventually, but I guess it's not the best time right now anyway.
Yes, no. So somebody's asking about AVEO, they just got an FDA approval. I used to own that stock 4 years ago. TiVo, I think is a good stock, but again, you're not going to see a lot of movement until they have a sales outside of US, but now they just got approved in US. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of movement until they can produce sales results. So now let me see here.
What about BNGO? Do you want to cover that at all?
I'm BNGO, I think has a phenomenal potential to be a blockbuster. I am holding on my IRA. I don't even care about the swings in price. So I have a BNGO. I bought it at $10. I think it's at $9 today. I don't know how much is that, Rohan, BNGO.
Let's pull it up. BNGO is at 857 currently.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great opportunity to buy right now. I feel like if you believe in a company, fundamentally, it doesn't matter if the market is taking a dip. I feel like that you have to have a cash on the side to make those purchases. It's not because the market is red that fundamentally the company is not good. But I definitely would stay away from. Somebody was asking me like the NSPR. I would have not buy until the RS is done, you guys. Once the RS is done, then I think it will be a good buying opportunity. But I'm just being face value and be honest. Like I am in the trade so already. But if we have a run up before April 14th, I'm probably going to sell half of it and then wait for an opportunity to buy back once the RS is established. So for sure. Now, our ARDX, the PDUFA is not next week, you guys. I'm holding that one. I like ARDX. I like the fact that it's a different type of it's not even a phosphate binder. It goes through absorption of food. I like that you're going to be taking a lot less pills. I have a friend of mine that I used to work with that decided to go to this company, ARDX, as a manager. I don't think he left AstraZeneca. I don't think he would have left AstraZeneca if he didn't think that was, some upside potential on that. So, but the PDUFA date's not next week. The PDUFA date is April 29th, not March 29th. Any research resource other than biopharma catalysts and SEC filings. Believe it or not, guys, the Benzinga is going to have their own FDA calendar as well. They're working on it. Looks awesome. I'm really, really excited about that. So you're going to find everything, all the scanners and everything in one program. But other than the biopharma catalyst, tomorrow when Benzinga is hosting a small biotech conference, you guys. If I were you guys, I would have signed on. I'm gonna lead to the conference. I'm just gonna explain how I strategically navigate around biotech, because when you have a small biotech, they are dying for investors, but there's no product, right? So there's always risk for offering. So I'm just going to give you guys touch up on, very basic, but I know a lot of people don't have a lot of experience investing in small bio. And from my previous experience, from all the losses I had 7 years ago, I can tell you guys what I've learned. I think that it's okay to lose money as long as you're learning from the experiences and you don't make the same mistakes moving forward. So I'm going to go through all the phases, trials, and what the probability of each trial to be successful and how to navigate it around it. Because the only problem with the, how you own Apple or Tesla, you always, let me look at the earnings report. With the biotech, you really need to be in tune with their catalysts. So Biopharma Catalyst has every catalyst of the company, but I usually go and check the company's also investor presentations just to see what's coming down the pipe. But I believe that unfortunately, when you're holding something that does not have a revenue, you need to pay attention to catalysts because that can make or break you. So if you're holding through a phase 3, knowing that there's only a 90% success rate in phase 3, you might want to back down on your position. You know, I always usually don't hold the full position to phase 3 because it's very risky. So tomorrow in the conference, I'm opening the conference. So I hope I can see you guys there, and I will be touching bases in regards to every phase of a clinical trial and what to look for in when you wanted to start investing. INFI, very bullish. There's few catalysts coming up. So I'm holding. Sucks because I'm in a red right now. Somebody was asking about INFI, but I'm holding. And ANVS, I'm going to look. This is not the first time somebody tells me, like on Twitter, somebody was telling me. So I'll take a look on ANVS and follow up with you guys on Thursday.
Definitely.
And then, okay, let me see.
Real quick, I wanted to touch on the conference. I just pasted a link to register for it in the chat. It's pinned at the top.
Okay,
so
cool.
Folks, yeah, if you want to check out tomorrow and the next day, all day, we'll be having the Benzinga Biotech Small Cap Conference. And of course, Vivi will be speaking at that. So make sure to register.
That's really cool. There's a lot
by.
of CEOs of companies that I have interest talking. I think Sorrento CEO is going to be talking too. And there's another company that I tuck in that looks really interesting. Lineage Cell Therapy is a San Diego company. LCTX, the CEO, is also going to talk there. So you guys should tune in. I think it's going to be really interesting conference starting tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I'm 5'2". I'm short. People keep asking how tall I am. I'm 5'2".
Can't
but
tell
you know
them
what
the chair.
You know what do they say? The good things come in small packages. Yeah.
There we go. Fun size.
I'm a small, but I'm fiery. The amount of personality I have makes it up for my size. Somebody's like, how tall is Vivi? I'm 5'2". I'm a shorty. So, okay, ALPS has a PDUFA of May 14th. So, I also, priority review, okay, I will definitely take a look on that. I've talked to you guys about ONTX before, guys. I mean, they have a results on rats. I mean, and they also push off their reverse split voting. So it's long term, I mean, I don't see it's like they saw a lot of results in rats, and I think they have a phase 2. So the phase 2, there's like 2-3 years away. How are they gonna have money without a product to continue their research? Just think, you guys, they're gonna go through offerings after offerings. So I would not touch ONTX. Like personally now, I don't touch anything that doesn't have at least some near-term catalysts that you can kind of trade in and out of that stock. So check. Okay, so ITRM. I got stuck on a swing because the market took a dive and it didn't recover. So they have this resistance to antibiotic for UTIs. I've seen mixed reviews on that data, but July is their PDUFA. It's not a company that I'm feeling 100% holding through PDUFA, but I think we're going to get to that $2-3 before PDUFA date. So I refuse to take a loss on this because we have a catalyst, right? It's not that, and it's not that. It's not a stock that doesn't have anything going on for them. So, but you guys hit me up with the messages. If you have a better DD than I saw, there's a lot of mixed reviews. They think, Cipro is usually the antibiotics that they use for UTIs. So they think that for those patients that are resistant to Cipro, that would be a good alternative. But I've got some mixed reviews on the data for that product. And so Atos, I traded Atos before, ATOS, but I never owned like long term. So I'll take a look at it as well. APLS is the current ticker. Okay, Blue is amazing. Blue is amazing company, but because it's such a stable company, I don't think we're gonna have a huge returns in terms of doing a PDUFA play, because it's a very it's already a company that producing revenues. It is a very stable company. Like when you see Gilead had that PDUFA in May, nothing happened to the stock. So that's the problem. Like doing PDUFAs with the big blue chips stocks, bio, you don't see a lot of a change on the stock price as you see with the small cap, because it's usually one hit wonder, right? So when the that small company can become a multi-bagger, and that's why I think if they get an approved product, you see a better upside in terms of a PDUFA play. But Blue is an amazing company, so but I don't know in terms of like return of your investments, if you just want to pay the PDUFA, how much you can make in regards to that. So yes, XXII, I used to own it. I really like the fact that they had a non-nicotine products, but it never came to fruition. Hit me up if you have a new DD on XXII. I sold it at a loss, unfortunately, like 3 years ago, but I really believed in a company, but I didn't see anything comes to fruition. So maybe I was too early on. So yeah, send me a message on Twitter. I would love to hear more about it, and I can definitely feature on the show if they are more long, they were more further out on their development. So, and what else here? Let me see. GOVX. No.
Did you talk about APLS already?
No, I never heard APLS. No, I never heard of that company. So I told them I would take a look.
Got it. Yeah, that's what I thought we did.
ONTX and ALPS. Okay.
KNSA. Someone's saying.
Oh my God, you guys! What a bummer. So Rohan, I interview for KNSA. I thought this is gonna be approved, and the drug is already approved for Regeneron. So I was like, oh, that's a slam dunk, but they're gonna split the revenues and maybe we can see some action. The mistake here is if you went to StockTwits, there's not a lot of people following that stock as much as they would be following AVEO, because AVEO was a huge day for them on approval, and I sold it at a $1,000 loss because they, like I told you guys, we didn't even get a lot of improvement on the stock price the day of the approval. I was in Brazil flying in, so I was really bummed out. I was like, oh, but long term is a good company, but right now I think cash is gold, and I'm trying not to tie up my money in companies that I don't see further out development. So with the KNSA, they are launching a product as of speak right now. So we're gonna take like at least 3 months to see some sales growth, right? So it's gonna be heavily shorted until then, unfortunately, just like how KMPH is, but KMPH, I'm very hopeful maybe for a buyout. So I didn't want it to be completely out of it. So that's the risk we take too. Like a drug gets approved and you sell 100% of your position. What if they get bought out the next day? You don't know. You don't know if Regeneron's just going to buy them. They're splitting 50-50. Maybe Regeneron said, why don't we just buy back that drug from you, and start promoting it. So I see long term, it's been a very bright future. But unfortunately, short term, I feel like it's that money. So that's why I sold at a loss. Sometimes you just take the loss so you can have a cash in hand. So I did that. And what else? Okay.
We have some comments.
What are the different way biotechs raise money? Only through offerings. Various offerings, ATMs. Very, very rarely you see private investors coming in. So definitely the risk in biotech, I try to come in and, like, for example, for BCRX, I knew they had a $300 million. They just raised money before the drug was approved. So it was they raised it at, the offering was a 3.8. and I came in right after the offering. So because I knew that it was a little bit the risk in regards to doing another offering and doing another dilution. So yeah, it's the only way that they have to raise money if they don't have an approved drug. So that's why my whole point with the ONTX, I mean, very early on. So how are they going to raise money to their studies? They're going to continue to dilute the stock price. If you can pull there, like Horan, I'll give you guys perfect example. If you guys have not seen me before on the show, but if you pick up IDRA, Horan, can you put the chart in there?
Yep.
Okay. So what is the price in it today?
We are at $1.51.
Okay, guys. $1.51. I bought this at $4 6 or 7 years ago because they had this G5 technology that looked promising, and they went through so many reverse splits and dilution that today for me to break even with this company, I would need to have a $32 a share. And look at the price today. They had a fail phase 3 data readout. That's what I was telling you guys. The first day that they got that phase 3 data readout, it dropped 60%. 60%, Rahan. So that's why I refuse to hold anything. I rather hold it through PDUFA because I've read the data. And so unless you have less risk on PDUFA, guys, than we're holding phase 3. Because phase 3 is like 30% success rate, PDUFA probably like 70% success rate. So the most money you make in bio, believe it or not, is phase 1 and 2. If you're just like throwing darts at a bunch of companies, that's when you're gonna see, because most companies, 70% of the companies pass phase 1. So that's why, again, ONTX, the rat, you saw that tumor activity. Most drugs work in rats, but then when you go in through human studies, it does not pan out. So that's why a perfect example here, the risk is of owning a biotech company. So if I held Idera today, imagine I would have never seen my money, just by a miracle. So I sold at a loss, but my loss would be a lot further, a lot worse 5 or 6 years later. So unfortunately, that's how small bio. It's a high price, high risk, high reward, but also really, really high risk. So
there we go. Yeah, that was a good little gem of knowledge there. So, I liked what you said about if you want to just make money, you have better chances in phase 1 and 2.
Yes.
So
yes, for
pay
sure.
attention to that for sure.
For sure. And then KMPH under 10, when will this be considered a buy? KMPH under 10, I think it's an amazing buy. What is KMPH today? At 981. Geez, that's 10. A great buy.
Yeah.
So maybe buy half your position. If it keeps dipping, buy another one. I feel like the management team, it's amazing. And I do believe that there's a huge potential for them to be bought out, especially if the sales force does a good job on market share and they see that the company can have a good penetration in an ADHD market. Huge chance to that company to be bought out for sure. Can you talk about Seal? Okay, I'll take a look at Seal. I sold out because I bought at $6. I sold at 20. I don't even know what the price is today for ALT. It's a good company, but I just wanted to secure some profits because I knew the market was tanking. So what else are we? We're here. Time is over, you guys.
We can go for a little bit longer if you want,
okay.
But up to you.
No, it's I have stuff to do right now. But
okay.
I have a not very interesting, but I have to paint my small bathroom. I'm gonna go paint it. But I'll see you guys on Thursday. Actually, I see you guys tomorrow at the conference. And Rohan, somebody was asking me that it's free, right, to sign up?
Yeah, you can, and it's gonna be on our YouTube channel as well.
Okay,
so
cool.
Either register and you can participate. You can even set meetings if you want to get more involved. Or obviously it is available for anyone to view on our YouTube channel. And I do believe so. Thursday we probably won't have a Biotech Buzz
that's
on Thursday.
True. Okay, so I'll see you guys in Mexico on Tuesday, I guess. That'll give me a lot more time. But again, you guys know my Twitter name. Is that here?
Yep, right here.
No,
at Biotech _SD, guys. Make sure you drop a follow.
Here. And then message me. I try to get back to everybody. So if you guys have a ticker that you want me to kind of a deep dive, and I'll let you guys know next Tuesday.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Vivi. It was a great episode. And,
it was nice to see you guys. Yes, I'll see you guys next week.
All right.
Actually, I'll see you tomorrow at the conference.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Take
All
care.
right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh. Spencer, you want to hop on here?
I'm here. And
there we
Mitch
go.
is here as well.
Mitch?
What's up,
Hello,
Mitch?
Mitch, we can't hear you.
But his mic is broken. What's up with that?
What's up? What's up?
Oh, what's up, Mitch?
Mitch sounds like he's in a tunnel.
You know what I want to do? I have a question for our listeners in our chat that I want to pose to them. And my question for y'all is, what do you want to do later today for GameStop? Here's what I was thinking, right? We just restream the conference call and then comment after. So the conference call earnings are going to be out around 4:15, and the conference call doesn't start till 5. So starting at 5, we can restream it. You know, we're not going to really talk over it. I don't want to talk over it. I think we should let the conference speak for itself. That's what I think. And maybe do like a reaction thing if we have time. I know we have another show debuting tonight. But I want to hear the chat's thoughts on this. If they're into the idea of doing like a GameStop earnings call watch party, if you're into the idea, let's go.
I mean, I just want to hear if Roaring Kitty will be mentioned in the earnings call.
I don't think he'll be mentioned by name.
Oh man!
Wait, do we know if Ryan Cohen's going to be there or not?
We don't.
Okay.
We do not.
Ryan Cohen is on the board. He's not an officer, to my knowledge. One in chat if you're down for like a GameStop earnings watch party today at 5 Eastern, when the conference call starts. And then 2 in chat if you think this is a horrible idea and you don't care about GameStop. And
you're not a cat? Oh man.
Because I want to stream, but I also want to watch the call or listen to the call, and I can't really do both at the same time. All right, CR is bullish on the GameStop watch party idea. That's good to know. Definitely be curious, but that's my idea for now, right? Is to just restream live the call, and we're not going to like try to talk over it. That'd be stupid because nobody would be watching it to hear us, right? You'd be watching it to hear the call. So we'll restream the call. And then if we have time, react afterwards. But we do have a new show that we're debuting tonight. So
there you go.
Yep. Julio Ross, I think, is most in line with where I'm at. Stream, no comment, and then recap at end. Ganesh V, where's the promo code to get Pro 45% off? It's in the description. In the very description of this video. There is a code YouTube. Well, it's actually 47%. It's YouTube 47.
2 extra percent.
2 extra percent. YouTube, well, percentage points. YouTube 47 is the code, Ganesh. YouTube 40, but the link is in the description of this video. Solar up and up wants more of the market taking. Oh my goodness. New rule of thumb: anytime Jerome Powell speaks, short everything. Is that what we're saying? That's what I'm saying. I just made that.
Yo, just vibe. I got one of the big winners right now.
You got a big winner? That's more than I can say about my own. Is your big winner YVR?
No, my big winner is Genius, baby.
Genius? Oh my! Well, it's not so much. Not a winner in the last hour.
Hey.
3 hours.
I went up to about 85% up. Now I'm back down to about 55. Let's just let the percentages roll, baby.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, sorry. I was reading.
No, but it is a pretty volatile day out there.
Mitch, can you turn your mic up a little bit? You're a little quiet.
I'm a little quiet. I got you.
That's a little better.
How's that?
Jason B. I could have sworn we did this last night. Did we not, Jason B? He asked about AVEO. They did an offering. Okay, so this is more detailed than we got last night, though. So we did an offering. The price tanked. You sold, but you want back in. They haven't announced the pricing of the offering yet. When do I get back in? Rather than fly blind, let's look at a chart.
Well, I mean, first things first, I would wait for that pricing because that pricing makes a huge difference.
I would concur. So this is here. Let's go to a 5-day, 15-minute chart here. Okay. No, let's go to a daily. Let's zoom out a little bit more. So I'm guessing you sold somewhere around like a week ago, right? Jason B, you probably sold it like last week.
Come back. You can blame it all on me.
So, to Mitch's point, I concur. I would seriously wait for that offering price. First off, Jason B. If you want to get back in, look, if you really, really want to get back in, and you're gonna buy and hold this thing, then at a certain point you got to consider the cost of the emotional toll of just waiting versus just buying it now if you know you want to own it. I would wait until they price that offering. The other thing is it's down 15% today. Why try and be a hero, right? Why try and be the hero and catch the falling knife, as they say? Lord knows I've done that more times than I can count. I'm sure Mitch has too, and it's fun to step up and say, "No, I'm going to be the man. I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to call the bottom in this thing. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to catch the bottom." It never works out like that. So two things I would wait.
Cannabis.
Two things I would wait for. Number one, the offering price, and I'd probably wait for at least a couple updates, just for my own sanity, just so it stops going down. I mean, obviously we don't know if the stock is going to go up or down in the future, but I mean, at least wait for some kind of a technical base to form. That's what I would do if it were me. Jason B. Jason Douglas says, "Be the hero." or be the hero.
I mean, that's what I'm trying right now, but you guys, it doesn't work all the time, guys.
It never works. It never works. It works like one time.
Yeah, like that one time. Look, put it this way: usually when you actually get that good success, is because you probably didn't even listen to yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't even listen to your own logic.
Yeah.
So you're just illogical and just making illogical returns.
Okay, so this is not the craziest stock chart in the world, right? You can see it trades pretty normally in the sense that it's not all over the place. It forms bases. I would wait for a couple of days of consolidation and or that offering price before I did anything with this stuff.
Yeah, the big price for me, I can see at least on the monthly is 8.
On the monthly? Well, let's zoom in out there.
So 8 is a big price on this one, and it's pulling back to. I think that's where you're going to see the first kind of stop.
Looks like 8 was the low from February. So
yeah, you got multiple kind of wicks throughs and bodies right by that level. So I would pay attention to that level first, see if that holds. And then if that doesn't hold, then I could draw kind of a trend line and maybe look at maybe 7s or 675 as the next stop. But there is a lot of volume that came in from that month of volume up. I mean, how much volume got in there? 103 million. So what you want to see now is kind of as that volume comes back down, when does the volume come back in? I try to don't even pay attention until I see a volume pop day.
Yep. I'm seeing some lows, a series of lows around the mid-7 area. So that's it, that whole range, right? That 750 to 8 area. I would just see if it holds that. See if it holds. If it can't hold that, then watch out. But see if it can hold that is where I might start. Wait, he asked a follow-up question, and then we'll move on from this. The offering price is what they're selling the 5 million shares for to raise capital. Correct. And they, AVEO, get to dictate that price. Well, not necessarily. They get to dictate it in the sense that they have to find buyers, right? So if like AVEO can't come out and say we're selling shares at $10, because who's going to buy it, right? They have to find a buyer for these shares. They have to know that someone's going to, if they introduce new shares into the market, they got to know someone's going to buy it. So they'll consult with investment bankers on this and come to a price that they think is not too cheap, but also like low enough that people will buy it, right? It's not going to be at the market usually, maybe a slight discount, but they'll work with investment bankers on. That's how I understand the process.
I mean, if you want to go crazy, try to get super technical. Only use technicals. I have an hourly chart here.
Okay.
You could say that this dip here started a bearish trend. It popped up once, comes down once, pops up, comes down twice, pops up the third time. That completes kind of this little bearish consolidation where it breaks through. Then what I see here is if you measure this little pop up, the first pop up, it's about a $4 pop, right? From about 11 to about 14. So that's kind of what I start measuring from the breakdown area from around this 11. So if you measure about $4 down, it'd be closer towards that $7. See if for some reason you start seeing some big institutionals step in somewhere near that 7. That's what I would like to look for. That's what I'd look for, at least like something like this, 5 million shares traded somewhere near that kind of $7.
And no, the Solar Open Up is bringing up a good point. It's not like they're going to the market with these shares, right? This isn't an IPO, right? It's a secondary offering. These shares are going to matriculate into the market eventually, but they'll get there via a investment bank that will be the ones responsible for helping to find the pricing and getting these shares slowly. Maybe they'll be the buyer and they'll get the shares back into the market, but it's not as if the average retail investor is going to be able to, buy these specific shares. That's not really how secondaries work. Mitch, I don't know if you caught the YVR interview today. Did you catch that?
No, I did not. I did not catch it.
Might have been the first time that anyone at Benzinga, that a Benzinga interview triggered a volatility.
Oh yeah. When I saw, the chat was buzzing.
Go to a newsfeed. Go to a newsfeed. Zoom in a little bit. Zoom in too much there. Okay, so we see how many halts do we see? One halt at 105, and that halt resumed at 110. Back to the charts we go. This is a 1 minute chart. Man, this thing really moves. Let me zoom out. So that's when our interview happened. Right here. Luke Jacoby asked the CEO basically about what they're doing with NFTs. And he didn't really say much. He said they're looking into it, but he wasn't really specific. So maybe that's why the stock dropped. Not really sure. Let's zoom out even more. Let's go to a daily. This thing has been a ridiculous monster.
This market,
and I'll be frank.
This market. Let's talk about what's really going on. It ain't looking pretty, bro. It ain't looking pretty.
Yeah, here. Let's get off YVR. Let's go to the SPY.
There's a horrible little head and shoulder pattern right there that it just broke down.
What? So this is a 1 minute chart on the SPY. Okay, Brent from our news desk always says I need to look at more 1 minute charts. So we are breaking down fully here in the SPY. We are well into the low. We're at the low of the day right now.
This is why I almost like my diamond hands are softly turning back to paper hands, because this is what happens sometimes. Even if you have a big gainer, but the market is just driving down on you, it's just hard to stay up. I mean,
Let's do a
stock
5 day.
gets-
Let's do a
it gets
5 day.
stripped.
So we're back to where we were on Friday, which really isn't, and to keep this in perspective. Yeah, it looks kind of bad here, but we're just basically back to where we were 2 days ago. So it's not that big a drop. And we're only down less than 1% on the day. So let's not freak out still or yet.
Try to hedge here somehow, but I'm looking
Well,
for
it's certainly notable. I mean, we were at, like, what do we open the day at? What do we open today at?
Man,
opened
this thing's
at,
rocking. Let me see if I can get a dip.
we opened at 391 and we rallied. So it feels worse than it looks because we've fallen off the high of the day back down to the low of the day. But I would just keep this longer term chart in perspective. It doesn't, it's not that bad. That being said, how are the Qs doing? Interesting that the Qs are actually holding up a little better today. That's interesting, right? So the Qs are only down 1/3%, while the SPY is down 2/3%. That's interesting.
I think at least what I've been paying attention to was the downturn in oil. To me, this is something that we need to pay very close attention, because to me, a lot of the times they were asking, where's the rotation? Where's the money hiding? I thought it was hiding in oil.
It was.
Now, if oil is turning back down, where's the rotation now? Because if I'm looking at leverage here, but I'm looking at drip, and that's a pretty healthy move for the day. Drip. I wish I had that soundboard. What's up? Do we got a drip sound?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. But yeah, this is 2 times bearish. So if it goes up, that's not a good sign, at least if you're a bull in oil here. But significant move up and on the hourly. I mean,
all right, so energy's down today, right? We got the XOLEs down today. What about let's go across the board. So XLK, we just said, is having a good day. Comparatively speaking, it's relative strength outperforming the overall market, but not by a lot. Really, it's in line. What about consumer staples? XLP, defensive's having a good day. XLP's up. What about utilities? That's super defensive. XLU up, having a good day there. 2 for 2 on the defensive trade.
Holy moly!
What?
They're hitting specs hard.
Oh god, I still own the SPAC ETF.
They're hitting them hard, Spencer. They're hitting them hard. I'm at the point I gotta look for a nice little dip buy over here, because it's that hard. This is when I like to get it, though, when I see these extreme moves, because I mean, if you're gonna get a better price, it's during extreme moves. So
what about let's keep going by the sectors here. What about materials? XLB. Ouch, down 2% today. Let's zoom in. Down 2% today. Materials. So much for that commodity super cycle, I guess they've been talking about. What about finance? What about the banks? That's a value trade. Nope. I don't really know what Powell said, but whatever it was, market doesn't like it.
Yeah, market doesn't like it, dude. What happened, Pumping Powell? What happened?
Yeah, let's go to the news feed. Let's see if we can get a couple headlines. Jerome Powell expects inflation pressure won't be large. God, how?
I mean,
man?
Look at my Coke indicator, bro. We're up like 30%.
I don't even know. I mean, I'm not an economist, but I legit don't understand how there can't not be.
You got to be like me, Spencer. Just use the price of Coca-Cola. That will tell you enough.
Like the actual the stock or like the product?
The product, man.
Oh.
When's the last time you bought a Coca-Cola? 12-pack.
It's been a while. 12. Never. I don't buy soda.
Let's just say. What do you think the price was, or what do you remember?
What do I remember?
Chat, help him out. Well, what's a 12 pack?
I'll be honest with you.
Cost?
You know what? But
2-3 years ago.
I'm not a good person to ask because like even the things that I buy, I don't really pay attention to how much they cost. Like if you ask me how much a gallon of milk is, I don't know if I could tell you. You know, like what is it, like $2? So all right. So what's a 12 pack of Coke? Like $4? I don't know.
Well, at least we got someone helping us out here. Like I would say 2 to 3 years ago, you could have got it for about $3, maybe $3.99, like Eric's mentioning.
Okay.
On the cheap, $2.49.
Okay.
Like, all right. So now we're talking $5.49 at Walmart prices. So Walmart's usually the cheapest, at least from what I usually known for Coca-Cola prices, and they're at $5 something. So that means, let's say if you go to a high-end grocery store, you're probably looking at $6, $7, $8. Look, $8 Jack's mentioning in Maine.
What? There's some inflation in Maine right now.
I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming hard. It's coming hard. I mean, some people like to do the milk case, but I think more people know about Coca-Cola. Julio's liking it.
Damn, I really gotta start paying attention more.
Oh, Massachusetts.
I gotta do a better job paying attention when I go to the store, like how much things cost. I price match a lot, but I don't retain that information. So I don't actually know how much any individual item costs. I just know how much I spend. Damn. Okay, so the Coke indicator, inflation, it's happening. You're seeing it.
Yeah.
Not if you're Jerome Powell, you're not. So again,
I mean,
he's obviously he knows way more about economics. He's forgotten more than I'll ever know, but I can't really understand. It just seems obvious to me that there is inflation, and the Fed has said they want inflation, so they're getting what they want. But
the question is, how much and how hard is it ramping?
Yeah. That's one of the questions for sure.
It's significant, but I mean, you also got to look at supply and how that plays into fact. I mean, I think the supply chains overall all got disrupted for a certain point. I mean, you could talk about Amazon, but they had to hire like crazy just to meet that need.
Yeah.
But that's what I really think is also coming into play. I think you're starting to see the after effects of COVID, but 6 months after, 12 months after, not while it was going on. And a lot of people were shaking their heads like, how's this market going up? Like, what's going on? I think what's going on now is that what if we're feeling those effects now?
Yeah, maybe. Someone in the chat pointed out a while ago that everything growth is getting smacked around.
Mm-hmm.
I use ARKK as sort of like my proxy.
There's your growth indicator.
That's my indicator for growth, and it's getting punched in the mouth today, down almost 3%. So I think, okay, like what does ARKK hold? Right, it owns Zoom, right? What's going on with Zoom today, guys? Let's go to a newsfeed.
Zoom.
What is going on? Yeah, there's literally a headline. What is happening with Zoom, Peloton? Okay, what's happening today? Strength in stay-at-home names? Really? Okay. I don't know if I've seen that, but I clearly I am. Zoom. What about Peloton?
I don't see it.
Yeah. You don't see Peloton up 3.5% today?
I didn't pay attention to Peloton, I'll be honest.
Damn.
So
this is interesting. So
yeah, the chart looks good.
Wait. So let's see. Let me look up exactly the ARK holdings and see how much of this fund is made up by specific stocks. So, all right. So Zoom makes up 3%. So let's go through this. Let's do a little ETF arbitrage. So Tesla is the largest position in ARKK. It's a little over 10% of the fund. So remember, ARKK, that's our bogey. That's down 2.75% today. Tesla's down 1.5%. So that's in line to an extent. It's not down as much as the actual fund itself. Teladoc is down a little over 2%. Okay. Square down 1.5%. So it's up relative to the ETF. Roku. So Roku's getting smacked around today. So Roku is down more than ARKK today. Zillow. Okay, down 3%. Baidu. So these funds stocks I'm going through, these make up about call it like 35%, give or take, of ARKK. So what you can do, a way to arbitrage this trade, this is what Dennis does all the time in the pre-market and after hours, and say, okay, I see ARKK is down 2.5%. And I see Tesla, which makes up 10% of the fund, is down just 1.5%. Okay, 1.5% for Tesla, 2.5% for ARKK. That means that collectively, the other 9 largest holdings, which make up about half of the fund, the other 9 largest holdings should, in the aggregate, be down more than Tesla. Because remember, Tesla is down 1.5%, ARK is down 2.5%. And it all has to even out at the end of the day, right? The fund has to reflect the NAV, the net asset value of the stocks in its basket. So this is called ETF arbitrage. It's a very common strategy. So what you could do is you can try to short, and this is easier obviously in the pre-market and after hours when there's no HFTs. But what you can do is you can try to buy ARK, right? You can try to bring it in. Right, you buy it up, you bring it in, and you can short the other remaining large holdings like Square, Roku, whatever. Try to get that spread more in line. That's one way that you can trade stocks against the ETFs that hold them, or vice versa. It's a very common strategy. People do this all the time.
Look at my man doing some ARB.
I don't do it, full disclosure, but it's a pretty common strategy, ETF arbitrage. This is what the market makers are doing all day long anyway. So, Jason Douglas is pointing to Palantir. Yeah.
I'm trying to hedge over here, but I think it's starting to calm down a little bit.
Oh my God, Palantir is
dip,
4%.
Let me see that chart. It's starting to get tasty.
Let's zoom in on Palantir. Why is this stock so popular? Can anyone explain to me why is this?
Because no one can explain it. When no one can explain it, then it becomes popular. No, honestly, it just has too many ties.
Wait a minute,
to bigger names.
But look at this floor. Look at this support that we're at.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
That's a floor right there. You got that right.
Look at that. Some nice little support, technically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
PLTR. So that's an encouraging sign for now. Fast forward, tomorrow morning and it's down to 21. But for now, at least, that looks not half bad. All right.
Yeah, I really think with a lot of these big names that made these moves, it's all about the growth.
Yeah. Well,
but it's that time. Guess what time it is, guys?
All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
3 consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
Joel, what did you do?
Joel. Is it the old North Korea missile trick?
I was thinking
looks like it.
I was thinking the Jerome Powell trick, but maybe it's both.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. You didn't get followed through that pre-market high. But Spencer, before I run down things, I got a question for you.
Okay.
So in that new intro, right, that you just did, is the stock that I'm talking about Palantir? PLTR?
I don't know.
You might as well. It should be at least.
No, because I think I remember it. I think I remember it. It was I think I remember the day. Now call me crazy, because I am, but don't call me late for dinner. I think that it was, let's go back here on the dailies. And if I'm right, man, you're going to have to buy me lunch. I think, when did this thing break out? It had the IPO. Let's see here. I think it might have been November 6th of last year, because it had like $12 was the high, and then it took it out on November 6th. It came back down, kind of tested the top of the range, and then it just busted out. So break out the archives and see if it was from the November 9th show. But anyways, we're in a little bit of trouble here, folks, in the S&P 500 futures. We're rolling over. We're on the lows of the session as we speak right now. The Globex low from Sunday night, 39.85, and Monday's the low from last week, 39.75. So we are in danger of taking out the weekly low. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow or tonight. Crude taking it on the chin. That's down $4 at 57.52, giving back a lot of those gains. No safe haven in gold. Gold's down 11.40 at 17.26.90. Silver going the same way as gold. That's in the red by 66 cents. I think that's where it was this morning at 25.10. And Bitcoin, it's off the low of the session of 52,915, but we're still down $720 at 54,885 in the futures markets.
So a lot to digest here today. We were just talking about Palantir, Joel, but even before that, I didn't even realize that the reopening trade. I'm sorry that the stay-at-home trade was on today, because I was so surprised to see Zoom up 3.5%. So I guess I missed the memo there. Reopening trade off. Oh man, look at the airlines just getting punished today.
Those trades got a little. Look at American Airlines coming in to support. You did hear, there's more lockdowns in Europe and whatnot. So, that's not what you want to hear. I think the AstraZeneca news is not good either. But let's just take a look at the stay-at-home stocks. Zoom. That's getting off the mat here. I don't know if this is a long-term bottom or not, but I think the more significant level here on the upside, what we'll be keeping an eye on, let's just call it 356. I see three highs going back to March 10th between 355.69, another one at 355.49, another 357.40. So let's bring that down to 356 on that one. That's the area of these four highs. Peloton getting off the mat too. You want Peloton to rally if you own it, like I do. Some higher, some lower. That's coming up. Really needs to clear this high right here, 119.12, to really get back up. That has not even had a chance at a 50% retracement of this big decline. That takes it to the 132, 133 area here. So S&P's new low here, 92.50. We keep trying to bounce, but no can do yet.
I saw a chat just talking about AstraZeneca, AZN. There's a bunch of headlines out about this one throughout the day. It sounds to me that that the news is not actually that bad. I know stock is down a couple bucks today, at least in the U.S. market, but it sounds to me that they're not saying the vaccine doesn't work. They're just saying that it was a bit of a data screw up, but that the vaccine is still effective.
I mean, you don't want to hear that kind of news. You don't with these vaccines.
Fauci calls it an unforced error. That's what Fauci called it. So,
I don't know. An error is an error. When you come into vaccines and drugs like that, I don't think you want any errors. So, putting pressure on the stock, gave back all the gains from yesterday. If you have a position in this, take a look. 49. couple lows here in the U.S. market at 49. Looks like we're heading right there right now, but it just seems like any move and pop in this stock has been faded, if not immediately within 2 or 3 days. So not good news for owners of AZN, and I happen to be I have a small position in that too long. Bottom, just it's a fade trade in this one. I'm sure a lot of people like to see this back at 50. If you were trading this technically, I mean, yesterday's low, you were told pretty quickly that was not going to hold 49.87. That gave away in the early in the market. 49 is a support level, couple lows in the lower 49 handle. This is going back earlier in the month. S&P's getting off the map a little bit here. Now $4 off that low at 91.25.
Man, I'm sorry, I got you off track there with the reopening trade, but
sure,
man, the cruise lines are getting smacked today too. Everything reopening. So, what's funny is I don't know how strong that relationship has been, the reopening versus stay-at-home trade. That was like the theme of the year last year, but that trade hasn't really been that relationship. I don't know how strong it's been this year. It's been more about value versus growth.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Than it has been about stay-at-home versus reopening. I don't know if I've seen this relationship for a few months.
When I look at these stocks and I look at where they were and they come back and you get all of those losses back without the companies being opening, I think it was a gift. I mean, obviously it's still above the January, February high coming in that area, but man, I mean, if you got stuck in those stocks or you picked the bottom and you got back to that area, I mean, good for you. I mean, you got bailed out on that trade. Where it goes from here, who knows? But man, I still think that thing almost got to $100. I mean, what was this big red candle here? That must have been February of last year. So
what was the approximate date?
Well, I'm just looking at this big red candle.
Oh, yeah.
Where it went from 122.
Yeah.
That was February. So, still, I mean, if you think that the pandemic's going to come back, or there's going to be more lockdowns, or I mean, I still think that you might want to just be whacking bid at these prices, but definitely reopening trade taking a hit, got crowded. People taking profits in it, and still not too late to.
Yeah, it's just, we haven't talked about the reopening versus stay-at-home trade for a while because the relationship hasn't really been there. But today, I mean, because you can clearly see it clear as day today, right? Like Amazon is up, Apple is down, right? Those stocks are both, they trade together usually because they're both big tech, but Amazon's a stay-at-home trade. And Apple.
Amazon, that hit an interesting area today in the area of these highs. So we'll keep a look at 31.78 was your high back here. And you got a little bit through it today, 31.82. But let's just call 31.80 here. Major resistance, hasn't quite back up half of this move back. But once again, these stocks, I think it was more the way they traded after earnings.
Yeah.
Than the reopening versus stay-at-home stocks.
Joel, have you seen GameStop today? It's just steadily leaking into the report.
Oh, that did get half back of that move. Look at that. Interesting, folks. Adding further significance to those highs from today. That's halfway back. I mean, how can you be, it gotta be hard being long GameStop going into this report, right?
No, I mean, not hard if you don't look at your portfolio.
Hard. I mean, it's gonna move off this. I mean, how are the earnings gonna be? Who knows? Even if you had the report, I think it's gonna be tough to trade it. And that's they're gonna have to come out. I saw an analyst said she's not too sure that their cash position is where they're at. So. I mean, it's been a wild ride for GameStop shareholders. Kind of tight. I'd look at this low right here. 172. Where was this low? 172.35. Your low today, 177.35. So I'd be keeping a close eye on 172 on the downside. And if this goes into rally mode, I don't know. Maybe 230. You have some daily highs. I'll call it 227, but there's three highs between 219 and 231.27. Maybe if you're trying to get out, you're stuck on this, maybe throw something out at 2.25. Maybe you'll get lifted on it.
I just saw a couple things that I wanted to mention, and I forgot the first one, so I'll say it if I remember it. But the second question is from RAG. Oh, yeah, here it was. Sorry, it was from the chat. It was from Coupon Boy, who said, "This smells of quarterly rebalancing." Maybe. Could be.
It's post-expiration trading.
End of the quarter is next Wednesday.
Right. That's a little bit early.
It's a little early. It's a couple days early, but hey, you never know.
I think this is just post-expiration trading, and you were weak on the expiration. You rallied out of it yesterday, but no follow through today. So, until we take out the low from last week, 38.75, I think you still have to say, this is just a healthy pullback off the high.
Here's a question from RAG. And RG, if you have an example, let us know. Hey, Joel, hope you're well. A question on retracements. I've noticed that a big drop on the way down has an intermediate retracement. Do not consider them valuable. I'm not quite sure what you mean by intermediate retracement. I guess like a kind of a retracement.
I don't. I'm not. I don't have the chat open, so I can't interpret the question.
Well, it's up on the screen. RAG, if you have an example, let us know. What what chart you're thinking of when you ask the question, and we can see what you're talking about. With regards to retracements.
I just look at them as, validity of a move. And like for Amazon here, it had a big drop off earnings, right? You made that low 28.83. So you had to bounce, right? And the way I look at it is, that's a resistance area. People are getting their money back, right? Let's say you didn't participate in any of this, but you did participate somewhere down here. Then that's just a target. I just use that as a soft target. You can figure the exact number. That's where bulls will be looking that, got into the position here. If you think the move is over on Amazon, the all-time high is in for good, but you didn't want to short it in the hole, then it's a potential resistance area. So you can use it a couple different ways. Still down 34 handles, though, trying to distance ourselves from that 91.25 low. Wish I had a level down there for you, but I don't. We'll see what happens. Friday's close was 99.75. That's what that's what you want to see. You want to see us get back, close above that 99.75 from Friday.
All right, for those keeping track, we actually do have some interesting earnings tonight. Besides GameStop, we've mentioned that 1,000 times, but we have At Home Group, ticker HOME tonight. We have Steelcase, SCS. We have Adobe tonight. We have Golden Nugget Online Casino, which is a former SPAC, GNOG, and BNGO. That's been a high.
All right, why don't you give them to me one at a time? We'll just take a quick look at the charts and
let's start with Adobe. That's kind of the big one, right?
Adobe, this one, big decline off that all-time high. Boy, it's not the all-time high. This stock has even been much higher than over 500. Oh boy, let's see. This one's tough. It had a rally off the low, but people are a little bit nervous going into the report. 3 big up days. So I'd be looking on a bad report. 440. Look at all those lows. That's my area of interest on the downside. Look at that. Before you had that bump to 468 yesterday, all those lows at the 480 area. If somehow they like to report, the high of the rebound was made today at 466.86. But boy, I don't know. Little bit tougher. Not great on high price stocks like this, but if you do get to yesterday's high or today's high, maybe take a look at 473.80. That's been the high for the month so far. 473.80.
Dion with an interesting comment. Very bad day to have earnings. I don't know. I don't know, because it's not as if the market sold off all day, right?
It's not a great day. No, I'd have to agree with them. It's not the greatest day to be reporting.
Not the greatest day. I don't know if it's the worst day though. All right, in the net, not a great day. A below average day to have your earnings to report earnings. I'll agree with you on there.
All right, we say Friday's close 99.75, and where are we back at now? We're back at 39.01. So getting a little bit of a bounce here. Not sure if we had some buying balances or not, but back in the 3,900 handle. That's good to see.
I have not
I got a question for the Joel man. Did you talk to the board, and is L Brands off the board?
No. Let's see. L Brands, let's take a look at it technically. Boy, I'd like to. I'd rather sell it on weakness at just under these pair of lows here at 52.63, 52.74. Have not talked to the investment. This has not been brought up in the investment committee yet.
Okay.
But boy, oh boy, I'd love to get out of it.
Good to know. Let's do some ticker time. If you have any questions in the chat,
hey, ticker time.
Drop them in. Also, while you're there, smash the like button, y'all. Let us know how you feel. Tell us you like us. I need some positive affirmation, some words of affirmation. Tell me you like me via the like button. Thank you very much.
All right, the battle for 3,900 rages on here.
Oh man, first ticker that comes in the chat is MP. That's had a day.
Military police.
MP materials. Yeah, that too.
Boom, boom, boom. Man, this is a gapper, huh?
They announced an offering last night, an 8 million share offering.
That's big.
Via shareholders.
And we don't have a price yet, huh?
No.
It just came out. Ooh. They're looking like you have to go lower to get this done. Wow. What a volatile stock. Offerings are offerings, so you just got to wait for the price. Probably be above 35, but less than 40. So maybe where it's trading right now, 37.50, but that seems like a pretty hefty size offering. Also coming up after a really nice move. This is a new stock, came out last year. Wow, five bagger when it got to 50. Wait for that offering price, see if it can hold it. Speaking of offerings, how is Viacom holding up today?
I haven't looked.
No, yeah. Ooh, this 90's big. Did this get into yesterday's range? Holy moly, look at that. It did. It filled the gap, folks. 96.21. That was a low from yesterday. I don't know how the heck it got to 96.34. But it did. This 90's big, folks. Your low on the 18th, 90.15. Current low, 90.30. Next daily low, 86.17. We just lost a quick 7 handles there. The market caught a cold up there at Friday's close and back on the lows for the session.
Yeah, we're
new lows.
Oh my goodness.
New lows as we speak here. Let me pull up the chart. Volatile here. Of course, I bring up Eversource Group, but hey, let me bring up the S&Ps for you. Short-lived rally there, back on the lows of the session.
Yep. So looking like, just to give everyone a scorecard heading into the close, the Russell is down almost 4% today. And the NASDAQ is actually holding up relative to the rest of the market. Nasdaq is up. I'm sorry, Nasdaq is down 0.2%, and the S&Ps are down about 1%. So hey, good for tech, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Let's go back to the chat, but we're going to keep a close eye on these markets heading into the close.
Mr. Softy did get a pop off that news, but that's fading. Oh, what a gap fill. You gapped out, not sure what the news was. You had a low February 19th at 240.18. How high did you get today? You got through it by a decent amount, but still not a bad sell at 241.05. Man, oh man, not much in here on the daily charge. Yesterday's low way down at 230.14. We made the new low, now making another run back at 3,900.
What about Visa? There was the news from a couple. Was it Friday? I think it was Friday. Pretty sure it's Friday. The DOJ looking at antitrust investigation and antitrust practices as it relates to Visa's debit card, and it's sold off, and looks like it's found a floor for now.
For now, must hold level 206.23. That was your low from yesterday. Your low from Friday 206.88. You just happen to have a low in this area at 206.55. Need I repeat, must hold level 206 Visa.
Okay. What about Nextera? NEE.
NEE, that's a utility, correct? And let's see how that is.
It's also a solar play, I believe.
Solar play. Oh, major resistance 76, major support at 70 on the rebound today. Got to get to that 76 and change, folks. Not only did you have two highs in that area from last week, you also had the monthly high in that area as well. So that's your major resistance. Good support down at the parallels just above 70. S&P's back up at 38.95.
So we're at 389 in SPY. We're leaking into the close. But just to put this in perspective, a year ago right now.
Oh, baby.
A year ago right about now, SPY was at like 222, 223, somewhere in that area. Okay?
Yeah.
So just to put things in perspective, we are still $170 above where we were this time a year ago. Just to put things in perspective.
Trying to make me nervous there, huh? Look at that. Nope. I mean, the market has had a fantastic comeback and back up at 3,900 as the battle into the close, the Bulls and the Bears, 6 minutes to go.
Okay, I see somebody mention BNGO. Let's go there. I mentioned them. They report
Bingo.
Tonight. Yeah, Bingo report earnings tonight. Not that the numbers matter. We probably don't care about what they say about their pipeline, but I can't imagine anybody owning the stock owns it for the earnings.
Yeah, $10 is your resistance. Had a nice move off 6. I'll call 8 support. That's halfway back of the bump that you had. 795 low, $8 must hold level for BINGO.
That's it. BINGO. That's the one. Or just BNGO.
Genomics, Bio-Nano-Genomics. Not a bad name, but we'll see. $10 looks like an area. Don't get faked out too much. If you take out 10, you got another high at 1046, and there's a downside $8. Not only is it a daily low, it's halfway from that move from just under 6 to 10. So that's what you're looking at. In BNGO, S&Ps, wow. Volatile here, back at 3,900, just like that.
Jack asked, what's the imbalance? It's $3.6 billion to sell.
It sure is, and they hit that, but battling back as we speak.
Okay, let's do a couple more tickers, and then we'll see what comes at the close. We covered those already. Going through, covered that already. Here's one that I'm not familiar with.
Okay, Lay it on me.
Take a look at the chart though. Make sure it's super low price. That's why I don't know it. Super low priced. And Dion H. Yes, Viacom is becoming my own nemesis. That is true. Okay, what about? Oh, Joel. Joel, did you see YVR today?
Which stock?
YVR? No, you probably didn't.
Wafer?
YVR. We had the CEO on. This is Liquid Media. Is the company ticker is YVR. We had the CEO on Power Hour with Luke, and this has been a speculative NFT name. And Luke asked, Luke basically asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing with NFTs?" And he said he didn't really say. He basically was as non-specific as you can get. He didn't say we're not doing anything, but he also didn't really say we're doing anything. He said a whole lot of nothing. So the market did not like that.
Not a great candle. 750 was the pop. $2 off the high. Don't tell me that it's not important level at 474. Just put it this way, folks. You had a gap up in the issue. 458 to 474. So there is your support. You're going to have some overhead supply on any rallies. People got caught buying this one are going to be looking to get out on a pop.
I'm almost impressed at how clean the rotation is today. You look at every single quote unquote stay-at-home stock, whether it's technology like Netflix and Amazon and Peloton, or whether it's just consumer staples like Walmart, or Costco, and Procter & Gamble, Coke and Pepsi, or Clorox. Look at Clorox today.
All right, let's take a look at.
When's the last time you looked at Clorox?
Vaccine play from long ago, right? Let's take a look at Clorox CLX. And oh boy. High of the rebound is here, right? Since you were under 180. This is not a bad area. I would keep real important to get follow through today's high of 194.59. After that, maybe work your way. Not much after that, going up to 200. 200 was an actual high, 2005 on February 4th. Back under 3,900, folks. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to clear Friday's close, but we'll see. We still have a few minutes left in the session.
We are pretty much at the low of the day in the diamonds. We're off those lows now in the S&Ps. We're off those lows in the Russell, but I'm keeping an eye on all four major indexes. As we have 1 minute, less than a minute now into the close. And I said Clorox, but I meant Colgate. I meant CL. CL, CLX, same difference.
Similar chart today. That's a pop. Great support at 75. Nice move today. You want to just be aware that 78.44 was your high on February 23rd. Your high today, 78.32. There's your level. On the upside, Spoo's battling back. The battle for 3,900 will be continued tomorrow. Currently trading 38.99.
Oh, I thought we were going to get there for a hot second.
We'll see. We'll see. Might close right on the kiss.
There we go.
Hey, before we get you out of here, Joe, I got one to take a look at.
3,900 even at 4.
All right. What's up, Mitch? What do you want to take?
Netflix.
Wow, we haven't talked about that stock in a long time.
There's a reason. I mean, it's been sleepy, but the weekly looks interesting to me. What do you see on that chart? Do you like it?
I like it as long as it holds the low from today. Today's low, 529.40. You had your classic situation, a strong day on the upside yesterday. 5 to the little gap there between Monday's high and today's low. So 530 is your support level. You do want to take out that. You got to take out that high from today, 543.12.
All right, final tally for the major indexes. The S&P 500 closed down a little over 0.75%. The NASDAQ 100 closed down about 0.5%. The Russell 2000 closed down. Oh my God. A little over 3.5% today. Russell got.
I'm going to let you guys take it from
Russell
here.
got smacked.
Have fun with the GameStop earnings.
Joel, don't act like you're not going to have fun with the GameStop earnings. You're going to have.
I'll leave it to the masters of disasters. Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
You're going to have fun too. Joel acts like he's not going to be watching, but we know he'll be watching.
What if all this little washout brings a nice little move in GME? I'm excited now. Joel's getting me a little excited.
All right, I never do this, but I've got I've got my PR/SEC newsfeed open and it's all just getting refreshed constantly. But I'm waiting for GameStop. I really do believe it'll be at 415. I went back to look at the last 2 years, and they're generally all. Every quarter they report at 4:15, so I think we have some time until then, which is good. I want to stay on for that. Once that's out, we'll digest it if we can. We'll see if we can go through it live. Then we will hop off for Cannabis Insider at 4:30, and we'll hop back on the stream to do a watch party when the conference call starts at 5. That's going to be the plan. I think we're going to do all one continuous stream, and we'll do that. So just sort of hanging out here, watching the news here. Let's go to a news feed. Let's do what I've been doing every day. We'll hop into a Benzinga news feed. We'll see what is out after the close. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, 4 o'clock. We got earnings from NServco, ENSV, earnings from BDSX, earnings from Unity Biotech. BNGO is out.
Home is at 4:30. All right.
What is?
Home.
Okay. BNGO is out. This sales of $4 million last quarter. Dear Lord, why is this stock so popular? BNGO. Let's go to the.
It's a name, bro. It's a name.
It can't be the ticker. Market's not that dumb, right?
Well, I mean. We'll leave that out.
Anyway, okay. Whoa, it's going blast off mode to the moon.
BINGO. BI.
All right, let's see if we can go into the press release for a minute and see what's going on.
Bingo.
This is.
Isn't it the first person always? I think the first person is the algorithms.
Oh yeah, it's always machine. yeah. If you're watching this after hours and you're like, why can't? How do I know it's going to be good that fast? You don't. The machines read it. Okay, there is what you can do because the machines are reading the headline, right? The machines are reading the headline, looking for specific terms. What you could do is look a little bit deeper and say, is it actually as good? But again, you have to know the story for that. Let me see here. Strong balance sheet. We've raised a lot of money. I guess that's good. Okay. Looks like here's a study result. Nah. Nothing that really. This is just a PR, so it's gonna be positive anyway. Let's go back to the chart. And look, there it goes, right? So this stuff is crazy after hours. You got to really be careful. You got to be tight with your stops, tight with your orders. You can't just throw stuff out there and hope you get filled because you could get rocked. Back to the news feed. What else we got? Playboy. They were due to report today. I didn't even notice that. All right, PLBY. This is an NFT play, right? Supposedly. So they say.
What happened with them?
Well, their sales beat the estimate, 46 for $35 million. Let's go to a chart.
That's PLBY. PLBY. There you go.
This thing spacked it out, right? They were a SPAC?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
An early one, too, at least earlier in the year, but definitely, I mean, it still has a strong license name, so.
Yeah.
That's really where it does now.
I suppose. Up nicely in the after hours, up 12% in the after hour session. So
yeah, interesting because it had a huge run. I mean, huge run.
Yeah, it's good with daily. Yeah, see, that's a great call. Now, this isn't true all the time, but sometimes what have we observed is that stocks that run up huge into the report, it doesn't really matter what they say. It's going to give back some of those gains. That's just kind of the way it goes sometimes. But as Mitch astutely pointed out, that has not really been the case thus far in the last few minutes. We are still in the top of the first inning of the market digesting this report, but so far they like it.
Nope.
Very interesting. Of course, the RSI says we're overbought. Thank you very much for nothing. Adobe's out. Let's go to Adobe. EPS $3.14 versus a $2.78 estimate. Sales $3.91 versus $3.76 billion. So beat on the EPS, beat on the sales. CEO is retiring this year. What's the press release say? He's going to retire this year. Does it say when? Does it say when? It just says this year. Okay. They're going to get a new CEO, and the quarter was good. Do they give guidance? Let's go back to the thing. Do they give guidance? Don't see it real fast. Go to the chart. ADB. Oh, man. Look at that candle. Let's go to 1 minute. Look at that candle. Market does see now the algo is all confused. It's like, uh-oh, new CEO? Oh. Earnings? Doesn't know what to think.
Playing games with it.
Doesn't know what to think there.
I mean, algorithms always, most of them are watched, at least any of the good ones that are trading big money. And so what ends up happening is usually even the person will catch it.
Man, how is this stock? I always forget that it's so expensive. Look at the run that it's had. My goodness. Anyway, back to 1 minute chart. Let's see if we have any updated numbers from the guys on the news feed. Bada bing, bada boom. Wait, I'm not CEO. Did I misread that? It said CFO. I think I misread that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so a lot of times a CFO change can be more impactful. Hey, forget the Adobe. Look at this. Wait a minute. Look at that headline. Robinhood IPO. It's coming.
Robinhood is here.
Robinhood IPO is coming.
Boom, boom.
And we don't know. It's coming.
Oh my God.
That will be the most fun stock to trade. I'm calling it now. That will be like
holy moly.
That will be the retail stock.
But the question is, what price will that open up at?
Well, you know what they should do, and if they don't, shame on them. They should allocate some of the offering to their clients. That's what they should do. If I were Robinhood and I were all about democratizing finance and investing, I would allocate some of the offering to clients. Now, that being said, if you do that and your stock sucks and your IPO craps the bed, then all you've done is piss all your clients off. but that's the game. That's the market. But I really, really hope that they allocate some of the offering to their clients. That would be the democratization thing to do.
Yep. It's going to be interesting. I mean, that's what Airbnb did, right?
Did they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. If you were an owner, you got access. I'll tell you one thing, though. There wasn't many shares there.
Oh,
I had a friend.
Chris is saying that they've said they're going to do that, which is awesome.
Saying
is one thing, doing is another.
Yeah, I had a friend that wanted to get some of those Airbnb shares. Wasn't able
to.
Yeah, he put the request, but just didn't get a fill, I guess.
Yeah. What if Robinhood? What if when you sign up for Robinhood, they give you a free share of Robinhood? That'd be meta. Here's our own stock.
Free shares, all you want.
Man, okay. Back to the news. So the Pro News Desk went through the Adobe press release, found some guidance that they gave. EPS above estimates, sales above estimates. That was for the quarter. Guidance for the year. also came in above estimates. So
look,
strong guidance across the board. Let's go back to that Adobe chart. Let's zoom out here.
Looks like Home came out already.
Yeah, Home is out. We'll get there in a second. It was actually a guidance raise from Adobe. Okay. Look at that. All right. I'm calling it now. The low for the after-hours session in Adobe is in. This thing is now in rocket ship mode. We are back up above the close. We're up now 1% for the after-hours session and counting, up 1.5% now, $7 from the close. This thing is going up, and away for now. Let's see what the conference call says. At Home is out. Mitch, let's go to the news feed.
Yeah, I'm watching some retail stocks with this one, so
At Home Group. Oh, whoa. So either the estimate was way off or they just destroyed it. Because their EPS for Q4 was $1.08 versus a 69-cent estimate. That was a huge beat. Sales beat nicely, $562 versus $522 million. And they're not providing guidance due to COVID. Don't like that.
They don't like that.
I don't like that. I don't know what I don't like it. I guidance is more valuable than earnings.
Yeah, I 100% agree. You should say that line again.
Yeah, everyone needs to know that guidance is more valuable than earnings.
Yeah, a lot of people try to pay attention to the earnings. I pay attention often to the guidance.
Yep.
Because to me, at least guidance still makes sense when you're looking at stocks fundamentally.
Right, and also let's go back to basics. Where do stocks get their value? It's from future earnings. So
that's where it still makes sense.
Yeah.
That's where my schooling at least makes sense still.
All right. So someone mentioned
you look at just to talk about retail and how big of a turn it's done. Look at Macy's chart.
Okay.
Look at that downturn.
Right.
Quick.
Oh, like the last few days?
Yeah, the last few days, retail pulling back really fast.
Well, I mean, in Macy's, this is just kind of silliness.
That's what I'm interested in. If it's affecting all retail or this is just
because Macy's, this is dumb.
It got back to those levels.
No, it got
right?
This is dumb, guys. It got back to above where it was before the pandemic. It got back to where it was in the summer of 2019, pre-COVID. That's just stupid. Actually, it did that twice.
Yeah,
that's just dumb. It's not as if Macy's is a better business now than it was a year ago. They're not. All right, let's go back to the earnings. But good call, Mitch, on that Macy's sell-off. What else we got?
What else we got today?
Steel case is out. That's not it. That's it. That's the guidance number. What about the earnings? Here's earnings from Steelcase. 6 cents per share in Q4 versus a 1 cent loss. Estimate sales of $677 versus $650 million. Guidance from Steelcase. Q1 EPS guidance. Oh, that's a miss. That's a miss. They were estimated they would lose 10 cents a share. They actually said they're going to lose between 27 and 34 cents per share. Sales also missed. Light on the guidance front for Steelcase. So good earnings, weak guidance. Let's see how that translates to the immediate reaction in the stock. Let's zoom out, shall we? Go to a 1 minute chart. And yeah, that'll happen. So,
man, I don't know if the same kind of rotation is going to be in play continuously, but that Zoom chart.
The Zoom chart?
Still, if it can go back to the highs, that's a big move. We're talking 339 all the way back up to a high of 588. That's a big move. It can get back up there.
All I see is a series of lower highs. That's all I see when I look at this. I just see lower highs and lower highs.
Yeah, just one of the things that you see is at least it keeps fighting to get through kind of like 315 area on the weeklies. Has a couple of wicks through there, and it just looks like it's trying to at least trend back. Can it get back to those levels? I mean, that's a big ask for it to get back up there to 588. But I think if this is really what's going back, these kinds of plays, I would keep this on my radar.
Oh wait, it's 150. It's 4:15. Hold on.
Uh-oh. GME alert. Where is it at? Dun, dun, dun.
I've got a press release news feed. This is a news feed of press release and SEC filings. So let's watch GameStop as it comes out and go to the PR. Not that the numbers matter. Numbers don't mean diddly squat in this stock. But I just have to know. Actually, now I'm distracted and I want to go to the chart.
That's how it goes, right?
Oh, look at the after hours. It is moving. Back to the press releases. Did we miss it? Is it out already?
Uh-oh.
No. Wait a minute.
I think it got out.
Wait a minute. I just
Hold on.
No, the earnings call, we don't care about that. No, we don't care about Form 8 from this morning. Oh, that was an hour ago. I don't see it. If someone in chat sees it, holler, but I don't see it. Yep, I don't see it out.
I'm registering for the event at least.
That being said, look at this after hours chart. This thing is moving. Remember, that's that big volume bar, that's the close.
That's what I said. Like, let's keep an eye on it because I feel like if this starts ripping, what's going to happen to the overall market? Does this change what was happening at the moment?
GameStop goes up, market goes down, and vice versa, I thought, right?
Let's see. Let's see right now. I mean, that could be it. That 200 today, if it could get through that 200, that'd be an interesting level to see.
Was that the high? 191 was the high, I think. Oh no,
201.75. I got for the day.
Okay, I'm on a 1 minute chart, so I lose track of where I am because I'm so zoomed in.
Yeah, no.
All right, wow, that's interesting. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm keeping one eye in my news feed to see when it comes in, but don't see it for the moment. Doesn't matter how the earnings will be. Oh, Dion. Yeah, I mean, look, the numbers don't mean shit, right? Let's be honest. The numbers don't mean anything. We just want to know what they're going to say on the call. That's what we want to know. That's what I want to know. I have three questions. Are you in conversations with regulators about what went down back in January? B, are you raising any money? And C, what exactly are you doing on the e-commerce front? Because remember, this whole thing started with Roaring Kitty's thesis that the market was not giving the company credit for their e-commerce transition. That was how this whole thing started. So what are you actually doing on the e-commerce front? How good are your sales? That's what we want to know, right? E-commerce, government regulators, are you raising money at this elevated level? What are you doing? Those are my three questions that I have as a serious investor market person. But then as like a troll, I just want to know if Warren Kitty's going to show up, and is Ryan Cohen going to speak, and what does Reddit do? That's all I want to see. So yeah, numbers don't actually matter, but very, very curious, and I still don't see it. Still don't see the numbers. I swear.
If they don't raise money, what's the reasoning? Why not?
I
would like to hear that too.
I don't know. I swear, if this is like another Tesla, there was a quarter. It wasn't last year. I think it was like a year and a half ago when Tesla didn't come out. Like the earnings didn't come out until like 8 p.m.
Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Sucked.
Don't do that to me.
Sucked. I hope they don't do that again because that would be horrible. Anyway, it's 4:20 now, so we've got the Cannabis Insider show start in 10 minutes.
I like how you bring it up at 4:20.
Thank you very much.
Points to the style. All right, let's take a look at some cannabis stocks before they come on.
Cannabis has been getting creamed out there.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm waiting for some bottoms.
I
gotta talk to the cannabis boys, but
look at CGC's getting creamed. Right, let's go to all the Canadian players. Tilray, we talked about this last night, and just smashed. Kronos.
Yeah,
that's not it. Kronos. All right. Kronos is flat today. What about Freya? Well, they're merging. What's the right? Aurora. Yeah, they all these charts look the same. They all look because there's the ETF. They look identical. Is there a sector out there where the stocks are as highly correlated as cannabis? If there is, tell me. I don't think there is, though. I think this is the most highly correlated sector that we have.
I mean, that's a good thing, though. That shows some maturity, right?
Well, it makes it easy to trade, right?
Yeah.
Because it means if one goes up, they're all going up. And one goes down, they're all going down.
You got some levels to go off of, at least. You know? It's what I run into in specs sometimes when you don't have levels to go off of.
Ooh, they're getting that's right. They're getting smoked. That's what they're doing. Sudi says they're getting smoked.
They're getting smoked. They're getting rolled up.
They're getting rolled up and packed down.
Pinkies.
Oh, too much smoke in this sector. All right.
Too much smoke.
That's enough.
All right. Let's talk about some weird ETFs here. How to hedge here? I'm looking at some, trying to figure out what to use to hedge here if we get a real downturn in the market. So some of the ones that I've been looking at, and I'm just looking for them. There's SMDD. That's the Pro Shares Ultra Short. That's mid caps.
All right. Please be careful with this stuff. These leverage and inverse ETFs, man.
Talk to me. You're the ETF man.
I mean, they can do some weird stuff, right?
It's just. I mean, you look at the tape. You look at the level 2s. That will tell you enough.
Okay. If I was trying to find an ETF to hedge myself, for downside, I probably wouldn't go towards one of these inverse funds. I would probably try to find an ETF, and again, you got to look beyond the name and see what's actually in them and how they work. But I would look for a fund that tries to provide downside protection in a way. So not a fund that will go up as the market goes down, but a fund that maybe won't go down as much if the market goes down, right? That's what I would do.
That's smart.
Some kind of a, I don't know, maybe like a covered call ETF, some kind of a hedge. There are a lot of ETFs that do hedging strategies. You can like a strategy within the fund. I would maybe look at one of those. But again, you gotta understand what the fund is doing and what it's trading.
Do you think, in your opinion, tech continues to hit?
Wait, say what?
Do you think tech continues to get hit? Technology?
I mean, I have no incentive. No. I mean, I'm still long-term bullish on tech.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I think, what I think is most likely is not that tech goes down or tech goes up, but that tech goes sideways for a while. And how long is a while? No, I'm not really sure. It could be a few weeks, could be a few months, could be longer. But and I look at that as a good thing, right? Because tech not going up just means that I get to keep buying it at a lower price. That was the biggest hindrance of me not being more fully invested prior to the pandemic, was that I was just afraid of heights, which was stupid in hindsight. But I would wholly embrace a sideways market for a while. That would be ideal, I think, for me.
Wow, this is some news here. I'm seeing it on the news feed here, off the spot here. It says all Georgia adults will be eligible for the coronavirus or the corona vaccine on Thursday. That's interesting.
Okay.
Hey,
man, I swear
it's going to come faster and faster where everyone's able to get it.
We have this cannabis show at 4:30, and if GameStop is not out before then, I'm going to be pissed. It doesn't matter because we'll be back at 5 to do a watch party. But man, I'm going to be mad.
We just need to go do our cannabis party before we get on with our GameStop party. You get what I mean?
Well, unlike you, I'm at the office, so that's
oh, the old office trick.
Yeah. I've never looked at a press release newswire more than I have in the last 20 minutes, and GameStop is pissing me off. Oh, there we go. Oh, all right. Okay. Let's zoom in and let's go through this together, everyone.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay. Oh my God. My newsfeed. Okay.
I'm watching the chart.
Okay. You watch the chart. Let's all read this together, everyone. Okay. Comp sales. Again, numbers mean nothing. Thanks, Mitch. Numbers mean nothing. Comp sales increased 6.5%. That seems low to me. I'll be honest with you. That seems low. Remember, comp sales is same store sales. What are you playing? What is this? Same store sales is sales at all locations that have been open for at least 12 months. Okay, so not new stores. So a 6.5% increase. All right. Net sales can you turn a little bit lower, Mitch? A little bit louder.
That's not me.
That's not you. Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
That ain't me.
What do you mean that's not you?
Mute yourself. Watch. Yeah, that's you.
It's not me.
Yeah, it is.
What? Where is that? Oh my God. Oh, you know what it is? You know what that is?
This guy Spencer blaming it on me over here, guys.
Look, it's the GameStop earnings call music. That's what that is. All right.
Or like the chat said, war music.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's funny that the music started right as the PR dropped. All right. GameStop is on mute. Back to the press release. Then Cannabis in 2 minutes. All right. Net sales $2.12 billion versus $2.19 billion in the prior year. Global e-commerce sales up 175% and represent about a third of net sales in Q4 versus 12% of net sales in the same quarter a year ago. Okay. Gross margins declined. Oh my God. Fiscal overview. For the year, there's a number. Comp sales fell 10% for the year, 9.5%. Net sales, same number pretty much, down for the year, $5 billion versus 6.46 a year ago. Let's go to the chart. How are we doing here? Chart me. What do we got?
It's bouncing. It's bouncing. It went to a low of 175
Look
and
at
a
these-
high
look at
of
these wicks.
193.
Look at those wicks.
Wicking. The spread is insane. The spread gets as wide. I've seen it as $6.
Look at these wicks. This is wicked.
Can you imagine buying a $6 spread, Spencer? Oh my God.
Luke Jacoby just told me that GameStop's out. Everyone, Luke Jacoby just informed me that GameStop is out. Oh, here we go. Okay. 196. All right, back to the report. And then we have Cannabis Hour in a second. Back to the press release. Let's zoom in. Luke just informed me that the call is at 5 o'clock Eastern. Thanks a lot, Luke. Helpful as always. Okay. Do we have anything about raising money in here? They reduced their debt.
They got a new COO.
We knew all that already.
I don't know how that matters.
Oh, here we go. Interesting. In February, so this is for the current quarter. February comp sales increased 23%. That's interesting.
Comparables up. But really, it says
members, we all knew this already.
We're sticking to the brick and mortar footprint.
They're investing in technology capabilities. Let's go down here. Outlook. Okay, you got to scroll way too far to get to the guidance number if they gave guidance.
I'm waiting for the NFT.
No guidance. No guidance from GameStop. Guidance suspended. Lame. No guidance. Okay, fine. Maybe we'll get asked about it on the conference call.
I don't know.
Back to the chart.
To me, the Agos should have taken it already. It's looking like it's right back in the middle of the water.
CR, you know what? Let's do a control F for the word moon. I don't think they talked about going to the moon. If they didn't, shame on them. Control F, moon. No, the word moon is not present in the press release. GameStop confirmed not going to the moon.
Oh, man.
Confirmed. Where's the Cannabis Hour? It's starting right now.
Where's the Cannabis Hour? Where's the Cannabis Hour, dude?
Wait.
I'm just trying to get here and see some cannabis stocks.
We can't start because his camera's not on and his mic's not on, so we can't start till Javier gets his act together over there. But someone is all right. Wow, chat's getting fired up. All right. Everyone take a chill pill.
Woohoo!
Let's go to cannabis. Let's bring my charts off the screen. We'll be back in a half hour to talk about GameStop. But Elliot Lane, Javier Haas, let's switch over our branding.
Where is the cannabis hour?
It's here.
Where is it?
The cannabis.
I feel like more people are going to be pissed to see us today, Javi, than happy. Like, why
cannabis
are they talking about
pasta,
GameStop?
Cannabis pasta. That's what I know you guys from.
Cannabis pasta. That's in a cookbook somewhere. I will find it, and I will sell it, and I will be rich. That is... We'll go public via SPAC just for Mitch. Hey, y'all. Welcome to Cannabis Hour. We are going to take a break from the GameStop craze, but come on. They're going to be talking about it all night. We'll be off in time for the 5 o'clock call and run down there. So take a chill pill or smoke a joint, whatever you want to do. But I'm pumped to be here with my co-host, Javier Hasse. He is a man. What's up?
I am doing great. Let's roll the credits.
Let's do it. Well, credits.
Yeah, credit. Whatever.
Let's do it. Let's talk about cannabis stocks. All right, we have
always pumped. Always pumped.
Yep,
we're today
on time at 5 for you guys to get right back into GameStop. But honestly, punch of news to cover today. We have a CEO of medical marijuana, the first ever publicly traded cannabis company in the U.S., according to their press releases at least. But we'll have Raul on the show with us to talk about the Mexican market, what that means for some U.S. companies here for a little bit. But Javi, let's jump right in. I saw several interesting earnings releases. This was a very good day for some, I would say. Maybe just a good day for some. But y'all, Patrick is on here all the time talking about Trulieve. I thought that was great. What do you think, Javi?
They did very, very well, I think. Trulieve, we talk about them very often. It's a company operating in Florida. They have a massive footprint in Florida. They just made an acquisition, entering a new market yesterday. We'll get into that in a second. Today, Trulieve, OTCQX, TCNNF, reported its quarterly results, over $500 million in revenue for 2020, more than double what they did in 2019. For the fourth quarter, they did $168 million in revenue, up 24% from the third quarter. And what was really interesting, right, because many of these companies, cannabis companies, are not reporting, earnings. There's a whole thing, behind this. Of course, taxation has a lot to do, but they report adjusted EBITDA instead. And for the full year 2020, they made $251 million in adjusted EBITDA. Again, double what they had made in the prior year. And for the last quarter, they had adjusted EBITDA of $78.2 million, 19% up quarter over quarter.
Yeah, here is my favorite number of this. And I think for those of you that are familiar with the cannabis space, there are obviously 12 markets that control 90% of sales right now in the U.S. cannabis space. So these numbers will shift, obviously, but Trulieve has controlled the Floridian market forever. They have absolutely dominated that market. And these numbers are insane to me because when people talk about new markets, they compare it to 2017 Florida. They compare it to California or Oregon or Colorado, but Florida is the one I hear more than anything, in terms of comparisons for new markets. And just hearing the market was 4 years ago that people compare it to. Now, 2021, Trulieve at the end of the year had 49% market share in oils and 53% market share in flower. 53% market share of one of the largest cannabis markets in the country. That's insane. Trulieve is huge. They're going to dominate. TCNNF, just a value play.
I really, really want to see. So yesterday we were talking about this with Patrick. Trulieve entered West Virginia, I believe was a state. West Virginia, they acquired Mountaineer for $6 million. And I want to see how this is reflected in their next earnings report. I don't expect to see, an accretive effect right away, but I do like them, now widening their strategy, right? For a very, very, very long time, we're hyper-focused in the Florida market, and I applauded that, right? But now they're up to I don't know if 60 or 100 stores, just like a ridiculous amount.
Close to 80. It's like 7. They finished the year at 75, but I think now it's got to be close to 80 now.
Between 60 and 100.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're not wrong. But also, this one I thought was interesting because you're right about West Virginia. They also made an acquisition in Pennsylvania, I believe, Solero Wellness, I think. But this one also approved to start growing in their Tier 9 Massachusetts facility. They're about to jump into one of the largest markets, bigger than Florida, if I'm not mistaken, at least for the moment.
More competitive, right? The difference is they have a clearly dominant position in Florida. Yeah. Massachusetts is a whole new, a different deal.
It is, but if anybody has the resources to jump into that market right now, it's a company like a TrueLeave or a GTI or Canopy. All right, so TrueLeave is just one. We're going to go through these pretty quick. Also, guys, come on, drop a one in the chat. We love you all. Welcome to Cannabis Hour. We're talking about cannabis stocks. We're trying to make you money. Obviously, disclaimer, none of this is advice. It's all our opinion, but we know these people. We talk to them. We love them. What about the TerrAscend? TerrAscend's dominated a couple of days of news here.
And I mean, some mixed news, right? Like TerrAscend, OTCQX, TRSSF, net sales spiked 134% year over year, reaching $158 million in 2020. That compares to maybe 70 something in 2019. I'm doing some mental calculations because they report in Canadian dollars. Very well. On the other hand, Jason Ackerman, who was the CEO, is no longer the CEO or the executive chairman. On the flip side, Jason Wild, who is an extremely well-recognized investor, an awesome guy in the
industry,
huge, and he serves as the chairman of the board, will now replace him as the executive chairman. So there's a little bit of everything in there, a lot to unpack.
Jason Ackerman, they lost a lot of, I would say, direct-to-consumer knowledge with him. He was from HelloFresh, if I'm not mistaken, right? That jumped into TerrAscend. So it'll be interesting to see who they get to replace him and what direction they go in. Mm-hmm. But obviously, I think they're in wonderful hands with Jason Wild. He was actually, I think you and I got to interview him back in one of our very first Cannabis Hours.
Probably.
If I'm not mistaken. I think that was you and me. That was a fun one, or maybe it was me and Jason. I don't remember. But the dude, if you want to follow a well-recognized investor in this space and talk about some value plays, Jason Wild is one of them. So talk to me about, this is another triple-digit growth one, Javi. We talked to Green Thumb on Thursday. They saw 157% growth year over year, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, well, what is disappointing now? I'm curious, is it disappointing for a company their size not to hit triple-digit growth?
I mean, to a certain extent it is, right? 2020 or fiscal 2020 was a great year for cannabis sales. And we were, coming from a year where cannabis sales were lagging and disappointing, right? So I do expect to see triple digit or high upper, double digits in terms of growth year over year. Sequentially, it's a different thing, but still, anything under the double digits is also a low.
Sequentially, it's probably in the 20%, 30% range, right? In between there.
Yeah, 20 something is usually the number, right? Like we were just talking about TerrAscend, and they did a sequential increase in sales or revenue of 28%, right?
Yeah. Well, we have a few tickers in the chat we can get to, but I do want to get Raul on here shortly. But just to kind of throw some of these out there, Planet PLNHF, Planet 13, SEP M. Wonderful company. I mean, they're one of the top 50 performing companies on OTCQX in 2020. So, I mean, they're going to keep going. They're going to be around for a while, and they're dominating Las Vegas, which is a giant market.
Yeah, and they have their earnings call, I believe. Let me check the date. I think it's April 5th at 5 p.m. Eastern. They will do their conference call to discuss fourth quarter and year-end results. Go to
tune in. I mean, you're just going to hear success. I think. I don't think anything disappointing will come from that call.
You know, and here's another thing, right? Planet 13 usually reports many of its numbers and comps on a monthly basis, right? So their earnings reports are rarely surprising, right?
Yeah,
we kind of know what's
BMMJ. Is that Body and Mind? Yeah, yeah, that's Body and Mind. BMMJ. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Michael Mills. He has played it under the radar crypto morning show, and he's told me as such. He has literally said, I've kept this under the radar and I've taken flack for it, but you'll see in the next year how much that will have benefited them, and how smartly he has spent money, how smartly he has saved money, spent it on just growth opportunity. And he's expanding into markets that don't have a lot of competition yet. So I like that too. Javi?
Yep. And they're not a lot more to add. I mean, they have the earnings coming up, I believe. I'd assume soon, right? They just last reported in December. Again, you know, in this case, they reported sequential increases. So quarter over quarter of 106% in revenue. So you were asking triple digit year over year. Here's, you know, from one quarter to the next.
And for a company that's been under the radar. So y'all, let's get to Raul. Just to let you all know, we have some. I mean, he has awesome expertise on the Mexican industry and where that's going to come and go, and how it's going to affect the companies that we all know and love so well, including Sundial. So I'm a little bit kidding there.
He's with Hemp Meds, right? He's a new CEO for Hemp Meds. He will tell us a little bit about what they're doing. He's a very, very famous Mexican activist, you know, really came into the spotlight when he got the Mexican Supreme Court to allow his daughter to medicate with cannabis. Is this correct, Raul?
Yeah. Hi, Javier. How are you? Elliot, how are you guys? It's a pleasure being here with you guys.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So, again, this is Hemp Meds. This is a subsidiary of medical marijuana that is listed on the OTC as MJNA. MJNA. Raul, let's dive right in. We probably got like 15 minutes here. Tell us about your company. Tell us, about you and what our audience can know about you.
Thank you. And we will go directly straight to the point of Mexico right now because, Mexico market, and it's giving an opportunity to the company, a big opportunity to the company, right now. As you know, Hemp Meds Mexico, it's also a subsidiary of the group Medical Marijuana Inc. Basically, Hemp Meds is the one that, it was our first company to sell CBD products in the United States. It was also one of the first companies to sell CBD products federally. And we started this company in 2017. I started getting charge of Hemp Meds in Mexico in 2017. We were the first company to import a CBD product in 2016. We were the first company on get permissions in 2018 for our product, which are considered food supplement in Mexico. And right now, the legislation has just changed and will change because right now it's in process in the Senate. But it's a must be. Mexico needs to change this next month because there's a mandate of the Supreme Court, and there's no way that in Mexico we will have a regulate market for the recreational use, but also what it's called in Mexico cáñamo or cannabis no psicoactivo, which is called hemp in the United States. Also, it's going to be regulated in Mexico. So we will have right now the three markets completely regulated in Mexico. The medical market, which is more a pharmaceutical market, nothing similar to what it's called medical cannabis in the United States. This is federally, and it's for medications, to create medication. Then we will have a regulated market of the adult use of cannabis. And last but not least, we will have finally a regulation for hemp, which is something really positive because right now, all the products that we are getting into Mexico, they are imported from the United States. And it's not an easy process. Hemp Meds has been doing a lot of, legal strategy to be where it is, to be the first company to have operation right now in Mexico, it's really complex. Right now with the new regulation, the country it's planned to open basically this market, and it will be nice to have, we will have competition finally, and it will be really nice that this industry will kind of explode. There's a lot of opportunities right now in Mexico, and being this so close with the United States and all the treaties that we had, basically, Mexico, it's one of the first countries that the United States do business. And Mexico, United States is also our first number one partner, if we call for our international business. So right now, with all the treaties that we are having, it will be a nice opportunity for we will have a really nice opportunity here. Handmets is ready to start doing it. We will be having, for sure, products with full spectrum products. We will have more of our portfolio. Right now in Mexico, we were only able to import isolated products of CBD. Right now, with this new law, we will be allowed to import full spectrum, broad spectrum, whatever product that it's considered hemp. By the way, we are having a better regulation also, because hemp in Mexico will be considered some, more according to Latin America, which will be 1% below 1%. So we will have this really nice margin for our, for our growers to grow hemp in Mexico, which could be below 1% against the 0.3% that has United States. So this will be a game changer. I think United States right now will be in a really hard position, because in one side we will have Canada with a regulator market for the adult use. We will have Mexico, and basically United States will be in the middle of the sandwich with not a regulation federally of the adult use of marijuana. Will be some kind ridiculous. Everybody's expecting that United States is going to be doing something, like something fast, because right now it could be really probably that in the couple years, all North America will have some kind of regulation for the adult use of cannabis.
Well, Mexico is going to be a much bigger market than Canada. Mexico is
for
huge.
For sure.
But I will say, and Javi, you can ask the follow-up question here, but for our audience, y'all, the U.S. is so far behind on regulating hemp and CBD. And it has caused a really unfortunate rollout of the product in this country. So I mean, I'm sure Raul can comment on that, but the fact that Mexico will have a regulated hemp market is huge, and I think it makes your products more effective for companies that can be involved in both. But anyway, Javi, I'd throw it to you. I just wanted to point that out to the audience.
Yeah, you already tell it, Elliot. Like we have this great opportunity because the market will be regulated. Basically, what this law it's trying to do, and we are also. There's still discussing some things at the, last minute things, but where we are trying to do, it's giving a real, a clarity to the hemp market in Mexico. That is what right now we are trying to do. We want to learn about what other countries has been doing it. What are the mistakes that the United States does? What were the mistakes that Canada does? For example, it's absurd that you could not find hemp CBD products in Canada, for example, that is something so weird. So we are trying to, learn about these mistakes and make a good regulation in Mexico. This will be a process that it will take some time right now. So, like for all people that wants to start making investment in cannabis, Mexico right now, it's a country that you must start looking, and you must start finding the way how to invest. We are planning to triple at least our numbers of once we have the regulation that I expect to have a complete regulation in 2020 and 2022. I expect Handmets, like Handmets Mexico, we could easily grow much faster, and then we could start looking to enter in other type of business that we cannot do federally in United States. For example, it will be nice at this moment to start looking how are we going to enter on the recreational market. Like this is something that right now we are talking in the company how MGNA Group, how Handmaids Group, we will kind of start on the recreational legal market of Mexico.
Yeah. And I mean, you were talking about a timeline, right? A little bit. So how do you envision this year going on, especially for hemp meds and thus for medical marijuana incorporated MJNA?
Basically, at the end of the next month, we will have signed this new law and published this new law. But it would take some time for the regulation and to settle everything. The good part is the HandMeds Mexico right now, we have everything right now legally to continue working. There's no way that this regulation will affect our actual operation. We already checked this with our legal team, and we are really happy that this will not affect our actual operation. So for us, this is something really good. We could still be working in our actual model, which is importing our products from United States. Right now, we had, we made our products in United States. We import, we work with hemp. We do it in United States, and we import into Mexico. Of course, in the future, we want to do other things. For example, we could start developing products in Mexico. We all know that Mexico has really good hand labor, really good professional on this, and we could start working on this. At the side, the company also, we are working to work on the medical market. We are working, as we speak, to try to register a product as a drug in Mexico, this is like some type of pharma market that it's there. It will be not like the medical cannabis in the United States. This is more a pharma project. So we know that the registration of a drug, we want to start this process because the law has changed. We want to start this process on 2022, but registering a drug is not easy. This will take us, honestly, 2 to 3 years to get the results and to get a registration as a medication. That registration as a medication, it will be really easy to start, bringing the same products to other countries like Argentina, Paraguay, Brazil, in which we already have this type of operation. Right now, we already have operation in HandMeds has operation in Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and all these markets, they are opening also for the medical use of cannabis, more pharmaceutical cannabis, if we want to see it this way, and we want to get in this market. And the other one that we are start to analyzing, it's of course the recreational market in Mexico. This, as you say, will be a much bigger market than Canada, for sure, and we want to be there. We don't want to miss this opportunity, and we are looking for the opportunities that this recreational market could open for MGNA right now.
Well, and everybody keep in mind, this becomes Mexico, until the U.S. federally regulates, becomes the largest cannabis market.
Yes.
Correct?
Exactly. Correct. You're correct.
But will you be growing hemp in the foreseeable future? Because, for me, it's, why would you be growing hemp in the US at higher cost if you can grow it in Mexico? And
great question.
Follow-up question, right? Like the two-part question. Do you plan to start exporting cannabinoids or APIs, right? Active pharmaceutical ingredients or products containing CBD from Mexico to the US, right? Anything that contains hemp should be legal. You could be exporting seeds, right?
And you already say, right now, which is the biggest hemp market in the world? It's the United States. That's the reality. So we need to start looking how we can get in the business with United States. That is what we are trying to do. And you are right. We are right now hemp. Everybody thinks, and the studies shows that it will be, less expensive to grow hemp in Mexico, and we could have really good, for example, APIs over here that we could export all over the world. This is what hemp could allow us to do, because the reality is that the recreational market will be a market internally market. It will be only a market for Mexico. We will not be able to export to other markets. The law doesn't allow it, but also international law right now basically will not allow us anyway. So, the recreational market will be an internal market. But as Javier say, the reality of hemp is that this market will allow Mexico to start develop products, start develop API, start develop, food supplement, start developing cosmetics and everything that we could do it at a really high quality, less expensive, and we could send this product legally to United States, for example.
Awesome.
That's awesome. I'm curious, when you look at your future, specifically hemp meds and medical marijuana, can you just give us some last insights here on on what does 2021 hold for you. Now, I know you said there's the pipeline of products for Mexico it's a 2 to 3 year long journey. So, tell us, in the meantime, where does your focus go for building your business?
Right now, United States, it's one, honestly, United States is one of the markets that everybody wants to be there. And it's a really good market. People love CBD products in United States. People love hemp products in United States. Finally, it has been like, at the beginning, it was like everything was cannabis. Everybody was thinking that CBD was a product that could be, psychoactive or something like that. And, the reality right now is that, United States is a really good market, and it's a market that it's well informed in CBD, and this type of shows make people informed really well in cannabis. Right now, we are focusing a lot in United States, but we are also focusing a lot in Latin America. As you remember, I started HandMeds working for Mexico, then I became the president for Latin America. So for me, the Latin America, it's a market that it's growing really fast and it's changing, and it's a great opportunity. Right now, for example, our business in Brazil has been grow really well. We already see the numbers on, we are going to receive the numbers of 2020, but I see that we are growing every time around 30 to 40% every year, so it's really good numbers. Now we start this last year, 2020 was a really good year also for a market like Argentina. We are exporting there as a passive market, which is really hard to do it, but the law is changing, and finally we are going to have it. Also a registration there in Argentina, and will be easier to do it. There's other markets as Paraguay, which we started in 2016. They have been working really well. We will continue with that type of market. So we are betting right now, honestly, for Latin America, but continue putting a lot of our effort in United States as well.
Yeah. I think a lot of room here for MJNA. This has been very insightful. So I appreciate you being with us, Raul. Can you give us a website, maybe an IR email where people can reach out if they want to know more?
Yeah, for sure. Our webpage is MGNA group at .com. It's we are a company that has been there forever. Since we started with the CBD, the company was it's a company that was founded since 2009. So we are there forever, and we will continue in this industry for a long time.
A company of first, like they say.
A company of first. That's it.
Amen to that. That is a great description for you all. Raul, thank you so much for being here with us. Obviously, too short time, but let's revisit this soon. Maybe once Mexico passes that legislation, for sure, we'll get you back on, my friend.
Thank you, Elliot. Javier, it was a pleasure meeting you guys. Have a nice day.
You too.
Ciao.
Fantastic. Awesome.
Bye-bye.
So I think some really cool information there regarding the Mexican market. I think it's super exciting about the potential for hemp regulation.
Yep.
I mean, maybe a model for what we should do.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, and also I saw him again in their press release. He was the first to, or their company was the first to be invited to speak for the WHO and the FDA. So they have a lot of experience with working with legislative bodies and working with regulatory bodies. So I think that's also of interest.
Today, we had Valid Care published a CBD safety study backed by Columbia Care, Charlotte's Web, Hemp Fusion, and medical marijuana like Canaway, among other companies. So they're always involved in all that.
Yeah. Awesome. Javi, people want to hear about GameStop. I love you. I love me. I love Cannabis Insider, but they're tired of us already.
Yeah. Go to benzinga.com/cannabis. We have Akerna's earnings. We have an item about Item 9 Labs closing the merger with One Cannabis, currently launching a new product. Colorado Governor Jared Polis approving a cannabis social equity bill, and a lot more.
Yeah, tons more, y'all. Hey, tomorrow and Thursday, our Biotech Small Cap Conference will be taking place on our YouTube channel. Make sure you tune in on Thursday. We will be featuring some public biotech-focused cannabinoid and psychedelics companies. Tune in, y'all. www.bzsmallcap.com. We will see you all. Javi has a special for you on Friday. I will see you next week. Later.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. Okay. I need you to tell me, chat listeners, tell me if you can hear that music. If you can, it means we're good to go. If you can't hear it, I need to readjust some settings. That music that I'm referring to is the music on the GameStop earnings conference call. You can hear it. Boom. Perfect. All right. It's quiet for now. I'll turn it louder when the talking actually starts. But again, and here we go.
And welcome to the GameStop fourth quarter and fiscal 2020 earnings call. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode. If anyone should require operator assistance during the conference, please press *0 on your telephone keypad. As a reminder, this conference is being recorded. It is now my pleasure to introduce your host, Eric Cerny, Investor Relations. Thank you, Mr. Cerny. You may begin.
Thank you and welcome to GameStop's fourth quarter and fiscal 2020 earnings conference call. This call will include forward-looking statements which are subject to various
All right, guys, I hear you. 1 second.
Over the past
One
year.
second.
Throughout the year, we worked incredibly hard to meet our customers' needs whenever, however, and wherever they chose to shop amidst the pandemic-impacted backdrop. I'm so grateful for our team's dedication to our customers and our brand.
All right, let's try that.
Fiscal 2020 was an unprecedented time. Our full-year results reflect our organization's adaptiveness and focus on navigating the various operating challenges presented by the pandemic. I am particularly proud of how our team members met the expectations of our customers by greeting them during curbside pickups, packing orders that ship from stores, assisting with online orders, and offering advice to customers in store. During this time, our top priority was safeguarding the health and well-being of our associates, customers, and communities. As you recall, we closed the majority of our global fleet during the height of the pandemic, resulting in a significant reduction of operating days compared to 2019. When stores were allowed to reopen, we operated under limited hours and at reduced capacity in many locations. And in several of our operating countries, returned to full store closure protocols later in the year. During this time, we worked diligently to plan for safe reopenings and introduce more members of GameStop's loyal customer base to our e-commerce capabilities. In terms of operational initiatives, we accomplished the following in fiscal 2020. We delivered a 191% increase in global e-commerce sales to represent approximately 29% of total net sales, up from a low single-digit percentage historically, and reflecting investments during the year that enhanced our e-commerce capabilities. This growth allowed us to recapture a substantial majority of our sales from temporary government-mandated store closings and leveraged our improved fulfillment capabilities, including the initial rollout of same-day delivery and several flexible payment options, which helped to facilitate sales and improve the shopping and delivery experience. Deliver over $400 million reduction in our reported year-over-year SG&A expenses as a result of ongoing cost optimization efforts. This, combined with an SG&A reduction of $130 million in 2019, adjusted for severance and transformation costs, has resulted in a total SG&A decline of over $530 million over the last 2 years. We continue to transform our physical store presence through ongoing market optimization and global de-densification efforts. This resulted in closing a net 693 stores and reduced store operating costs for the year, while transferring some of the sales online into neighboring locations. We enhanced our financial position and flexibility with a stronger balance sheet, reflecting significant improvements in inventory management and related working capital, a healthy overall cash and liquidity position, a material reduction in overall debt, and the completion of an exchange offer for our March 2021 notes. Overall, we're pleased with the work we accomplished to achieve our objectives and stabilize and strengthen our business operations. That work will continue, particularly as we explore options for our European businesses, which may include further store closings, exiting unprofitable businesses, or investing in e-commerce capabilities. As we go forward, we are focused on transforming into a customer-obsessed technology company that delights gamers. We are working to create a differentiated customer experience that positions us to access new customers, further engage with existing ones, and reactivate former ones. We are maintaining an intense focus on initiatives that drive customer lifetime value. Steps we are taking to execute on this mission include: 1, investing in technology capabilities, including by insourcing talent, revamping systems, and evaluating next-generation assets. We continue to build out our team expertise in this area, noting our recent addition of a Chief Technology Officer and Chief Operating Officer to the senior leadership team. 2, building superior customer experience, including establishing a US-based customer care operation. We are focused on providing exceptional customer service levels across all channels, regardless of where, when, or how our customers shop with us. We are accomplishing this with a technology-driven approach, along with leveraging our streamlined retail footprint to provide an unparalleled service proposition with a focus on surprising and delighting our customers. To this end, we have recently added a Senior Vice President level head of customer care and other new additions with e-commerce backgrounds to the senior leadership team. 3, expanding our product offerings. We are continuing the work to expand our addressable market by growing GameStop's product catalog. This includes growing our product offerings across PC gaming, computers, monitors, game tables, mobile gaming, and gaming TVs, to name only a few. These categories represent natural extensions that our customers would expect to buy from us, expanding our addressable market size by over 5 times, and over time, will reduce our reliance on the cyclicality of the console-based gaming market. 4, modernizing U.S. fulfillment operations to improve speed of delivery and service. We are improving our distribution network to coincide with the continued optimization of our store footprint. This will enable us to provide customers convenient, flexible, and competitive delivery options across the entire product spectrum. With our recent additions to the senior leadership team, we are quickly evaluating additional distribution options to improve delivery speed. This group is also working to further optimize our warehouse management and order management technologies and other capabilities that will improve the experience for our customers. We expect to accelerate these and other elements of our transformation while continuing to focus on allowing the company to build upon its progress and capitalize on the emerging console cycle. The progress we have made over the past 2 years positions GameStop for long-term growth and to deliver value for shareholders. Now turning to financial results. I'm very pleased with how we navigated a challenging environment and all that we achieved in the fourth quarter in fiscal 2020. Specific to our fourth quarter results, sales were $2.1 billion and comp sales increased 6.5%, supported by mid-teens positive comparable sales in fiscal January. Global e-commerce sales increased 175% and represented 34% of total sales in the fourth quarter versus 12% of net sales in the prior year period. These results were reflective of the increased console demand as we transition from Generation 8 to Generation 9 console gaming products from Microsoft and Sony. Our 6.5% comp growth marks our return to positive quarterly comp sales growth, which we achieved despite further COVID-19 mandated closures around the world, particularly in Europe, the most challenging industry-wide shipping crisis realized during the holiday period, and severe supply limitations of new products. Notably, console demand remains more robust than we can meet with supply from console makers, and as a result, we continue to see sell-through rates for our console events in a matter of minutes. In the fourth quarter, we estimate that additional pandemic-related store closures mandated by local governments led to a reduction of approximately 27% in European store operating days versus the prior year fourth quarter. Regionally, Australia was the strongest performing region given minimal disruption to stores and delivered a nearly 30% comp increase. Building on that momentum, 2021 is off to a great start, led by positive 23% comparable sales in February as we continue to benefit from the launch of new consoles and the accessories and games that come with that product. Further, total consolidated sales for February were up 5.3% versus last year, despite having permanently closed about 12% of stores globally through dedensification efforts and losing over 36% of store operating days in our international business units, primarily in Europe, due to pandemic-related temporary closures in the month. From a product margin standpoint, overall gross margins were 21.1%, down 610 basis points from our more software-led 27.2% gross margin in the fiscal fourth quarter last year. The decline was driven by an expected increase in mix of lower margin hardware sales, a continued increase in industry-wide freight costs, credit card processing fees driven by our higher penetration of e-commerce sales, and a broader promotional stance. Now turning to our expenses and expense management objectives. Our reported SG&A expenses were $419.1 million, reflecting a decline of approximately $92.6 million or 18.1% versus the reported SG&A in the fourth quarter last year, and representing approximately 340 basis point improvement on a percent to sales basis. The decrease was driven by a combination of tight expense controls, particularly lower store costs and corporate G&A expense, and to a lesser extent, sales leverage. On an adjusted basis, SG&A declined $68.4 million or 14.1% year over year. We reported operating income of $18.8 million on a reported basis compared to operating income of $75.2 million in the prior year fourth quarter. Adjusted operating income was $28.9 million compared to $109.2 million in the prior year period. Income tax in the fourth quarter was a benefit of $69.7 million, driven by a change in the tax status of certain foreign entities based on a certain check-the-box elections that we made, along with the impact of the CARES Act, which allowed for a 5-year carryback period for certain current year tax losses. This tax benefit compares to an income tax expense of $43.8 million in the prior year fourth quarter. On a reported basis, net income was $80.5 million or $1.19 per diluted share on 67.8 million shares, compared to net income of $21 million or earnings per diluted share of 32 cents in the prior year fourth quarter. Adjusted net income was $90.7 million or $1.34 per diluted share, compared to adjusted net income of $83.8 million or $1.27 per diluted share in the fiscal 19 fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter, we continued to focus on dedensifying and streamlining our global store fleet. We closed a net total of 232 stores in the quarter for a total of 693 closures in fiscal 2020. At year end, we operated 4,816 global stores. Now turning to our full year results. Total consolidated sales were $5.1 billion, a decline of 21.3% over the prior year. The sales decline was attributed to a comp store sales decline of 9.5%, approximately 700 permanent global store closures, disruption from the pandemic around the world, including temporary store closures, vendor supply shortages in the new Generation 9 hardware, and a lack of new product at the end of the Generation 8 cycle. E-commerce sales increased 191% for the fiscal year to represent nearly 30% of total net sales. Gross margin for the fiscal year decreased 480 basis points to 24.7% from 29.5% in 2019. SG&A expenses for the fiscal year were $1.5 billion, reflecting a decline of $408.5 million or 21.2% versus reported SG&A in fiscal 2019. On an adjusted basis, SG&A declined $348.9 million, or 18.9% year over year. Importantly, these expenses include approximately $25 million in COVID-related safety protocol costs. As we said before, we continue to expect more than 2/3 of these reductions to be permanent, as they relate to permanent closures of stores and related labor costs associated with our dedensification strategy. We reported an operating loss of $237.8 million compared to an operating loss of $399.6 million in the prior year. Adjusted operating loss was $238 million compared to operating income of $62.3 million in the prior year. Income tax for the year was a benefit of $55.3 million, driven by the changes in tax status of certain foreign entities and the impact of certain carryback provisions of the CARES Act previously mentioned. This tax benefit compares to an income tax expense of $37.6 million in the prior year. Our effective tax rate for the year was 18.9%. Importantly, we believe these tax elections will yield between $125 and $150 million in cash tax benefit to be received early next fiscal year. On a reported basis, our net loss was $215.3 million, or a loss of $3.31 per diluted share, compared to a net loss of $470.9 million, or a loss per diluted share of $5.38 in the prior year. Our adjusted net loss was $138.8 million, or a loss of $2.14 per diluted share, compared to adjusted net income of $19.1 million, or 22 cents per diluted share in fiscal 2019. Turning to the balance sheet, at the end of the fiscal year, we had cash and restricted cash of $635 million, $121.5 million higher than the end of last year, reflecting our continued efforts to optimize working capital and overall capitalization of our balance sheet. We ended the year with total inventory of $602.5 million, a 30% reduction from prior year inventory levels of $859.7 million. As a result of our ongoing inventory management efforts, our inventory efficiency continued to improve through the fourth quarter as we realized a trailing 12-month inventory turn of 5.9 times versus 4.4 times at the end of 2019. At the end of 2020, our balance sheet and liquidity position were significantly improved versus 2019, despite the impact of the pandemic. This was the result of actions we took to strengthen our financial health in 2020, including completion of an exchange offer and consent solicitation for $216.4 million of our unsecured notes, reducing the amount due to mature in 2021. Execution of 5 sale-leaseback transactions related to office buildings and the sale of a corporate travel asset, contributing approximately $95 million towards total liquidity. And the reduction of overall debt for the year by $57 million, including the early redemption of $125 million of our remaining March 2021 notes. Additionally, as of March 15, 2021, we fully redeemed the remaining $73.2 million of 2021 notes and repaid the outstanding balance of $25 million on our ABL. Capital expenditures for the year were $60 million, at the low end of our previously provided guidance of $60 to $65 million. In fiscal 2020, cash flow from operating activities was an inflow of $123.7 million, an increase of $538.2 million compared to an outflow of $414.5 million during the same period last year. The increase was primarily due to improvements in working capital as a result of optimizing inventory and accounts payable levels through maximizing the cash conversion cycle and more efficient carrying levels of inventory. In terms of our outlook, we're optimistic about our transformation in the emerging console cycle. We recognize business risks remain elevated due to the pandemic and post-pandemic uncertainty. We are not providing specific annual sales and earnings guidance. In summary, 2020 was an unprecedented year, but we're very proud of all that we accomplished to advance our strategic priorities and enhance our financial health. We finished 2020 a stronger company and are well positioned to capitalize on the opportunities ahead of us in 2021 as we move to the next phase of our transformation. GameStop is the only retailer of scale exclusively focused on the gaming industry and adjacent categories. We have a unique opportunity to become the ultimate destination for gamers. I want to take a moment to address several changes to our leadership team. As you know, we announced in February that Jim Bell is stepping down from the CFO role with the company later this week. I want to thank him for his significant contributions to our company during the stabilization and optimization phases of our transformation, particularly his leadership in managing several $100 million in expense reductions and over $350 million in working capital generation. We also announced this week that Frank Hamlin, our Chief Customer Officer, is leaving the company, and I'm very appreciative of his leadership and efforts over the last couple of years of our transformation. Specifically, his spearheading the concept development and execution of our Tulsa project of interactive gaming stores. Finally, we are very excited to welcome Jenna Owens as our new Chief Operating Officer. We believe Jenna's extensive career in technology-led organizations, such as Amazon and Google, are another important addition to our leadership team and our future transformation initiatives. Thank you again for your support and interest in GameStop. We remain very excited about the momentum we have, the many positive changes we are making, and the talent we are attracting to GameStop, all of which we believe will deliver long-term value creation for our stakeholders.
This concludes today's conference. You may disconnect your lines at this time. Thank you for your participation. Have a wonderful evening.
Oh my God. That's it? Wait a minute. That's it? All right. Let's go to a chart. That's it. Like that was. Oh my God. Wait, let's get that banner off the screen. That was the shortest. That might have been the shortest earnings call I can ever remember. Oh my God. All right. Here's a chart. After hours, 1600. That's the close. That's 4 o'clock. So we've kind of just been meandering higher. We're lower now. Oh my gosh. That was wait. That was the shortest thing. That was oh my God. That was I'm in shock right now. Guys, I'm in shock. Yeah, more on please. I had a question too. We all had questions. No Bag ER, no Cohen, no questions, no nothing. That's one way to sidestep. It's one way to sidestep is by just not even allowing questions to be asked. The analysts are probably pissed. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to hit up Michael Pachter from Wedbush, who covers this stock. I'm sure he is furious right now, unless they're having like a private call, which analysts sometimes, have access to executives. So it wouldn't shock me if there's another call, but that's going down now. People are pissed. Oh my God. This is insane. Yeah. Mike L is smarter than I guess. How are people surprised? I'm surprised. I color me stupid and naive. I would have thought that they would have at least talked a little bit about what went on. I remember I said before the call, I had 3 questions, right? My questions were, what are you doing on the e-commerce front? Which they kind of sort of talked about a little bit, not as much as they would have had they been asked about it. 2, are you raising any money? The answer was not really, but they did say they're maybe exploring. They basically said we might sell some assets over in Europe. So kind of sort of answered that question a little bit, giving them a quarter credit for that. And 3, are you in discussions with regulators right now about the madness? And no, they didn't even touch that. So that's it, guys. That was so anticlimactic. I'm sorry. They didn't talk about. No, they didn't talk about an acquisition. They talked about their year. It was all backward looking. It was all backward looking and very, very little the only forward looking thing we got was, hey, we're not giving you any more guidance, right? Which a lot of companies suspended guidance last year for the pandemic. So that's not just a GameStop thing, but we're still not giving you guidance. And maybe we might do some stuff in Europe and we might sell some stuff. It's pretty much it. Eurodidactic said they had a paragraph about the volatility in the short squeeze in the 10K. Okay, I haven't had a chance to go through the 10K yet, but thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to look into that. I don't know if I should do this on the stream here or what, but GameStop now down 11% in the after-hour session. Gosh, that was just I had my hopes up. I really did. And I guess it's good, though, that I was in the stream. I heard that a lot of people were having problems getting into the call. I guess the call was maxed out, but we were in. So if you're watching the stream through us, you were in. Guys, smash that like button for GameStop, for whatever that was. I'm not quite sure what that was. For George Sherman, CEO of GameStop, who did all the talking. Didn't hear from the CFO, right? Dude, we didn't hear from anyone. We just heard from the CEO. We heard from one person. That was a unusual earnings call. That was more usual than the time that Elon Musk called that analyst stupid or whatever word he used a few years ago. I don't even remember anymore. And that was because these earnings calls are so they're so blah, right? They're so formulaic and dense. They're not fun, that's for sure. I actually thought this call was going to be fun. I guess I'm an idiot. Fake Advil. What WTF is going on with GME? Fake Advil, their earnings call just ended after 20 minutes. That's what's going on. It's the shortest earnings call I can ever remember. Yeah, Pam, exactly right. This isn't unusual. All executives read from a statement. They gave their opening statement, and then they open the floor for questions, usually from analysts, occasionally from shareholders. We had none of that. We had the statement, which we can see. He was reading based on the press release, which was already out there. Oh my goodness. That was, man, I'll be honest with you guys. I was expecting that thing to go for 45 minutes or an hour or even longer. So I don't know. All right, just to recap, for those of you who missed it, if that's possible, I've got my Benzinga Pro open. Let's go through the GameStop headlines. We'll get to some other stocks here in a few minutes, but let's get to some GameStop headlines. Just to recap what went down after the close today. GameStop earnings per share, again, to the extent that we care about earnings per share. I don't really know how many people actually care about this stuff. They missed their estimate by a penny. Sales came in a smidge light as well. Not bad though. It wasn't like it was a big miss. That's for the fourth quarter. That's for their December quarter. Comp sales, same store sales. Again, that's sales from stores that have been open for at least 12 months. Rose 6.5% in the quarter. E-commerce sales overall up 175% in the quarter. There's nothing. That's not a surprise either. This is in line with pretty much every retail company, right? The e-commerce number at least. So nothing really new there. A new COO, Jenna Owens. They mentioned that on the call. And no guidance. No guidance. I guess this was the only thing. This wasn't even on the call. This was just from the PR. If you had read this headline and listened to the call, you probably got the same amount of information. Andrew Garver, that's funny. This is the closest thing we got to forward-looking anything, right? And again, this was the one kind of newsworthy thing they said on the call, which was that they maybe will do some stuff with the European businesses, but they're not really sure. I don't know, guys. I really don't. Back to the chart. We are just about
red.
Yeah, we are just about at the lows of the after hour session. Mitch, I don't know if you heard that, but that if you didn't miss much. That was the shortest earnings call that I can ever remember. It was like 25 minutes, if that.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching it for a second there, keeping up with it. I went downstairs just for a second, get a drink. I come back, it's done. What happened there?
It is over.
They couldn't even let me get a drink.
So first, apparently, I heard secondhand that I guess the call had reached its maximum limit. So there were people who tried to get in who couldn't, but good thing we were already there. Second thing is that they lead off the call was saying, "Oh, by the way, no Q&A," which is like that's the whole point. That's literally the whole point of the call. If we have the press release, we have the 10K, the 10Q. We know the numbers. The point of the call is to get some friggin' FaceTime and to talk. Like I ask you a question, you answer my question, and we maybe learn something or we don't. That's the point. Otherwise, why even have the call? I get it because they probably have to keep up with exchange listing rules, but damn. I mean, that was just silliness. So anyway, we've balanced here. We're at 160, hanging out after hours. Again, the stock closed today at 180? Stock closed at 180.
Yeah, where's the stop? Where is it bleeding? Stop. That's the red behind me. I thought I was going to put it because of the GameStop logo, but I'm putting it because it's looking bad here.
I want to know what the chat is feeling. I feel like I glanced at the chat. You guys seem pretty divided. Like some of you are still diamond hands, still bullish. Some of you are pissed off, and you. So I want to know, like, one if you're bullish, one if you're diamond hands, two if you're paper hands, two if you want no part of this BS. I'm curious to see what the sentiment is in chat because I can't get a good feel for it by just the comments. It seems like pretty mixed.
My question is, did the indicator change? Is the SPY going up now, or is it going down now?
Oh, we got some ones and twos.
I'm wondering if it affected the SPY.
No, I doubt it.
No, it didn't affect the SPY. Overall market looks like that little correlation's just not there anymore.
Well, I mean, it's not there for the after-hour session is so thin.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look tomorrow.
Dylan Turco gives a 3. Says you sold at the squeeze. So does that mean you're neither bullish nor bearish? I don't quite know what that means. I think there's no way. I think there's virtually no way that this stock opens in the green. So the close was what? 180?
Yeah.
There's no way that GameStop opens up tomorrow. So at 9:30, there's no way the stock opens above like a penny above 180. That I'm drawing a line right there.
Yeah, if this is coming back to where the chart says, I mean, it could come back to who knows.
Should we do an old fashioned contest here? Let's do an old fashioned, not well thought out Benzinga contest.
Let's do it.
Let's do a very poorly thought out Benzinga contest right now. The difference is we're not going to give away Benzinga Pro. We're just going to give away some swag. We give away a lot of Benzinga Pro, and it is a paid service. By the way, discount is in the bar ticker at the bottom. YouTube 47 will get you 47% off a monthly Benzinga Pro subscription if you pay annually. Let's make ourselves a Google sheet, Mitch.
Let's
find out. Let's do this quickly. Let me see if I can do it.
Fancy.
Let me see if I can do it while I talk to you. And let's make this thing public, and let's have people try to guess where GameStop will open. We'll make a form. We'll make a form. I said sheet. I meant form. Where?
All right. Well,
Okay.
as you get that form ready, so that you can get that. I'll give you some time. I'll take a look here at the 1 minute of AMC that has been reacting pretty significantly here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. If I can get that going. All right, there you go. You guys are seeing right here AMC. I'll take over while Spencer gets that form ready. Man, what's going on with AMC here? Quick dips, and now it's looking pretty bad. They're getting down to 1030s. Let's take a look here at kind of a little bit deeper chart where we going down. The last time we were down, we went down to those 580s, $6. So the question is, are we heading down to those levels? Or are we going to hold here in the 10s or the 8s? Those are the kind of the step downs support there. But it's interesting. A lot of people have been saying, AMC could come back. I've been a bear in this one, but that's just not because, that has anything to do with Wall Street bets. It's more along how I've always looked at the movie theaters. But hey, who never knows? It's coming back towards these kind of levels over here. This $9, $8. We'll see if it gets and holds there tomorrow. The question is, how far down will it go tomorrow? AMC. What are you guys thinking in the chat? Put a 1 if you're bullish on AMC. Put a 2 if you're bearish on AMC from these levels right now, the 1030. I want to see what the chat got to say. I've been in a little bit of a bear, so I would put a 2. Reason why? I just think that, movies being out where I can buy them at home, I'm buying them at home probably 9 out of 10 times. There's very rare movies that will get me out of my home now to go to a movie theater. I mean, maybe Avatar 2, but I'm going into an IMAX. IMAX, I think, sticks around. IMAX experience is a little bit better, a little bit more immersive. You got that kind of bigger screen. I think, IMAX might stick around. Looks like the 2s are rolling. Oh, looks like the Bears came out. The Bears came out, man. You talking dogs barking?
I have that that sound somewhere. Okay, I think I did this right. I'm gonna do a test right now. I'm making sure. I think I did this right.
Yeah, I can do that, Samuel.
All right. So let me know. Let me know if this works, guys. Let me know if this works. It's a two question Google form. Where will GME open tomorrow morning? And what is your email? Okay. And those are the two questions. It's not a public it's not a public form. So nobody will see your email. And the closest, I'm putting in chat right now. The closest answer will get some Benzinga swag. And if you're wondering what swag,
swag. Hold on.
What swag? I'm also wearing. Wait a minute. We're wearing the same shirt today. Wait, check it out. Same shirt. Oh wait, get that comment off there. Look at that. Okay, so I just pasted the link in chat. Tell me if this works. Okay, I need some words of affirmation. Just let me know if that link I posted works, and if it does, if I screwed up. I'm not a professional Google form maker. No, I don't think it'll be a shirt. We got a lot of shirts.
We got better shirts.
Yeah,
we got other things. We got mugs.
We need permission. Okay, they're saying they need permission. That's fair. Let me make it public. How about that?
Permission. Need permission. I need permission.
All right.
Don't work.
I hear you guys. I
got you, Samuel.
All right. Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
All right.
Will it go?
Okay, try that. I have updated the permissions. I updated so everyone, if you're in the forum, refresh it. Tell me if that worked. It's working. Oh man,
It's working. It is working.
So we're not going to give away some shirts. We give away shirts all the time. Let's give away a different form of swag. By the way, guys, we have 2 stores. I don't know if you knew that, but Benzinga actually has 2 stores. We've got the swag.benzinga.com store. We also have our store on Teespring, right? That's what it's called. Mitch, did I get that right? Something. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, there's store number 1.
You got it right, my friend. You got it.
Teespring. Okay. We got a lot more random stuff on this store. This is where the Spax Attack shirt is, but I'm not sure what swag we'll give away. How about this? You tell us what you want. The winner. Tell us what you want. And just to refresh last time, here's the swag store. Last time we did this, Luke Jacoby damn near won it.
I'm about to look at the chart. I'm trying to win now.
Luke Jacoby damn near won it, and he won as a troll.
You know him.
Yeah. Luke's a troll. I mean, we're all trolls at heart, I think. But Luke said it was going to open at 160. This was the night that GameStop went back to 300 or whatever, and Luke came within like a nickel of the opening price. So I have not submitted my own guess yet. You've got 26 responses so far. I may have to refresh to.
I might have to submit my response here. Dun dun dun.
Photography and finance with like a coffee mug. Okay, if you win,
throw that link up again in there just in case anybody missed it.
Yeah. All right, good call. All right, link going back in.
I would like the coffee mug. The coffee mug does look good. I need one of those.
Link is back in chat. Click on it. Tell us where you think GameStop will open. Enter your email so we can contact you. And yeah.
Send it again. There you go.
I just did.
We got you, Muhammad.
No, don't put it in chat. I don't want to see it in chat. I am not going to be writing that down. If you put it in chat, I will not see it.
Ooh, the swag.
Wait, do we have that? Do we have?
Whoa. Giving secrets here. Giving secrets, Antoine.
Do we have a bomber jacket? I don't know if we.
I don't know. We might be giving away the good stuff today.
That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool if we did. I don't know if we did.
There you go. I'm gonna even have to get in here and get this document filled out here. I got a price, man. I got a price. Okay. I know you guys got a price out there.
We are at 161.90.
All right. How about I do my price publicly?
So the stock has really quieted down. It's really quieted down these last few minutes. It's not. Do I have to refresh? Is my chart frozen? It's not even trading right now. That's possible. I'm gonna refresh. Oh, there we go. Okay, there was an uptick. Okay, so we just talk about some other, because there was a lot of other news after hours today besides just GameStop. I feel like we should give some love. We will have a new show debuting here in a few moments, Trading Nomadic, but we have 15 minutes on. God, whenever anyone says no volume in chat, I freak out because I think they're talking about like audio volume, not trading volume. All right, but there's some other stuff here besides GameStop. Let's go to the news feed. Let's get rid of GameStop. Let's look at HOFV. Ruel pointing this out. This is the one that we got the exclusive on. They're partnering with Dolphin, and what is Dolphin Entertainment? I don't know. Doesn't matter. The magic words are right there at the end. To begin offering non-fungible tokens, partnership will allow fans of football to buy, sell exclusive content developed by HOFV and its partners. Well, they said the magic words, non-fungible token, HOFV. What do we need to know? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Boom, baby.
Forget GameStop. Forget this is going to the moon. Forget GameStop. Hall of Fame Resort and Entertainment Co. to the moon. What does this company even do? I don't even know. And it doesn't matter. Who cares? Who cares what they do? Everyone who is long HOFV.
You never been to the Hall of Fame, bro? Come on.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
I mean, it makes sense with the amount of partnerships they have, the amount of connections with sports they have. If you make the connections with sports and NFTs, there's your connection.
Should I read some of these responses we got for the GameStop? All right, let me see if I can find the highest. Let me see if I can find the highest and the lowest.
What's your pick? What's your pick?
I haven't given a pick yet. So
you got it
for the moment. All right, I'll pick here. You know what I'll do?
Before you start cheating and looking at which one's trending.
Well, I can't win. So
I know, but it's just fun. Just fun. What's your pick?
All right, fine. So my pick is going to be where will GameStop open? Let's zoom out. Let's go to the 15-minute chart.
You see. Look at Spencer's mind's work right here.
My pick will be. We're at 162. We closed at 180. My pick will be what's that right there? What's that? No. What's that low right there? My pick will be 140. We're at 162. My pick will be 146. That'll be my pick, 146. All right. So that's my pick. I'm not going to enter it, but that's my pick. The highest number that I have found on our list, we have a lot of responses here. I see it 215. For the moment, 215 is the high water mark. And we're not doing prices right rules. No BS like that. We're just doing the closest, okay? Whoever is closest, either above or below, whoever is closest. 215, I think, is the high water mark. And the low water mark is... Whoa. Somebody entered $96.
Ooh.
That is definitely the low.
Man, that's called a gap down.
That would be impressive. I wouldn't even be mad. I mean, I have no stake. I wouldn't be mad regardless. But that would be $96 would be. I think it's gonna fall by 50% overnight. Hey, never say never. It could happen.
I'll give a simple one. I'll go 145.99.
All right. Just again, I'm putting the link in chat for the third time. Guess where GameStop will open and win some Benzinga swag. Okay. So we did HOFV. There was some other news that we missed, I feel like. Let's go to the news feed. Wasn't there more headlines, guys? I feel like there was a lot after hour stuff. We had Intel. Intel had news. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That HOFV thing, there's another stock there, DLPN. I didn't even realize that. That's Dolphin, DLPN?
Yeah, it went up like 20-something%.
Dolphin Entertainment? Oh my lordy. Okay.
20%.
Okay, so let's just do them at the same time. HOFV. Gosh.
Boom, baby.
What is this madness? Oh, look at this thing. Look at this. Look at Dolphin. Look at Dolphin. Dolphin is up. Let's go to this is a 5-day chart. Dolphin's up 500%.
Dolphin, man. Dolphin.
Oh my God. All right. Hey, if anyone actually owns this thing, congratulations. Let me know. I'll be a new guy.
This is called the era of the boom. When you get these new trending assets, they start to run really quickly. I mean, when you think about it, that's quick. And I think NFTs, I mean, it's kind of the same thing that you saw back in the day with the crypto craze when everyone just wanted to include Bitcoin in their PR. Now try to include NFT in your PR. See what happens to your stock.
Yep, exactly. It's just the latest hot new trend.
It's like a sports car, man. Right now, you hop in, and that baby goes.
Yep. That's pretty much it. Okay, let's do some other. Man, I'm so disappointed because I really thought that GameStop call was going to be like something that was worth paying attention to, and it was so not. It was so not. It was such a snooze fest.
How did they not raise money?
how do they not even allow questions? Are they even allowed to? I guess they're allowed to do whatever they want.
They just, I mean, I don't think they have answers, so they don't have questions. So like, that's just simple as that.
Wait, Imperia Fanatica, what's a non-fungus token? It's basically a token made of mushrooms. That's what a non-fungus token is.
All right. Legal in Denver. Send it over. I can hold it.
Vanessa, why raise here? Because their stock is elevated from where it had been, right? I mean, yeah, granted, it's if you zoom way out, it's down, but if you zoom out further, it's up. So you want to raise money at higher prices. So yeah, its stock's not at the all-time high, but it's 161. It's nothing.
Yes.
That.
Oh, what if that news were to pop out on the news wire?
What?
If they actually did an offering now, where would it end up?
I don't know. I don't know what this thing. This is,
man, that would be something.
Shit show. I don't even know. Okay.
Yeah. Wall Street's bets. Let's see if something else takes over.
Christopher Hines says we need to buy.
That's my question.
Christopher Hines says we need to buy Dolphin on the dip. If there is one, there might never be a dip ever again. DLPN. Look at this thing. $26. What was it at the close? Wait. The 22nd. No. Let's go back to that was yesterday. What was yesterday? Monday? Let's go back to the open. It opened yesterday at what, $5. It just went from 5 to 25, 26 now in one day, 2 days.
The leaders for the after session for sure.
Yeah. Okay, there were some other headlines. I saw the Intel thing. What was that? Intel partnered with IBM. All right. Intel hasn't called a break.
You know who called this one really good?
No.
Joel.
Joel's been bullish Intel, not for this, but he likes Intel.
Yeah.
I believe he's long. What's IBM doing?
I remember he made the call for it, so it was interesting. And when he made the call for it, it was interesting because it was kind of sleepy. And I mean,
okay,
it looks like a nice call now.
Do we expect GameStop to go up after the press today? We don't. I know better than to try to predict where GameStop is going to go. Okay, this thing really could go to 300.
It can go anywhere,
or it could go to 90. Someone guessed 90 for tomorrow's open. They could be right. I really have no freaking clue. I'm sorry. That's not the answer you want to hear. But that's the guy's honest truth. I really don't know. What I will say is it doesn't look great that their earnings call was 22 minutes and they didn't even take questions. Doesn't look great. Right? Doesn't look great. That's what I'll say. But I really have no idea about GameStop for going forward. Sam L is enjoying this segment and thinks it's valuable. Well, Sam L, thank you. It would have been more valuable had we gotten some Q&A time with GameStop, but that was the plan. That was honestly the plan. We have a new show starting at 6 o'clock Eastern here in 5 minutes. We're trading Nomadic. And the plan was to just because I know earnings calls usually go around an hour. So the plan was from 5 to 6, just listen to GameStop. That was the plan. This is all just YOLOing, what we're doing right now. But I'm just so disappointed. I literally was like sitting. I had my setup. I had a cup of coffee that is mostly empty, and I was ready to go. And that's not how it played out, but that is quite all right. Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it could hold here technically. I mean, if you look a little bit on the hourly, you had that resistance from the 25th here, kind of that it could create a new support here off of that big pullback. It had that drive, then the pullback. It could go for another drive. It doesn't mean that it can't just get right back up to 280s. So it doesn't mean that it's just going downwards. You never know. So if someone picked a price up here, you never know, really. It's just the key is just since the call, how's it been? That's really the question. And since the call, it's gone down. But technically wise, it could make sense to find some support here and then down closer towards the next support down here.
Yeah. Okay. This news was out after hours as well. We saw the news of the Robinhood IPO filing. One in chat if you're interested in buying the Robinhood IPO. Two in chat if you have no interest at all in buying. In fact, two if you would either have no interest or would short the Robinhood IPO. One if you would buy it. One if you'd buy Robinhood at the IPO. Two if you would short it or stay away. Maybe that wasn't fair because I gave two options for the same number. But oh well, deal with it. Mixed.
Dun, 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 dun.
Mixed.
Mixed.
Jim Stocks is shorting it, he says. All right. I'm seeing more twos. More twos.
Man, I would not.
Oof,
that's a crazy one to sleep on.
All right. I'm super hyped, guys, for our next show. All right. We have we're trying to go into the evenings, right? You know, we start every day at 8 a.m. We're trying to go into the evenings, and we do that by finding people who do different things than us, right? Because you don't want to hear from us all day. That would just be silly and stupid. So we've reached out to Trading Nomadic. If you don't follow him, you should, at Trade Nomadic on Twitter. And he has a pretty unique strategy. First off, he's swing trading, which is, I think, probably what most of you do, right? I don't really know exactly, you know, the experience level of all of our viewers and everyone in chat. And I don't think all of you day trade, and I'm not even sure if all of you invest. But I have a hunch that nearly all of you are swing trading, right? And swing trading just means you're trading for longer than short term, like longer than a day or two is your holding period, but shorter than I don't know, call it 6 months, right? I see a swing trade as anything. You're holding a position between like a couple days,
A lot of traders.
Couple days, a couple months is probably my definition. That's pretty arbitrary, but that's my definition of a swing trade. And so this is what he does. And he uses a strategy called harmonics, which I'll be honest with you, I don't really know what that is. And if you don't know what it is, then that's okay because he'll explain it.
It's some pretty technical shit right there, man.
Yeah, it's technical. So he does a lot of stuff with momentum and reversals and breakouts, and he uses the MACD, the RSI, he uses Fibonacci.
It's what I say, Spencer, all the time. There's waves to this game, man.
Yep.
There's waves. If you understand the waves, then you don't get caught so much on the top, and you can catch those bottom dips. And so this is just an advanced form of catching the waves in the market.
Yep. All right. Well, let's see if we can bring him on just to let's say hello before we start. Let's see if I can bring him on right now. We need to do like an AV test, so I hope this works. What's up, sir?
How's it going, guys?
How we doing?
Welcome.
We got sound, we got video.
We got sound and we got video.
Cool. It's going. Yeah, so I got a little group called Trading Nomadic. I mean, you guys gave me a pretty good introduction on my style of trading. Like you guys said, I always look for the reversal, and in swing trading, when you got a reversal, it's a sale to me, right? And that's the best time you could buy an asset, especially when it's reached an area of support. But I've got a little laundry list of things I like to look for that have confluence with my idea that it shows that you're going to get a reversal. And with swing trading, especially in a market like we've been seeing the last, month or so, it's not, it's not all up. It's not a bull market like we had last year. I mean, for the majority with the money printer and You know, everything, you throw a dart at the wall, it's going to stick to something that makes you money. And right now, especially, it's not the case. So with my strategy, I look for a list. It's got to meet all my criteria for me to want to take the trade, because the number one thing, aside from, you know, picking winning trades, is not picking a losing trade. Protecting your capital is probably one of the most important things to me, because without it, you can't make successful trades if you don't have any money left. And so that's one of the things that I cover with my group, that I express how important it is, position sizing. But just to give you guys a brief rundown of what I look for. Like you said, how do you do the screen sharing on this?
On the bottom there's that button that says share, and you can share a specific window, your entire screen, or if you're in a browser, you can share a specific tab. And while you figure that out, I'm going to play a short video that we made. Very short video. Intro video for trading Nomadic.
Drop that. Hit the like.
Dig it. All right, so just to run down some of these, the criteria that I look for when I'm making a trade, right? First off, I like something that's coming off a reversal. You know, something that's been downtrending. This is just an example. One of the trades that we had set up, I think this was beginning of March, beginning of this month. You know, first off, I'm looking for something that's been in a downtrend, like I said, because it's basically an asset on sale. But just because something's going down, that doesn't mean it's going to reverse. It doesn't mean, you know, what goes down doesn't have to come up necessarily. So timing's kind of important. And that brings me to the next thing I'm looking for. Not only am I looking for, like Neo here, it's been coming down since February 10th. You got all this price action, down, 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 with no real sign that it's coming up, until you get into the next variable that I'm looking for, and that's some kind of divergence in this downtrend. And if you look down here on the MACD, which is, for anyone who doesn't know, this is your MACD. The histogram in red here is negative momentum. Positive momentum is going to be here in green. And the way I like to identify, you know, a switch from this, you see this negative momentum down here coinciding with negative price action. The way I like to spot a reversal of this is using the MACD or the RSI. The RSI is going to be down here in the purple. But what I like to identify is, you see these different peaks, like right here is one of the lowest peaks of negative momentum on the MACD. And if you come up to the coinciding price action, when I'm identifying this stuff, I go with closed candles. I don't follow the wicks. You never know the reasoning behind the wicks, so I go with the closed part of the candle. And if you look, the peak of this MACD histogram right here lines up with this double bottom type candle up here. And if you go down to the bottom here, which is essentially the reversal point that I was looking for, and you make the same line on the histogram of negative momentum, it shows you that the negative momentum is subsiding. It's weaning. There's less momentum pulling the price down. And if you look up here, that's the opposite of what's going down here. The price is going down, but the negative momentum's it's weaning a little bit. I'm sorry about my phone there. So that means that there's less negative momentum pulling this price down, which could indicate that there's going to be a reversal of that price action. And that's when you get to the RSI. It's the same type of formula. You know, if you got the price action coming down, but you've got the RSI going up, it shows you that there's a divergence. It's a bullish divergence, which shows you that the price is going to start moving in a different direction. This downtrend is getting weaker, and you're going to have a point where it flips. And obviously, you got to find context in it too. If we zoom in a little bit here, I'm on a 4-hour chart on NEO. If you zoom in a little bit, not only do we have this variable showing us that the trend is about to change, but we've also got this nice double bottom in here. You could see both candles bottomed out right there. So that would be another indication that, you know, we might be at that point where the price action starts to reflect what the oscillators are telling you. And that's bullish divergence. That means, you know, the negative momentum, the negative price action is about to take a turn. And another thing I like to look for is this point where it turns. I like to find, if you look left, always look for the past, or look to the past of an asset to help you understand what's going on in the future, or not the future, in the present. And if you look right where this double bottom is, you've got this area right here where this wick topped out. So you've got resistance here, and then you come over to where we've got this double bottom, where these oscillators are indicating that we might have a turn. And well, that makes sense, because now we are taking what was resistance and now it's support. So that's just one more confirmation that tells me that this might be an area that we're gonna see that reversal. Another thing, you see this fancy design here I got. You guys brought it up already, but I like to look for harmonics in. It's just another pattern that you can identify that helps you understand, you know, where this might take place. Let me see if I got another one here. Apple's another one we've been looking at. I'm waiting on this one too. But this is what you call a bullish bat formation. It's a type of harmonic. It's an XABCD pattern. If you guys use TradingView or Benzinga, these are XABCD patterns right here. And this is the X. That's where the harmonic started. Your A is going to be your discernible swing high, which is here. B, not to digress too much in the middle of this, but a bullish harmonic is going to give you this M shape, right? And to show you what the opposite of that looks like, this is a Bitcoin chart, and you know, this peak right here kind of caught a lot of people off guard. You know, everybody thinks everything's going to keep going up, but one of the things we identified, we started identifying it here, is this harmonic pattern. This is a bearish harmonic pattern, which basically indicates that by the time we get to point D, you could see some negative price action. In a really bullish market like Bitcoin, it kind of overshot the D point of this XABCD because of how bullish everything is, and we almost didn't think it was going to play out. It doesn't have to, but the more factors you've got that indicate or that give you confluence of your idea, the better. It's like ingredients to making a recipe, baking a cake. I've heard people use that phrase before. They're all things you want to back up your idea. So in this XABCD pattern, this is a bearish shark. You got the X, which is going to be your peak, your initial peak. Your A is going to be your first swing low, and your retracement. And these are all line up with Fibonacci retracements, which I'll go into that a little bit later. But again, your second swing low is going to be your C, and then your D pattern. I mean, your D point is going to be the point where generally you're going to see negative price action. It's the completion of a bearish harmonic, and look what we got. You got negative price action. And if you look at the oscillators too here, the oscillators are confluent with the idea, right? We're expecting a downtrend at this D pattern. If you look down at the MACD, this is bearish confluence. The MACD is saying, yeah, look, the negative pressure is getting stronger. And then when it starts weaning off, you're going to start seeing a little bit of positive price action, which would just be confluence with what we're talking about.
Quick question from the chat: what harmonic scanner are you using? This is from Tony.
These I've had enough experience with harmonics where I can identify them fairly easily. There are harmonic scanners that you can get. I believe there's indicators on TradingView that will help pinpoint these. They're not 100%. They'll start telling you that that some patterns exist that aren't really valid. But that's where you would look to the oscillators for confluence to back up the idea that that is indeed harmonic that's going to play out. And like I said, you look down here, MACD is saying the same thing. If you look at the RSI from that peak, same thing. RSI is going down. So that backs up my theory that this is going to happen. And again, it's the W pattern is usually a bullish is a bullish or a bearish pattern, and the M's are going to be a bullish pattern. And let me see. And time scales is another thing I use to support what I'm looking at, right? With swing trading, I like to stick to 4-hour and daily charts. For the most part, if you can find confluence, something to back up what you're looking at on those charts on a weekly or monthly, I mean, that's even better. It just shows you a broader pattern, or a broader scope of what's happening. I see a lot of people trying to make trades on 5-minute, 30-minute, hour charts, and I'll look to those. If I'm placing a trade on something like this, for instance, Apple here, I've got this little mark here for once that price starts getting above this level, that's going to be the point where I would enter the trade. But what I would do is I would use some of these lower time frame charts to back up my idea, right? If the bigger time scales are telling me that we might see some price action to the upside, I'll look to the lower charts, whether it's for an entry, for confirmation, just on a shorter time scale, because anything you see on the smaller time scales is a little bit ahead of the stuff you're going to see on the larger time scales. But at the same time, they're not going to be as powerful. Like these harmonic patterns, they'll show up on, you could go to a 1-minute chart and you'll see the same patterns, but they're just not as powerful, and obviously they're not going to usher in as dramatic of a price change. With harmonic patterns, a bullish harmonic pattern, generally, if you're really trying to knock it out of the park, you would look for a reversal that comes all the way up to the C or up to the A. When I place my trades, it's always set it and forget it. For something like this, that's why I've got these these little indicators that tell me, how much of a gain I'm going to be looking at, how much of a loss. Normally I'll put, if you use the long position tool, right, this would be my entry here at the orange. And this isn't where I would stop out. Once I take this trade, I'll probably look for, whether it's a daily chart or the 4-hour chart, for some kind of safe spot, obviously underneath my entry for a stop. An area that would indicate to me if the price action comes back down below my stop, well, none of this could end up not being valid at all. Just because, the chart looks, it's telling you one thing, whether it's market conditions, whether it's news-driven catalysts. Sometimes this stuff doesn't play out, or sometimes, it doesn't play out right away. So what I will do to make an equitable swing trade, I like to shoot for 3-to-1 reward to risk. That way, any trade I'm taking, I've only got to be right once out of 3 times. If you up it to, 4-to-1, once out of 4 times is going to keep you in the game. But for a trade like this, if I was going to stop out, let's get a little bit closer here if I was going to take a trade on Apple at this pivot point right here, which obviously if you look on this 4-hour chart, we've got, this area right here. You've got a couple different points that top out right here. And that's where I came up with my entry point. I'm a little bit off with my line here, but you can see right here we got resistance. And if you look to the left, historically, same thing. This used to be support, resistance, support, and it's still going to reflect present. Anything from the past, I don't care how long it's been. I've traded assets that have a resistance from 6 years ago that ends up being valid present. It's usually reflected, and it's always something I consider when I'm entering a trade, right? Because if I was entering a trade at this point underneath here, for all I know, that this old support line is going to be resistance. Generally, once you cross over, it'll switch. But again, that's another thing you want to look for confirmation. To take, this area as an example, you've got all this resistance, tried to get above it, and it got rejected. And you're right back down to the resistance. But we tried again, came all the way up here, and what did it do? It came back down to the resistance point, and it retested it. Ideally, that's what you want. You want to make sure that it was resistance, and now it's going to be a support level. And that's realistically, if I'm trying to get some of these higher targets, that's what I want to look for here. If we get an impulse wave above this, comes back, tests it, and confirms that it's not resistance anymore. Now it's going to be a point of support. Generally, that's what I would want to look for, because just like, actually right in front of my face, you got this impulse up, and then it didn't find any support. It got rejected, and it came all the way back down. So that's what I'm going to be looking for when I enter this trade. But back to what I was talking about with now I'm making a mess. What I want to look for is a 3-to-1 target. Like I said, when I take swing trades like this, I shoot for 3-to-1 to make it equitable, because every one of these trades they're not all going to go your way. If they all went your way, I mean, it would be too easy. But technical analysis gives you an edge, and that's what I trade off of. Obviously, news-driven catalysts are important, and sometimes they end up being, you know, the antagonist that ushers these new moves in. So what I would look for is if we end up breaking, what is this, 123.21. This isn't exact because, like I said, I like to look for the confirmation. I would set up the trade above the old resistance, and then I would set up a stop for this one.
Hey, quick question. What moving averages are those?
I've got a few of them on here. I know it looks really pretty, and I don't use them all of the time. I've just got them on here because sometimes when I'm scanning for assets, I like to see if there's correlation between some of these different moving averages, but I've got a few on here. The main ones that I like to look for are the 50, which is going to be this yellow one here, and the 200, which is a longer moving average. I like these two because you'll see, I mean, if you look at areas like this, you could see correlation between these moving averages and the price action. But another reason why I use the 50 and the 200 is I like to identify, I'm sure you guys have heard the phrase before, a golden cross. That is when you've got your 50, like right here, it's a potential coming up here. This 50 would come up and it's going to cross over the 200. And that would give you what's called a golden cross. And the opposite of that would be as if this 50, which happened right here, this is called the death cross. Dramatic, but I mean, it says what it does. When this 50, the shorter moving average crosses over the longer moving average, you're going to see price action go down dramatically. And if you look what happened, the price just kept getting flushed down. And on reverse, I'd be willing to bet okay, well, here you go. Here's an example of a golden cross. You got this 50 coming down, which, mind you, ushered in a death cross first, coming down here. And then when the 50 crosses again, look at this price action. I mean, you'll see dramatic price movements. I mean, again, context is important. Because both of these moving averages were in an uptrend, that kind of ushers in a more powerful move if you're looking for that type of trade setup. And there's some traders out there that's what they use. That's what they focus on. They look for these moving averages. I mean, your whole trade strategy could be based off of this. Some people you see this 50, once that price starts riding on top of that 50, it keeps on going until that trend is broken. Like the guys in the morning of your show say, the trend is your friend until it's not. And right here, as soon as this price action stopped riding on top of that 50, you get this big price movement down. Granted, with Apple at the time, it was uptrending in a bullish market. This was last summer. Once it regained that, same thing. It keeps dancing on top of that 50 moving average until, again, you look up here, it breaks a trend, and then until it gets back above there, I would consider this a bearish trend. And then you see again, it gets on top of it, rides it up for a little bit, same thing. Some guys, I mean, that's a strategy, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'll use it majority just for, I'll look for these events because obviously they do usher in pretty substantial price movement, but I use it more for confluence, or I'll look for like this 50 is being respected on the downside. Apple tried to get above that 50, got rejected, and until it did, I mean, I would consider this bearish territory. I wouldn't expect to see any substantial price movement to the upside until I got on the reverse side of that. And just to kind of reiterate what I was just talking about confirmation, now if you look, Apple's trying to gain, it's trying to get back on top of this 50 moving average, which to me is a bullish indication if it can hold it up. And that's just one more thing that kind of gives me, it kind of tells me that everything I'm looking at, it's just another way of confirming it. I've got the purple and I've got the pink one here. The purple one I don't use all the time, but it's MFI. It's basically a moving average that's based on momentum and volume. It works with the RSI. It's an algorithm that it doesn't always react to the price action, but it's something that I'll move on and off, especially when I'm scanning, just to see if there is some sort of confluence with that moving average and the price action. Right here, you don't really see much correlation between the two, but sometimes you will, and sometimes it's dead on. The pink one is a harmonic moving average, and these are all indicators that you can get on Benzinga Pro and TradingView. The pink one, this one you can actually see. If I zoom in a little bit here, you could see some correlation, whether it's, you know, the 50 it's correlating to or not. It's debatable, but if you look, kind of stops out right at that harmonic moving average. Same thing right here. This harmonic moving average is kind of gliding under the candles here, gliding above the candles here. And it's just one more thing that I'll look to for a little bit of confirmation. But like I was saying, with trades, I love the long position tool on TradingView because it'll tell you if you're equitable or not. For a trade like this, I would want to target 3 to 1. Right now, my stop is about 1%, 1.25% down. So I would want to look for at least about 4%, which would put me right at this this purple trend right here at 128.83. And again, I want to look for some sort of backup that says that's going to be a good target for me. That's where I would want to, whether it's take some profits or get out of a trade. I always put, you know, other targets, because sometimes I'll take out half, or I'll take out, you know, the winning part of my position here and leave a little bit for this, and I'll move my stop up to somewhere that makes sense at that point. But if I look to the left of this target right here, I've also got, I'm actually going to move some of these out of here so I could see some of this price action a little bit better. If I look to the left, well, right here, I've got resistance. So for all I know, when Apple breaks up above this, it might go here right to my target, hit this resistance, and get rejected. Now that's not to say it's going to come back down here, or, you know, whether it's this line down here, it might try to retest this area and then move on to these higher targets. But I always, before I enter a trade, that's one thing that's important. I always want to know my out. I always want to know my targets, because once you're in a trade, once you're in the zone, that's when your emotions get in, right? If you don't put a stop loss, I know plenty of traders, they don't use stop losses because sometimes they'll work against you. You'll get stopped out, and then the asset decides to go to every target you had. But I always put stop losses in with a little bit of room somewhere that would pretty much negate my idea. It would pretty much tell me, you know, maybe you were wrong. Maybe none of this makes sense. Because that way, I don't have to really monitor anything. Once I'm in the trade, I've got my profit set. I've got my stop loss set. And I don't have to think about it. I don't have to watch it. you know, if I'm doing 3-to-1 trades every single time, unless I'm just terrible and unless I'm missing 3 out of 3 trades, it's going to end up working. It's going to end up being profitable for me. If I'm hitting 1 out of 3, I'm good. If I'm hitting 2 out of 3, even better. Generally, that's where most of my trades end up averaging out to. I usually do 2 out of 3. And if you follow all, you know, your preset guidelines to taking a trade, you end up doing a lot better. With Apple specifically here, I've also got mapped out these little areas of accumulation. You know, you can see the price action got rejected here. It's fallen all the way down, but right here it's kind of accumulating. Buyers came in, they tried to bring that price back up, it got rejected again. Same thing down here. You got a lower low, which means obviously you're still downtrending, but if you look, you got a lot of chop. You got a lot of accumulation going on here. And we tried to bring the price back up and got rejected again. Came back down, but the difference is now we're accumulating at a higher zone. So what that tells me is you got more buyers coming in, more people are accumulating this asset. Next time it goes up, more than likely you're going to have a more substantial move. And right here, if you back up a little bit, this is an inverse head and shoulders pattern. You've got a shoulder right here, this first stop of accumulation. You've got a head, which is going to be lower, and then you've got another shoulder, which is basically, it's an upside down head and shoulders pattern. I mean, you could look at it as a rounding bottom, and up here is your neckline. This is the trend that we keep getting rejected on. And once this price gets above this, and that also comes into play with why I put my my entry here. So once the price action gets above that, not only are you breaking the supply line, you know, this is an area that people keep taking their profits, it keeps getting rejected. You're going to be above that. You've broken out of the supply line. You've got accumulation that's been taking place since, I mean, this is back the last week in February. So it's just one more detail or one more reason for all this to make sense. And then again, once you get above this line, I mean, if you wanted to wait it out a little bit further, I've got a lot of I have a lot of, I believe this trade's going to happen, right? So I gave myself a little bit of room here. Once we get above this resistance here, I think that's when Apple's going to start to make higher highs.
Couple chat questions here. How far back do you start your analysis, and when do you start a new trend?
It depends on the asset. I mean, like I said, if you've got a weekly chart backing up, I actually have. This one is one we did the other day. Now, mind you, this is the part of the chart that I did with the 4-hour and with the daily. I've had all the variables I was looking for, almost the same kind of pattern as Apple, but Rockwell Medical it's a medical stock, medical bio stuff like that. They're so volatile. So I kind of take some of this stuff with a grain of salt, but the reason why I ended up taking this trade is because if we look on, I think it's all the way on the monthly chart. On this monthly chart, we've got this harmonic that, well, maybe it was on the daily. There was a harmonic here, unless it got moved. Regardless, I identified this bullish harmonic. You can see it's making that M formation that I was talking about on the monthly chart. And if you look, we've also got this supply line. This is all the way from November 15th, just down, 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 getting rejected time and time again. And over here, we've broken that supply line. So that's telling me on this huge time scale, we're getting out of a downtrend on the monthly chart. I don't normally go back as far as a monthly time frames, but if you got back up on a weekly chart as well, and if you look, the weekly started shifting here. This is bullish divergence here. The RSI, this is class C, because the RSI bottomed out. It did a double bottom, but while it was doing that, you still had price action coming down. This isn't as strong as class A, which class A, you got price action coming down. You've got the RSI going up. That shows you a complete opposite trend. This one's showing you that the RSI is not getting any lower, even though the price is still coming down. The RSI is not getting any lower. So if it can't get any lower, you're going to start seeing that reverse, which would ultimately be reflected in the price, once that flips. There's also, that's regular bullish divergence. There's also hidden divergence, which is, it's the same theory, but it's just backwards. And I do actually have, for anyone who is wondering about what I'm talking about here, I got this one online. It's just something you could find on Google that shows you some of these patterns and, the variables that need to be consistent to, for them to be valid, right? And it's all Fibonacci retracement levels. And the reason why I like the harmonics is because they do work off Fibonacci, and I use Fibonacci to gauge, if I'm looking at an asset like RMTI, just as an example, that's made this huge peak, this huge run up with no, no stops, no accumulation. That's when I would use Fibonacci, first. Oh, I'm sorry. And what the Fibonacci levels are going to show me are the retracements. That's a Fibonacci retracement. 382 and the 618 that's the golden area that you look for an asset that's coming down. That's generally where they reverse for a retracement, and the harmonics are dependent on how far they go. But the 618 is most common. And if you look, the 618 lines right up with some of these areas, where the price action tried to start, turning around, start coming back up. We've got this area. We got a couple points where these wicks tried to find support here. It didn't happen. It got rejected coming up to the supply line, came down further. This came down. If you see, this is the 786. So that's a 78% retrace. And same thing. You could see these wicks. I'm sorry if this is all over the place here. I'm just trying to get this. And this one actually, RMTI, and like I said, with medical stocks are so volatile. This retraced 100% right from where it started, all the way down here on the fib retracement. But that's another thing I'll use, whether it's for, looking for a reversal on the corrections, or when I'm looking for areas on the way up as well. I'm trying to think.
There's a couple more chat questions here.
Yeah, sure.
What does? Wait a minute. Are you using SMAs or EMAs?
They're just regular moving averages. I'll switch depending on. I also trade crypto. I'll go back and forth. I'll use an exponential on crypto sometimes. I look to the chart to see what's confluent.
Okay.
You know, what looks like it's being reflected with the price action. And this is the one I was talking about earlier. This is the harmonic moving average here, and you could see the price action is kind of following along. It's reflecting. It's interacting with this line here. And if we put these are EMAs, the 50 and the 200. Same thing. You're seeing a reaction to these moving averages, and generally that's what I would use when I'm looking at assets. When I'm scanning, especially for people that do day trade, sometimes that's their strategy. Or even swing trading, you see this price actions being reflected on this 50 moving average, and it's doing the bounce. A lot of times, once you get above this 50, it's just going to keep on going until it crosses underneath. And that's where, if you're taking short positions or if you're just getting out of a trade, I mean, that would be something that I would look as an indicator that, hey, maybe the trend is starting to move against me a little bit.
Got it. Can you maybe look at Tesla? I see some chat comments about Tesla.
Let's move up Tesla. Here, I'll clear this out.
And then after we'll look at Intel. They had news tonight.
So I'm starting out on the daily. I cleared off everything of this off this chart already. And Tesla is one that I've been looking for an entry. I think I got back into Tesla when we initially bounced here. Just a little bit. I dipped my toes in to see if, because it looks like this price action here was trying to stay above the 200, and at this point it still is on a broader scope. But if I was looking at Tesla for a trade on the daily, I would first look at my oscillators. Right here, if we were taking a trade on Tesla down here, we had a reason. If you look down at the RSI is making higher highs. And if you look up at the price action, the price action is making lower lows still. So that would be an indicator. Obviously, like I said, I'd reference some of the other things that I look for, but that would have been a perfect point, and it played out to take a trade on Tesla because RSI is gaining strength, the price action is coming down. That would imply impending price action to the upside. It means we're going to start seeing this trend coming down reverse. Now, on the daily chart on Tesla, if I was trying to enter a trade, I don't really have much here that would tell me that's what I should do. If anything, I've got the positive momentum here coming down. So that's saying that, the positive momentum is starting to get tired. On the RSI, you've got the RSI. This is showing a continuation. It's bullish confluence. If you were gonna put a name on that, it just says, yeah, the price action is going up. It's getting stronger. It would be more of a continuation trade, which I'll take them now and then, but it's not something I look for because the opportunity with my guidelines would have been right here. And if we took a trade on Tesla right where opportunity presented itself, we would still be good. We would already be in this trade. And right now, the RSI is saying, hey, you're still going up. But one thing I'm looking at the RSI right now is the RSI's got this little downtrend going on, which would be bearish divergence. The price action's going, well, actually, that's confluence with what's going on with the price. But until this RSI starts to break up higher than this downtrend here, I wouldn't want to enter a trade in it. And realistically, once you put in this second peak that shows the RSI isn't going to make another high, that would be, if you look up here at the price action, that would have been a good time to get out. That was reflected at 700, and until this RSI bottomed out down here, which almost looked like it's going to try to turn around, but where the RSI bottomed out down here, you're looking at 620. Actually, yeah, about 620. If I was looking at Tesla, though, as far as a levels, I would look for, you've got this low right here, which is 618. You almost hit it again, but you're still stuck under this 50 moving average. Until I got more information on the oscillators, I wouldn't take a trade on this, because for all I know, this positive momentum that's starting to fade away could keep on fading, and we could end up seeing more negative momentum, bringing it down. Same thing with the RSI. Until this RSI says, hey, we're going higher, this could just keep going, zigzagging all the way down until it presents, a pattern like here on the RSI. Until we get another point that says, hey, things are turning around, now would be a good time to take this trade. What was the other one you said?
Intel.
IBM, is that what you...
Intel,
much different. INTC. Now, if you were looking for a trade on Intel, you've got this. This would have been a good point right here. The yellow's hidden bullish divergence. It's the same idea, but it's more of a continuation pattern. I would look for, if we pull the MACD up a little bit. See, this MACD making lower lows, and you've got the price action making higher highs. So right here at this peak, that would have been where I would enter. And if you look up here, we've got confluence with this 50 moving average. Oops. And like I said, I like the daily chart. Daily chart, I use that more to back up what I see on the 4 hour. If I was looking for a trend, let me see. Price action going up. And that's another thing. I didn't mention it before, but this chart is a perfect example. All this stuff is going to be a lot more powerful when you're already in an uptrend. If you've got variables that tell you that you're going to start seeing higher prices and you're already in this nice uptrend. Intel's been going up since right before Christmas. And to back up the things I was saying about my strategy, you could come look at some of these areas in the past. Right before this started going on, you've got price actions going down. Well, that's actually confluent with it. You've got a little bit of bullish divergence right here. It didn't play out immediately, but you've got this MACD starting to go positive, starting to head towards positive, right? While that price was going down, it didn't really play out too much here because you got this big dive. But if you go back to what we were saying about this moving average, that would have been a good indicator in this example right here, because price action started reflecting that divergence, but once it fell under that 50, it dumped. And if you look down here, this doesn't show you, I mean, this is technically a form of bullish divergence here. Well, confluence anyway, because the MACD is starting to go positive, and at the same time, the price action is reflecting the same. So that would have been an indication of a continuation coming up here. If you were looking for a divergence pattern, let me see what we got on the daily. See, the daily chart looks good. I mean, it's confluent with this uptrend continuing. You've got hidden bullish divergence here, which is, oops. And I switched out. I lost you here for a second. If we make this MACD a little bit bigger here, this would be, you see this little MACD, this little negative MACD histogram coming here. And then you've got price action going up. And that's the same thing. That's showing you that you're going to keep on going to the upside. What I don't like here is on this RSI, you do have bearish divergence. And that's actually recent. You've got a lower high on the RSI, which is showing you that the strength, even though that this price action is going up, this is basically the opposite of what I was describing earlier with the bullish divergence. It's telling you the opposite. Even though your price is still going up, the strength behind these moves is starting to go down. You're getting, the buyers are showing exhaustion, and it played out a little bit here already. Price peaked out here, started making lower lows. And you got the same thing on the MACD. You barely got a downtrend here. I mean, you could almost, this would be more Class C, which Class C is, like I was talking about with the bullish divergence. The positive momentum isn't getting any stronger, even though the price is getting higher, which shows you that you might see some exhaustion, and you're going to see a little bit of down pressure after this point here. And it played out. When I'm scanning for stocks, that's just the type of stuff I look for. Because I would like to see something that's coming off the highs. A lot of newer traders, the instinct is they see something, skyrocketing. They want to get in, and unfortunately, it works sometimes. In a crazy bull market like we saw in most of 2020, stuff like that might end up working out for you. But I look for value. You got, if I was looking at Intel here, you got this run down, you got this trend coming down, oops, which is your supply line. So if I was watching Intel, I would have been watching, this is on a daily chart. The same stuff applies to the lower time frame charts, but if I was watching, I would have been watching for it to break this supply line. And if you look down here, you've got exactly what we're looking for. Well, actually, right here is what you'd want to see. You've got momentum is starting to switch. Price is coming down, but the momentum is easing, or the negative momentum is easing up. And then once you get to these two peaks here, this is arguably Class C, because the price bottomed out. Class B, the price bottomed out, but this negative momentum is getting a lot. It's weaning out. It's starting to head towards the upside again. And if you look at these two peaks in reflection of the price, as soon as this this divergence is identified, it's reflected in the price almost immediately. And then if you look down here, this peak, where is it? This peak is showing confluence. It's showing that would be a continuation. The divergence is more for a reversal confluence, which when the price agrees with the oscillators, that just shows you there's a continuation. It means it's going to keep on doing what it was doing. And if you look up here at the price, where was I? If you look here at the price, this would have been our confluence. You know, MACD says the same thing. It's heading towards positive. The price is going up. So that agreed that it's going to continue. And now if you look at the price action, once we got confirmation that that's going to continue, the price action continued on up. And if you get in on little dips like this, when you've got confluence, when there's going to be a continuation, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you're getting in at the value areas, which would be down here. And if you were looking for targets to get out or to take profit, then you want to look to this upsloping supply line. You know, if we got in down here where we saw the continuation, but we've got this supply line coming up here, and I bet you if I take this back, got this nice supply line coming up. That would be an area if I was, you know, trying to make a short-term trade or take some profits. Once I got up to this point, that's where I would take my profits, and then I'd wait for, you know, another indication, which you've got this right here. And I mean, it's the same way I go about any trade. But like I said, when I'm entering new trades, I like everything to agree. If I'm looking at the 4 hour before I say, hey, that's a trade I want to get into, I'm going to look. I know somebody asked earlier, what kind of time frames do I look at? Look at as many as you can. If I've got a good trade on the 4 hour, which right here on Intel specifically, this momentum keeps on getting less and less and less, and the price is going up and up and up. So that's a continuation pattern. But I like all the ingredients. You know, you could take continuation trades or breakout trades, and breakout trades generally are going to end up lining up with these divergence patterns. You know, when you've got a supply line like this coming down, when we break it, I'm willing to bet in most cases, if you look down at the oscillators for confirmation, you're going to have these patterns that I was talking about. And you do. You can see the divergence here.
All right, just as we wrap up here, where can people find you? And
on Twitter, I discuss a lot of the trades I'm entering. Obviously, none of them are ever advice. Anything I post on our Twitter account, it's a kind of a new brand for me. It's something that I've just got going this year. I just read charts. I don't predict what's going to happen. You know, obviously, always do your own research. None of it's ever trading advice, but if you guys are looking for trades, if you want me to take a look at tickers, I do it for my group, and I share it on Twitter the most. That's where I'm most active. You know, it's an easy platform for me to, you know, share my thoughts and get feedback. And as you guys have mentioned plenty of times on your show, Twitter is a great place for traders. A lot of people sharing advice. It gives you a broader look at the market that you might not have seen otherwise. So I mean, if you want to learn more about how I do things, if you want, you know, if you're interested in, you know, maybe seeing some of the trades that I'm waiting on, that I'm in, that we're waiting for to play out, that would be where I share my the most of the trading that we're doing. That's where you're going to find it all.
All All right, the handle's up on the screen at Trade Nomadic. Guys, smash that like button. Let's go. I'm sorry?
I said, let's get all the likes.
All the likes, because we've been on streaming for 11 hours.
You guys are champs.
11 freaking hours. That's how we do things here. All right. Handle up on screen. Smash that like Trade Nomadic. Thanks a lot, man. This is great. It's always great to learn new strategies, hear from people. We got some good questions from our chat. Hope you all like that. And thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, guys, that's going to be a wrap for Benzinga today. 1 day down, 2 days down, 3 more to go this week. So smash that like button if for some reason you haven't already. That would be weird if you went all this time without hitting the like button. That would just be stupid. So hit that like button, guys. That's going to be a wrap for us. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time. The next 2 days are going to be a little bit weird because we're doing our morning stuff and our afternoon, our evening stuff. But the middle of the day, we've got the Biotech conference. So that'll be live on YouTube for the bulk of the next 2 days. I will see you bright and early, 8 a.m. Eastern time for PreMarket Prep. Everyone have a good rest of your night.